Chapter 1. The Global Demon King, starting choice. The Abyss Dragon author, Little Demon Fish. Humans around the world have participated in a game of the devil and the warrior. Billions of people will be descended into another world to play the role of devil and warrior. Everyone must choose their initial race at the beginning. After Zhangmu was matched to the Demon King's camp, he found that he could see hidden information that no one else could see. Slime Demon King, low-level Demon King blood, not recommended. Asterisk Head Demon King, lower Demon King blood, not recommended. Dark Elf Demon King, medium Demon blood, you can choose. Bloody Giant Demon King, the blood of the High Demon King, it is recommended to choose. Abyss Dragon Demon King, the strongest initial bloodline. It is strongly recommended to choose. Zhang Mu appeared in the center of a hall. Welcome to the Devil Game. Total number of game players in this round, 10 billion. Players will be divided into Warrior Camp or Devil Camp. You have been matched as the Devil. Please keep the following points in mind. 1. Death will disqualify the game. 2. Clearance conditions, completely rule or destroy an empire-level national power. 3. After clearing this round of the game, you can make the following choices: return to the real world, stay in this world, and challenge a more advanced world. 4. The game has a 3-day protection period. After the 3-day protection period is over, the warrior players will be able to sense the devil players within a certain range. 5. As a Demon King, you will face crusades from warriors, adventurers, legions, or threats from other Demon King forces at any time. If you do not have enough strength, please develop low-key. Please select the bloodline of the Demon King you want to fuse within 10 minutes. After Zhang Mu got the information, he felt a little unbelievable. I crossed. It's not just me. Hundreds of millions and even more humans have passed through. We passively participated in a game between the Demon King and the warrior. I was matched to the Demon King's camp, and now I have to choose my Demon King's blood. This is indeed unbelievable, but for him who is a traverser and has experienced a traversal, it is not completely impossible to accept it. Zhang Mu glanced over. Countless domes floating in front of my eyes. The dome contains the blood of the Demon King. Players must choose one to merge. This choice is very important. Is about the early and mid-term development. But the dome looks exactly the same. There is no difference in appearance. Was restricted to select time again. Is the same as the lottery draw. Just when I'm depressed. Zhang Mu's vision changed strangely. A pale gold information frame appeared next to the dome. Slimes, Devil Kings, a low-level Demon King species. After fusion, it can be transformed into a Slime Demon King, which can activate the water system talent. The early stage is too weak and it is not recommended to choose. Kobold, Devil King, a low-level Demon King species. After fusion, can be transformed into a Kobold Demon King, can activate the Scout talent, weak in the early stage, it is not recommended to choose. What happened? Can I see hidden information? Zhang Mu was overjoyed. Can't think too much. The attributes of the dome are clear at a glance. Zhang Mu seized the time to find the right pedigree. Goblin, Devil King clan, the lower Devil King species. Goblin, Devil King, the lower Demon King species. Spiderman, Devil King clan, the lower Demon King species. Hell, although there are thousands of Demon King bloodlines in the main hall, and most of them are different, they are almost all of the lower Demon King species. Lineage is the starting point. Does not have a strong lineage. How can become a powerful Demon King? Blood Orc, medium Demon King. Dark Elf, medium Demon species. Evil Spirit, medium Demon species. Medium Demon King bloodline, looks pretty good, obviously much better than low-level Demon King. Not urgent. There is still time. Look again. Screen thousands of domes again. Bloody Giant, the higher Demon King species, it is recommended to choose. Eight-Eyed Spider Demon, the higher Demon King species, it is recommended to choose. High Devil bloodline. Greater potential and greater room for growth. Can crush % of the Demon King players at the starting line. Which one to choose? No, I can't choose. There is still more than a minute, so I can't give up other potential options. Maybe there are better options. Zhang Mu is racing against time. He continued to collect prompt information. 30 seconds, 20 seconds, 10 seconds. An unremarkable dome in the corner made him see one. Abyss Dragon King, Devil King Clan, a rare species of Demon King that can be transformed into the Abyss Dragon King after fusion. This is an extremely powerful and rare Demon King species. It has two forms of Dragon Man and Devil Dragon, which can activate demon immunity and thunder talents such as the Fire Element and the Fire Element. It is strongly recommended to choose. I have chosen you. There is no hesitation. After Zhang Mu made a choice, the dome released a strong light. Zhang Mu's light beam enveloped him, his body changed rapidly, turning into a giant dragon with a body length of about 10 meters. This giant dragon, every scale is dark gold, like an innate armor, which makes people feel invulnerable. Is this demonization? Zhang Mu looked at his sharp claws and giant wings. I didn't feel the slightest discomfort, on the contrary, I could feel that every cell in the body was injected with terrifying energy. This moment, Zhang Mu has a kind of self-confidence. He felt that he was enough to fly into the universe and destroy the Earth. Of course, this kind of self-confidence is an illusion of skyrocketing power, but it also shows how strong the current strength is. This feeling is intoxicating, and the game seems not so bad. The player is demonized, please log into the game officially. Next second. 8 light doors appeared before my eyes. 8 doors lead to 8 different regions. This is another opportunity for players to choose for themselves. Zhang Mu glanced over. He has insight into the hidden information again. Portal 1. This portal will arrive at the Endless Desert in the southeastern part of the Endless Continent. The materials here are barren and uninhabited. It is not suitable for development and does not mind choosing. Portal 2. This portal will arrive at the Gale Mountain in the southern part of Endless Continent. It is rich in resources, but within the Stormwind Empire, the Stormwind Empire is a powerful empire with a population of over 100 million. It is not suitable for power development, so you don't mind choosing. Portal 3. This portal will arrive at the Holy Light Prairie in the middle of the Endless Continent. It is extremely rich in resources, but there are many powerful countries. There are dozens of epic powerhouses sitting in town, and going to die. The 8 landing sites are almost all in danger. They are either poor in resources or in dangerous situations. Finally, Zhang Mu walked into the 7th door. Portal 7. This portal leads to the Dark Valley in the southeast of the Endless Continent. The Dark Valley is located in the depths of the chaotic forest. The forest resources are extremely rich. However, the terrain is extremely complex and there are separate ethnic groups. It is difficult for countries to penetrate. A savage and chaotic place with no order, it is recommended to choose. This chaotic forest is full of foreign tribes and intertwined forces, covering an area of more than 5 million square kilometers. Is surrounded by several powerful countries, but they are hostile to each other, and no one can infiltrate their influence. This kind of impossible place is undoubtedly the most suitable for starting a business. The dark and deep valley is surrounded by high mountains and cliffs. There are a large number of ruins and relics in it, and an ancient and mysterious altar stands in the center. Chapter 2. There was a flash of light. A huge figure full of oppression appeared on the altar. He was lying on it, dark golden dragon scales, huge dragon wings, and the strong coercion that caused nearby non-birds to flee. This is my lair. It's really run down. Zhang Mu activates the player interface, and a holographic window interface is released, which has options such as chat area, information area, and transaction area. The current online devil, 1 million. 1 million Demon King. Is the quantity so exaggerated? No, this may just be a player in a zone. The game is divided into 2 camps, warrior and devil. Players can only communicate with players of the same faction, and cannot get any contact with players of the enemy warrior faction, so they don't know anything about the warriors. But the number of warriors is certainly not less than that of the devil. Probably has come to every corner of the mainland, bringing news of the Demon King's arrival to the major forces, and it will not take long to launch an action. Zhang Mu glanced at the chat box. I crossed and became a monster. Help. I'm trapped. Ha ha ha, let's get out of the life of social animals. I am now the lizard demon. I want to conquer the world. I want to destroy everything. Lizardman Demon King. Why am I just a slime demon king? Slimes are great. I have become a worm demon. Is the type of Demon King originally random? I'm so hungry, there is a desert near here, there is nothing, which big guy appreciates a little food, my brother is grateful. Although there are only 3 free speaking opportunities per day, the information refresh rate is very exaggerated when up to 1 million players are online. Some people are frightened, some are desperate, there are also flustered, excited, ecstatic. Everyone has different mentalities. The Demon King is generally weak in the early stage. Because the birthplaces are generally inaccessible, birds do not shit, and are desolate and barren, there are many Demon Kings who cannot guarantee even the most basic survival. Of course there are a few good luck. Reincarnate into the Skeleton King, Ghost King, etc. Because they are undead, these lucky people don't need to eat or drink, which greatly reduces the difficulty of survival in the early stage, and at least they will not starve to death. Close chat. Open the information panel. Name, Zhang Mu. Level, first level. Race, Abyssal Dragon, Devil King. Basic attributes, Vitality 400, Mental Power 200, Strength 40, Agility 20, Physique 40, and Will 20. Talent abilities, Abyssal Dragon, inactive, Dragon Flame, inactive, Long Way, inactive, Thunder Domination, inactive, Elementary Magic Free, inactive. Other skills, no. Talent points, 10. Have to say. This initial attribute is simply against the sky. Can definitely contend with a modern army equipped with heavy firepower. Zhang Mu is excited at the same time, he also realizes that he cannot relax. Although he has already taken a big lead at the starting line, the track is very long and does not mean that he will be ahead forever. The devil can break through the growth of race. Even the Demon King born from the weak clan, as long as there is enough time and resources, there will be an existence that destroys the sky and the world. Once proud and complacent, I don't want to make progress. That advantage will inevitably diminish over time. What's more, there are countless aboriginal people in this world who hide dragons and crouch tigers. How can they stand by when they learn that the Demon King whose goal is to destroy and conquer has appeared? Countless Fate warriors are sharpening their swords. After understanding, the Demon King is divided into levels. Zhang Mu is now a Tier 1 Demon King. Has 5 initial talents that can be mastered. Talents are currently in an inactive state. You can activate a talent for every 10 talent points consumed. When all 5 first-order talents are mastered, you can be promoted to the second-order Demon King, and the related second-order talents of the Demon King will be unlocked. Because of racial superiority. Every ability is quite powerful. After some trade-offs, Zhang Mu spent 10 talent points and activated the first talent, Abyss Dragon form. Above the altar, the giant dragon shrank in size and turned into a half-human, half-dragon, and 3-meter-high existence. This is the second form of the Abyssal Dragon. Zhang Mu found out. After the shape change, attribute changes will be great. In the form of the Devil Dragon, the basic attributes are Vitality 400, Mental Power 200, Strength 40, Agility 20, Physique 40, and Will 20. In the form of a dragon, the basic attributes are Vitality 200, Mental Power 400, Strength 20, Agility 40, Physique 20, and Will 40. Dragon-shaped vitality, strength, and physique will be stronger. Humanoid mental power, agility, and will be stronger. To put it simply, one is better at hand-to-hand close combat, and one is more flexible and more suitable for using skills. For Zhang Mu, of course the human form will be more accustomed to it. Of course. There is still a big difference between human form and human being. Zhang Mu is still 3 meters tall, has huge wings, sharp claws, sturdy scales, firstborn horns, majestic and domineering, undiminished. The size of the dragon will grow bigger and bigger as its strength grows. Zhang Mu felt that it was too big and inconvenient. Unless he encounters a special battle in the future, he will take the current form as the main one. Glanced at the altar under his feet. Devil's Altar, special buildings, advancement of the Devil's players, and core facilities of the development territory, please be sure to protect its safety. The Demon King altar is very important. The main function of is to summon the subordinates. The subordinates summoned by the Demon King are related to their race and level. For example, most of the subordinates summoned by the Slime Demon King are all kinds of slimes, but they have different types, ranks, and abilities. It costs gold coins to summon the men. Evolution upgrade requires talent points. As for the acquisition of talent points, At present, it can only be obtained by killing the warrior and devouring the soul of the warrior. Therefore, the devil and the warrior are enemies. Warriors can gain huge wealth and promotion by defeating the devil. The devil also needs to find a way to lure the warriors, stepping on the corpses of each warrior, and eventually become the terrifying existence that rules the world. Warrior soul, game coins, I don't have any. Everything is difficult at the beginning, it can only come step by step. Explore the neighborhood first. 2 wings and 1 fan. Flew into the sky. The feeling of flying in the sky. 1 word to describe, cool. Zhang Mu's eyesight is far stronger than that of human beings, and he can easily distinguish the surrounding terrain and environment. At this time, 1 by 1 information boxes automatically emerged. Ordinary cave, low exploration value, you can get stones. Ordinary forest, low exploration value, can obtain wood. Ordinary swamp, a common area of Tier 1 with a large number of poisonous lizards and snakes. The exploration value is average. You can obtain poisonous lizard materials, poisonous snake materials, a small amount of herbs, and a small amount of drinking water. With this ability, greatly saves exploration time. Has greatly increased efficiency and reduced risks. Zhang Mu immediately locked an area. Dark dense forest, a general area of the first order, the largest forest in the Dark Valley, in which a large number of high-quality wood, wild fruits, herbs, inhabiting Bigfoot, unicorn deer, timber wolves, and other animals grow. The exploration value is high. You can obtain wood, wild fruits, herbs, meat resources, etc. around the territory. This dark and dense forest is the most valuable for exploration. Zhang Mu immediately entered the dense forest, and various new hints were produced. 3-color fruit, gray quality, can restore 3 mental power. Blue moon grass, white quality, can restore 10 vitality. The resources are really abundant. Zhang Mu picked a tricolor fruit, the size of a human fist, and for him now, it is quite a small cherry. Throw it into your mouth and chew, the juice splashes all over, sweet and delicious. Zhang Mu was surprised by the taste of wild fruits, far better than real-world fruits. Fortunately, the dragon people are omnivorous, and their taste buds are similar to those of humans. Can feast on. Zhang Mu picked a few herbs, plus a bunch of wild fruits, and threw them all into the player's space backpack, preparing for further exploration. Gurgle. Chapter 3. A big weird bird got out from the berry bush in front. This strange bird is a bit like an ostrich. The biggest feature is a pair of huge feet. It has a certain flying ability. It mainly relies on 2 legs to run. It is not inferior to the human sprint champion in the rugged jungle. Bigfoot, a Tier 1 ordinary creature, a bird that lives in dense forests, is good at running, and feeds on bush berries. Its sharp beak is its weapon. It has no special skills and cannot pose a threat to its host. Creeps. Body shape flashed. Zhang Mu's speed is too fast. The Bigfoot was broken his neck directly. Game tip, you killed Bigfoot, gold coin +1. Zhang Mu's spirits lifted up. It turns out that as long as you kill the monsters, you can burst gold coins. You killed Bigfoot, gold coin +1. You killed Bigfoot, gold coin +1. You killed Bigfoot, gold coin +1. You killed the unicorn deer, gold coins +2. You killed the timber wolves, gold coins +4. There are Bigfoot birds everywhere in this dense forest, and occasionally I can encounter 2 unicorn deer. These weak herbivores have no combat power at all. Timber wolves have a certain attack ability. This kind of wolf is a circle bigger than the biggest wolf in the real world. Its sharp teeth are enough to crush rocks, but it cannot cause any harm to Zhang Mu. This is normal. Is a devil anyhow? Even if it just arrived, I haven't mastered the talent. Zhang Mu, with his strong racial lineage and attributes, is almost comparable to monsters of the same rank and above. An ordinary monster like the timber wolves. How can it be a threat? After 2 hours, excluding the food and materials collected, I made 42 gold coins alone. The income can be said to be very substantial. Gold coins don't seem to be hard to earn. Yes, return to the altar, ready to summon the men. Zhang Mu checked, and he has unlocked 2 types of units that can be summoned. Dragon workers, the first level ordinary, the summon cost is 5 gold coins. Introduction: inferior dragons with extremely low concentration of dragons are the lowest level in the dragon race. Although they are not strong in combat effectiveness, they have the ability to produce and build. Dragon Fighter, a Tier 1 elite, the summon cost is 100 gold coins. Introduction: fighting soldiers in the dragon race have brutal character and powerful combat power. Zhang Mu's own strength is strong and he has no shortage of combat power for the time being. At this stage, labor and productivity are more important. Not to mention 100 gold coins for combat soldiers. Too expensive. He doesn't have so much money. Zhang Mu then spent 25 gold coins to summon 5 drudges. The Demon King's altar released a portal, and 5 figures came out from it, each with a hoe, an axe, and other tools. See my lord. 5 dragon men worked hard and crawled on their knees. These inferior dragons are of thin blood, without sharp claws, thick and majestic scales, and wings soaring in the sky, and they are 3 times smaller than themselves. Is not so much a dragon. Is more like a lizardman. Of course, even the most inferior dragonman is still a terrifying monster with a height of nearly 2 meters, blue-faced fangs, a burly body, and infinite power to humans. Zhang Mu opened the message. Dragon labor, vitality 15, mental power 15, strength 2, physique 2, agility 1, and will 1. Collect LV2, build LV2, forge LV1, and hunt LV1. Loyalty, 100%, locked. Fatigue, 10%. Hunger degree, 10%. Strength is always relative. There is no problem with these dragons working hard to fight 3 strong human men. They are all good at collecting and building. Collection includes logging, mining, and mining. The building and forging ability is very important for the construction of the territory. If you have to find faults. The fat body and strong appetite of the dragonmen is amazing. Fortunately, Zhang Mu's environment and resources are very rich. There is no problem with raising 8,000 dragon people. You take care of these foods. Zhang Mu took out dozens of Bigfoot and unicorn deer he had hunted. The 5 dragons worked hard to accept the order, and immediately began to process the food, and set up a bonfire to cook the bird meat and venison. For a while. The meat is fragrant. Zhang Mu is holding a deer leg and gnawing wildly. Although there is no condiment, the meat is extremely delicious, enough to kill high-end meat such as Wagyu in seconds. This place is really good. The environment is closed and the resources are abundant. Is the most suitable for pre-development. Zhang Mu opened the chat area. He wanted to see the situation of other players, but was surprised to find that the number of Demon Kings had changed. A few hours ago. The number of online Demon Kings is 1 million. The number of online at the moment becomes 999901. 99 Demon Kings are missing. Was it eliminated so soon? Zhang Mu found some chat records. Damn. My altar was destroyed by orcs. Help, I was discovered by humans, and I am being hunted and hunted now. Who can help me? I don't want to die. My territory is full of terrifying beasts. I can't beat any of them. How can I play this so much? Now I don't even dare to open the door. I am trapped in an isolated island. There is nothing here. I am about to die of starvation. Who can give me something to eat? My dad is the boss of the Magic City group, and I have money. This is no wonder. The 100 or so Demon Kings that were eliminated, either were discovered and died directly, or they came to a bad place, and there was no way to develop. It is not surprising to eliminate 100 in 2 or 3 hours. Zhang Mu felt that with the passage of time, especially after the end of the protection period, there will be thousands of Demon Kings who will die before they become masters. The Demon King is really a high-risk occupation. Zhang Mu discovered that due to the general desolation of the place where he descended, among the difficulties faced by the devil at this stage, the most common problem turned out to be food shortages. The player terminal has a special trading platform, which can sell surplus materials in exchange for required resources by way of pending orders. Zhang Mu sent out a message in the chat area, selling Bigfoot, delicious meat, 5 gold coins each. It will be put on the trading area soon, if you want to buy it as soon as possible. This news came out. The chat area immediately boiled. Fuck, where is so much food? Hardware coins. They are so expensive. Why don't you grab them? Everyone has logged into the game for a few hours. Most people don't have a single gold coin. You will sell 5 gold coins for a bird. It's a profiteer. It's too expensive, everyone don't buy it, whoever buys is stupid X. That's right. Keep the mold for yourself. Zhang Mu was uncertain for a while. Although this group of people speaks badly, they still have some truth. The game has only started for a few hours, and most people definitely don't have a single gold coin in their hands. 5 gold coins each. Can really be sold. Don't care, try first, 10 on the shelf. A transaction fee is charged for a pending order, and each pending order is only limited to 15 minutes. If it cannot be sold, it will lose a few gold coins. However, almost instantly, 10 Bigfoot is gone. Successful transaction, you get 5 gold coins. Successful transaction, you get 5 gold coins. All your goods are sold out. Was the second light? Zhang Mu directly stunned. The chat area is boiling. Fuck. What's the situation? Where is the meat? Where is the meat? Where is my meat? Despicable, don't buy it if you say it's good, it's so shameless. Bigfoot photo JPG, I snatched one. I thought it was the size of a pheasant, but I didn't expect it to be about the same size as an ostrich, thank you guys. Chapter 4. Ha ha ha, I also grabbed one, this meat is so good, I only bought 5 gold coins for such a good thing, which is great value for me. The game just started. Gold coins should be very scarce. Why is the situation different from what you imagined? Zhang Mu quickly found a reasonable explanation. There are millions of Demon Kings online in this area, and the base of Demon Kings is too huge. It is impossible for all players to be rookies. There will always be some quick masters. Secondly, there are a lot of monster resources in some areas, but the monster types are special and cannot be eaten, so they can only take out a part of gold coins to buy food. Of course, it is not ruled out that players will encounter adventures. For example, resources such as gold mines are found near the start. Or encounter randomly spawned game treasure chests. From these game treasure chests, there is a certain probability that resources, gold coins, daily necessities, etc. can be spawned. All in all, do not underestimate the power, wisdom, and luck of the masses. Zhang Mu decisively doubled the price and added 10 Bigfoot birds to the shelves. Successful transaction, you get 10 gold coins. Successful transaction, you get 10 gold coins. All your goods are sold out. 10 Bigfoot birds, once again grabbed them all, this time there was no second light, about 20 seconds before and after, indicating that this price still has a market. The chat area is full of wailing. Grass, it's too dark. That is, the price has doubled in a blink of an eye. Just because I hesitated for a while, I was robbed. You guys are too dogged. Is it possible that there are too many gold coins? Resist price hikes. Boycott sky-high food. Go away, you don't buy it, some people buy it. I have gold coins, please continue to replenish the goods, even if 10 gold coins are 1, I want as many as there are. Zhang Mu has some understanding of the market. Ordinary food in a short period of time, more than 10 gold coins and less than 20 gold coins, are all acceptable levels in the market. As gold coins increase in the future, the price can still be mentioned. Of course, look at the medium and long term. Food shortages will not be the norm. After all, this is not a survival game, but a confrontation game between the Demon King and the warriors, conquest and resistance, and a Demon King can't effectively solve the problem of full stomach. It is too low and will soon be eliminated. There is not much food. Zhang Mu does not continue to sell. Territories also need to consume rations. 2 transactions totaled 150 gold coins. Among them, there are 5 gold coin handling fees, and the 2 transactions are not long, so the handling fee is not high. At present, there are a total of gold coins in my hand. Summon 10 dragon drudges for 50 gold coins. Spend another 100 gold coins to summon a dragonman combat soldier. There are 15 production units and 1 combat unit in the territory, which is small. Zhang Mu focused on the dragon fighting soldiers. Dragon fighters are about the same length as the dragon fighters, but they are taller, stronger, with thicker black scales, sharper minions, and equipped with a spear as a weapon. Dragon fighter, a tier 1 elite unit, vitality 50, mental power 30, strength 7, physique 5, agility 6, will 3, loyalty 100%, locked, fatigue 10%, hunger 10%, skill, dragon blood rage, E level, spear stab, E level, magic resistance, E level, degraded dragon scales, E level. Good. Conservative estimate. 1 combat soldier can do 10 hard labor. The most basic first-tier units have the power of elite monsters. This is unimaginable for other demon kings with weaker bloodlines and lower breeds, and this is Zhang Mu's biggest advantage at present. Next, it's time to divide the work. Zhang Mu arranged 15 hard laborers to start production work. Part of the team formed a team to gather, cut logs, and hunt in the dark and dense forests to meet the daily food consumption of the territory and obtain the timber for the construction of the territory. One part is responsible for restoring the ruins, reclaiming the fields, and building fortifications to protect the altar of the devil and the territory of the devil. There are no powerful monsters in the dark jungle. Ordinary dragon people work hard enough to deal with the danger. Zhang Mu continued to explore the valley with combat soldiers. After all, so far, he has only explored a small part of the valley. It is necessary to further survey the valley to see if there are traces of indigenous activities. Killing monsters can only harvest gold coins and materials. This can certainly build territory, but it cannot make oneself stronger. Zhang Mu needs to take precautions against dangers in the territory, and he also needs to collect souls to achieve the goal of evolving himself. The Dark Valley is big or not, or small. Circled the valley for a total of 30 minutes. A series of reminders continue to emerge, allowing Zhang Mu to have a very full knowledge and understanding of the surrounding environment during extreme time. Ordinary cave, explore valuable places. Ordinary swamp, low exploration value. Ordinary ruins, low exploration value. The Lost Gloomy Ruins, a Tier 1 elite area, was once a small town in the forest built by a wizard. It was destroyed because of an experiment out of control. All the residents of the town were killed and transformed into undead. The value of exploration is high. Can obtain, dark iron treasure chest, wizard's legacy, etc. Interesting. The natives did not find it. But this ruin is also worth exploring. Zhang Mu immediately brought the dragon warriors to this place. He wanted to test the strength of his most basic combat unit. It's so eerie. This small town is small. But during the heyday, there should be 1,000 or 800 people. Walking into the gloomy ruins, just walking into a graveyard, the environment has become gloomy. A certain evil energy still affects this deserted place for 100 years. Didn't take a few steps. The target appeared. Skeleton Soldier, a Tier 1 ordinary monster, a former forest town resident, died due to the Lord's evil experiment, and was transformed into a skeleton soldier by undead energy. Abilities, powerful slashing, F grade, undead aura, F grade. 2 skeletons with torn clothes stood up. This undead creature has no emotion of fear. Interesting. Kill them. Zhang Mu did not do it himself. The dragon-fighting soldiers roared and rushed out from behind quickly, surpassing the speed of the human sprint champion, and instantly passed the rugged ruins. Stab. The spear stabs out very quickly. A skull burst into pieces in an instant. Almost disappeared after a face-to-face. Another skeleton soldier wielded a bone sword and slashed over, and was easily blocked by the dragon combatant with a spear, and was forced to retreat in 2 or 3 rounds. Slap. Sweeping off the legs of the skeleton soldier. Then opened the skull with 1 shot. You killed the skeleton soldier, gold coins plus 5. You killed the skeleton soldier, gold coins plus 5. Zhang Mu nodded. Although it is the weakest combat unit, the combat troops are not bad in strength, and at least 7 or 8 fighters like skeleton soldiers can fight at the same time. Skeleton soldiers are just ordinary monsters. Dragon fighters are elite monsters. Zhang Mu also discovered that the killing of the target by his subordinates is also counted on the Demon King, which can generate rewards without discounting. This is great. After all, he is a big devil. Zhang Mu cannot be the first to take the lead again and again. Well done, time is precious, not one is killed, you go to wake up the nearby undead. Yes. The dragon-fighting soldiers immediately resembled a black afterimage, and the skeleton soldiers were alarmed wherever they passed, and they stood up from the ruins one after another. After a while, dragon combat soldiers were hunted down by 12 or 20 skeletons. He can't deal with so many skeleton soldiers at once, but his speed is very agile, and the skeleton soldiers can't catch up. Part of it turned around and locked Zhang Mu. The skeleton soldier made a oozing chuckle all over his joints. He raised his bone sword and slashed at Zhang Mu's body. Zhang Mu did not hide. Deliberately took this sword. He wanted to test his defense. Ding! There are no slight scratches. The skeleton soldier did not chop even a dragon scale. Chapter 5. Instead, the bone sword of the skeleton soldier was directly shattered. Such a dish. Zhang Mu stretched out his hand and grabbed it. Held the skull like a chicken and lifted it from the ground. The skeleton soldiers struggled desperately, but they had no power to break free. Slightly exert force. There was a crisp bang. The skull can't bear it. The whole skull instantly shattered into dozens of pieces. You killed the skeleton soldier, gold coins +5. The other skeleton soldiers rushed up without fear of death. Zhang Mu stamped his right foot on the ground and instantly turned into an afterimage. From these skeletons passing through, where the claws and tail passed, the skeleton soldiers fell apart and turned into dust. His speed is too fast. Skeleton soldiers didn't even have a chance to react. You killed the skeleton soldier, gold coins +5. You killed the skeleton soldier, gold coins +5. This is not a fight. Although there is no pleasure of fighting. But the pleasure of mowing is still there. Only when Zhang Mu knew how strong he was, the strength of this level of undead in him as the devil was not in the same dimension at all. The dragon fighting soldiers continued to roam. But he found that he couldn't pull new monsters anymore. At this time, a dangerous breath appeared. This breath was not weaker than him, and even stronger by 3 points. Next second. A dark red fireball hit. Dragon combat soldiers were agile and avoided, and the fireball fell on the ruined wall behind it, and its power was comparable to an RPG rocket. Zhang Mu looked over. Huh? Elite monster. This is a unique skeleton. He is wearing a tattered robe and holding a long bone stick. Skull Mage, a Tier 1 elite monster, the lord of the forest town, was once a magician who was fascinated by magic. Now he is transformed into a skeleton mage by undead energy, preserving part of the spell abilities in front of him. Skill, Undead Fireball, E level, Serial Fireball, E level, Weakened Magic Shield, F level. The skeleton mage is ready to continue his attack. Its magic power is good. If you hit a dragon soldier, it will cause a big threat. Zhang Mu kicked the ground. Rushed to the front in an instant. The skeleton mage is busy releasing a transparent magic shield. Zhang Mu's body was slightly on one side, and the dragon's tail swept over like an iron whip. He instantly broke the shield and cut off the skeleton mage at the waist, causing him to lose his mobility, and then he went down with a fierce kick and exploded his head. Elite monster. But so. It doesn't seem to be too strong. You killed the skeleton mage, gold coins +50. You have conquered the dark ruins and obtained the black iron treasure chest ×1. In front of Zhang Mu, a big rusty treasure chest appeared. Old black iron treasure chest. Players can obtain random rewards from treasure chests obtained by conquering the dark ruins. There are 2 types of treasure chests. The first kind, a treasure chest of luck. This kind of treasure chest may appear in any corner of the world, usually in the corners where the people are inaccessible, and the quality of the treasure chest is also random. It all depends on luck. The second kind, reward treasure chest. This kind of treasure chest is similar to the settlement reward. When the player conquered an area or instance, it will be brushed out as a reward, and its quality is proportional to the difficulty of the battle. This is obviously the second kind. You opened the black iron treasure chest and got gold coins ×200, blueprint, Tomb of Withered Bones ×1. Drawing, Tomb of Withered Bones, consumes undead gems ×1, wood ×20, stones ×30, gold coins ×300, you can create a tomb of dead bones in the territory. This is a good thing. Every drawing obtained by the Demon King is of high value. The blueprint of Withered Bone Tomb can be used to create a Withered Bone Tomb within the territory, so as to gain the ability to summon a certain number of skeleton soldiers. This kind of special building is equivalent to a barracks. It can provide a certain number of foreign arms. Zhang Mu didn't like the skeleton soldiers too much. This thing had no wisdom and poor combat effectiveness, but it didn't mean that the skeleton soldiers were worthless. First of all, as undead, they can eat or drink, and will not burden the territory. It is simply perfect hard work. Good luck. The harvest is huge. Even without this drawing. 30 skeleton gold coins, a skeleton mage gets 50 gold coins, a total of 200 gold coins are credited to the account, and every gold coin in the early stage is very precious. This can recruit 40 drudges, or 4 combat soldiers. It's time to change to other players and leave. Zhang Mu did not leave. According to the inside information, there are hidden treasures in this dark ruin, and he doesn't want to miss the extra harvest. After some exploration, Zhang Mu found it smoothly. This is a basement hidden in ruins. It was filled with bottles and jars and a mess of books. The medicinal herbal materials have long been rotten. Many books are kept intact. Although they have no special value, they can be used to pass the time and understand the world better, which is of great help to future strategic deployment. Zhang Mu finally found a hidden box. Lord's treasure chest, there are the main heritage of the lord of the town. Found it. This is what Zhang Mu is looking for. After was opened, gold bars were neatly and shiny. In addition to gold, there are coins and gems, and the eyes of the person who dangled are all spent. Fuck. I made a fortune. This is the treasure of cheat tips. They are the legacy of the lord of the town, and at this stage, they are not a small number. Get the first order undead gem times 1, get the first order earth gem times 1, get the first order water sapphire times 1. Gems are valuable. Can be used for forging and construction. Find gold, is it transformed? Gold conversion is successful, gold coins plus 1,200. The shiny gold bars disappeared, replaced by the skyrocketing number of gold coins, which surged by 1,200 gold coins in one breath. This is so cool. Zhang Mu spent a lot of time sweeping away the ruins. Only made a fraction of this fortune in total. What's more, besides these gold coins, there are also a number of valuable gems. It is a worthwhile trip. Return to the vicinity of the altar. 15 drudges work crazy. They are very efficient, hunting dozens of Bigfoot and unicorn deer for half a day, besides building a temporary stone house. Simple stone house, the recovery speed is plus 1%. Is a bit rudimentary, but there is a place to live, it is better than a generation of demon kings, homeless people sleeping in ruins or the wild. I will make a transition first. Zhang Mu wants to have his own devil's castle. He wanted neat military camps, high walls, perfect fortifications, etc. This requires a lot of labor. Some buildings with special functions cannot be built by the dragon people. They need drawings to make them. Fortunately, has money in his hands. A huge amount of about 0 gold coins. Zhang Mu first used 500 gold coins to recruit 100 dragon men to work at a time, and then spent 400 gold coins to recruit 4 combat soldiers to gather 5 combat units for the territory. Combatants do not have much production capacity, and consume twice as much food every day than hard labor. Now it is too burdensome to raise too many troops, as long as they are barely enough. So compared to combat effectiveness, at this stage, the labor force for base construction is more important. Zhang Mu had 600 gold coins left and just had the materials. He decided to use the Tomb of Withered Bones to unlock the ability to summon skeleton soldiers and continue to increase the size of his territory. Take a moment. Collect a batch of wood and stones. In this way, gems, wood, stones, and gold coins are all in place. The Tomb of Withered Bones was successfully constructed. Skull Soldier summoning permission unlocked successfully, the current recruitment limit is plus 100. Chapter 6. Regarding the site selection of the Tomb of Dead Bones. Naturally, it needs some consideration. Skeleton does not eat or drink, but it is not a perpetual motion machine, nor does it mean that it does not cause consumption at all. The undead just don't rely on eating or drinking to replenish their energy. But you need to absorb the energy of the undead to replenish yourself. One of the functions of the Tomb of Withered Bones is to produce undead energy. If it is placed too close, it will be gloomy and cold, and there will be skeletons walking in and out all day, which will inevitably affect the mood. Dark Ruins is a good choice. This already has a strong undead energy. If you build the Tomb of Withered Bones here, you can reduce a part of your daily expenses, and the distance from the altar is just right. There is a mound of dead bones. Can summon skeleton soldiers. But Zhang Mu is not the skeleton demon after all. Units that are not of their own kind will be restricted in summoning. At present, only 100 can be summoned at most. In the future, upgrading the Tomb of Withered Bones or adding other undead buildings, the upper limit of this scale can be increased. The more undead facilities in the territory, the upper limit and quality of undead units are stronger. This is also one of the meanings of territorial construction. Skeleton Soldier, a Tier 1 ordinary monster, the summoning cost is 3 gold coins. Did not expect. So cheap. It saves money than hard work. Zhang Mu used all the remaining 300 gold coins for summoning. Wind hits. A pale skeleton crawled out of the Tomb of Withered Bones. Is quite different from the wild kind in the dark ruins. There is no disgusting carrion on them, the whole is a pale and complete skeleton, and the weapon is a bone knife. Gather. The skeleton soldier gets the order. They line up neatly at once. Although I can't do complex tasks without wisdom. But it is forbidden, not afraid, not tired, and cheap. Is suitable for battlefield cannon fodder. Or do some rough handling. The Tomb of Withered Bones produces undead energy. An average of 5 gold coins are consumed every day. But at this little cost, you can maintain 100 perfect laborers who work hard and don't eat or drink. It's not too cheap, and it's no different from not having money. Zhang Mu immediately carried out the division of labor. In the future, the tasks of construction, gathering, and hunting will require more brains to be handed over to the dragon people to work hard. As for logging, digging stones, and carrying such unskilled physical tasks, let the skeletons do it. Come like this. The efficiency increased immediately. Zhang Mu will sell part of the food that he saves. The net income of the territory easily exceeded 300 gold coins on the second day. Zhang Mu, even if he doesn't do anything, keeps the territory at the current construction speed, can achieve a balance of income and expenditure, obtain a lot of net income, and continue to expand the scale to form a positive cycle of development. 2 more days have passed. Zhang Mu sat on the altar. He patrolled his territory. Hundreds of minions worked in full swing. The desolate ruins have been cleared out of a large area. At this moment, with the altar as the center, the territory is being rapidly developed, and brand new areas are planned. Stone wall, within the range of the stone wall, the building strength is plus 30%. Simple warehouse, with a total area of 500 cubic meters, the rate of deterioration of ordinary first-order materials minus 50%. This warehouse is worth mentioning. Not only can it store food, fruits, vegetables, and herbs, but it also functions as a refrigerator, which can effectively slow down deterioration. This is a good thing. The Forest of Chaos is extremely hot. Most foods are difficult to keep for 2 days. This warehouse can be stored for more than 4 to 5 days, which can greatly increase the efficiency of food utilization, thereby creating more value. More facilities and buildings are under construction. Such as the mansion built by Zhang Mu for himself. Such as animal pens used to keep animals in captivity. Zhang Mu currently has dragon men drudgery, 15 dragon men combat soldiers, and 100 skeleton soldiers. This is already a force that cannot be underestimated. This game. From the beginning till now. Only 4 days in total. Zhang Mu created this kind of scene. Develops at this rate of expansion. Zhang Mu can soon sweep the entire Chaos Forest, and ultimately pose a huge threat to the human world and the human empire. At this time, a heavy message pops up. Game announcement: the Devil's protection period has ended. The protection period is over. Zhang Mu was slightly taken aback when he saw the information. The Demon King and the Warrior are opposing player camps. Warriors are born with the ability to sense the existence of the devil. After the protection period is over, the warrior can defeat the devil. That is to say, from this moment on, the battle between the Demon King and the warrior will officially kick off. Zhang Mu felt a trace of pressure. Only gave a few days. I have to say that the protection period is too short. Zhang Mu didn't panic. Territory construction is very smooth. The area where he chose to descend is even more severely divided, and it is purely impossible. Such a place. It is unlikely that there will be a large-scale crusade. For a devil like him, it is a good place for development. At the same time, beyond the gloomy valley, a hidden goblin village. Several warrior players who reincarnated as goblins also received an announcement at the same time. The protection period is lifted. So we can kill the devil. Ha ha ha, killing wild monsters these days, the speed of improvement is too slow. It looks like killing a demon king, the reward is at least several hundred times. In a goblin village where birds don't shit, 5 warriors have come. This means there are many warriors. Is several times or even 10 times the devil. 5 goblin warriors, the first one is called Chenhu. This goblin body of Chenhu was once the hunting captain, chief warrior, and the strongest goblin in the village. When the warriors have arrived, has grown a lot in just a few days. The other 4 players naturally regard him as his head. Everyone is here. Chenhu is full of spirits. He not only gathered 4 companions, even organized 30 young and strong goblins in the name of hunting. At this time, a goblin warrior hesitated and said, "Just after the protection period, we will go to kill the demon king. Will this be too fast?" Chenhu sneered coldly, "What are you afraid of? Just because the protection period has just passed, the devil has no time to grow. This time is our chance." Another warrior immediately echoed, "The boss is right. All we can use is goblins, but goblins are too weak, and they will be worthless if they are not used now." The other warriors nodded. Chapter 7. Warrior players are different from the devil. After the warriors arrive, has its own identity. There is an available relationship. These 5 players have all become goblins. Naturally, they will find a way to make the village goblins sell their lives, and even let them become their stepping stones as cannon fodder. Compared with the warriors of destiny, these ordinary goblins are too poor to grow. 5 people will leave the village sooner or later. The villagers are just consumables that can be used in the early stage. They also have a little value now. In the future, when the demon king will grow up, the goblin cannon fodder will have no value. When do you not need to wait anymore? There are several demon kings nearby. Which one shall we deal with first? Different player camps. The player interface is also different. The devil has a chat area and a trading area. Warriors do not have a chat transaction, but they have an additional map function. Within 100 kilometers. As long as there is a devil's lair, its location will automatically appear on the warrior map. There are 8 or 9 marks of the devil in a small 100-kilometer range, so they don't know how to choose for a while. Go to the Dark Valley. Chenhu made his choice directly. This lair has recently, even if it is not challenged, it will definitely expand in the future, posing a threat to us. It's not like that. It's better to start first. Chenhu is a ruthless man who dares to fight and kill in the real world. He specializes in wandering through the gray areas and doing business in the sidelines. Guts. Ambition. There is no shortage of. This era is simply born for him. Chenhu believes that he can rise up, step on other people under his feet, and become a supreme king. Warriors can kill monsters and upgrade. Can also exercise and become stronger. But too slow, too slow. A goblin with a low starting point, and a step-by-step training of monsters, can't become a strong one in every year of the monkey. Break through the shackles of talented races. The only way is to kill the devil. The reward of a devil can be worthy of years of hard practice. Kill a total of 100 demon kings to complete the customs clearance. The dormant demon king in the Dark Valley will become his awesome starting point, and will become the first victim and stepping stone in the life of the strong. In the evening, 5 warriors, 30 ordinary goblins, a total of 35 goblins dived into the valley. Warriors can perceive the devil's lair. The devil cannot sense nearby warriors. This makes the demon king more passive and vulnerable to sneak attacks. However, the warrior can only determine the general area of the devil's power, and cannot accurately determine the devil's altar that is the core of the devil's lair. So there is a game process of reconnaissance and exploration. The demon king needs to deal with the warriors who come out to attack at any time. After entering the devil's lair, the warrior should also be careful of the traps and the devil's minions. Boss. Found it. It must be the devil's lair in front of you. In front of it is the ruins of a small town in a valley. It is lifeless like a tomb. About 20 or 30 skeletons are moving in the ruins. They are organized and obviously not wild monsters. Chenhu was overjoyed immediately. This time I'm sure it's 9 out of 10. It looks like it is the skeleton demon. In just a few days, so many skeleton soldiers were made. Yes, there are dozens of skeleton soldiers in less than a week. If you give him a year and a half, then we won't have a chance at all. Chen-Hu smirked. Hey, the stronger the devil's power, the more rewards after elimination. This is for us to make wedding dresses. Waved his hand. Come on. Don't let him run away. 30 goblins brazenly shot out. Attack these skeleton soldiers who were replenishing energy. Skeleton soldiers are not emotional. When they sense the intruder, they instinctively take out their weapons to resist, and the two sides immediately form a ball. Ordinary goblins are very weak. It's not as good as these skeleton soldiers if you are singled out. However, goblins are intelligent creatures. They can make up for their lack of strength through cooperation and strategies. Under the premise of being prepared and premeditated, they have the ability to deal with the same number of skeleton soldiers. Not to mention, there are 5 goblin warriors. Their strength is far superior to ordinary goblins. Among them, Chen-Hu's body already possesses elite-level strength. After gaining the warrior's talents, it is even stronger by 3 points than before. Skeleton soldiers fell into a disadvantage without any suspense. One after another skeleton soldier was smashed by the goblins. Ha ha ha. But so. We are determined to win. At this moment, the 5 great warriors are full of fighting spirit and morale like a rainbow. They only feel that they must become the first group of warriors to successfully hunt down the devil. At the same time, on the altar of the Demon King in the distance, Zhang Mu suddenly opened his eyes. A glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. Hint. The territory is attacked. Your skeleton soldier is killed. Your skeleton soldier is killed. He received the prompt. The Tomb of Withered Bones is being attacked. Goblins had few casualties, and the skeleton soldiers fell one by one. Although the battlefield situation was great, the warriors felt that something was wrong. Where is the devil? Didn't happen to be at home. Or hide after seeing the situation wrong. The devil. Don't hide. You can't escape. I can give you a happy coming out now. Chen-Hu provoked without a few words, suddenly a gust of wind roared, swept over their heads, something was coming. A burly and terrifying figure arrived in the sky. His wings, golden vertical pupils looked down, the domineering horns on top of his head, dark golden dragon scales all over his body, and his aura is extremely domineering and powerful. Magic, Magic King. The 5 warriors were shocked. Other goblins have weak legs and can't stand still. Not right, here are all undead monsters, shouldn't the Demon King supposedly be undead? What is this? The aura is too strong. Oh, it turned out to be a warrior. The Demon King's killing intent disappeared, but a smile appeared instead. It didn't seem to be angry, but there were some surprises. Hee, I didn't expect that you took the initiative to send it to the door, and I don't know how to find you. Landed quickly while speaking. Goblins were frightened backwards. Chen-Hu said with a sullen face, what are you afraid of? It's just a bluff. I don't believe how powerful he can become in such a few days. The 4 warriors must be in their hearts. Yes, the Demon King is different from the warrior. The warrior is a soul wearer with a carrier, and the Demon King is more like a direct descending. The latter wants to become stronger and takes time to settle. The game started only a few days ago. This guy must be bluffing. Superior. Chapter 8. Go together. Kill him. Goblin hesitated briefly. After all, there were so many people here. Under the lead of the 5 warriors, they immediately mustered up the courage and screamed and rushed over. There are too many ants to kill elephants. I don't believe I have brought so many people. In the end, there will be a devil. Throwing guns, bows and arrows, and throwing axes, keep hitting. The devil didn't dodge or dodge, letting the attack hit him, but without exception, the scales were not damaged, and all were bounced away. I don't know if the goblins are too weak. Still, the Demon King's defensive ability is too overbearing. Anyway, this round of output damage is about 0. The devil snorted, hey, just this ability. The 5 warriors woke up. I made a big mistake. Opening the bow without turning back the arrow, it is too late to regret at this moment. The Demon King faced the surrounding goblins, and suddenly raised the sky with a long roar. The burly size of 3 meters suddenly rose to 10 meters in length. Dragon. Oh shit. Run away. This is a dragon. A majestic dark golden dragon appeared among the goblins. The tail of the dragon came quickly, bulldozing and crushing rocks, destroying and decayed, with a terrifying momentum. Under this kind of attack, not to mention poorly equipped goblins, even heavily armed iron cans will be photographed into meatloaf. Screamed everywhere. Is like mopping up garbage. A group of goblins were shot flying. Just the moment of hit is enough to break bones and tendons. Even if he had a fluke, he flew more than 10 meters and fell down, but he was crushed to pieces. 5 warriors scrambled with their heads in their arms, 2 were trampled directly to death, 2 were swept away by the dragon's tail, and all were killed in seconds. Chen, who is the fastest? How can I escape a dragon? When I feel a sharp strong wind coming. He hardened his scalp and turned his head, holding guns in both hands, but was smashed by dragon claws. 3 claws with the same blades instantly pierced him, and his extremely powerful force drove him several feet away. What a terrible ability. 95% of the vitality was destroyed by this blow. Chen, who fell to the ground, desperate. The strength gap between the two sides is too big, and there is no chance of winning. No. Can't die. How can I die here? Chen, who stretched out a hand to hold the wound with difficulty, a white light melted in, and the broken flesh and blood began to recover quickly. This is the skill, healing. Warriors players have a certain probability to acquire talent skills. Of course, if you are lucky and get a strong body, you can master many skills from the beginning. This doesn't help the situation at hand. The devil swooped down and pushed him to the ground again. Chen, who said in horror, "Brother, wait a minute, you can't kill me." Oh, why? I have money, what I have is money, as long as you let me go, and when you return to reality, I will give you 100 million, no, 500 million. Haha. The demon king grabbed Chen, who and violently exerted force. The goblin warrior was torn in half with bare hands. The battle is over. Zhang Mu view related information records. You killed the goblin, gold coins +5. You killed the goblin, gold coins +5. You killed the goblin, gold coins +5. You killed the goblin warrior, the soul of the warrior +1. You killed the goblin warrior, the soul of the warrior +1. You killed the goblin warrior, warrior soul +1, skill stone +1. This invasion. 18 skeleton soldiers were lost. But he killed 30 goblins and gained gold coins. This income is enough to make up for the loss of the war, and even more than several times the income. Otherwise. 5 warrior souls. Is worth more than 1,000 gold coins. Zhang Mu sacrificed his soul at the altar. You sacrifice the soul of a first-order warrior and get talent point 2. You sacrifice the soul of a first-order warrior and get talent point 2. You sacrifice the soul of a first-order warrior and get 3 talent points. 5 warrior souls, 4 sacrifices give 2 talent points, and 1 sacrifice gives 3 talent points, which adds up to 11 points. Each Tier 1 demon requires 10 points to activate a talent. Zhang Mu currently has 4 talents to be activated. They are Dragon Flame, Dragon Power, Thunder Domination, and Elementary Magic Free. Zhang Mu made the choice without much hesitation. The talent Dragon Flame has been activated successfully. Dragon Flame. This is the iconic ability of the Dragon Clan. Whether in the form of the dragon or the form of the dragon, it can exert a strong power. With this skill, Zhang Mu's comprehensive combat power will be greatly improved. Kill 5 players, not only get the soul of the warrior, this time the spoils also include a skill stone. Skill stone, healing, after using it, you will get the skill healing. Good ability. Zhang Mu saw Chen Hu using the skill. He was opened by dragon claws at the time, and he was almost certain to die. It was the skill that allowed the wound to heal quickly. The biggest difference between ordinary skills and talent skills is innate skills are core abilities that are inherently possessed, while ordinary skills are independent skills that are acquired. There is no strong or weak between the two. If the racial ancestry is too bad, the talent is not strong. Such a large number of training skills can also become a strong person. Good luck. The first time to wipe out the warriors. A rare skill stone burst out. The explosion rate of this thing is very low. You get the skill, healing, level D. Common skills are divided into levels. Healing is not a very high skill. But as a recovery skill, it is enough to play a big role. Although this time the warrior's stealing home did not cause any loss, it was enough to make Zhang Mu pay attention to it. Who would have thought that the warrior would come so quickly? To know. Gloomy Valley. This is a very remote place. Such places have been attacked. What is the situation of the other demon kings? Zhang Mu opened the player interface, but he was stunned. The number of online monsters on this channel was originally 1 million, but now it has dropped to a little over 920,000. Damn it. Just one day. Has been reduced by 60,000 to 70,000. So many demon kings have been eliminated. Chapter 9. Zhang Mu browsed the chat area, and many people were discussing warriors. Fuck, I was locked by a few warriors. Why did they come so fast? I didn't even have a chance to grow. The mechanics of this broken game are unfair. Shocked. A famous local mercenary leader is actually a warrior. Be careful, everyone, there is reliable news. The 9th Prince of the Storm Empire has disclosed the identity of the warrior, and is preparing to build a Knights of Demon Slayer against us. The situation of the warrior is much better than that of our demon king. Before we develop a legion and power, you must not take the initiative to attract the attention of the warrior. Fear of Mao. I just killed 3 warriors who came here. There is a big difference between the 2 player camps. The demon king is airborne. It grows from the first tier and builds the territory from scratch. If the bloodline is not strong in the early stage, the power is generally not strong. Therefore, should be wretched development, thick accumulation, and thin hair. Only in this way can it be possible to conquer the world and rule the world. Warriors come in the way of soul piercing. They naturally have social relationships and have the advantage of quickly integrating into the aboriginal groups. A warrior player is lucky enough. In theory, he may descend on the strong, generals, and royal families, inheriting quite powerful abilities or rights from the beginning, thus gaining an advantage. No wonder so many demon kings shouted that the game mechanics are unfair. However, the warrior has the advantage of the warrior, and the devil also has the advantage of the devil. The demon king has unlimited growth and power expansion capabilities. As long as it is given enough time and resources to develop, it is enough to destroy the world on its own. From the current point of view, there are far more warriors than demon kings. The warrior Fengmao water chestnut with a detached identity and a high starting point. Most of them are still civilians, and they can only honestly fight monsters and upgrade. The places where the demon king descended are mostly off the beaten track. There is basically no civilization in 300 to 500 miles. Except for some unfortunate ones, most of them are temporarily safe. At this time 10 dragon soldiers came before him. Report to my lord. The warriors are assembled. Please my lord to give orders. I will wait for my lord to die at any time. Chen Hu and a group of people. They come from a nearby village. Zhang Mu decided to cut the weeds and roots and expand the sphere of influence smoothly, so after the battle was over, he immediately ordered the assembly of troops. Zhang Mu launched the troops. He first conducted aerial reconnaissance. Ordinary forest, the exploration value is very low. Ordinary mountain, the exploration value is very low. Dark canyon, the passage of the dark valley, the road is rugged and steep, and there are occasional monsters, and the exploration value is low. You can get quarry, iron ore, etc. This gorge is the way out of the mountain. The area where the Dark Valley is located is called the Forest of Chaos. The Forest of Chaos is a super large virgin forest covering an area of 5 million square kilometers. The Gloomy Valley is only a small place among them. Zhang Mu continued to explore along the canyon. A hidden jungle village appeared. Goblin Village, the first-tier elite area. This is an unknown village with a population of about 300. Although the size is not obvious, there are several elite goblins. The exploration value is high, and you can get black iron treasure box, goblin lin equipment and so on. Found it. Chen Hu, no wonder they attacked the Gloomy Valley. This goblin village is indeed very close to its own territory. The goblins here will soon find out that their companions have lost contact, which may cause some trouble, and the village is too close, anyway they have to be unplugged. Zhang Mu did not act immediately. Goblins are not strong, but there are still quite a lot of them. Once frightened and fleeing around, I am afraid that there will be fish that slip through the net. After waiting for 2 hours, 10 dragon men and 50 skeleton soldiers came out of the canyon and carried out 2 wings to block the escape route of the goblins. Is fine. Zhang Mu transforms. Transformed into a dragon form. In the goblin village, all the goblins lived as usual, and suddenly a low and majestic dragon roar came, making all the goblins shocked. Dragon. It's a dragon. The goblins saw from a distance a dragon that was not particularly large, swooping in with a terrifying aura. Not good. He came for us. Bow and arrow, throw gun, get ready. Goblins, despite being a small and weak race, may survive in this big forest where the fittest and the fittest survive. Naturally, there is a fierce and militant side to it. Attack. The head of the goblin village is an old goblin mage with elite strength. He raised his staff and shot a thunderbolt thick with his thumb. There was a bang. Although it hit the dragon. But it only caused a little scale damage. The damage caused by other goblins' wooden arrows, spears, etc., rounded up, can almost be ignored, and was completely ignored by the dragon. Zhang Mu swooped down with the attack, a large group of flames sprayed out from his mouth, and the explosion spread 10 meters, sweeping a dozen or 20 goblins. This is no ordinary fire. This is the dragon flame peculiar to the dragon clan. Its power is unknown how much stronger than ordinary flames. The goblin that was directly engulfed by the flame was burned into a pool of ashes almost instantly. Even if it was indirectly affected, it turned into a humanoid coke and fell down on the spot. You killed the goblin, gold coins +5. You killed the goblin, gold coins +4. You killed the goblin, gold coins +4. You killed the goblin, gold coins +5. An attack. Only one attack. Zhang Mu completely dismantled the resistance and will of the goblins. This powerful and terrifying sense of oppression, this devastating dragon flame blow made the goblins deeply aware that they could not defeat this great existence. So in an instant, goblins began to flee. Zhang Mu flapped his wings, and another dragon flame sprayed over and landed on a dense goblin place, instantly causing a dozen goblins to be wiped out in ashes. Have to say, Long Yan is too strong. But the spitting dragon flame consumes a lot. Zhang Mu's current mental power, after spraying 5 or 6 times in a row, he had to stop and rest, but the goblin village was already shrouded in flames. Those goblins trying to escape into the forest. They encountered Zhang Mu's army ambushing nearby. One by one the dragon combat soldiers led the skeleton soldiers to kill out. Goblins are not so strong, how can they cope with this ambush when their morale is collapsed? A few minutes down. Goblins were wiped out more than half. The last batch of goblins was besieged by flames and the Demon King's army, and the encircling circle was getting smaller and smaller. It was another round of slaughter without suspense. Spare. Spare. We are willing to surrender. Goblins knelt down and begged for mercy. Zhang Mu didn't pay much attention to it. It's normal for this weak race to have no spine, and he didn't want to stay alive. At this time, a message popped up. You have captured the goblin village and obtained the dark iron treasure box ×1. A famous goblin begs you for surrender, do you accept it? Zhang Mu was a little surprised when he received the prompt. He originally thought that he had to completely eliminate all the targets just like in the Dark Ruins to capture an area. It turned out now. Goblin is not dead yet. Actually got the attack judgment ahead of time. Is it related to the collective surrender of the goblins? Perhaps conquering an area does not necessarily have to completely destroy it. As long as they have their fighting spirit collapsed with overwhelming strength, it is also possible to actively surrender. Zhang Mu now has 2 options. He can kill these goblins to recover gold coins. He can also choose to accept the surrender and accept them all as his subordinates. Chapter 10. This forcibly incorporated unit is not the same as a summoned unit with money. The latter's loyalty is locked, as if it has been stamped with thoughts, and there is absolutely no possibility of betrayal. The loyalty of the former fluctuates normally, and under certain circumstances will run away or betray. The benefits of are also obvious. Collection can save a summoning cost. The foreign ethnic units incorporated in the second place do not account for the population. If a demon king wants to develop and grow, it is not enough to summon his own subordinates. The affiliated races can enrich the functions and productivity of the territory. Zhang Mu decided to accept the surrender. He circled over the goblin's head. The goblin shivered with fright, even peeing on his pants, for fear that the next second the dragon would expel the fire of sanctions, turning them all into ashes. Long Yen did not fall. The demon king turned into a dragon form. He was condescending to look down at the surrendered goblin. Said in a majestic and domineering voice, "You small and humble things, even the king's territory dare to invade, don't you have a mortal consciousness?" Goblin heard this. "I don't know what happened." The old goblin village chief quickly stood up and knelt down and said, "A few stupid people have found their own way and blamed themselves. We have also been severely punished, and asked the great king to give us a chance." Zhang Mu coldly snorted, "This king can temporarily save you from death and give you a chance to redeem your sins, but if you dare to give birth to strange hearts, you will be completely reduced to ashes. Thank my lord. Thank my lord. We are willing to follow my lord. We are willing to be a cow and a horse for our lord." Contains more than 100 goblins. Zhang Mu randomly checked the status of several ordinary goblins. Ordinary goblin, first level ordinary, vitality 5, mental power 10, strength, physique, agility 1, will 1, loyalty 60%, skills, planting LV3, gathering LV2, introduction. This is an ordinary goblins, although weak in strength, are good at planting. Goblin mage, first tier elite, vitality 10, mental power 30, strength 1, physique 1, agility 1, will 5, loyalty 60%, skills, weak thunder, level D, fireball, level D, planting LV5. Introduction. The head of the goblin village, an older and wise old goblin, has good spell abilities. Look at it in general. Goblins are a very weak race. This race belongs to the low-end level in the forest. Even as an elite goblin village chief, his strength is not comparable to that of a dragonman combat soldier. However, I am born to be useful. This group of fighting 5 scum is not without value. First of all, goblins have a small appetite and are not only omnivorous. They can survive for a long time by eating grass and leaves. The total consumption of 20 or 30 goblins is estimated to be more than one dragon fighting soldier. Secondly, goblins have a strong ability to reproduce, and they can form a labor force at the age of 3. They are naturally good at planting and gathering, especially in terms of planting. Zhang Mu's basic production unit is Longren's hard labor. Dragon hard work is good at building, followed by gathering and hunting. There is no planting skill. As long as the goblin reaches adulthood, the planting ability is LV3. The higher the planting skills, the higher the planting efficiency. Whether planting herbs or food, not only can greatly shorten the time, but also effectively increase the output, which is of great help to the long-term development of the territory. Zhang Mu is very satisfied. He is now in the process of employing people. These more than 100 goblins, although very weak, can have a lot of effect and make one's own power further strengthen. Except for gold coins and goblins. Zhang Mu obtained the treasure chest to occupy this area. You opened the black iron treasure chest and got gold coins, x300, drawings, Ling Tian, x1. Drawing, Ling Tian, consumes earth gems, first order, ×1, wood ×20, gold coins ×600, and can open up 100 acres of spiritual soil in the territory. There are drawings again. It is Ling Tian drawing this time. The so-called spiritual field, the full name is the field of spiritual soil. This kind of farmland is different from ordinary farmland. The soil contains powerful energy. It can not only grow crops of any habit, but also can grow 10 times faster. What is the concept of 10 times the growth rate? Crops that originally took a year to harvest. If you use Ling Tian for planting, you can harvest it in more than a month. Zhang Mu happened to have a batch of goblins with planting skills. If it matches, can further shorten the planting time by half. A cycle from planting to harvest can be completed in half a month. Good stuff. Zhang Mu is very satisfied. Unexpectedly, there will be such a good windfall this time. Other conventional materials. The collection of the dragon man's hard work is completed. The core material of Ling Tian construction is the gem of the earth. There was just one gem among the gems obtained from the dark ruins. Zhang Mu placed the Ling Tian on a plain in the valley, and then moved the newly collected goblins in and asked them to build a farm around the Lingtian. The Dark Valley environment is relatively closed, which is not only concealed and safe, but also easy to manage, and safety and efficiency can be guaranteed. Seed supply is a problem. The scale of 100 acres of Lingtian is not big or small. Forget it if it is ordinary farmland, the production efficiency of Lingtian is very high, the demand for seeds is very large, and it can only be replaced by other players. Zhang Mu opened the chat area and sent a message. A large number of herbal seeds and food seeds are collected, and some chat with me privately. There are currently over 900,000 online devil players. 1/10 of the demon kings in the region have been killed. Most of the demon kings who were eliminated were after the end of the protection period. Unfortunately, they were locked and killed by the warriors. The current number has gradually stabilized. Waited a few minutes. A private chat is sent over. Flower Demon Chenguagua, Big Brother, do you want seeds? The player ID is the race prefix plus name. The prefix can be hidden. Zhang Mu doesn't want to be too conspicuous, so the prefix of Abyss Dragon is hidden, so the player ID becomes ******* Zhang Mu. But according to observation, most players do not have hidden prefixes. This Demon King player named Flower Demon Chenguagua, the Flower Demon is her race, and Chenguagua is her name. This is a Demon King of the Flower Demon clan, which seems to be relatively rare. Zhang Mu asked, what seeds do you have? Flower Demon Chenguagua, I have more than a dozen seeds here, discounts are available for large quantities, and after-sales guarantees are guaranteed. She handed over the seed list. These seeds are of good quality. Is much better than the self-produced in the Dark Valley. Flower Demon Chenguagua, food seeds, I force the troll potatoes. Each mature potato weighs 10 kilograms, and the plant yields 500 kilograms. It usually ripens in March. This kind of food tastes very good. Long-term consumption can also increase your subordinate's strength, have more strength to build territories, resist the attack of warriors, and have a very vision as the main food of the territories. Zhang Mu asked, how to sell? Flower Demon Chenguagua, 1 price, 3 seeds per gold coin. If you buy more than 100, you can give the boss a 20% discount. Each troll potato can produce a net yield of 500 gene of rations, 3 of which is 1,500 gene. At present, the trading area can sell at least 10 gold coins per 100 gene of rations, which means it can sell for 150 gold. In theory, isn't there a double profit? It is very conscious to count the price of seeds like this. Of course. This has something to do with the growth period of the seed. Few players now have Lingtian. Even if there is Lingtian, there is not necessarily so much labor. The 3-month maturity cycle can be said to be far unable to quench the near thirst for most of the demon kings who lack rations at this stage, and naturally they cannot sell at high prices. There are still 700 or 800 gold coins left. Zhang Mu said directly, 1 gold coin has 5, I will buy 2,000 directly. The Flower Demon Chenguagua was silent. Did not reply to the message for a while. Zhang Mu all suspected that he was bargaining too hard to scare people away. 10 seconds later. Flower Demon Chenguagua, Big Brother, are you serious? Zhang Mu, I'm not boring enough to be joking about this kind of thing, how about it, is there? Flower Demon Chenguagua, yes, I have seeds. In this case, I will sell them to you at the VIP price, for a total of 400 gold coins. Zhang Mu, make a deal. Flower Demon Chenguagua, good. Flower Demon Chenguagua, if you still need to purchase goods in the future, please feel free to come to me. The quality and quantity of seeds are absolutely the most competitive. I will continue to give you VIP prices according to the market. Zhang Mu is not long-winded. Pay 400 gold coins. Buy 2,000 seeds. Troll potatoes are similar to potatoes. Chapter 11. Its edible parts are stems in the soil. It's just that the troll potatoes are particularly nutritious and can even replace meat, enough to feed the devil's subordinates to ensure energy and combat effectiveness. Zhang Mu asked the goblins to plant them. 1 mu of spiritual field can grow 200 troll potatoes. 2,000 seeds actually planted 10 acres of land. After these seeds were planted, the goblins used planting techniques to cultivate them, almost all of them survived, and soon germinated and grew. So fast. Goblins were all shocked. This is a miracle to them. Zhang Mu quickly discovered that the loyalty of the goblins had gradually increased. At the same time, a certain remote valley, where birds and flowers are fragrant, wonderful mountains and silver waterfalls, and the environment is beautiful, just like a paradise. Yeah, I got rich, and I made 400 gold coins in one go. A cute girl, flying from the woods, happily somersault in midair. She is not a human being. She is wearing green clothes, she has a bunch of tentacles, a flower crown, and a pair of purple butterfly wings full of monsters. This is the flower demon. More specifically, she is a flower demon king. Chen Guogua broke his fingers and counted. 400 gold coins can recruit dozens of small flower essences, and then cultivate more seeds to sell. Zhang Mu. What kind of demon is he? He bought so many kinds of seeds without blinking his eyes, he must be very powerful. In the future, he must have a good relationship with him. This is an important big customer. Recently, the warriors are cruising around the Demon King. I can't recruit all the little flower spirits. I should summon a little flower demon warrior to protect the territory. A few days later. Territory is thriving. He continued to expand the size of his influence. There are 300 dragon soldiers, 30 dragon soldiers, 100 skeleton soldiers, goblins, and more than 500 gold coins. Warehouses, stone walls, stone houses, farms, etc. Building facilities are constantly being created. These buildings are with additional attribute bonuses, which make the territory look more standardized and at the same time increase the function of the territory. At this time, another good news came. Goblin Farm is about to usher in a harvest. Zhang Mu calculated it. After the troll potatoes were planted, less than 5 days have passed, and the crops have actually matured. This speed is terrifying. Troll potatoes were originally grown for at least 3 months. This is definitely great news for Zhang Mu. After these days of continuous development, Zhang Mu has realized that the marginal effect is diminishing, and the rate of return on the territory is rapidly decreasing as the population increases. When Zhang Mu had only 100 dragon men under him, the dragon men could meet the food consumption by collecting and hunting, and the extra part could be exported to earn income. Can be a dragon to break through 300. The situation becomes different. These guys are as powerful as their stamina. A large amount of food needs to be consumed every day, and the maximum radius of the dragon man's activities is limited, which means that the hunting efficiency becomes lower, and the originally abundant food gradually becomes stretched. It's easy to see. Restrict the size of the territory. Limiting the size of the legion. The biggest element is food and supplies. At this time, the farm has a bumper harvest. For Zhang Mu, this is undoubtedly good news at the right time, and he can breathe a sigh of relief. Zhang Mu felt the farm personally. Goblin farmers are digging for potatoes. The flower demon Chen Guogua did not brag. Each potato does have about 10 caddies, and each troll potato yields more than 500 caddies. Nearly all 2,000 troll potatoes survived, so the scale of the food harvested in this wave is about 1 million caddies. Awesome. This is really a good harvest. Zhang Mu personally tasted a baked potato. Troll potatoes are more salty and delicious than ordinary potatoes, and their nutritional value is extremely high, which has the effect of accelerating the recovery of physical strength and restoring strength. Very good. There is this kind of crop. With this spiritual field, there is no shortage of food in a short time. A slave like a goblin can't finish one in a few days. The dragon man's appetite is so amazing that it can be called a rice bucket. You can definitely eat 2 or 3 in a day. That is to say, there is a lot of food surplus. All can be exchanged for money or other materials. This is enough to make the territory develop by leaps and bounds. Zhang Mu immediately ordered, "You are near the farm, build more warehouses, let the goblins prepare, and continue to plant the next batch of crops." A dragon soldier reported, "We kissed the number of goblins again and found that 2 goblins were missing." What? Run away. Please, my lord, condemn. Zhang Mu frowned slightly, feeling very strange. Goblins' time loyalty has increased at this point. Why did you run away? The individual uncertainty is still great. Goblins are good at planting and are very high-quality farmers. Farmers are not enough now, and I did not expect that they would escape. But this is inevitable. This is the case with the subordinates who forcibly incorporate enslavement. Zhang Mu felt that it was necessary to increase the construction of the armed forces. Except for 100 skeleton soldiers without wisdom, there are only 30 dragon combat soldiers. It is not too difficult to monitor and protect the entire valley. Open the other goblin panels and glance at it. The farm has a big harvest today. Let the morale of these goblins soar. Their loyalty has been greatly improved, generally reaching about 80%. In this case, the probability of escape is not high. Those two should be just an example. Zhang Mu said, forget it, the two will not have a big impact. You have to strengthen the guard of the canyon, and similar things are not allowed to happen again next time. The dragon soldier said quickly, yes. Zhang Mu didn't worry about this small loss. He was in a good mood watching the piles of potatoes being dug out, and immediately opened the chat area. Sell a large number of food rations, suitable for people to eat, 10 gold coins per serving. At this stage, the Demon Kings basically have no shortage of food for themselves, but they are feeding their men and maintaining the army's food and grass. Troll potato is undoubtedly the ideal choice. Of course Zhang Mu wouldn't be stupid enough to put hundreds of thousands of caddies on it in one breath. He took 100 caddies as a portion, and each price was 10 gold coins. 500 copies were first put on the shelf. This amount was not large for him, but it caused a sensation among other Demon Kings. Fuck. Everyone, go and see. Someone sells 50,000 caddies of grain. What is the origin of this big guy? This is really scary. With so much food, how many subordinates have to feed? They actually sold it all in one go. Even the price is too expensive. Although many people complain about the high price. But there are not a few Demon Kings who lack rations. Successful transaction, get 10 gold coins. Successful transaction, get 10 gold coins. Successful transaction, get 10 gold coins. On the Zhang Mu player interface, the information flow is like a waterfall, pouring down continuously, and 50,000 pieces of food are consumed at an alarming rate. According to this trend, can be sold out in 10 minutes. This is a transaction value of up to 5,000 gold coins. Even if transaction fees are incurred, at least 47,000 can be obtained, and this is only a small part of Zhang Mu's food. There is a Lingtian farm. A group of goblin farmers spent a few hundred gold coins to buy seeds. The final income generated is so terrifying. This is undoubtedly a profitable business, and it is enough to easily make a lot of money. This batch of food is almost exhausted. Zhang Mu received a special private chat message. Succubus Queen Han Kursen, friend, do you still have food in your hand? Zhang Mu received hundreds of messages in the past 10 minutes. Chapter 12. It's just bargaining, or come to flatter, and it has no value. The prefix of is not simple. Succubus itself is a higher-level demon. The succubus queen is a rare alien species that has appeared in 100 years among succubus. The bloodline of the Demon King possessed by this player is probably also a rare high-level Demon King species, which is enough to give a strong early advantage. Zhang Mu simply replied with one word, yes. Succubus Queen Han Kursen, I have received all of them. Zhang Mu couldn't help but smile. This guy has a really good tone. Isn't this nonsense? That must not be at least tens of thousands of gold coins. No matter how good this guy is, or no matter how lucky, Zhang Mu doesn't believe that she can spend so much money now. Succubus Queen Han Kursen did not talk nonsense, she directly sent the information of an item. This drawing is enough to exchange 500,000 caddies of food. Drawing, Demon King's Castle, consumes dark gems times 1, iron blocks times 100, wood times 300, stones times 500, gold coins times 1500, you can set up a Demon King's Castle in the territory. Saw this drawing. Zhang Mu's heart shook slightly. This is a very valuable drawing. The Demon King's Castle should be the core architectural facility in the territory. From its expensive construction materials, it is enough to judge the value of this item. This thing must have a huge increase in the territory. Zhang Mu can only live in a temporary stone house, which is too uncomfortable for a great devil, and the castle drawings are too attractive to him. This drawing is of great value. Will continue to appreciate in the future. It can't be said that it's too much to exchange 500,000 caddies of grain. Zhang Mu thought for a while and said, now everyone is short of food and grass. 500,000 caddies is too much. I can only give you 200,000 caddies, which is enough for you to support a troop. Succubus Queen Han Kursen, this drawing is absolutely worth the price. 500,000 grains, a little bit less. Zhang Mu continued to bargain. One price, 300,000 yuan, you have to think clearly, no one except me can come up with so much food in one go. Succubus Queen Han Kursen seemed to loosen up, at least 400,000. Zhang Mu continued, I only have 350,000 caddies left. If I can accept 6, I will trade immediately. Hesitate for a few minutes. Succubus Queen Han Kursen, well, if it weren't for my shortage of food, I wouldn't sell this drawing anyway. The two parties quickly reached a deal. Zhang Mu paid 3,500 troll potatoes. Succubus Queen Han Kursen exchanged drawings of the Demon King's castle. This transaction is for both parties to get what they need. The Succubus Queen gets a large amount of food and grass, which is enough for a short time to not worry about supplying the army. As for Zhang Mu, the other party may make a profit, but he will never lose. After all, for Zhang Mu, the cost of raising troll potatoes is extremely low. At this stage, there are not many demon kings who have spiritual fields and enough labor. When should we not take advantage of this time to export food madly in exchange for resources? Zhang Mu is very satisfied. And then hang out another 500 troll potatoes in the backhand. Successful transaction, get 10 gold coins. Successful transaction, get 10 gold coins. Successful transaction, get 10 gold coins. Reminder of successful transaction. Kept swiping the screen again. Zhang Mu decided the next few days. No more than 2,000 copies are released every day. Not only guarantees sales efficiency, but also stabilizes prices. At the same time, Zhang Mu sent out a request message. He needs to build the Demon King's castle. The other materials are okay, but the dark gems are not found. Can only be purchased at a high price. I have to say that the Devil's trading platform is too convenient. Otherwise, it would be difficult to quickly build a territory with the resources of the Demon King's landing. At this time, in an underground cave, in the middle of countless lava lakes, there is a tall Demon King altar. There is a beautiful royal sister with super long legs, sitting on the altar throne in an extremely elegant posture, and her feet are surrounded by hundreds of strange creatures of the demon clan. When Han Kursen saw it, troll potatoes are on the shelves again. She couldn't help being so angry that the roots of her teeth were itchy, and her lifelong eyes flashed annoyed. I also said that they were all given to me, men are really big liars. Although I was knocked on a bamboo pole. But it is said to be in business. She really can't talk to the other party for reason. Han Kursen remembers Zhang Mu's name. This Demon King player is by no means a simple character. In the future, he may become an opponent and may cooperate for a long time. A new batch of troll potatoes. It took less than 20 minutes to run out. Slowly. Will be available again in a few hours. At this time, there was a private message that made him take it seriously. Bloody Giant Wang Shi, hey, brother, I have dark gems, 2,000 gold coins will sell you. This guy. I probably know that Zhang Mu is rich. This is the lion's big mouth and treat him as a big dog. Zhang Mu, 500 gold coins, no more, or keep them for yourself. Bloody Giant Wang Shi, brother, don't say that. Dark gems are rare gems, much rarer than the attributes of wind, fire, water, and soil. Let's do it, 1,500, make friends. Zhang Mu, 800. Bloody Giant Wang Shi, 1,002, brothers can't be less, I almost lost my life in order to get this gem. Zhang Mu ignored him. Decided to let him dry. The giant Wang Shi really didn't have much determination. After a few minutes, he compromised again. 8,000 gold coins are headquartered now. 800. The giant Wang Shi saw that Zhang Mu was so irritable and had to say, okay, it's a deal, make a friend, take care of your brothers in the future. Wang Shi is right. Dark gems are indeed relatively rare. But there are not many places where this gem can be used at this stage, but gold coins are a universal material that the more the better. Zhang Mu will choose to shoot if he is sure. This deal is not a loss. Zhang Mu even took the gems and didn't use it. Looking for opportunities to sell in the future, the price can rise several times. But this is not necessary. Zhang Mu spent a little more money to purchase 100 pieces of iron at the price of 2 gold coins per share. As for wood and stones, the territory has stocks. All alive. Build a castle. Is different from other building facilities. The location of the Demon King's castle is fixed. As the core building of the territory, it can only be covered on the altar of the Demon King. There was a shock. The huge black castle palace rises from the ground. This palace is in Gothic style, with an obsidian-like texture. It is not very large, but it is large enough to accommodate thousands of people. Devil's Castle, the production efficiency of the whole territory is plus 25%, within a radius of 10 kilometers of the castle, all the units of the territory are plus 30%, and the devil is in the castle, the recovery speed is plus 100%, and all the properties are plus 50%. Is truly a core building. This effect is really powerful. Just a 25% increase in production efficiency can create huge value. After the Demon King's castle was erected, whether it was a skeleton soldier, a goblin, or a dragonman unit, they all felt refreshed, and both their movement speed, energy, and physical strength were improved. Demon King's castle has an area of influence of 10 kilometers. Covers most places in the Dark Valley. This is quite a super permanent buff for the entire territory. It can improve the entire territory immediately. The larger the territory and the army, the more obvious the effect of the increase. The devil is in the castle. Comprehensive strength has increased substantially. The difficulty of the warrior who wants to challenge the devil in the castle can be imagined. Besides, the Demon King's castle itself is a strong fortress. The entire castle has a total of 3 floors, with only one passage for entry and exit. It is easy to deploy soldiers for defense, and the altar is located at the core. Chapter 13. Under this situation, the warrior wanted to steal the altar. Is never easy. It can be said. There is this castle. Life is more comfortable. Territory is safer. Zhang Mu can rest assured even when he travels far away. Although the cost of building a castle is not cheap, compared to the overall improvement of the territory, this small price is very worthwhile. Is now. Food is a scarce item. In the future, it's a dream to rely on this little grain to exchange for castle drawings. Zhang Mu glanced at the trading area. The second batch of troll potatoes also sold out. Zhang Mu is not in a hurry to replenish the goods. After all, the scarcity is the most expensive, and the continuous replenishment of large quantities may inhibit the purchasing power of other demon kings, thereby increasing transaction costs. Moreover, Zhang Mu's potatoes. There is not much left. Territory consumption is not a small number. Zhang Mu couldn't directly cultivate new plants with troll potatoes. Can only find their own seed suppliers to purchase. He contacted the other party. Zhang Mu, are you there? Flower Demon Chenguogua, yes, big brother. Zhang Mu, I want 10,000 troll potato seeds. Flower Demon Chenguogua. Zhang Mu, no. Flower Demon Chenguogua, there are some, but there are too many, I need some time to prepare. Zhang Mu, how long? Flower Demon Chenguogua, 3,000 will be delivered first, and the remaining 3 days will be delivered. Zhang Mu, yes. Flower Demon Chenguogua, do you want other seeds? I have some herbal seeds that are very good. Zhang Mu thought for a while. Although this flower monster has the means to grow seeds quickly. But her ability to cultivate seeds obviously has an upper limit. Instead of emptying part of the spiritual field, it's better to plant something else. Zhang Mu glanced at the list. Choose 2 herbal seeds. The first type is the life grass. It has a normal growth period of 1.5 years. This herb can quickly heal wounds and restore life. The second type is moonlight ginseng. It has a normal growth cycle of 2 years. This medicinal material can quickly restore mental and physical strength. It is absolutely necessary for combat and production. After some negotiations, Zhang Mu bought 1,000 seeds of life grass at the price of 2 gold coins, and 500 moonlight ginseng at the price of 1 gold coin. Food. Medicinal materials. The more the better. Zhang Mu basically contracted the output of the flower demon Chenguogua. She can earn thousands of gold coins from Zhang Mu by selling seeds alone. Makes her a rich woman out of the box among the devil players at this stage. Flower Demon Chenguogua was very surprised. She decided to hold this thick thigh tightly. In order to meet the needs of the big brother, she immediately recruited more small flower essences to cultivate seeds, and made every effort to become the other party's upstream supplier. There is a seed. A new problem has appeared. The farm labor is not enough. Zhang Mu has only 100 goblins, and with the efficient output speed of the Ling Tian, he can only plant a dozen or 20 acres at most, otherwise he will not be busy at all. At this time, a dragon soldier came to report. "My lord, the 2 goblins that escaped are back." Zhang Mu couldn't understand. Escape and come back. What's the matter? These 2 goblins ran away secretly a few days ago. Zhang Makimoto didn't care too much. 2 goblins are also irrelevant. Unexpectedly, they came back by themselves, not only went and returned, but also brought back a large group of fellow goblins. When Zhang Mu appeared in front of him, these goblins knelt down one after another. One by one, crying father and mother, calling for acceptance. Hint: a famous goblin came to follow you, do you accept it? Zhang Mu was stunned. I didn't expect it. This kind of thing can happen unexpectedly. The 2 missing goblins did not run away. They secretly ran to the forest and brought all the goblins wandering nearby to take refuge in the Demon King. It was really an operation of breaking their legs. No wonder Zhang Mu couldn't think of it. After all, he killed almost 2/3 of the goblin villagers. Then forcibly forced these goblins to move out of the village to become serfs for their own farming. Think about it in another way. What kind of behavior is this? Is like an out-and-out tyrant of the Demon King. But these goblins do not resent. Instead brought other kinsmen over and ran away. In fact, Zhang Mu is purely limited by his own thinking mode. Different races. There is a big difference in thinking. Goblins are one of the weakest races. They are at the bottom of the ecological chain. It is normal for them to be killed or oppressed by other races. They rely on their strong ability to multiply and adapt to the environment to survive. Follow a terrifying strongman is equal to the protection of this powerful existence. This is a dream thing for most goblins, which means no need to be bullied by other tribes. Not to mention, Zhang Mu's farm is so magical. Goblins live in a dark valley. Not only are they safe and worry-free, they also don't have to worry about famine, which is absolutely ideal. Please host. We are willing to be loyal. Send our souls to our lord. More than 200 goblins knelt on the ground and kowtowed in worship. One by one, weeping bitterly, begging, as if as long as they don't agree, they will be slammed to death. Take refuge in the devil. Even a small serf is also very lucky for goblins. Zhang Mu's eyes fell on the 2 leading goblins. Where did these unidentified guys come from? Don't dare to deceive my lord. They are goblins in a nearby village. The village was destroyed by the Torin of the Bloodhoof tribe a while ago, so I can only wander in the nearby forest. I see. Zhang Mu said lightly, the farm is in need of serfs. I can take in you, but this kind of thing, without my permission, is not allowed to happen again, understand? Yes. Thank my lord. We must work hard to farm. Goblins are grateful to Dade. I am happy to succeed in taking refuge in the devil. After Zhang Mu has collected more than 200 goblins, there are more than 300 goblins, and the labor force is much more abundant, which is of course a good thing. Farm production efficiency will definitely improve a lot. But I still have to warn. Tell them not to do similar things for a short time. It is not that Zhang Mu does not want to include more stray goblins or other natives who come to take refuge, but there is a certain risk in doing so. Who can guarantee the loyalty of the natives? Who can guarantee that there will be warriors taking the opportunity to get in? The territory is still improving. Chapter 14. Everything is developing steadily. He doesn't want to be developed by various uncontrollable accidents. Zhang Mu checked it with his golden finger ability. After confirming that there were no warriors in, he asked the dragon soldiers to take them to the farm. Return to the castle. Has thousands of gold coins in his hand. Zhang Mu decided to use it to summon. At present, there are more than 300 dragons working hard. There are enough labor for construction, quarrying, and logging. There is no need to supplement it for the time being, but the combat power is obviously short. Except for skeleton soldiers. There are only 30 dragon fighting soldiers. Castles, canyons, farms, and patrols all need protection. Zhang Mu decided within 2 or 3 days. Increase the number of combat soldiers to more than 100. Dragon fighters are all elite-level combat forces. At this stage, this scale is more than enough to protect the castle territory, and even has the initial ability to expand abroad. In addition, there are shortcomings in current resources. The Dark Valley environment is closed and safe. Wood, stone, animals, and water are relatively abundant. But iron nuggets, copper ore, etc., these common ores are also very important. They are not only construction materials, but can also be used to build or strengthen equipment. As the territory develops, the demand will inevitably increase. Instead of relying on all purchases, it would be better to occupy a mine. Build a mine to ensure a stable supply. The chaotic forest is vast and rich in resources, so it shouldn't be difficult to find a mine. Zhang Mu found the old Goblin village chief to inquire. Goblin village chief, Great Master, there is a huge mine with rich mineral deposits nearby, but it is currently out of use. Zhang Mu asked, why? Goblin village replied, it is said that the ancient monsters who dug too deep in the past, dug into the ground, eventually led to a terrible mine disaster. The mine described by the old goblin is very close. This distance is even closer than the goblin village. Zhang Mu followed the clues. Explored the past all the way. Ordinary cave, low exploration value. Ordinary ruins, low exploration value. Ordinary river, low exploration value. Wild wolf forest, a general area of Tier 1 with low exploration value. Sorrowful mine, the Tier 1 Lord's area, this is an ancient mine that is rich in iron ore. It was once very busy, but due to a mysterious and terrifying mine disaster, it became a death that no one dared to step into. Land. The exploration value is high, and you can get bronze treasure chest, undead gems, various ores, etc. Is here. Lord level area. This is the most advanced area I have encountered so far. Capture this place and have a chance to get a bronze treasure chest, which is much higher than the previous 2 treasure chests, and the rewards are definitely more generous. Zhang Mu didn't recklessly rush in directly. 30 dragon people work hard. 10 dragon fighting soldiers. Arrived at the scene about an hour later. This is an inconspicuous little basin. Outdated facilities in the mining area are hidden in vegetation. Zhang Mu also discovered railroad tracks and knows how to lay railroad tracks to assist transportation, indicating that the indigenous peoples of this world have mastered some science and technology. After letting his men prepare the tools and torches, Zhang Mu took dozens of dragon men and began to explore the mine. Biming mine is very large, but it has been in disrepair for a long time, and there are a lot of cave-in areas, which is why it is brought down. Zhang Mu faced the main mine tunnel and ordered, remove these stones. Yes, my lord. Dragons move, they are very powerful, a huge boulder weighing hundreds of catties can be lifted with one hand, and dozens of dragons work hard to clear a path in 2s or 2s. Several screams came at this time. Dragon soldiers warned, there are enemies. More than a dozen shaky figures staggered along. Although the pace is erratic, but the speed is not too slow. Rotting zombie, a first-order ordinary, once a half-orc slave working in a mine, turned into a terrible zombie after death, full of poisonous pus, with strong defense power, skill, poisonous claw, level F, hardened skin, grade F. Just ordinary strange. Dragon combat soldiers attacked immediately. These zombies were hard, but they couldn't stop the dragonman's spear, and the slow response and the stiff relationship, the battle was soon ended. You killed the rotten zombie, gold coins +6. You killed the rotten zombie, gold coins +6. You killed the rotten zombie, gold coins +6. The enemy is cleaned up. Zhang Mu nodded, go ahead. The structure of the mine is complex, with collapsed areas everywhere and zombies everywhere. Zhang Mu led the troops to clean up, solving more than 50 zombies before and after, and earned 200 or 300 gold coins. A burst of air suddenly struck. A dragonman combat soldier did not react in time and was hit. The damage caused by this blow was really not low, and it instantly knocked down the strong dragon soldiers, and surprised all the other dragon people. There are zombies that can threaten the dragon combat soldiers. Zhang Mu was slightly surprised and looked in the direction of the attack. This is a unique zombie, heavier than ordinary zombies, holding a dark iron chain in both hands. It is this chain that hits the combatants. Hook Zombie, a Tier 1 elite, used to be a half-orc overseer in a mine, ferocious and powerful. After death, he is good at mid-range attacks, skills, zombie chain, E-level, stalking prey, grade F, hardened skin, grade F. Elite monster. No wonder. Hook and lock the zombie to throw a chain. It intends to hook the injured dragon men so that it can be dragged into the darkness. The 4 dragon men rushed up, holding the iron chain at the same time, and pulling in the opposite direction, pulling the hook-lock zombie over, and the 2 dragon men lances slammed up. 3 or 2. The zombie fell. You killed the hook zombie, gold coins plus 50. Zhang Mu used the healing technique on the wounded dragon. This D-level skill comes from the warrior Chen Hu. Although it is not very powerful, it is enough to heal ordinary injuries and restore combat effectiveness to soldiers. Pick up the chain that hooks the zombie. Zombie's cold iron hook lock, ordinary equipment, forged from cold iron, and because it has been held by zombies for a long time, it has a corpse poison effect. This is considered equipment. The material is very good. Even if it is not used, it can melt and recycle resources. Zhang Mu didn't rest assured of this small gain. He directed the team to move on, sweeping hundreds of rotten zombies and hooking 3 zombies all the way. With the continuous deepening of the mine, Zhang Mu felt that the environment was changing strangely. Although it is clearly deep underground, there are always wind gusts around, and it is mixed with Ryuro screams and screams. This kind of sound is so permeating that it can make the timid people unable to sleep. Zhang Mu found that his subordinates were more affected, and their condition declined significantly, and they seemed to be disturbed by negative buffs. What happened? What is under this mine? Why did it become like this? These noises have mental pollution. Dragon coolies are already a bit unbearable. Zhang Mu simply left 30 coolies behind to clear the mine, and he continued to explore further with 10 combat soldiers. You killed the rotten zombie, gold coins plus 6. You killed the rotten zombie, gold coins plus 6. You killed the hook zombie, gold coins plus 50. You killed the armored zombie, gold coins plus 50. Deepening. Chapter 15. The screaming and screaming in his ear became more and more obvious. The zombies encountered became more and more violent and fierce. At this time, a hysterical roar sounded. The 10 dragon-fighting soldiers all trembled and fell into a state of dizziness. Spiritual attack. Zhang Mu had a high attribute, did not fall into vertigo, but was slightly damaged by several mental attacks. Pinpointed the source of the attack. Made him feel nauseous. This is an unheard of big monster, its appearance is too curious, like a stitched monster with 10 or 8 corpses put together. Fusion corpse monsters, Tier 1 elites, affected by evil energy, multi-headed powerful elite zombies fused together, with more terrifying and distorted means, skills, death roar, E-level, poisonous spray, E-level, collision, level F. Elite monsters are also strong and weak. Fusion zombies and hook-locked zombies are first-tier elites, but their strength is not at the same level. After all, this product is a fusion of multiple elite zombies, and its strength is about to approach the level of the Lord. Take advantage of the dragon soldier's dizzy. The corpse monster rushed out to launch an attack. Zhang Mu kicked his feet on the ground and slammed into it like a meteor, instantly blasting the corpse to the wall, and then lifted the sole of his big foot. Boom. The whole mine shook. The rock wall behind the fusion monster collapsed in. Under Zhang Mu's overwhelming power, the corpse monster was embedded in the solid rock, and at least 30 or 40 bones in his body were broken. Even so, he was not dead, and he was still struggling to fight back. Looking for death. Zhang Mu held the head of the corpse monster with his big hands. A scorching dragon flame burst out from the palm of his hand. The fusion corpse monster burned into coke, and the deadly dragon flame poured into his body, causing serious erosion in his body. You killed the fusion corpse monster, gold coins plus 100. The dragon-fighting soldiers returned to normal, and the roar of the corpse monsters caused dizziness, and it only had an effect of 3 or 2 seconds against the elite combat soldiers. They ran over quickly. The corpse monster is already dead and can't die again. Not only did he have his head carbonized, it was as if he was cooked, but his whole body was smoked, emitting a foul smell of cooked meat. The dragon soldiers were shocked. The master's strength is terrifying. You stay here and clean up the nearby zombies. Yes. Zhang Mu can feel it. The deepest part is not far away. There is a very powerful presence. This is more dangerous for the dragon soldiers, there may be battle damage, and they are simply left behind. What is? Let the mine become like this. Even created such a twisted monster as a corpse. Zhang Mu remained vigilant and walked down alone, screaming and roaring echoing, so strong that he was almost beside him. You are affected by the curse of the undead, the recovery effect is minus 50%. You are affected by the curse of weakness, and your mental power is 10 seconds, 1. Zhang Mu had a negative buff effect, which made him feel that the loss of mental and physical strength was accelerating. Impressive. Fortunately, saving energy all the way makes Zhang Mu's current state full. So it will not have a big impact in a short time. Obviously, this kind of environment cannot be kept for a long time. The longer it is, the more troublesome it will be. Zhang Mu inflamed his wings, quickly passed through the mine tunnel, and landed in an open space. This seems to be an ancient place of worship, with bones all over the floor. There are countless blue and white phosphorus fires, and under the light of the fire, a giant tree is looming. This strange tree is almost 100 meters tall. This is in the hinterland of the mountains. How could such a tall tree grow? Zhang Mu can feel it clearly. The source of the screams of the mine is here. Above the trunk of the giant tree, there are all distorted faces, which makes the scalp numb. Millennium Wraith Tree, the first-tier lord, the evil tree synthesized with thousands of wraiths as terrifying and powerful mental power, enough to attack a wide range of targets indiscriminately. This is an extremely rare and extremely dangerous monster. Skills: Screaming Domain, Level D, Summoning Wraith, Level D, Wraith Coil, Level D, Death Root, Level D, Soul Swallow, Level D, etc. Special reminder, no matter how deep, the Wraith Tree is extremely powerful, as long as the energy is not exhausted, it can quickly recover. Its heart hidden in the root of the tree is the only weakness. Lord Monster. Really terrifying. This kind of monster is usually not personally able to contend. To defeat a Tier 1 Lord, at least 3 or 5 Tier 2 elites must be mobilized, or a whole unit of Tier 1 combat power. However, Zhang Mu did not shrink from fear. Felt an unusual excitement. He knew that the stronger the monster, the more generous the reward. Is the Lord strangely strong? It depends on who you are facing. Strength is never a certain standard, but a relative concept. The 1,000-year Wraith Tree is a demon without wisdom. When an intruder is found, especially on this intruder, it feels a strong threat, so it attacks immediately. The giant branches and leaves shook one after another, and they were covered with head-sized black fruits. At this moment, these fruits split from the middle one after another. What the hell? Zhang Mu was surprised to find that in each split fruit, a black spirit body was released. Resentful Spirit, the First Order Ordinary. This is not an ordinary resentful spirit, it comes from the resentful spirit tree, so it is completely dominated by the resentful spirit tree. Please be careful of its mental attacks and self-detonation damage. Skills: Grief, Level F, Self-Destruct, Level F. These Wraith individuals are not powerful. The problem is that there are too many. In just a few seconds, hundreds or even thousands of resentful spirits were released, as if they had stabbed a hornet's nest. From the prompt information, there are 2 ways to attack the resentful spirit. The first type is a mid-range grief attack, which is a mental attack, and physical defense is invalid. The second type is a self-detonation attack triggered by the body. This type of attack is very fierce. If there are enough, it is enough to pose a threat to Zhang Mu. In summary, Zhang Mu realized cannot be surrounded by wraith spirits. Otherwise, hundreds of grieving spirits will launch screaming attacks at the same time, and even Zhang Mu will be unable to get under control every step of the way, and will eventually be threatened. However, at this time, countless dark roots is like a snake was released from around the Wraith Tree. This is one of the abilities of the Millennium Wraith Tree. If it is controlled by these roots, it will not only be restricted in movement and difficult to break free, but will also be quickly sucked away from mental power, thus completely losing the possibility of resistance. It's easy to see. Even in the Lord Monster, the 1,000-year Wraith Spirit Tree is extremely dangerous and difficult. Zhang Mu used his wings to fly into the air. According to the Golden Finger's information, it was difficult to defend against root attacks on the ground, but he could not attack a target that was too high. In all directions. The ghost cries and the wolf howls. Countless grieving spirits screamed. Zhang Mu's vitality has been lost. Fortunately, his attributes are strong, and there is no negative state such as dizziness and confusion for the time being. There are many grieving spirits. But the speed is not fast. Zhang Mu kept moving to avoid being surrounded, and gradually adapted to the rhythm of the battle, and then it was time to counterattack. Change to someone else. Will most likely attack the wraith tree. Actually doing this is thankless. The 1,000-year wraith tree is not a real tree. It is just a monster that grows like an oak tree. The tree body is not the key. It will grow and regenerate quickly if it suffers severe damage. The big tree can be said to be a bait that attracts firepower. The tree of grievances can continuously absorb energy from the environment and battle to recover. In this way, the battle time is continuously extended. Even if it encounters a well-matched enemy, it can be consumed. Long Yen. Zhang Mu released a hot breath, condensed on the horns of his head, and finally compressed into a high-density fireball the size of a human head. Under the form of a dragon. The attack range has become smaller. The attack intensity has increased. Zhang Mu's thoughts moved, the dragon flame fireball fell, the roots of the wraith spirit tree burst out with dazzling light, the super dragon flame aura expanded, and a large number of tree roots turned into ashes. Among the countless burnt bones, rocks, and roots. Chapter 16. There is a strange dark red heart beating rhythmically. Found it. This is the heart of the wraith tree. Zhang Mu learned through the prompt that the only weakness of the 1,000-year wraith tree is the heart of the wraith hidden in its roots. The 1,000-year wraith tree felt threatened. It became very crazy, burned the roots and quickly regenerated, and at the same time released all the wraith spirits, some of which blocked the damage. Negatively resist. Zhang Mu released 2 consecutive dragon flame attacks. The first one instantly evaporates the barrier formed by the wraith spirit, and the second one falls in the breach. Although the rhizome regenerates very quickly, it is of no avail at this time. The dragon flame fireball directly penetrates the regenerating rhizome, and finally falls on the beating heart, and hot flames erupt from the roots of the wraith tree. The face on the surface of the tree body, one by one, becomes extremely distorted. They screamed harshly at the same time, spraying flames from their eyes and mouths, and the whole tree exploded from bottom to top, instantly turning into fragments. The sky is full of resentful spirits. The scream disappeared. You killed the 1,000-year wraith tree, gold coins plus 2,500. You have captured the Biming mine and obtained a bronze treasure chest. In an instant. The world is quiet. The crazy screams disappeared. Zhang Mu let out a long sigh. He had never felt it before. It turned out that being quiet in his ears is such a comfortable thing. This battle is very short. It's not that the resentful spirit tree is too weak. If there is no golden finger hint, it is really not an easy task for Zhang Mu to defeat this guy, because knowing the weakness is like getting a strategy in a game, and naturally it will be much easier. After killing the 1,000-year wraith tree, Zhang Mu completely occupied the mine. A beautiful bronze appeared before his eyes. This is the prize obtained after occupying this area. Zhang Mu opened the treasure chest. You opened the bronze treasure chest and got the Undead Building Upgrade Volume ×1, the Blueprint, Wraith Tower ×1, and the Gold Coin ×2,000. Undead Building Upgrade Volume, consume this item, Undead Gems, First Order, ×8, Gold Coins ×2,000, only effective for the First Order Undead Building, can upgrade the level of the Undead Building. Drawing, Wraith Tower, consumes Undead Gems, First Tier, ×1, Stones ×100, Wood ×50, Gold Coins ×500, you can build the Wraith Tower, the number of times this drawing can be used, 5. Is indeed a Lord-level area. The greater the difficulty, the greater the harvest. These 2 items are good things. The former can be used to upgrade the undead facilities in the territory, and the latter seems to be a blueprint of a tower defense building. Unlike general architectural blueprints, this kind of blueprint can be reused 5 times. Except for these 2 items. Up and down gold coins can be harvested up to 5,000. This money is a huge sum of money no matter how you look at it at this stage. Zhang Mu didn't leave immediately, he called his subordinates in, and asked the dragon to dig the area where the resentful spirit tree was, and dig a large hole more than 10 meters deep. Owner. I found it. The roots of the 1,000-year wraith tree are densely packed with gems, 15, all of which are undead gems. Zhang Mu showed an unexpected expression. The reason why he can predict the profit is of course also a hint from the golden finger. Wraith tree can absorb the energy of the undead. The huge energy accumulates over time and can be condensed into undead gems. When necessary, these gems can be used by the wraith tree as a charging treasure. But it's a pity. It met Zhang Mu. The savings are useless and hang up. This wraith tree is very old, with 15 undead gems condensed. The number greatly exceeded expectations, and it was an unexpected surprise. These undead gems is very useful. After spending a day cleaning the mine, Dragonman solved all the zombies, dragged the corpses out and burned them, and began to re-repair the mine tunnels, which will soon be ready for mining. Mining requires a lot of labor. Goblins, skeleton soldiers, small arms and legs, and lack of strength, unable to be competent, have to recruit a group of dragon men to work hard. Zhang Mu returned to the territory. Hint, does it consume upgrade volume times 1, undead gems times 8, gold coins times 1,000, to upgrade the Tomb of Withered Bones? Yes. Zhang Mu made a choice. Hint, your Mound of Withered Bones is upgraded to Mound of Skeletons. The upgrade was successful. Zhang Mu can't wait to see the changes. First of all, the appearance has undergone a lot of changes. The Tomb of Withered Bones is like a messy burial mound. The Tomb of Skeletons is a huge tomb of bones. Of course, Zhang Mu is not so superficial. He pays more attention to changes in functions. In the Tomb of Skull and Crossbones, undead recovery speed increased by 50%. The maximum number of skeleton soldiers has been increased tenfold. In addition, 2 new units have been added. Skeleton Mage, a Tier 1 elite, each recruits gold coins for a maximum of 50 recruits. Skull and Crossbones Head, Second Order Ordinary. Each recruiting price is 100 gold coins, and the recruiting limit is 100. Very good. It's not in vain to rise to this level. The function gap between the Tomb of Skeleton and the Tomb of Withered Bones is too big. After Zhang Mu owns the Tomb of Skeletons, he will be able to recruit 1,000 skeleton soldiers plus 100 skeleton leaders plus 50 skeleton mages, which is enough to greatly increase the strength of the territory. As for why the First Order Skeleton Mage is more expensive than the Second Order Skeleton Leader, is normal. Skeleton Wizard is an elite monster. The Skull Leader is just a Second Order ordinary monster. Not to mention that the unit is more precious. Compared to the combat power, the Skeleton Mage has to slightly beat the Skeleton Leader. Skull and Crossbones are not for nothing. The Second Order Skeleton is several times larger than the First Order Skeleton. Both defensive attacks and strength are greatly increased, and it is very convenient whether it is used for combat or hard work. It can be said. There is a mound of skulls and crossbones. Territory strength is undoubtedly greatly enhanced. Zhang Mu was not satisfied. He wanted to further enhance the defense of his territory, so he would use the drawings of the Wraith Tower at this time. Wraith Tower is a defensive building for undead. Its ability is a bit similar to the Wraith Tree. Once the enemy enters the sensing range, it will automatically summon a self-explosive wraith to chase down the enemy. There are 2 suitable places for construction. They are, in the Dark Canyon, or near the Devil's Castle. The former has a narrow terrain and is the main passage in the valley. The Wraith Tower can play a great role in this environment. The latter is the base camp, the core facility where the Demon King altar is located, and indeed needs extra protection. Some thoughts. Still put it in the canyon. If all the enemies hit the base camp, the facilities in the territory will definitely suffer heavy losses. Therefore, it is better to try to resist the enemy outside the territory. After half a day. Dark Canyon. 5 skeletal towers rose from the ground. They are piled up with horrible skulls from top to bottom. Their appearance is scary enough. The warrior enters the canyon and sees it. Zhang Mu is deployed. Is very satisfied with this masterpiece. At this time, a dragonman hurriedly ran to report. Report to my lord. There are Torin outside. They are trying to enter the territory. Zhang Mu felt like a warrior who wanted to steal his home again. What a coincidence. Isn't this a guinea pig? Let's experiment with them. Chapter 17. A few hours ago. A group of people came from Goblin Village. Each of these big men is 3 meters tall, has muscle knots, horns on the head, and wears steel armor. The weapons are mainly giant axes, giant hammers, and maces. Torin. A race known for strength and endurance. There are even countries established by Torin in some remote places in the north. They are definitely not a weak race on this continent. These Torin are from the nearby Bloodhoof tribe. This tribe is like a bully in a radius of tens of miles. Almost all the weak and small tribes have been bullied by it. This time I went to the Goblin village to looting the goblin. Did not expect. The village has been abandoned. We seem to be late. There has been a big battle here. The goblin was either killed or left. Zhang Kai came to the above conclusion. This is a Torin warrior player. Except him. There are 2 warriors on the scene. After the 3 Torin were descended by the warriors, their strength increased very quickly, and they are now quite famous in the tribe. Of course. There are more than 3 warriors in the tribe. The Bloodhoof tribe is a tribe with more than 800 Torin. A total of 7 warriors have descended, and the most powerful descended directly to become the chief. A Torin warrior holding a shield asked, "Did the devil do it?" Another Torin warrior female in cloth robe and holding a priest's rod said, "It is possible that there is a devil's lair nearby. We should solve him directly, and save the boss himself from going there again." The 3 of them brought so many Torin over. On the one hand, they came to looting the Goblin village, on the other hand, they came to investigate the Demon King's lair in the Dark Valley. The Demon King and the warrior are each other's enemies. Warriors destroy the devil's lair or kill the devil, their strength can increase by leaps and bounds, and they can also harvest a lot of resources. The benefits are hard to resist. The shield warrior frowned and said, "The devil can solve this village. The strength and influence are not too weak. Should we report to the boss first?" "Ha ha ha, what are you afraid of? Isn't it just a goblin village? How difficult can these 5 scums be to deal with? I don't think he is much better." Zhang Kai received the order to investigate. But he didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. Everyone is a warrior. Why is the status disparity? Seeing that guy was very upset. If you take the opportunity to kill this Demon King, who will be the boss in the future? Think about it, are there more warriors or more Demon Kings? We must seize the opportunity. The female bullhead warrior nodded, Zhang Kai is right. You can save up to 2 training points per month to practice leveling by fighting monsters. You can't become a strong person in the year of the monkey. There is only this opportunity to kill the devil if you want to stand up. The shield warrior has a stable personality. He didn't approve of reckless adventure at first, but now I heard the words of the 2 companions and felt very reasonable. The 3 are the top elite monsters. 50 Torin fighters are well trained. Among the 10 elite level monsters, 40 are not up to the level of the elite monsters. With the physique of the bullhead, they are not much worse than the elite monsters. This is a very powerful force. How strong can the Demon King be? I am too conservative. Soon. The 3 warriors reached a consensus. The Torin team arrived at the Dark Canyon. Be careful, everyone. This is the only way to go. The terrain of the Devil's Valley is closed, and there is only this shortcut by land. The devil and his minions may set up traps. Zhang Kai said disdainfully, "What if there are traps? We are not weak chickens that can be defeated by traps. I hope this Demon King can play a little trick." As it goes deeper, the surrounding atmosphere is getting more and more gloomy. 5 high towers suddenly appeared in front of him. Each of them is built and piled up with dense skeletons. The places to be built are the commanding heights nearby, not like they can be built by manpower. What is that? The Torin people are a little uneasy. In the gloomy valley, this thing suddenly appeared, which was really weird and terrifying. A trick of pretending to be a god. The devil won't be so stupid that he can frighten the warriors who come by doing something fancy stuff. It's naive. Zhang Kai said, "Hurry up and pass quickly. The devil may not have noticed yet. We will catch him by surprise." Open the bow. There is no turning back arrow. Have all walked here, where can I turn back? The weird tower did not persuade the demon team to retreat, but instead allowed them to speed up their pace and attempt to pass quickly, which shows that they are determined not to kill the Demon King and not look back. At this time, the Wraith Tower reacted. Countless skulls opened their mouths and spit out strange black mist. In an instant, the sky was dim, sorrowful, and mournful, and the grieving spirits condensed from it. They have terrible faces, their 10 fingertips are extremely sharp, their eyes are blood red to lock the intruder, and in the piercing scream, they almost dive down hysterically. Oh shit! What's the situation? What is this? Is this the Devil's Hand? Is this Demon King from the undead race? A Torin warrior activated his Fury skill. The battle axe split the wraith in half with lightning speed. But the resentful spirit turned into a black mist, and gathered around him again. 10 ghost claws stabbed, shredded the armor, and instantly caused wounds. Waits for a counterattack. The resentful spirit suddenly blew himself up against his face. The Torin warrior screamed and fell to the ground. He seems to be unable to live anymore. These wraith spirits have 2 methods of attack. The first type is Ghost Claw, which is a single attack skill. The second type is Self-Detonation. Wraith can instantly detonate itself, causing damage in a range, and the damage is considerable. This reckless team of warriors was swept by hundreds of grievances in an instant. Hilltop. Zhang Mu watched the show all the way. Under the activated state of the Wraith Tower, will consume more than 20 gold coins cost per minute. The Resentment Pagoda is very powerful. It can control 100 Wraith spirits at a time. Once the Wraith spirit dies, the Wraith Spirit Tower will be called again, and it will be endless, endless, and endless. No need to question. The Wraith Tower is an excellent defensive structure. Both the ground and the air defense effect are very good. Resentment is not strong. Is just a first-order ordinary unit. But it's actually hard to deal with. First of all, it is very annoying to be able to fly around, and secondly, as a spiritual body, it has extremely high physical resistance and has the ability to explode group injuries. It is a fighter's nightmare. Deal with the Wraith Tower. The correct way to play is to push the tower. Once the Wraith Tower is destroyed, the resentful spirit will naturally disappear. How did these Torin people ever see the Wraith Tower? What's more, the Wraith Towers are all built on the commanding heights, and they can't climb up at all. 5 Wraith Towers. 500 resentful spirits. This is 10 times the number. Still keeps constant and kills endlessly. How can the Torin cope? Want to retreat? Late. Both front and back are blocked. The Torin failed to break through several times and fell one by one. All the Torin fell into despair, and they could only continue to struggle to procrastinate for time. The devil. You coward. What is the ability to hide? Chapter 18. If you have the ability, come out one-on-one singles. Zhang Kai exasperated and screamed unwillingly. Fall down without seeing the devil face. Too bad. Who can be willing to do this? Deal with the devil once again. Zhang Mu ignored it at all. He likes to admire the way the ants struggle in despair and collapse in anger. Provocation to the warriors. Instead of being angry, he was amused. Singles out. Is this item also available? You killed the Torin, gold coins +9. You killed the Torin, gold coins +9. You killed the Torin, gold coins +9. You killed the Torin warrior, the soul of the warrior +1. You killed the Torin warrior, the soul of the warrior +1. You killed the Torin warrior, the soul of the warrior +1. The 3 warriors were killed. The Torin is almost dead. Zhang Mu is very satisfied with the test results. More than 50 Torin warriors were completely abused. The Spirit Tower is enough to keep most cats and dogs out of the territory. But although the Wraith Tower has a good defense effect, but the Wraith Tower itself is very fragile. Zhang Mu decided to arrange 10 skeleton soldiers, 2 skeleton leaders, and 1 skeleton mage near each of the Wraith Towers. Both strengthen the defense and protect the Wraith Tower. The Torin was killed or wounded. His eyes are about to be wiped out. Zhang Mu did not rush to kill, he began to control the Wraith Tower, deliberately revealing a flaw, allowing 3 or 2 Torin to take the opportunity to escape. From the prompt information, the Torin came from the nearby Bloodhoof tribe. I remember the goblins who were brought to defect a few days ago. They were forced to wander in the forest because the village was destroyed by the Bloodhoof tribe. Bloodhoof tribe is nearby. Can be described as a bully-level force. There are about 900 adult Torin. Torin is proficient in smelting, knows forging technology, has amazing strength and endurance, and is definitely a very high-quality labor. Biming iron mine is about to be developed. Isn't it right to catch a group of Torin to go to the mine? After all, dragon people are better at building, smelting and forging, as well as physical endurance, and Torin is stronger. Zhang Mu deliberately let go of 3 or 2 Torin. I just hope these Torin can go back and report the letter. The Bloodhoof tribal camp is sturdy, there are many defense facilities, the Torin is well equipped, and some battle damage may occur in the strong attack. What's more, lead the troops to encircle and suppress the Bloodhoof tribe with great fanfare. This causes too much movement, which will expose the strength in the army too much. Zhang Mu's territory is getting stronger and stronger. He has the confidence to protect himself, but he still doesn't want to expose too much. It would be best if the Torin could take the initiative to attack. Let his men clean up the battlefield. Zhang Mu returned to the castle. He sacrificed the soul of the warrior. You sacrifice the soul of a warrior, and your talent points are +3. You sacrifice the soul of a warrior, and your talent points are +3. You sacrifice the soul of a warrior, and your talent points are +3. Gained 11 talent points last time, and used 10 points to activate Dragon Flame, leaving 1 talent point. This time, 10 talent points were collected. Can activate new talents again. The remaining 3 talents of Zhang Mu are Lone Way, not activated, Thunder Domination, not activated, and Elementary Magic Free, not activated. The talents of the Abyssal Dragon are very powerful. Dragon Power has the effects of deterrence and field control. Thunder Control can attack from a distance, and the primary magic immunity is defensive. Is to be activated. Is just the time of death sooner or later. Zhang Mu decided to activate Thunder Domination. Thunder Domination, talent skill, summons an abyssal lightning, which can attack any target within a radius of 1 kilometer. The power of lightning is proportional to the consumption of mental power, and at least 10 points of mental power are consumed each time. Unlocked a new talent. Zhang Mu clenched his fists, and saw waves of thunder and lightning burst out continuously around his body. Not only was the lightning dazzling, its color was red. Red thunder and lightning. This is Thunder of the Abyss. Comes with a curse, ignoring part of the resistance, has a stronger killing and paralyzing effect. Zhang Mu's mental power was released, and a red falling thunder blasted hundreds of meters away, instantly blasting a huge boulder into powder. Good. Dragon Flame attack is suitable for short to medium, continuous and large-scale damage. Lightning attacks can cover far, middle and near areas, and are more suitable for instant one-time damage in small and medium areas. The 2 basic attack abilities of the Abyssal Dragon are complementary to each other and are sufficient to deal with most enemies. The next day. News came from the farm. The troll potatoes are about to be harvested again. Because of the increase in planting area. This time the potato output is expected to be more than doubled. Zhang Mu built the Demon King's castle, upgraded the Tomb of Withered Bones, and built 5 towers of wraiths. Instead of reducing the number of gold coins, they are growing rapidly. There are 2 main sources of income. One is battle gains, and the other is food exports. If the value of the spoils is not converted, and only the gold coin income is calculated, the grain trade is the largest income, and the accumulated income is currently nearly 40,000 gold coins. Ling Tian has not been fully developed yet. The planting scale will increase in the future. The scale of other Demon King's troops is also expanding rapidly, and the market space has a lot of room for growth, and the prospects are very impressive, enough to become a financial pillar. Now. Healthy cash flow. Very good financial situation. Has at least 30,000 gold coins in his hand that can be spent casually. Now that there is a cash cow like a farm, there is no need to make careful calculations and immediately expand the undead core. 50 skeleton mages, each with 150 gold coins, a total of 7,500 gold coins. 100 skull heads, each with 100 gold coins, a total of 10,000 gold coins. 900 skeleton soldiers, each for only 3 gold coins, a total of 2,700 gold coins. Zhang Muban has 100 skeleton soldiers. In this way, the undead core is fully staffed. This is an astonishing force at this stage. With this army, there are the Wraith Tower, the Demon King's castle, and the Dark Valley's confidence to resist invasion is becoming more and more sufficient. After the undead regiment is full, spent another 10,000 gold coins to summon 100 dragon soldiers. If you add the 100 accumulated before this, there are currently as many as 200 dragon soldiers. Although the undead core has a great advantage. The biggest advantage is the low cost. The skeleton soldier only costs 3 gold coins, which is cheaper than the dragon man's hard work, and the maintenance cost is very low. It does not need to consume a lot of food and water. But the disadvantage of the undead core is also obvious. The low-level undead have no wisdom, basically no production ability, unable to execute slightly complicated commands, and no ability to think independently and adapt to changes. The cost of maintenance for the undead is extremely low. Does not mean that there is no cost at all. They need to return to the Tomb of Skeleton to restore energy regularly. When the undead core is full, the Tomb of Skeleton will consume hundreds of gold coins every day. In summary, although the undead core is easy to use, is suitable as the main force to bear the battle damage, Zhang Mu cannot completely rely on the undead core. The dragon army is the core force, and the upper limit of future growth is huge. Summoned in one round, the population of the territory has increased significantly. There are 2,390 units in total. 1150 undead, dragons, 319 goblins. There are 4 core buildings: Devil's Castle, Skeleton Tomb, Wraith Tower, and Goblin Farm. Chapter 19. Devil's Business. A little bit. Only took half a month. Such a rapid growth is enough to reflect the amazing potential of the devil. At the same time, near the Dark Valley, there is a small village of fox people. Fox people are a common intelligent race with high IQ and low strength. They are located at the bottom of the niche. They are not much better than goblins, and may even be worse. Because most of the fox girls are beautiful. Is more in line with the mainstream aesthetics of mainland China. For slave traders, hunting foxes is a high yield and low risk. Su Yan is out of luck. She became an ordinary fox person. She is the only warrior in the unknown village. She once thought that she had the opportunity to lead the village, fight monsters and upgrades, hunt the devil, and reach the pinnacle of life like the protagonist of the novel, but she was beaten severely. The village was attacked. A large number of villagers were killed. She and other survivors became prisoners. It's just that, let's just forget it, here is the weak and the strong. What really makes Su Yan angry is that the mastermind of looting the village is also a warrior. Su Yan. Have you thought about it? You don't have much time to think about it. Torin Chief Zhao Lei issued a dull question. Zhao Lei, chief of the Bloodhoof tribe, this is really a million pieces of luck. From the very beginning, it naturally possessed a huge advantage unmatched by other warriors. In front of him, Su Yan is just a small character. If it wasn't for Su Yan's special talents and abilities, it might be useful in the future, and she is also a superb beauty, who is seductive by her side. Zhao Lei is not interested in recruiting her. Su Yan said angrily, "We are all players in the warrior camp. If you don't go to fight the devil to ransack my village, don't you think this is too much?" Zhao Lei laughed loudly. The weak should obey the strong. I'm already a second order, and I have ordered thousands of bullheads. What qualifications do you have to sit on an equal footing with me? You now have only 2 choices, obey or die like these fox people. Zhao Lei gave an ultimatum. Su Yan was shocked. Is he actually second order? Although full of anger and unwillingness, people have to bow their heads under the eaves, and can only temporarily compromise and find opportunities to escape. Zhao Lei is very satisfied. In the real world, he failed to start his own business and did nothing. Now in this world, he has a strong body, and he sits in the nearby area. Almost the strongest power can be described by calling the wind and calling the rain. Zhao Lei intends to annex nearby villages and tribes, expand his power frantically, and recruit warriors to eventually become the overlord of the Chaos Forest. However, Zheng Dongzi returned to the tribe triumphantly. A sudden bad news made him furious. Zhang Kai and the 3 are dead. Let them conquer a goblin village. By the way, investigate and collect information near the Demon King's lair. Unexpectedly, 3 idiots violated orders and acted without authorization. They actually wanted to swallow the Demon King in the Dark Valley, but instead of killing the Demon King, they were killed. What a hopeless idiot. Waste. Incompetent bungler. Zhao Lei lost his temper. The other Torin are all silent. A warrior stood up and said, "Boss, according to the description of the fighter who fled back, the Demon King of the Dark Valley is the undead." Zhao Lei calmed down. He immediately asked, "How is your strength?" The Torin warrior replied, "When Zhang Kai and the others were ambushed, the scene was very chaotic, and the few fighters who had escaped could not see the devil." Zhao Lei snorted coldly, "How many troops does he have?" The Torin warrior replied, "There are 400 to 500 in total, all of them are the wraiths of the undead race, so Zhang Kai and the others will be wiped out." So much. Zhao Lei was a little surprised. Zhang Kai only took 50 Torin out. If he was ambushed by 400 or 500 wraiths, he really had no chance of winning. Another warrior with the status of a bullhead mage said, "This Demon King is developing much faster than imagined, and the future must be a huge threat." Zhao Lei's face is calm. The devil is compared with the warrior. The biggest advantage is unlimited growth ability. Whether it is an individual or a force. As long as there are enough resources, the power will expand very quickly. This Demon King is not weak, but it also exists in the undead system. The cost of training troops is extremely low. Let him continue to grow like this, it must be our #1 serious problem. He came up with the crime. The Demon King just won a big victory. At this moment, he must relax his vigilance and immediately gather all the soldiers. We will raid the Dark Valley and destroy him directly. Zhao Lei's expression is fierce. "Damn, I don't know how to live or die, dare to kill so many of my subordinates, this time you have to die." The 3 Torin warriors looked at each other. I didn't expect Zhao Lei to fight so decisively. Another bull warrior said, "Should we ask the Iron-Blooded Warriors Guild in Giant Tree City for help? This way we will be more confident." Zhao Lei shook his head. "Giant Tree City is too far away, it's too late. Besides, I haven't agreed to join the trade union. They may not be willing to do this for us. Don't ask for help, we are more than enough. Say this is on." Everyone naturally has no objection. First, Zhao Lei is the boss, he has made up his mind. Second, the growth rate of the Demon King is terrifying, the sooner you eliminate it, the better, especially the Demon King of the undead system. Third, the Bloodhoof tribe is enough to organize a huge team, whose number is far more than 10 times that of Zhang Kai, and there are also several Tier 2 units, including Zhao Lei, whose overall strength is not the same. Under this situation, is there any suspense in the battle? The Devil King couldn't even kill Zhang Kai. Let several Torin fighters escape back to report, so that their core and style of play were exposed in advance, which shows that the strength of this Demon King is just like that. Set off. Zhao Lei assembled 700 Torin, 200 tribe-affiliated warriors, a total of 900 combat units, and officially marched towards the Dark Valley. When looking at this huge team, Zhao Lei's heart is full of accomplishment. He has been very smooth in the past half-month. He not only succeeded in taking over the Bloodhoof tribe, but also annexed several small villages and small forces. So, Zhao Lei firmly believes it's the same this time. After conquering the Dark Valley, strength and status will be improved. The fox person Su Yan did not follow Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei didn't trust the warrior who had just joined, so he left her in the tribe and put the Torin under house arrest. When I met the demon-killing team of the Bloodhoof tribe, Su Yan really realized how big a gap is between warriors and warriors. No wonder I ended up in this way. Such a powerful army. The devil is dead this time. Su Yan felt very depressed, because the more powerful the Demon King, the more rewards he would generate. If Zhao Leifa succeeded, wouldn't it be necessary to become stronger again? She was very disappointed at the same time. She realized that with her own abilities and current talents, if there is no adventure, she will never be a top warrior. This makes her very unwilling. After a long time, the Bloodhoof tribe's demon troop arrived at the canyon. A warrior said, "Boss, it was in this valley the day before yesterday that the Demon King was ambushed by the demon, we have to be prepared next." Zhao Lei observed the terrain and hummed, no wonder the army was almost wiped out. This kind of place is really suitable for ambushes, but the same failure cannot happen twice. Let the priest enchant the soldier's weapon. Several bullhead priests get busy. Bullhead priests are auxiliary units. Their combat effectiveness is not strong, but they have auxiliary magic and recovery magic, which can effectively enhance the team's strength. Learned from intelligence. Demon King's subordinates are resentful spirits. Wraith is a spirit body with high physical resistance. This does not mean that it cannot be dealt with. As long as a part of the weapon is enchanted, you can easily deal with them. Chapter 20. However, the enchantment maintains a time limit. This requires the priest to continuously apply spells. So you can't waste time and must act quickly. Zhao Lei raised the warhammer that blessed the flame attribute and shouted. The Demon King of the Dark Valley is plotting an evil conspiracy, trying to encroach on our homeland, and even rule the entire forest. Warriors of the Bloodhoof, the time to honor the tribe has arrived, come in with me and smash the devil and his minions. Hundreds of Torin roared. The fighting will burst into flames. Zhao Lei took the lead and led the troops into the canyon. Soon, 5 wraith towers appeared in front of them. This weird building made Zhao Lei and the others stunned. Can't think about it, the wraith tower has been activated, and hundreds of wraith spirits have been summoned from all directions, screaming and swooping. It really is a resentful spirit. Zhao Lei did not panic. On the contrary, it is certain in my heart. Because the intelligence is accurate, what threat can it cause if there are only a few hundred grieving spirits under the preparatory situation? Kill. Kill them. Rush in. Kill the devil. The Bloodhoof tribe attacked wildly like a rainbow, hundreds of resentful spirits attacked at the same time, and they failed to destroy their formation. After enchanting weapons, the Torin can effectively kill the wraiths, and the wraiths explode to cause area damage, and the Torin priests will heal immediately. From the perspective of the situation, the offensive team clearly has the upper hand. The resentful spirits were constantly killed and retreated. The tribe's top combat power, including Zhao Lei, hasn't taken a shot at this moment. When I saw this situation, I only felt that the winning ticket was in hand. Ha ha ha. But so. I thought it was amazing. These resentful spirits are hard to deal with. But it is impossible to stop us. But such thoughts only lasted a few minutes. Because things are gradually getting a little bit wrong. Strangeness. Killed for so long. Why are there so many resentful spirits? Zhao Lei discovered a weird situation in which the resentful spirits were consumed one by one, but the total number did not decrease much. Bloodhoof tribal warrior clearly prevailed at first. After killing 100 or 200 resentful spirits, the Torin weapon enchantment weakened, and the mental power of the Torin priest was consumed more and more. Unable to maintain his momentum, the advancement speed slowed down, and casualties began to occur. Is the resentful spirit? The momentum is unabated. Is still going forward. Its total is always stable. Zhao Lei finally found out the clues. Damn, there is a problem with the tower. These resentful spirits were summoned by the tower. Hurry up and destroy these broken towers. When I realized this, the hearts of the warriors were horrified. If you say that these resentful spirits are all summoned objects, doesn't it mean that they are not the real subordinates of the Demon King? In case the guess is true, that will face an extremely terrifying fact. Fighting with them at this time is just a defensive trap of the Demon King, and they are fighting from beginning to end, just a few towers, not the Demon King's troops. As for the devil, is always behind the scenes. Never really shot. He is so mysterious. The warrior knew nothing about him. The information that he thought he had was wrong from the beginning, even misleading and trapped. After thinking of this possibility, Zhao Lei broke out in a cold sweat, couldn't sit still, roared hysterically, released a burst of red light, and instantly enveloped the Torin on the scene. Torin skill, Wild Roar. This can increase the buff to the companions, allowing them to maintain a high-pitched fighting spirit, while at the same time their strength and life attributes will increase. At any cost. Destroy these broken towers. Zhao Lei didn't know whether the terrible guess was true. Whether it is right or wrong, the top priority now is to smash these wraith towers so as not to endlessly summon wraith spirits to consume the strength of the troops. On the top of the hill, Zhang Mu watched this. He gave a playful smile. The tricks of the wraith tower were discovered. These guys don't seem to be that stupid. Well, in this case, it should be a little more serious. Zhang Mu gave an order, undead core, all dispatch. Zhao Lei is about to rush the tower himself. He believes that he can hold 20 or 30 resentful spirits, and it only takes a fierce attack to smash the resentful spirit tower. Chief. Oh no. We are surrounded. A lot of skeletons are killing nearby. The two sides of the canyon were pale, and there were dozens and hundreds of skeleton heads, leading nearly 1,000 skeleton soldiers, like a tide, attacking from both sides. This scene made Zhao Lei and others directly stupid. The eyes of a few warriors are almost staring out. Grass. Too outrageous. Am I having a nightmare? Where are so many skeletons? How many men has this demon king recruited? Too exaggerated. This skeleton sea strategy. An absolute order of magnitude rolling. The sense of oppression caused by light is indescribable. At the same time, next to the Wraith Tower, on other vantage points nearby, skeletons in cloaks stood up one by one. They raised their wands, condensed fireballs one by one, and threw them towards the Torin who had climbed the cliff. What? Wow. The Torin was hit by flames. Screamed one by one and fell down. The current situation facing the demon troop is: there are skeletons in front and skeletons behind, suppressed by the mage on the top of the head. Grievances are coming from all sides. There is no dead end in all aspects. Is completely locked. It's over. How so? Zhao Leishuan's eyes are splitting and I can't believe it. I thought it was a battle like a broken bamboo. I never thought that almost instantly, I was deeply encircled, and now I am embarrassed and enemies from all directions, and the whole line collapsed. You killed the Torin, gold coins +9. You killed the Torin, gold coins +9. You killed the high-level Torin warrior for +90 gold coins. You killed the high-level Torin warrior for +90 gold coins. You killed the Torin warrior, the soul of the warrior +1. You killed the Torin warrior, the soul of the warrior +1. Down the canyon. Chapter 21. Killed in darkness. The great demon king Zhang Mu sat on it and watched the show. He knew that this battle was not suspense from the beginning. Although Zhao Lei's demon army is very powerful, it can face the triple combination of the undead core plus the Wraith Tower plus terrain control, and there is almost no chance of winning. Zhang Mu is the most honored. Is not an undead army. Is the dragon fighting core. And the power of his abyssal dragon. But in the current situation, the dragon core might not be able to use it anymore. This unit of crusade against the demon king is not weak. Bloodhoof tribe is a tier 2 elite area. There are some individuals who have reached tier 2 strength. There are a few special goals that even possess tier 2 elite strength. Tier 2 ordinary units are slightly inferior to tier 1 elites. Tier 2 elite units are slightly inferior to tier 1 lords. Generally, there are 3 second-tier elites, enough to fight the first-tier lord. This is enough to explain. The demon troop is powerful. But Zhao Lei too underestimated the strength of the Dark Valley. He didn't fully realize what demon he was facing. I am afraid that even at this moment, most people think that Zhang Mu is an undead demon king such as the skeleton demon king and the ghost demon king. I don't even know what enemy he is facing. This loses. Is not wrong at all. The defeat of the demon troop is set. But the dying struggle is still not to be underestimated. As the saying goes, the sleepy beast is still fighting. This may bring some losses to the territory. Zhao Lei took a few second-order Torin and started climbing the tower. The fireball of the skeleton mage hit it, and it bounced off by the layer of chi surrounded by the body. Zhang Mu took a look. Torin chieftain, Zhao Lei, the chosen warrior, tier 2 elite, skills, fury, E-level, war trample, E-level, savage collision, E-level, wild roar, E-level, etc. No wonder it can block the magic of the skeleton wizard. The aura surrounding Zhao Lei's body is vindictive. This fighting spirit is a very versatile combat technique, which can be attached to weapons to strengthen attacks, and it can also be wrapped around the body to resist magic. Zhao Lei was angry and hated. The Bloodhoof tribe is over. But at the very least, you must save your life. Stay in the Green Mountains without worrying about no firewood. Even if the Bloodhoof tribe is gone, he can still go to the Warriors' Union and unite with other warriors to get revenge. He must kill the Demon King for revenge. Now must destroy the Wraith Tower. As long as there is no resentful spirit-crazy suppression. Zhao Lei believes that he can still break through with his own strength. Exploding thunder sounded. Deafening. Boom. A red falling thunder fell into the gorge, hitting Zhao Lei impartially, and instantly shattering the grudge surrounding him. Vitality has bottomed out. Zhao Lei fell from the cliff all over his body in black. No, it's impossible, my defense, my vitality, and my grudge, how could it be so vulnerable? Zhao Lei's eyes widened. He vaguely saw a figure. The opponent stands on the top of the mountain, burly, stalwart, domineering, and calm, like a or-devil, looking down at the ant at his feet with a playful look. One strike. Only took one blow. Made Zhao Lei deeply feel the horror of the devil. You killed the Torin warrior, warrior soul +1, skill stone +1. After Zhang Mu dropped Zhao Lei in seconds, his whole body crackled, and the red thunder light continued to beat, gently waving his hand, and a few more falling thunders. You killed the Torin leader, gold coins +900. You killed the Torin leader, gold coins +900. After a few rounds of ranged attacks, several Tier 2 elites were killed. The other Torin are all scared stupid. The chief and several leaders were struck to death by lightning inexplicably. Such a terrifying magical power is almost unheard of. They don't even talk about confronting this strongman, even the caster can't see anywhere. This time, even the brave Torin. They also began to fear, and their morale collapsed completely. Almost. Zhang Mu jumped in depth. He transformed into a dragon form. The oppressive figure appeared in the sky. A scorching dragon flame sprayed on the edge of the battlefield, melting a large piece of rock, and the only Torin was forced into a dead end. Surrender may save you from death. If you dare to bear the stubborn resistance, you will completely bear the king's anger. The Torin was shocked. The psychological line of defense has completely collapsed. I didn't expect the other party to be a giant dragon. Lord, please spare your life. I am willing to surrender. You are merciful, I am waiting to come down. There is a Torin begging for you, do you accept it? So many strong labors. It's a pity not to collect it. Zhang Mu chose to accept without hesitation. These Torin will become servants of the Demon King. Of course, the loyalty of this newly incorporated unit will not be very high. The Torin has a relatively strong personality, and it is not as easy to accept fate as a goblin. Dragon troops entered the arena. They controlled the Torin. First lock up the prisoners of war and then slowly domesticate them. Zhang Mu opened the player interface and checked the statistics. This battle caused a certain amount of battle damage. A total of 311 skeleton soldiers, 11 skeleton leaders, 1 skeleton mage were lost, and the operation of the 5 Wraith Towers cost 960 gold coins. Torin is still very fierce. Actually caused a lot of damage and battle damage. Fortunately, the undead units are cheap and cheap to re-recruit. The harvest is as follows: gold coins around 7620, 3 first-tier warrior souls, 1 second-tier warrior soul, 1 skill stone, and capture prisoners of war. The gain is far greater than the loss. Light is the harvest on gold coins. Completely cover the loss and even make a lot of money. In summary, in this battle, a complete victory was won, and no enemy ran away, which is enough to show that the Dark Valley is now powerful. You sacrifice the soul of the First Order warrior, talent points +3. You sacrifice the soul of a First Order warrior, talent points +3. You sacrifice the soul of a First Order warrior, talent points +3. You sacrifice the soul of a Second Order warrior, talent points +20. Sacrifice the souls of 4 warriors. A total of up to 26 talent points. Among them, Zhao Lei contributed 20 points alone. This is definitely a huge gain for Zhang Mu, and its value is even higher than the combined sum of trophies such as gold coins. With these more than 20 talent points, both first-tier talents can be activated. You activate the First Order talent, Lone Way. You have activated the first-level talent, Elementary Magic Free. The first-level talents, all activated, and the advanced conditions have been met. Chapter 22. Zhang Mu can clearly feel that after activating all his talents, every cell in his body is evolving, releasing powerful energy. Advanced success. Spirit +400, current vitality +200, strength plus 20, agility plus 40, physique plus 20, will plus 40, physical damage resistance plus 30%, dragon flame skill effect plus 100%, abyss lightning skill effect plus 100%, loneway coverage plus 100%. The evolution is complete. All attributes have doubled. Various skill enhancements are coming up crazy. Certainly. Dragon form and dragon form attributes are different. Zhangmu is now in the form of a dragon, so his mental growth is higher than his life. If he is in the form of a dragon, his life is definitely stronger than his spirit. Other attributes are the same. Zhangmu quickly opened his personal information. Name, Zhangmu. Level, 2nd level. Race, Abyssal Dragon, Devil King. Basic attributes, Vitality 400, Mental Power 800, Strength 40, Agility 80, Physique 40, and Will 80. First Order Talent Abilities, Abyssal Dragon, Dragon Flame, Dragon Power, Thunder Domination, Elementary Magic Avoidance. Tier 2 Talent Abilities, Diamond Dragon Body, not activated, Abyssal Swallow, not activated, Purgatory Lightning Flame, not activated, Intermediate Magic Free, not activated. Other skills, Healing, Level D. Talent points, 3. There are 4 second-tier talents. Each one is extremely powerful. But activation requires 100 talent points. The difficulty of single activation is directly increased by 10 times. Tier 1 warriors can only provide 2 to 4 talent points, which would have to kill dozens of them. Tier 2 warriors can generally provide more than 20 talent points, just kill a few. Zhangmu separately checked, Loneway, and Elementary Magic Free, the effects of these 2 newly activated talent skills. Loneway, talent skill, consumes 50 points of mental power. At the moment when Loneway bursts, it will cause a round of violent mental attacks on all targets in a radius of 1,000 meters, causing them to enter a state of dizziness or coma. Each attribute will be in a certain period of time. The inner is weakened. The cooling time of this skill is 5 minutes. Is very strong. This is a large-scale, group control skill. Loneway not only has a control effect, it can also cause a lot of damage to weaker enemies, and at the same time form a suppression and weakening effect. Elementary Magic Free, talent skills, when receiving elemental magic attack or debuff state not exceeding D level, the impact will be weakened by 99%. Elementary magic immunity is also very practical. In the future, as long as the magic attacks do not exceed D level, it will be almost ineffective for Zhangmu, and it will be difficult to cause effective damage even if the number is large. 5 First-Order Talents. There are control and defense, near and far attacks, and morphological changes. When Zhangmu activated his 5 abilities and successfully evolved to Tier 2, both his survival and combat effectiveness received a huge qualitative change. Gain from this battle is really not a big deal. In addition to the harvest of the soul of the warrior. This time I got another skill stone. War Trample, E-level skill, consumes 20 mental power, causes violent trampling damage, has a certain probability to stun surrounding targets, and the skill effect is increased by the power attribute. This is also a pretty good skill. In the form of Zhangmu Dragon, the power is very amazing. This melee skill can effectively increase the combat power, so I did not hesitate to learn it. Demon King Advanced. Territory is greatly affected. Zhangmu has unlocked several new types of units. Senior Dragonman Drudge, Tier 2 Ordinary, upgraded from Ordinary Dragonman Drudgery, each upgrade costs 50 gold coins. Advanced Dragon Fighters, Tier 2 Elites, upgraded from Dragon Fighters, each upgrade costs 1,000 gold coins. Both of the above is not exactly a new unit. Is only an upgraded version of the first 2 units. They cannot be summoned directly, they can only be upgraded from Tier 1 Hard Labor and Combat Soldiers, and their abilities will be much stronger than the former. Otherwise, has 3 brand new units. Dragon Fighting Mage, a second-tier elite, a talented existence among the dragon fighters, with good melee ability, but also powerful spell attack ability. The summoning cost is 2,000 gold coins. Dragon General, the second-tier lord, the leader of the Dragon Combat Corps, has stronger combat power and command skills. Every time you have 500 combat soldiers, or 50 high-level combat soldiers, you can summon a Dragon General. The summon cost is 15,000 gold coins. Dragon Priest, a second-tier lord, a talented existence of the dragon people, with a very wise brain and powerful spell strength, for every 3,000 dragon people, one dragon priest can be summoned at a cost of 30,000 gold coins. In 3 new units. What shocked Zhang Mu is Dragon General and Dragon Priest are both Tier 2 lords. What is the concept of a second-tier lord? This means that their strength is probably far stronger than the 1,000-year wraith spirit tree in the Screaming Mine. Is enough to sweep the vast majority of demon kings and most warriors at present, and they are just summoned subordinates. Is terrible. Horror. Of course the second-tier lord is not easy to recruit. Expensive is only one aspect, it has more preconditions. The ratio of General Long to ordinary combat soldiers should not be less than 1 to 500. The ratio of the Dragon Priest to the total population of the Dragon family must be at least 1 to 3,000. Although the number of dragons in the territory has been increasing. But there are currently less than 300 Dragonman combatants, and the total number of Dragonman units has just exceeded 1,000, and there are no conditions for summoning at the moment. Glanced at the gold coin reserve. There are only more than 20,000 gold coins now. This cannot expand the Dragon Core to 500. Of course, it is impossible to upgrade 50 high-level combat soldiers. As for the total number of dragons to exceed 3,000, even if it can be done, the burden on the territory is too great. With the amazing food intake of the dragon people, 3,000 dragon people are 3,000 big rice buckets. Although Zhang Mu has a goblin farm built around Lingtian, he still counts on this cash cow to accumulate more early capital. Can only take it slowly one step at a time. The potatoes have just been harvested. The food inventory is very sufficient. Zhang Mu took out 200,000 caddies, and the old rule was based on 100 caddies, divided into 2,000 in total, and put them in the trading area at the price of 10 gold coins each. There are other demon kings building spiritual fields. The overall food production capacity of the Demon King players is improving. However, the size of the Demon King's army is rising faster, and the Demon King who also owns a spiritual field, because of the lack of labor, the production efficiency is also difficult to match Zhang Mu. The current trading area. The biggest commodity is food. The demand for food from the Demon King players has not diminished. Zhang Mu has already gained a lot of fame on this channel. He just put up the troll potato for sale, and immediately aroused discussion in the chat area. Wow, look at everyone. The potato devil is online again. The boss is proud, a handful of 2,000 troll potatoes. Boss Zhang is awesome. Does anyone know the race of the boss? The potato devil has always been very mysterious, rarely in the chat area, and hides the race prefix. No one knows what he is. Nonsense, people are addicted to planting potatoes to make a fortune every day. How can you know the Tiantianshui chat area if you are a parallel importer who is not doing business? I guess it is the Demon King of the plant family, such as tree spirits, tree shepherds, etc., which have a bonus to planting, otherwise how can they produce so much food? Fart, the boss must be a plant elf. These demon kings who are not doing their jobs properly. At this moment, one after another began to gossip about Zhang Mu's race. There are all kinds of speculations, and no one can convince anyone. The only consensus is that this food tycoon is not a very powerful type. The Demon King is not only a mortal enemy with the warriors. There are also many disputes between the Demon King and the Demon King. The Potato Devil, who has made so much money, will definitely be jealous. Should I be recognized by the nearby Demon King, wouldn't it cause big trouble? No need to doubt, now in the chat area all kinds of inquiries, among them, there are definitely guys who have bad intentions and are holding a wave of fat ideas. I think too much. Zhang Mu hides race. It's not that I have no confidence in myself. It's just a habitual low-key. Zhang Mu must be afraid of large indigenous forces for 3 points, but there is no need to counsel other Demon King forces. Coming to the Dark Valley to make trouble is no different from looking for death. At this time. Received a private message. Succubus Queen Han Kursen, hey, Potato Boss, are you still there? Zhang Mu saw black lines all over his head. Lao Tzu Tang Tang the Dragon King of the Abyss, just a part-time job selling potatoes. Chapter 23. He didn't know when it started, but he actually had the nickname of Potato Devil. To the Succubus Queen. Zhang Mu is impressed. She once exchanged castle drawings for a large amount of food. Recently, Zhang Mu often came here to buy grain and grass. Zhang Mu can judge from the purchase amount that his army of the Demon King is very impressive, and he is definitely a very powerful Demon King. Zhang Mu, yes. Succubus Queen Han Kursen, there are 2 new drawings, are you not interested? Zhang Mu, is it selling drawings again? Where you live, it seems that the output of drawings is very high. Succubus Queen Han Kursen, hey, let's not mention it, my place does not shit, and there is no place to grow the land. It is not easy to mix and eat. I can only rely on selling drawings to make a living. Zhang Mu immediately replied, what drawing? Show me first. Drawing, Dark Dungeon, consumes earth gems times 1, wood times 100, stones times, gold coins times 1000, and can build dungeons within the territory. Drawing, Tower of the Mist, consumes water sapphire times 1, wood times 100, stones times 100, gold coins times 800, and can build mist towers in the territory. Zhang Mu, the picture is good, you can make a price. Succubus Queen Han Kursen, a price of 180,000 caddies of potatoes. Succubus Queen Han Kursen, hey, let me explain in advance that my old lady is not too short of food now, so don't bargain with me. Zhang Mu, don't say that, they are all old customers. Let's be honest. It's almost 120,000 Jean. The Succubus Queen hates her teeth, you guy is really unmeasured. You always care about it with a woman. Zhang Mu, in business, not to mention, how can you talk about it, and how can it be said? Succubus Queen Han Kursen, 150,000, don't forget it, my mother's drawings are not unsellable, maybe they will appreciate after a while. Zhang Mu, okay, the deal, I'll give you something cheaper this time, there are other good pictures in the future, remember to show me first. The 2 complete the transaction. Zhang Mu got the drawing. These are 2 auxiliary buildings. Dark Dungeon, as the name suggests, is a prison. In a sense, it is also an indispensable thing in the Demon King's territory. The Mist Tower, this thing can release the mist enchantment. Although it has no actual combat function, it can cover the territory and make it difficult for foreign enemies to carry out reconnaissance. Nice stuff. Is worthwhile for Zhang Mu. Han Kursen is stocked potatoes. Potatoes listed in the trading area will not be affected. In about 20 minutes, all the potatoes were sold out. A total of 20,000 gold coins were sold, and the transaction fee for pending orders was deducted, and finally 19,000 gold coins were obtained. The current total gold coin reserve is about 40,000 inch. First spend 10,000 gold coins. Selected 10 combat soldiers. Let them go to the altar to upgrade to senior combatants. Zhang Mu only saw 10 dragon men shrouded in light. When they walked down from the altar, huge changes took place from head to toe. The dragon-fighting soldiers grew stronger, their scales became dark and thick, and the spear weapon became a weapon similar to a 3-pointed 2-edged sword. Advanced Dragon Fighter, a second-tier elite unit, Vitality 180, Mental Power 50, Strength 15, Physique 12, Agility 18, Will 9, Loyalty 100%, Locked, Fatigue 10%, Hunger 10%. Skills, Mad Dragon Fighting Chi, Level D, Dragon Blood Awakening, Level D, Dragon Scale, Level D, Spear Stab, Level E, Magic Resistance, Level E, Rapid Self-Healing, Level E. This has changed too much. The various attributes of advanced combat soldiers are more than twice as high as combat soldiers. In addition to this, he has mastered combat skills such as the Mad Dragon Fighting Spirit, and has added several new skills, including several D-level skills. Although it is not as good as the 1000-year Wraith tree. After all, this is the top first-tier lord. But there is a battle against some weaker tier 1 lords. Zhang Mu is already very satisfied. After all, combat soldiers are just basic combat units. What is there to be unsatisfied with such strength? Save up to 50 senior soldiers. Can also produce a dragon general. Zhang Mu spent another 20,000 gold coins to summon 10 battle mages. 10 strange-looking figures walked out from the altar of the Demon King. They were all sturdy dragon men, but they were wearing wizard robes, holding a shield in their left hand and a mace in their right. Is this really a mage? Zhang Mu checked the relevant information. Dragon Fighting Mage, a second-tier elite unit, 100 Vitality, Mental Power, Strength 9, Physique 10, Agility 12, Will 20, Loyalty 100%, Locked, Fatigue 10%, Hunger 10%. Skills, Hammer of Fire, Level D, Hammer of Frozen, Level D, Hammer of Hurricane, Level D, joint chanting, level D, spirit shield, level E, chain fireball, level E, earth spike, level E. No wonder it is called a battle mage. Is really a unique unit. Legal units are generally fragile. The dragon war mage did the opposite. Let the dragon battle mage in full state fight with the high-level combat soldiers, and the last one who survives must be the combat mage, whose combat power is slightly better than that of the high-level soldiers. Dragonman battle mage has extremely high individual combat power. But at the same time it has the attributes of a mage. Dragon battle mage, joint singing, skills, so that they can work together on the battlefield magic, so as not inferior to the real mage troops. There are 20 second-tier elites. Territory strength can be said to be significantly stronger. There are more than 10,000 gold coins left in Zhang Mu's hand. These money are not going to be spent temporarily. Some of them will be reserved for consumable facilities such as the Tomb of Skeleton, Spirit Tower, and Spirit Field, and some will be used to build dungeons and mists. Of the tower. Certainly. This territory construction has to put it off temporarily. There are more important things to do now. Owner. The battlefield is cleaned up. Torin prisoners of war are under control. Zhao Lei led the entire army to kill the demons. The Bloodhoof tribe will discover this sooner or later. In order to prevent the remnants from escaping early, let's take down this tribe first. A second-level elite zone. Attack and capture rewards are not low. For the sake of efficiency, Zhang Mu only brought 10 high-level soldiers, 10 combat mages, and these 20 newly acquired combat units. He is one step ahead. Looking down on the earth from high above. One message after another keeps coming out. Giant Frog Swamp, a Tier 1 general area, lower exploration value. Mountain Monster Mountain, a first-tier elite area, medium exploration value. Tiger Bear Forest, the first-tier elite area, the exploration value is medium. Cobalt Cave, the first-level elite area, the exploration value is high. Zhang Mu passed all the way. There are a lot of forces in the surrounding area. He distinguished dozens of hundreds of areas. However, it is generally an ordinary area, and occasionally there are elite areas, and most of them are wild and strange areas, and there are few villages and tribes. After all, the land is very large and sparsely populated. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is meat. These are all potential resources and chassis. But this time it was not directed at them. Zhang Mu walked around the dark valley for an hour. Finally found a cottage that looked very hidden. Bloodhoof tribe, the second-tier elite area, this is a Torin tribe. Although it is not very large, it is very powerful. There are about 800 to 900 adult Torin, high exploration value, you can get, bronze treasure chest, Torin human supplies. Found it. Within the Bloodhoof tribe. Su Yan repeatedly observed the cottage. In order to attack the Demon King in the Dark Valley, Zhao Lei almost took away 80 to 90% of the tribe's vigorous combat power. Now the Bloodhoof tribe is relatively empty. Su Yan is 60 to 70% sure that he can escape. This is the only chance, but she hesitates. Su Yan is a little worried about her tribe. Although she has only been in this world for more than half a month, she still has some feelings with these fox villagers. Escape by himself. Zhao Lei was angry. These people must not live long. Secondly, after Zhao Lei succeeds in defeating the Demon King, his strength and influence will be greatly improved. In the future, he may become a famous warrior in the forest. Will he be retaliated if he offends him? Is hesitating. Suddenly a long roar resounded over the cottage. Su Yan looked up, her pupils shrank suddenly, her face was horrified and unbelievable. It was a giant dragon 15 or 6 meters long, with dark golden scales glowing coldly under the moonlight, giving people a sense of invulnerability, full of the majesty and domineering of the Supreme King. The dragon. It's a dragon. Why is there a dragon here? Prepare weapons, prepare weapons. Chapter 24. The Torin warriors took out their spears, the Torin priests hurriedly prepared spells, and various fortifications of the cottage, such as giant crossbow arrows, were quickly mobilized. See you Su Yan. Can't care so much anymore. She took advantage of the tribe's chaos and opened the cage. Sisters, run away. Can take off the shackles without waiting. The dragon arrived over the tribe. A majestic and domineering roar sounded. An invisible but powerful shock wave enveloped the earth. Su Yan only felt that her brain was hit by a hammer. She was dizzy, her limbs and 5 senses disappeared, and she fell into a coma. Above the player panel, related information pops up. You have been attacked by Long Wei. Your vitality is -8 points, you are in a state of stun for 4 seconds, your attributes are suppressed, and it drops by 30% within 10 minutes. When Su Yan woke up, dozens of hundreds of fox villagers fell to the ground all the time, all of them were temporarily unconscious. What happened? Is this a mental attack? How can there be such a powerful mental attack? Not only this place was affected, the entire tribe was swept, and the Torin were no exception. This kind of terrifying power was simply unheard of. Long Wei covered. The dragon has swooped down. The hot Long Yan encircled camp first sprayed a circle. Destroyed the arrow towers, fences, ballistas, stone walls and other facilities like a ruin, and then another fire burned down the chief's camp. The Torin reacted. They rushed to the dragon without fear of death. The result was either burned to ashes by Long Yan or swept away by lightning. The huge body of the abyssal dragon stepped on the burning building, like a demon crawling out of the abyss of purgatory, making the surrounding Torin fearless. Su Yan was also very surprised. This legendary creature. Why does appear in such a place? Why did the Torin get into such a terrifying opponent? Too strong. The chief is not here. We can't beat him. The Torin was stunned by the dragon, perceiving the huge gap, where there was still fighting spirit, they began to rout. One of the Torin escaped to the exit of the cottage. A hurricane hammer blasted his head directly. The cottage was originally full of traps and warnings, but now most of them are destroyed by dragon attacks. Dozens of invaders broke in easily. The number is not much. There are only 20 in total. 10 entangled grudges, armed with a 2-edged spear, are extremely fast, like lightning, stabs back and forth constantly, no Torin can escape. 10 magic shields, the warhammer in hand is infinitely powerful, and it has more magical attack ability. No matter the enemy in the distance, middle, or close range, no one can escape from the hand. The dragon wreaks havoc. Dozens of subordinates block the way out. This is a posture to kill the tribe. The dragon suddenly said, "You humble, stupid, overweight things, you have the courage to attack this king's territory, are you ready to endure this king's anger?" The senior dragonman threw an object in. Su Yan and the Torin were all shocked. This thing is a head, and it is not another head, it is the Torin chief Zhao Lei. That is to say, the demon troop failed. The identity of this dragon is not difficult to guess. The Torin people finally understand why the great dragon would attack their little tribe. It's all to blame for the chief's overpowering. The Torin hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy. "Lord, please spare your life. It's none of our business. Since the chief claimed to have obtained the inheritance of the fate, he has done a lot of things that we can't understand like crazy. We don't dare to be an enemy of such a great existence as you, please be merciful and spare us this time. We are willing to surrender allegiance." The Torin was frightened by the dragon's intimidation, and all hope was destroyed by the powerful strength of the dragon, and he could only choose to kneel and beg to surrender. Now, the most desperate is not the Torin. The Torin's surrender may still have a silver lining. Su Yan believed that even if she surrendered, it would be a dead end. Even if the dragon let anyone else out there was absolutely no reason to let her go. Because warriors and demon kings is an incompatible existence. There is a Torin begging for you. You have captured the Bloodhoof tribe and obtained the bronze treasure chest. Zhang Mu is satisfied with the result. Had caught more than 200 Torin. Now he has over 100 and dozens of Torin. The labor of working in the mine is finally gone. Zhang Mu was preparing to clean up the mess, suddenly his eyes condensed slightly, and he fell on one of the Torin with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. He flicked his finger. A red light flashes across. The Torin blasted out of the queue. Her body shrank quickly and she became a fox girl, her whole body scorched and smoked, she fell to the ground dying. Hee, there are still warriors. Zhang Mu is better at melee and melee in the form of a dragon. The power of spell skills is not as powerful as in the form of a dragon. Otherwise, even with a casual blow, with the strength of this warrior, she will never survive. Zhang Mu was very curious about the appearance of the warrior. She is obviously a fox clan. Why did the Torin tribe appear? And her talents are very special. Among the warriors. Fengmao water chestnut with natural ability. The talents of warriors will evolve as their strength grows. Su Yan has acquired a talented ability called Advanced Transformation. She can become a target or race she has come into contact with. Although only the appearance changes. But this disguise is perfect. She probably wanted to get into the team of the Torin who was collected and wait for an opportunity to escape. Even with Zhang Mu's strength and the dragon's eyes could not see through, he could see through the warrior identity at a glance, purely because he saw the prompt message. Zhang Mu stretched out his paw. Instantly held down the struggling Su Yan. The latter faces a dragon like an ant. She was horrified and quickly said, "Big brother, for mercy, don't kill me first." Zhang Mu smiled and asked with interest, "You are a warrior and I am a demon king. Why do you think I should not kill you?" Su Yan quickly said, "I have a reason not to kill me." Zhang Mu was a little surprised. "Oh, is that right? Speak out and listen, but there is only one chance. If I am not satisfied with the reason." Talking. Zhang Mu's mouth. The dragon flame breath came out again. Su Yan made a cold sweat all over her body. How to do? This is dead. Think of a reason to avoid death. What reason can I find out? Give him money. Still seducing him. Isn't this nonsense? Su Yan glanced at Zhao Lei's head on the ground. At this moment, she remembered what Zhao Lei had done and what Zhao Lei had said to herself. Suddenly a bright light burst into her brain. "Zhang Mu, have you thought about it? I'll give you 3 more seconds." Su Yan quickly said, "I can cooperate with you, the boss." Zhang Mu actually didn't want to let him go. He just wants to see how many reasons this guy can make without a bottom line or come up with ridiculousness in order to survive. Did not expect. She proposed cooperation. Chapter 25. A weak chicken warrior wants to cooperate with the big devil. Su Yan quickly added, "I was caught by Zhao Lei, but he and I are in a hostile relationship with him. Although you and I are in different camps, they do not necessarily have to be hostile." She felt that her thoughts became clear quickly. "Big brother, think about it, you killed me for reward, but my strength is so weak, it is really not worth mentioning. How many rewards can I provide? If you let me go and cooperate with me, then I can do a lot of inconvenient things for you as a warrior. For example, to obtain information about the warrior camp, or to help you spread false information and lure more warriors to your lair. You won't make more money by killing them than by killing me." Su Yan finished. Such a short time. These are the most convincing reasons she can think of. If you can't get your life back, then you really have to die. "Hey, what you said seems to be interesting. Who said that the devil and the warrior can't conspire? This Su Yan is weak and pitiful. Kill and contribute up to 2 talent points. What can 2 talent points do now? But she can help herself deceive some warriors, especially the warriors above the first rank, then kill one casually, no more than killing her directly. Of course. Just a few words. It is impossible for Zhang Mu to trust each other. After all, she is also a warrior. The identities of the 2 sides are inherently opposite. For any warrior, a demon king like Zhang Mu is even more invaluable. Kill one. Can almost reach the sky in 1 step. Zhang Mu released his paws. Take her back first. Su Yan was temporarily saved from death. First grab it back and lock it up. As for the follow-up to kill or cut, or try to cooperate, this requires further thinking and planning. Soon after, other foxes have been discovered. These fox tribes also express their willingness to be loyal. The fox people don't have any special abilities, but the IQ is not bad. The castle lacks some servants. Anyway, raising dozens of fox people doesn't cost much resources, so they are simply collected and brought back together. Finally, Zhang Mu opened the reward box. You opened the bronze treasure chest and got gold coins times 4,000, blueprint, Torin camp times 1, strength spar times 1. Has another drawing. This drawing is unusual. It seems to be similar to the original Tomb of Withered Bones. It is a barracks-like building facility, and it seems that it can unlock the Minotaur unit. Drawing, Torin camp, consume life gems times 1, wood times 200, stones times 200, gold coins times 1,000, you can build a Torin camp within the territory. Power spar, after absorption, permanent power attribute plus 10. Except for drawings. There is also a spar. It can increase strength by 10 points. This is not a small number. Zhang Mu's dragon form has 40 strength. 1 point of strength is worth at least 5 or 6 human brawny. This means that 10 more power points increase the power of at least 50 strong men. Even for Zhang Mu. This kind of growth is not small. This is the first time he has obtained a tribute spar. It is not difficult to see that the value of such items is very high. Zhang Mu held the spar and absorbed it, only to feel that the warm current spread throughout his body, so that every cell was infused with brand new power. After going back, Zhang Mu immediately started the territory construction. Now there are 3-part blueprints: Dark Dungeon, Tower of Mist, Torin Camp. The construction materials needed are relatively huge. The core material of the Dark Dungeon is Earth Gems, the core material of the Tower of Mist is Water Sapphire, and the core material of the Torin Camp is Life Gems. Zhang Mu has a Water Sapphire. This is one of the gems obtained in the treasures of the Dark Ruins. As for the gems of the Earth and the gems of Life, they do not have them in their hands. They can only be purchased from other demon kings through transactions. Zhang Mu first built the Mist Tower near the castle. Mist Tower creates a mist enchantment, covering the entire territory. Within the enchantment, the enemy's vision is minus 90%, and it can resist long-range reconnaissance spells. This is a defensive building similar to the Wraith Tower. The Mist Tower does not have offensive and defensive capabilities. The main function is to cover and interfere, so that the territory is enveloped by a layer of mist. This kind of fog is the mist of magic. Is only valid for external units. Zhang Mu and territorial units will not be affected in any way. Not only can't see the fog, the vision is completely normal, and even the sky is clear. Once an outsider attempts to observe through remote reconnaissance skills, his field of vision will be blocked by the fog, making it impossible to distinguish the facilities and strength of the Demon King's territory. Outsiders entering the valley will also be affected by the Mist Tower, and their field of vision will be flooded with mist, or even get lost in the mist. In short, Mist Tower is the jammer. It can effectively hide the territory layout and secrets. In a sense, its value is higher than that of some defensive buildings. Of course, the operation state of the Mist Tower will cause loss, but only a few dozen gold coins per day. This amount of expenditure is not very stressful for Zhang Mu. At this time, Zhang Mu received a few private messages. Bloody Giant Wang Shi, brother, I have all the gems you want. Isn't this the guy who sold dark gems the other day? Zhang Mu asked, it's you again. You have a lot of gems. Bloody Giant Wang Shi, hey, I do have a lot of gems in this place, but they all have to go to get their lives in exchange. It's not easy to eat a meal. Zhang Mu, don't sell badly, let's talk about how much you want. Bloody Giant Wang Shi, brother, you make a price, if it's suitable, then trade directly. What a happy person. This guy. Learn smarter. Let Zhang Mu make an offer first. Zhang Mu is not long-winded. Earth Gems 500 gold coins, Life Gems 1000 gold coins, a total of 1500 gold coins. The price is in line with the market, and even slightly higher. He didn't want to wrestle over a few gold coins. Wang Shi is not long-winded. The two reached a deal. Bloody Giant Wang Shi, brother, I have a lot of gems, if you need it in the future, you can contact me first. Zhang Mu, no problem. After collecting other materials, Zhang Mu built a dark dungeon near the Devil's Castle. Dark Dungeon can imprison Tier 1 and Tier 2 units, successfully imprisoned objects, all attributes, 95%, all skills are sealed. Zhang Mu walked into the dungeon personally to watch. This dungeon is bigger than imagined. There are 50 huge cells. Each cell is the size of a basketball court. Its northwest problem to close 10 elephants Indiana. The most important is, these cells have their own ceiling effect. All first and second tier targets, no matter how powerful, as long as they are locked in, all skills will not be used, and all attributes will be weakened by 95%. Want to escape? Is almost impossible. Warrior Su Yan is very honored. She became the first prisoner in the dungeon. Zhang Mu didn't think about how to deal with her for the time being. This weak chicken warrior. Food is tasteless and can't be discarded. There is really not much reward for killing. As for cooperation, Zhang Mu was a little excited, but there was no way to trust the other party completely. Next, it's the Torin camp's turn. There are a lot of consumables in the Torin camp. Fortunately, the territory has sufficient resources and cash flow. After receiving the gems of life, they will start construction immediately. About the location. Zhang Mushuan is in Baiming Mine. This Baiming Mine is a huge iron ore producing area, which can produce several kinds of high-quality iron ore, whether it is territory construction or equipment manufacturing, all of which can exert great value. The manpower of the bullhead is not lost to the dragon men, and the physical strength is longer than the dragon men, so it is suitable for mining work. Otherwise. Chapter 26. Torin is good at smelting. Has a good forging talent. The future can create value for the territory. The Torin camp was successfully constructed. Domain unlocks a new unit, Torin. The upper limit of Torin priests plus 50, the upper limit of Torin warriors plus 500. A new unit is unlocked. Torin warrior, the first level ordinary, the recruitment cost is 20 gold coins. Torin priest, a tier 1 elite, the recruitment cost is 200 gold coins. Although the Torin warrior is a tier 1 ordinary unit, the Torin has different racial talents, so the combat effectiveness is not weak. A Torin can be worth 5 skeleton soldiers. The Torin priest is a legal unit, even more precious. Zhang Mu recruited 100 Torin warriors and 10 Torin priests. Torin warrior, a tier 1 ordinary unit, skills, charge, F grade, heavy hammer, F grade, smelting LV3, forging LV2. Torin priest, a tier 1 elite unit, skills, recovery, E level, endurance aura, E level, fireball, F level, weapon blessing, F level. See my lord. 10 Torin wearing sacrificial robes, 100 burly Torin warriors holding hammers, and respectfully crawling under their feet. Torin is a born warrior. Also has production skills at the same time. Is not only a combat unit, but also a production unit. It has 2 functions, which is satisfying. As for the Torin priest, the spell attack ability is not as good as the skeleton mage, but it has a good performance in support. Recovery technique can quickly restore the target's physical strength. Endurance aura is an aura type skill. As long as it is activated, it can reach targets in a large range, greatly increasing the energy and physical strength of these targets. This is useful. Regardless of the Dragonite construction team, the Goblin farm, or the Torin mine, as long as the rotation of some Torin priests is arranged, it will greatly promote production. Zhang Mu commanded, "Your task now is to repair mining areas, develop mines, smelt ores, and provide sufficient material supplies for my territory." Yes, my lord. Zhang Mu is going to send hundreds of Torin who have been compiled. A Torin can do more than a dozen human jobs, even if only 300 mining operations are arranged, dozens of hundreds are responsible for smelting, at least thousands of iron nuggets can be produced every day, which is not only sufficient to meet the daily consumption of the territory, but also in the future has the potential to become a major source of finance. Although it is not as good as selling food for a short time. But in the long run, the prospects and potential are not inferior. At present, the income of the territory is too dependent on food. In the event of extreme circumstances that lead to changes in the market environment, financial problems will occur. Therefore, it is necessary to plan for the development of more industries. The Torin gets busy. This will soon become a new production base. Just when Zhang Mu arranged for the Torin to work. Warn. The territory is invaded. Your goblin was killed. Your goblin was killed. Zhang Mu suddenly received a reminder, causing his face to change slightly. In what circumstances, somehow, the territory was attacked? Warrior. There is no reason. Zhang Mu deployed 5 wraith towers in the gorge. Not long ago, a large number of undead regiments have not withdrawn. Under this situation, warriors cannot pass. Since the subordinates did not report the intruder in advance, then there is only one possibility: the intruder walks through the canyon at all. Judging from the prompt message, 2 goblins were dead, indicating that the attacked place was a goblin farm. Zhang Mu did not dare to be careless. The farm is about the financial lifeline. If it is destroyed, it will directly affect the development. Zhang Mu flew to the farm quickly, but when he arrived, the battle seemed to have ended, and no enemy was found on the scene. Goblin has hid in the house at this moment. A small group of combat soldiers guarding the farm is watching the sky vigilantly, seeming to be on guard at any time. What happened? Zhang Mu landed in front of him from the sky. A dragon combat soldier quickly replied, "Tell my lord that an enemy has attacked, but we have already beaten him away." "How about the loss?" Dragonman combat soldiers replied, 3 goblins were killed in the chaos, and some of the troll potatoes that had just been harvested were snatched away. Zhang Mu nodded. The loss does not appear to be serious. Fortunately, Zhang Mu was cautious enough. Under the severe defense of the canyon, he still stationed a small combatant on the farm for a long time. Is this the intruder? This strange creature is like a big bat, but it has a body that resembles a human body. It is 1.5 meters tall, with blood-red eyes and sharp teeth. Zhang Mu looked over. The golden finger prompt information quickly emerged. Vampire Batman, dead, First Order Ordinary, skills, blood-sucking, F level, ultrasonic reconnaissance, F level. Introduction: this is a low-level monster living in the underground world. It appeared on the surface because it was summoned by a nearby demon king. Although it is not strong in combat ability, it has excellent flying and reconnaissance abilities. Judging from the information, this is a subordinate of a demon king. A small soldier with flying and reconnaissance capabilities. No wonder you can avoid the canyon and enter the valley directly. Probably the Tower of Mist interfered with the vampire bat reconnaissance, so that they didn't even reach the castle, so they used the goblin farm as the core of Zhang Mu's lair. This time a small twist. Although it is not an invasion strictly speaking, it is only a small harassment at best. The loss is minimal and the impact is not significant. But this kind of behavior is undoubtedly uncomfortable. Warriors, forget it. The devil is also here to make trouble. Zhang Mu is not a dumb person. He stroked his chin and thought for a long time, then suddenly thought of a good idea to solve the problem. Su Yan squatted in the dungeon. My eyes are dizzy, and I have no love. Suddenly a domineering figure walked in. Su Yan protested immediately, I can't stand it anymore. If I want to be imprisoned forever, it's better to kill me immediately. The devil said calmly, don't get excited, let's talk about cooperation. Su Yan's eyes lit up, you agree? The devil replied, there are so many warriors like dogs everywhere. This kind of cooperation is not necessary for you, but I can give you a test and opportunity. What is it? Go help me kill a demon king. Su Yan suddenly felt like a frustrated ball, I'm dying of the strength of the Tier 1 elite, and it's hard to beat the weakest demon king. Zhang Mu calmly said, what are you afraid of? I lend you troops. What you have to do is very simple. Use your warrior's abilities to find the demon king first, and then kill him at the end. Su Yan was stunned. The devil lends troops to the warriors. Let the warrior help him kill another demon king. What kind of show operation is this? In fact, Zhang Mu's idea is very simple. The devil kills the devil, and the warrior kills the warrior. There is no reward for killing each other in the same camp. In that case, why don't you borrow a warrior's knife to use it? Zhang Mu can continue to hide his strength in the Demon King group. Warriors destroying the devil's lair and killing the devil can generate rich rewards and have the opportunity to get a share of it. Why not? By the way, give the warriors a chance. Let her prove that she has the value to use. Su Yan didn't have a choice. Instead of being locked up in jail, it's better to have a blog. Maybe it's good luck, but survive by chance. Not long ago. A dozen vampire bat soldiers. From the gloomy valley back to the lair. There is a Demon King altar in the depths of this cave. Hundreds of people gathered in the Demon King's lair. Various units have developed well. Owner. We have completed the reconnaissance. There is a Demon King's territory near here. It's in a dark valley dozens of miles away. Chapter 27. Demon King player Wang Lu sat on the altar. He is a bat demon, dark fur, 2 meters tall, with scarlet eyes like blood, big bat wings, and extremely sharp fangs. This is a Demon King of medium blood. Has the talents of blood-sucking, scouting, and flying. Wang Lu is pretty good, now he has 800 men. Batsman's units are not as strong as the top-level upper race units, but the corresponding price will be much cheaper, so they can recruit so many. Because of proficient in reconnaissance and flying. The hunting radius of the bats is extremely large. Wang Lu did not need to worry about food in the early stage. Relying on a large group of highly mobile and high reconnaissance subordinates, he killed 5 warriors who came to provoke him, broke through several strange areas, and developed very well. The Devil. Dark Valley. Wang Lu's eyes flashed coldly. Who said that only warriors are the enemies of the devil? What is the mission of the Demon King? Conquer, destroy, and destroy. Every Demon King has a strong motivation to attack, conquer, and expand. Warriors and warriors' cooperation is greater than competition. The Demon King competes with the Demon King more than cooperation. Wang Lu doesn't think it's a good thing to have a similar person nearby. One mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. Wang Lu asked, what race is the opponent? Vampire Batman said, there is a magic mist in the valley, which prevents us from scouting the entire area, but a lot of goblins have been found. Between talking. Take out the spoils. This is a troll potato. Wang Lu asked, are you sure that the other side has grown a lot of this kind of potatoes in the territory? You can't go wrong. The other party has a large area of farmland. When we arrived, hundreds of goblins were harvesting. This kind of potatoes piled up as high as a hill. Wang blurted out, is it the potato devil? He knew there was a guy. Because I sell potatoes all day long. Is therefore dubbed the nickname of the potato devil. The Dark Valley is the territory of the Potato King. Is this famous Demon King just a goblin? The vampire bat soldier continued, we wanted to scout more carefully, but we were spotted by a few powerful guards, so we immediately withdrew. Wang Lu clenched his fists. The other party is really the potato devil. This is definitely a great opportunity for Fat. This guy has made so much money and cultivated a strong army. It is nothing unusual, but there is nothing to worry about. First, the enemy is bright and I am dark. The devil cannot discover each other in advance. Now Wang Lu has ascertained the other's lair, but the other party does not know his existence, so he is already passive. Next is the mobility advantage. Wang Lu's troops are not very powerful. Is a highly maneuverable flying corps. Wang Lu is confident that if he takes advantage of his unpreparedness, he can definitely complete the beheading or steal the home to destroy the altar before the opponent reacts. Kill the Demon King. Both seize wealth and resources. Wiped out another powerful potential opponent. Wang Luguang thought it was too cool. Ha ha ha. God helps me too. Wang Lu decided to prepare well. This time it will be done in one battle. He first issued a transmission sound wave command to his men. The next day. Hunting troops. All return. Wang Lu officially began to prepare for the battle. He planned a surprise attack patiently. But the plan has not been made yet. A subordinate flew in front of him. We encountered an attack. A warrior is here again. Wang Lu sneered after hearing the words, a bunch of things that do not live or die, dare to challenge me, just to enhance my strength. He has killed several warriors. So it's not a fuss. If you can kill a few more warriors and point a talent before attacking the Dark Valley, that would be great. Owner. Oh no. The outer cave is lost. The warriors have already entered. Wang Lu's face changed drastically. What did you say? How is this possible? More than a dozen fireballs attacked. Kept exploding in the cave. Vampire bat soldiers are high-speed crispy units. Although they are fast and mobile, their defense is relatively low and their vitality is weak. Now they have nowhere to escape, where can they be held? Screamed and fell. A force came in like a broken bamboo. More than 300 combat units, they are, 10 high-level dragon combat soldiers, 10 dragon combat mages, 40 skeleton mages, 50 skeleton leaders, and 200 dragon combat soldiers. Senior soldiers, combat mage, are all tier 2 elite units. Skeleton mages and combatants are both tier 1 elite units. Skeleton head is a tier 2 common unit. What is this concept? The corps that Wang Lu is proud of, although the number has reached as many as 800, they are all tier 1 ordinary units. When faced with a crusade composed of all elites or tier 2 or even tier 2 elites, there is no suspense in this battle at all. Even. It can be said. Kill the chicken with a sledgehammer. Even if this unit only dispatched 1/10, it would be enough for Wang Lu to drink a pot. Even if it was lucky to block the offensive, the loss would be extremely heavy. Less than 10 minutes. The battle is all over. The Bat Demon troops were basically wiped out. The Demon King was severely injured by 2 high-ranking soldiers. It's time for you to do it. A dragonman walked up to the girl. The fox girl was shocked on her beautiful face, her eyes were round and her mouth was big enough to put an apple in her mouth. When accepting a task, I thought it would be a life of 9 deaths. How do you know that you will encounter such a situation? This devil is definitely not weak anymore, I didn't expect it to be so vulnerable. Su Yen realized. That King of the Dark Valley is a terrifying existence. Not only can he easily destroy the Bloodhoof tribe, but he can also easily abuse another of its kind without showing up. From beginning to end, Su Yen has never done anything. Is just using the warrior's map function to find the devil's lair for Zhang Mu's troops. This task is far easier than imagined. She suddenly found out. The big devil who looks fierce may not be as bad as imagined. This is not so much a test for oneself, as it is for cultivating oneself. It is really a lucky thing to find such a great devil as a backer. What are you waiting for? Oh, I'm sorry, I will do it now. Su Yen held the short sword. Walked in front of the dying Wang Lu. Chapter 28. Wang Lu was afraid to look at her. Who are you? You are a weak fox warrior, it is impossible to control such a huge power. Su Yen said lightly, if you want to blame yourself. If you offend an existence that shouldn't be offended, this is due retribution, so confess your fate. Wang Lu noticed. Warriors and these dragon people. They are not like subordinates. Warriors are more like being held hostage. Wang shook his whole body abruptly, as if thinking of something, he said in disbelief, are you sent from the Dark Valley? You know too much. This secret cannot be revealed. Su Yen directly pierced Wang Lu's heart with a sword. Wang Lu felt that his life was losing rapidly. At the last moment when his consciousness disappeared, he finally understood how stupid he had done. You killed the Bat Demon. Get 25 training points, get the Dark Bat art. The devil is different from the warrior. Devil kills warriors to get talent points, and use talent points to activate talents to gain evolution. Warriors kill the devil to gain training points, which can be used to upgrade the level or upgrade skills. 1 training point is probably the result of a whole year of cultivation by an ordinary person. After Su Yen killed Wang Lu, he instantly gained 25 cultivation points, which is equivalent to 25 years of cultivation for an ordinary person. No matter it comes to upgrade the ranks. Is still used to improve skills. In terms of Su Yan's current weak strength, she can all grow by leaps and bounds. In addition, after the warrior kills the Demon King, he can randomly obtain at least 1 talent ability from the Demon King. The higher the level of the Demon King and the more talents, the greater the probability of obtaining more talents. Su Yen opens his player panel. Name, Su Yen. Level 1, 0/20. Race, Fox People, Chosen Warriors. Basic attributes, Vitality 20, Mental Power 30, Strength 1, Agility 3, Physique 2, Will 5. Talent ability, Advanced Transformation, Dark Bat Technique. Other skills, Phantom Technique, F grade, Small Fireball, F grade, Light Injury Treatment, F grade. Practice points, 25. Upgrading requires 20 training points. Su Yen gritted his teeth and added it decisively. Added the remaining 5 training points to the Small Fireball. You have broken through the 2nd level, Life plus 10, Spirit plus 20, each attribute plus 5. Your little fireball, F grade, has evolved into a big fireball, E grade. Su Yen can clearly feel that her own strength has undergone an incredible and tremendous change over time. No wonder the warrior wants to kill the devil. This effect is really immediate. Su Yen glanced at the altar and destroyed the devil's lair. The most important step was to destroy the devil's altar. Warriors come to do this. There will be a reward box. Condensed a few big fireballs and hit them. You destroyed the Demon King's altar, and you got the Demon King's treasure chest. Can't be greedy. Su Yen did not dare to open the treasure chest immediately. She clearly realized that this reward should not be taken by herself. It belongs to the big boss behind the scenes. Devil's Castle. 8 fox girls brought huge tea cups and fruit plates. Owner, please use tea. We have prepared fruit snacks for you. The fox girl faces the domineering and mighty master. Although there is some fear, but more of worship. They were originally villagers in Fox Village. Because Zhang Mu conquered the Bloodhoof tribe, they finally moved to the Dark Valley, and they were very satisfied with their new life. The weak and the strong in this world. There is nothing more important to the weak than security. Zhang Mu received a total of 105 fox tribes. Although the fox clan is weak, it is easy to feed. Among them, 30 young and beautiful girls were selected and promoted to be servants who can enter the castle to work. After all, he is a big devil. How can you not serve the servants by your side? Dragon and Torin bosses with the per capita Hulk figure are okay, and letting them take care of their daily lives is simply a disaster. It's good now. There is a maid on duty. The Demon King's castle is less gloomy. Other fox tribe Zhang Mu also has arrangements. Each race has the talent of each race. Although the fox people are relatively poor in combat ability and not good at farming and production, they have some talents in cooking and winemaking. Zhang grazes a lot of food. Simply arranged 30 fox people to cook for themselves. The intelligence level of the fox race is much higher than that of goblins and Torin. With the gradual expansion of the territory, there is a demand for civilian and administrative positions. The days of the Great Devil is really getting more and more moisturized. At this time, the player interface information is constantly refreshed. You killed the vampire bat soldier, gold coins plus 7. You killed the vampire bat soldier, gold coins plus 7. You killed the vampire bat soldier, gold coins plus 7. What? Has it started? It looks like everything is going well. Zhang Mu knew that the warrior sister had found the Demon King's lair. Although there is no special reward for the Demon King to kill the Demon King, there are basic gold coin rewards, which are no different from killing monsters. This demon is not strong. There are also more than 800 generals. Calculated like this, you can earn about 6,000 gold coins, which is quite a lucrative income. About this devil. No longer pay attention. Zhang Mu knew that the other party was dead. He turned his attention to the territory. The basic situation of territory is as follows. Main facilities: Devil's Castle, Skeleton Tomb, Torin Camp, Dark Dungeon, Tower of Mist, Tower of Wraith. Total population, 3,200 units. 1,155 units of this family. Among them, 815 Dragonman drudges, 320 Dragonman combat troops, 10 advanced Dragonman combat soldiers, and 10 Dragonman combat mages. 2,045 other units. Among them, 1,000 skeleton soldiers, 100 skeleton leaders, 50 skeleton mages, 464 Torin, 10 Torin priests, 316 goblins, and 105 fox clans. Current gold coin reserve, about 10,000. The current average daily income, about 20,000 gold coins, most of which are contributed by the goblin farm. From the perspective of scale, the territory is already quite strong. At this rate of development, it won't take a long time. The great forces of the Forest of Chaos will hardly pose a threat to him, the Demon King. Of course. Zhang Mu wants to be comparable to the top strengths of the major countries and empires, at least in a short period of time. It is difficult to achieve. But these top powers want to deal with Zhang Mu, but it is also a costly thing. Because the Dark Valley is located in the depths of the Forest of Chaos. These national-level troops, no matter how strong they are, let them climb over the lofty mountains, pass through countless monster areas and terrestrial snake power areas, and come to fight against Zhang Mu. How easy is it? Just supplies and wastage are scary to death. Zhang Mu was not worried about being threatened by them. What he has to do now is to continue to develop, make the territory larger, and make the Demon King's legion stronger, so as to gradually cannibalize and annex nearby forces. The main army. Expensive is not much expensive. Zhang Mu spent 10,000 gold coins to upgrade 10 high-level combat soldiers. Spent 1,000 gold coins to supplement 200 drudges, and spent 10,000 gold coins to train 200 drudges into senior drudges. Zhang Mu made a comparison. Dragonman Hard Work, a Tier 1 ordinary unit, with 15 Vitality, 15 Mental Power, 1, Strength 1, Physique 1, Agility 1, and Will 1. Build LV2, Gather LV2, Forge LV1, hunt LV1, and make LV1. Chapter 29. Senior Dragonman Hardwick, Tier 2 Ordinary Unit, Vitality 25, Mental Power 25, Strength 4, Physique 4, Agility 4, and Will 4. Build LV4, Gather LV3, Forge LV3, Hunt LV2, and make LV2. Advanced Hard Work Construction Skills reach Level 4. This is more efficient and can create more complex buildings. Advanced Hard Work Forging ability has been upgraded from Level 1 to Level 3. This is a very powerful forging technology, enough to create equipment of the highest quality possible. The total number of hard labor exceeded 1,000. This kind of basic production unit is very important. Although it is not possible to directly build facilities with special functions such as the Skeleton Tomb, Torin Encampment, and Wraith Tower, it is not enough for the territory to have these. A lot of infrastructure also promotes the development of the territory. What's more, long-run hard labor is also responsible for a large amount of transportation, logging, gathering, and manufacturing, so it is indispensable. The gold coins have spent most of it. Although the current territory is getting better and better. Jiangmu is definitely a high income among the devil, but the development territory is still not enough, and the fiscal revenue needs to continue to increase. At this time, a dragon came to report. Report to the master. The medicine field has begun to harvest. Goblin serfs don't know how to deal with precious medicinal materials. Jiangmu bought several batches of herbal seeds and opened up a special section for medicinal materials on the goblin farm. The first batch of medicinal materials and the first 2 batches of potatoes were planted in about the same time. There have been several good potato harvests. The medicinal materials have only matured once now. Shows that the growth cycle of medicinal materials is too long. Jiangmu personally came to the goblin farm. In addition to more than 300 goblins, there are more than 100 units of labor composed of dragon drudges and Torin, who are mainly responsible for handling rough jobs such as plowing. To further increase farm efficiency, Jiangmu also arranged shifts of 5 bullhead priests. Let them restore their strength and bless the aura of durability for the serfs. Even so, 100 acres of spiritual land has not been fully utilized. 40 acres are planted with fast-growing troll potatoes, and a dozen acres are used to grow slow-growing medicinal materials. The other 30 or 40 acres are often abandoned. This creates waste. But there is no alternative. This kind of waste is caused by both internal and external reasons. External cause is the problem of seed supply. The internal cause is the problem of labor shortage. Who makes there are only more than 300 goblins now? Jiangmu can only send dragon people to work hard and Torin to top him. Different from ordinary farmland. Round every 5 or 6 days. The cycle from planting to harvesting is extremely short. The workload is huge and it consumes labor. Now Jiangmu's main seed supplier Huayao has recently strengthened its ability to cultivate seeds, and it's time to make full use of the farmland. There are no goblin farmers. You can do it with Torin. Even if the production speed is a little slower, you can still create value every day, which is better than throwing a lot of land away. See the master. Long live the master. Goblin serfs worshipped one after another. Jiangmu waved his hand. Go to work. Goblin quickly got up. Yes. Goblin loyalty is now stable at 80% to 90%. If more goblins can be introduced to the farm and their average labor volume can be reduced a bit, loyalty can be further increased. Jiangmu found the old village chief and asked, "Are there any goblins around here?" The old goblin replied, "There are many goblins living in the forest, but small villages are often forced to migrate, and there is northwest permanent place to live, but I heard that there are large goblin tribes in the south." This clue is very important. Jiangmu silently wrote it down. Scattered to catch some goblins and came back to farm. More than 10 acres of medicinal fields, filled with fragrance, due to the different planting time, most of the medicinal materials are still growing. So far, only less than 2 acres have been harvested. There are mainly 2 kinds of medicinal materials grown here. Grass of life, green quality, can be taken directly, it can slowly restore vitality by 20 points. Moonlight ginseng, green quality, can be taken directly, it can slowly restore 30 points of mental strength. 2,000 copies of life grass. Moonlight ginseng 1,000 copies. Common wild herbs in dark valleys. Is generally gray quality and white quality. Now the medicinal materials grown by myself are of green quality, which is better than common wild herbs. It can be seen that farming is the kingly way. These medicines can be taken directly. But if it is taken directly without treatment, the effect of the medicine will be delayed for a long time, and the effect will be slower, so it is not suitable for use in combat. Zhang Mu asked, "How many herbs are there in the medicine field now?" The old goblin replied, "There are about 20,000 plants of life grass, and about 10,000 plants of moonlight ginseng. This is a good thing. Although the growth cycle is a bit longer. But profit and value do not lose food." Zhang Mu sent a message in the chat area, "Selling life grass and moonlight ginseng, please send me a private message if you need it." This news came out. The chat area immediately swipes the information. Isn't this the potato devil? How did the potato devil start selling herbs? This boss is going to carry on the farming flow to the end. Zhang Mu's first batch of medicinal materials are on the shelves. 500 plants of life, 30 gold coins for each plant. 100 moonlight ginseng plants, 40 gold coins per plant. The total value is 19,000 gold coins. The trading area is not a market where prices can be arbitrarily marked. Sells cheaply, and loses myself. It's too expensive to sell. If you can't trade for a long time, you will lose the handling fee. The price is based on Zhang Mu's observation of the market and finally gave a median value, which is neither expensive nor cheap. Successful transaction, get 30 gold coins. Successful transaction, get 30 gold coins. Successful transaction, get 40 gold coins. A message of successful transaction came. This shows that the pricing strategy is not too problematic. This kind of higher quality medicinal materials is still relatively scarce. Zhang Mu is very satisfied. Why does he plant medicinal materials? Don't use all the labor force to grow food. Is nothing more than considering the diversification of fiscal revenue. Even if the food market changes in the future, relying on the income from medicinal materials, the financial situation of the territory can be maintained. Then a private message appeared. Mysterious Witch Liang Bai, "Big brother, I can buy a lot of medicinal materials, can you give me a discount?" Zhang Mu, "How much do you want to buy?" Mysterious Witch Liang Bai, "Buy 200 copies of each of the 2 medicinal materials." This is not a small amount of money. Most demon kings are short of money. Why does this guy spend so much money on medicinal materials? Zhang Mu, "Buy so many at once, do you know how to alchemy?" Mysterious Witch Liang Bai, "Yes, I have the talent for refining medicine, and my production soldiers can also refining medicine, so I need a very large supply of medicinal materials." Interesting. To this kind of cooperation, Zhang Mu is welcome. He needs some stable and cooperative clients. Zhang Mu, "I will give you a 15% discount, a total of 11,900 gold coins, but after your potion is produced, I will get the highest priority purchase right. Mysterious Witch Liang Bai, "The price is okay, but I have a little problem." Chapter 30. Zhang Mu, "Small problem." Mysterious Witch Liang Bai, "I just had a fierce battle with a group of warriors. Although I won in the end, I lost a lot, and all my money was used to supplement my subordinates." Zhang Mu almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Want to buy medicinal materials from Lao Tzu without money? Is this guy a recreational spoiler? What a waste of time. Zhang Mu, "Sorry, I don't accept credit." Secret Witch Liang Bai quickly explained, "No, I didn't want to take credit, I just want to exchange for other things. Something else. This is a medicinal material of tens of thousands of gold coins. What equivalent can she bring out? Skill stones, crystals, gems, or blueprints?" Mysterious Witch Liang Bai, "I still have 4 first-tier warrior souls that are useless. I want to exchange my soul for this batch of medicinal materials with you, okay? Huh. Can the soul be a commodity?" The other party actually took this out in exchange. This is something Zhang Mu had never thought of, and very few demon kings would do it. However, the soul of a warrior is essentially a trophy. Since it is a trophy, it is indeed tradable, but there is no market for it at present. Zhang Mu immediately replied, "For each tier 1 soul, you can give up to 2,000 gold coins. 4 souls are 8,000 gold coins. You need to make up 3,900 gold coins, or add 2 more souls." Mysterious Witch Liang Bai, "Big brother, I really have no money, and my soul is gone. Zhang Mu thought for a while, then count 3,900 gold coins as the deposit for the potion. After you get the medicinal materials, you can directly return the potion to me. Mysterious Witch Liang Bai, really? Great. Thank you, big brother. The two complete the transaction. Zhang Mu is not too embarrassed by the secret of witch, because he thinks this mysterious witch is a talent. The secret witch is a high-level blood, possesses powerful black magic, and has outstanding talents in medicine, alchemy, and other fields. It is inevitable that there will be cooperation in the future. What's more, this transaction does not actually suffer. 4 souls are sold for 10,000 gold coins. You sacrifice the soul of a Tier 1 warrior and get 3 talent points. You sacrifice the soul of a first-tier warrior and get 2 talent points. You sacrifice the soul of a first-tier warrior and get 2 talent points. You sacrifice the soul of a Tier 1 warrior and get 3 talent points. Zhang Mu sacrificed his soul. He gained 10 talent points. If you are a Tier 1 Demon King, you can just activate the talent. Zhang Mu is a Tier 2 Demon King. All of his 4 Tier 2 talents require 100 talent points to activate, but the talent points will not disappear. The first batch of medicinal materials has been exhausted. Zhang Mu received 18,000 gold coins. Territory gold coin reserves reached about 30,000. These money can just help 30 combat soldiers upgrade, so that the territory has no more than 50 high-level Dragonman combat soldiers. Territory strength greatly increased. Can unlock a Dragon General. Of course, Zhang Mu can't do this right away, otherwise all the money will be spent at once, and facilities such as the Spirit Tower, the Tomb of the Skeleton, and the Spirit Field of the Goblin Farm will all become invalid. The time of the next day. Zhang Mu put up a few items on the shelves, and sold 2,000 potatoes, 500 life grasses, and 200 moon ginseng, earning a total of 40,000 gold coins. Gold coin reserve, 70,000. Spend 30,000 gold coins to build 30 high-level soldiers. Spend 15,000 gold coins to summon a Dragon General. This is Zhang Mu's first Lord-level unit. This is not an ordinary Lord, but a second-tier Lord-level unit. A powerful breath suddenly descended on the Demon King altar. General Long walked out of the portal. He is 3 meters tall, has muscular knots, black scales, and is very thick, like a mountain, carrying a majestic long-handled sword, and his whole body is releasing a chilling air. Walked down from the altar. Respectfully crawls in front of Zhang Mu. See my lord. Please my lord to drive. The final general is willing to die for my lord. Zhang Mu called out the information to check the detailed data. Dragon General, a second-tier Lord-level unit, Vitality, Mental Power 200, Power 35, Physique 50, Agility 30, Will 25, Loyalty 100%, Locked, Fatigue 10%, Hunger 10%. Skills, Dark Iron Earth Dragon Form, Talent Skills, Crazy Dragon Fighting Chi, Sea Level, Crazy Dragon Charge, Sea Level, Dragon Aura, Sea Level, Black Iron Dragon Scale, Sea Level, etc. Introduction: This is a Dragon General with the blood of the Abyss Earth Dragon. He has 2 forms of Earth Dragon and Dragonman. He has incredible defenses, terrifying combat skills, and commander skills. He is loyal to his master. Really not bad. Zhang Mu is very satisfied. General Long is very powerful. Is different from other dragon people. This is an Abyss Dragon race of high bloodline. The Abyss Dragons of the advanced bloodlines all have dual forms. Dragon General can switch between human form and dragon form. The various attributes of the dragon form will increase the strength, while the human form is more flexible and good at using skills. Zhang Mu thought for a while, do you have a name? General Long replied, the name of the humble position in the Abyss world is not worth mentioning. If you can, please ask the master to give a new name for the humble position. Zhang Mu, just call Zhang San. Such a domineering General Long. Give the name so casually. General Long didn't realize anything wrong. The last General Zhang Sangxi gave his name to the master. A dragonman ran over and reported, Master, the troops you sent out, and the fox woman is back. Zhang Mu saw Su Yan. Hey, this guy is already second order. Is killing a demon king so obvious to the warrior? Certainly. Zhang Mu and Su Yan are both second tier. Su Yan's compelling water in comparison. She is probably 50-50 with the skull collar. Zhang Mu knowingly asked, is the harvest okay? Su Yan clenched her fists excitedly. Well, the harvest is great, that devil is not weak, so I can upgrade directly, thank you for your cultivation. She felt like a demon in front of her. Suddenly became less horrible. Su Yan took out the treasure chest. This is the Demon King's treasure chest obtained by destroying the devil's nest. I haven't opened it all the way. Is a little conscious. With permission from Zhang Mu, Su Yan opened the treasure chest. You opened the Demon King's treasure chest, obtained the blood contract ×1, the skill stone, blood sacrifice ×1, and the blood drinking dagger ×1, get the egg of the sound transmission bat ×2, get the bat devil medal ×1. Every time the Demon King captures an area, he will spawn a reward treasure chest. The things that come out of the treasure chest are usually gold coins, drawings, and territory materials. Warriors will only get reward chests if they destroy the devil's lair. Warriors get less treasure chests than the Demon King, so the rewards they generate tend to be relatively rich. Skill stones, equipment, special props, etc., are more likely to be rare items. I have given you these 2 rewards. Zhang Mu gave Su Yan the blood-drinking dagger and the bat demon medal. These 2 items are equipment items. The medals are exclusive items for warriors. They have the effect of increasing attributes. Not only are they useless, they can't be sold by Zhang Mu. Su Yan was overjoyed. Thank you, brother. Zhang Mu accepted the other items. Blood contract, special items, prop signed with blood. Those who violate the content of the contract will suffer a huge backlash. Vitality will be permanently reduced by 20 points, and all attributes will be reduced by 5 points. Skill stone, blood sacrifice, D-level skill, can consume life force in battle, restore physical and mental power. Egg of the sound transmission bat, a low-level pet egg that can hatch slowly by feeding blood, or consume a life gem to hatch quickly. Each of the 3 things is useful. Blood sacrifice skills are quite valuable in actual combat. This skill can sacrifice vitality to restore mental power and physical power, and the healing technique can consume spiritual power to restore vitality. The 2 are used interactively. Just complements each other. The other 2 items are both contract scrolls and pet eggs. They are also very useful to warriors. Contract scrolls are generally used to form teams or establish alliances between warriors, allowing them to quickly build trust between each other. Su Yan looked forward to asking, is the boss still killing the Demon King? We can continue our partnership. I am responsible for helping the boss find the Demon King. Zhang Mu said in a huff, are you trying to make me a public enemy of the Demon King? The other Demon Kings did not threaten me, and there is no conflict of interest with me. Why should you kill them if you have nothing to do? There must be many Demon Kings nearby. But Zhang Mu is not really interested in the Demon King. Collusion with warriors can get rewards from the process of killing the devil. Chapter 31. But nearby, there are many villages, tribes, towns, and various forces. They all have rewards for capture. Why do they have to hunt down the same kind? Su Yan was slightly disappointed. But as expected, she has no doubt that Zhang Mu has the power to kill all the Demon Kings in the nearby hundreds of kilometers. But this way. Isn't the Dark Valley too eye-catching? In the future, not only will the warriors concentrate their firepower, but they may also cause the whole Demon King to fear. At this time, a dragon soldier in charge of reconnaissance came to report a situation. Owner. Near the Bloodhoof tribe. There are some sneaky guys around. Zhang Mu frowned slightly. Sneaky guys. What did they do to the Bloodhoof tribe? Hasn't that been destroyed? The dragon soldier replied, because these guys are very alert, we don't know their motives for the time being. Su Yan suddenly said, I know. Zhang Mu was surprised, what can you know? In Giant Tree City, there is a union of warriors and warrior teams. These people may come from one of the organizations called the Iron-Blooded Warriors. How can you know so clearly? Su Yan replied, after I was captured by Zhao Lei, I heard Zhao Lei show off that he was strongly invited by the Iron Blood Warrior group. This group is said to only invite potential and capable warriors, and gave him a lot of treatment at that time. Is that true? That seems to explain it well. Zhao Lei and the Bloodhoof tribe disappeared suddenly. The Warriors Union should have been aware of it, so it sent someone to investigate. Let me go over and scout. Su Yan immediately volunteered, I am also a warrior, and I can also pretend, they won't doubt me. These days' experience made her understand a reality deeply. It is difficult to go far by relying on her own ability. She needs a backing, even if the opponent is a devil, so she needs to show her self-worth. Zhang Mu recognized the interests of colluding with the fallen warriors. But he can't trust each other completely. I can let you move independently and freely. Zhang Mu took out a scroll, but we have to make a contract first. This is the blood contract that Su Yan brought back. I didn't expect it to be used. Once the contract is signed, if there is a breach of contract, it will be cursed with backlash, which will pay a very painful price. Contract content. Unless Zhang Mu's permission is obtained, Su Yan cannot divulge any information in the Dark Valley or Zhang Mu himself, and must obey Zhang Mu's scheduling and instructions. The contract is not fair. Su Yan must abide by the treaty. Zhang Mu has no obligation. However, the contract does not exist for fairness, it is only a mandatory guarantee, thereby reducing a lot of communication costs. I sign. The Great Devil doesn't trust himself very much. In order to gain trust, for my own freedom. This contract must be signed, and you will be your own after signing it. Su Yan cut through the palm of her hand with a short sword and dripped blood. The other party was so refreshed, which made Zhang Mu feel satisfied. He also cut his finger and dropped a drop of dragon blood on the contract. In an instant, the contract releases light. A mysterious and invisible connection has been established. There are hierarchical divisions of contracts. The higher the contract, the stronger the constraint. The blood contract is not a high-level contract. The longest valid time is only about 1 year, and it can restrain the third-tier elites at most. Even so, it is enough for now. Although it is bound by the deed. Su Yan actually felt relaxed. No matter how suspicious and cautious, I should rest assured now. Zhang Mu took out a few more eggs the size of a goose egg. Before the finger wound healed, he squeezed out a few more drops of blood and dropped them on the eggs. These are the sound transmission method eggs, brought back by Su Yan. Warriors can keep pets, and the sound transmission method is a low-level pet that can be hatched by feeding blood or using the energy of life gems. How powerful is the blood of the Abyss Dragon? There were cracks on the surface of 2 bat eggs. 2 inconspicuous black bats broke out of their shells with a crisp sound, squeaking from their mouths, and immediately ate the egg shells. Sound bat, a first-order ordinary pet, skills, voice transmission, F-level, sonic reconnaissance, F-level, super hearing, F-level. Zhang Mu glanced at it and said, this thing has no combat power, but it seems to be used for early warning, reconnaissance, and has long-range sound transmission capabilities. Choose one and take it out. Can you? Then I'm welcome. Hee, little thing, very cute. Su Yan picked a sound transmission magic bat to wear. This inconspicuous little thing can not only be used for reconnaissance and early warning, but also can send intelligence to the Dark Valley, or receive instructions from the Dark Valley. Although it does not have any combat ability, it is still a useful auxiliary pet. The same day, Su Yan left. Went out of the valley. There is a sense of freedom of release after serving sentence. The past few days have experienced twists and turns. After living for half a month, the village was destroyed, became captive of the Torin, witnessed the Bloodhoof tribe being destroyed by the dragon, was captured by the Demon King and locked in the dungeon, brought the Great Demon King's army to kill another devil. Is almost like dreaming. Now the big devil no longer restricts freedom. Unless there is a special order to be executed, she will return to the life of a warrior. She needs to take risks and explore by herself most of the time. Of course, encounter danger or trouble. She can seek help from a big boss. Because of the backing of a top big boss, she has the confidence to do something, but before that, she still has to do something. That night, Su Yan uses talent skills. Let yourself become a Torin. She just approached the Bloodhoof tribe. A voice came from the darkness, who are you? Why are you here? Su Yan only felt cold behind her back, and the icy dagger was close at hand, causing her to sweat, and immediately explained, I am a warrior of the Bloodhoof tribe. Are you a warrior too? Su Yan saw each other clearly. A werewolf warrior covered in black fur. His strength is quite strong, he has a second-tier elite level. Among the warriors at this stage, he is definitely top-notch, and he definitely can't beat him anyway. My name is Zhang Kai, under Zhao Lei. Su Yan heard that there was a man named Zhang Kai, so she took this name as an imposter, betting that other people had never seen Zhang Kai. The werewolf looked alert. After confirming that the opponent is a warrior. Follow me. Su Yan is half coerced. Brought into the nearby Black Forest. Su Yan couldn't help being surprised. The Black Forest gathered hundreds of people, including werewolves, tigers, and bears. There were more than a dozen warriors, and 5 of them possessed the strength of Tier 2 elites. The leader should be a tiger. Tiger is 2 meters tall, with a scar on his left eye, which makes his ferocious face a little bit more cruel. We are members of the Iron Blood warrior group of the Giant Tree City. I heard that you are a warrior of the Bloodhoof tribe. But the Bloodhoof tribe has been destroyed. Seeing that the trace was destroyed by the Demon King, please tell me how it happened. Where is Zhao Lei now? As expected. Warriors Union. Iron-blooded warrior group. Su Yan was a little nervous. These people are not kind. In case it is seen through, it will be over by oneself. Su Yan bit the bullet and explained, we attacked the Devil's Nest in the nearby valley, and we encountered a violent ambush. Boss Zhao is dead. This statement came out. Everyone was not too surprised. Isn't that the reason why they gather here? Zhao Lei is not an ordinary warrior, and the Torin can't handle it. If he has the ability to do this kind of thing, then the devil is not easy. Discovered this. Makes the Iron-Blooded Warriors group highly vigilant. Under this warrior group organization, the members in the nearby dozens of miles all received relevant notices, and they gathered together to eliminate the threat. Don't be afraid. We are not weaker than Zhao Lei. Besides, we have other masters on the way. We will organize a powerful enough demon army. No matter how strong the Demon King is, he will not escape this time. Chapter 32. The Tigerman stared at Su Yan. I need the information you provide now. Please tell me about the situation of this devil. Su Yan was very nervous. She heard that the Iron-Blooded Warrior group is the strongest team of warriors in this area. Their head. The strength is terrifying. All the powerful and potential warriors within a few hundred miles have all been invited, and most of them have already joined. They are very ambitious. The methods are very fierce. The consequences would be disastrous in case of being spotted. Su Yan said, I don't know much about it. I only know that this is very likely to be a demon king of the undead race. The tiger warrior leader glanced at him. Undead demon king. How is his strength? What is the size of the army? Come on. When Boss Zhao Lei led us to crusade against the Demon King, he encountered an ambush in the Dark Valley. The opponent may have a strength of 1,000 or several hundred. The scene was very chaotic. I could not observe the Demon King's strength. Su Yan told how Zhao Lei was attacked. These words are half-truth, because the location of the battle is not in the Dark Valley, and the key information is hidden, so it does not violate the contract. A Bearman warrior leader sneered and said, Zhao Lei is dead, why can you escape alive? I think there is probably something tricky in it. He said to the Tigerman, in my opinion, this guy is either a shameful deserter or a decoy deliberately released by the Demon King. He simply killed him just in case. Su Yan couldn't help her face changing drastically. The Tiger warrior leader said, it doesn't matter, as long as you can provide information, even if it is part of the information, it is valuable. What's more, he has been to the Demon King's territory. We need a guide. It is more or less useful to keep him. Su Yan hurriedly begged for mercy, a few bosses, just let me go. I managed to escape, but I don't want to go back again. Stop the nonsense. The tiger leader sneered, you'd better obey the arrangement honestly, so there is still a ray of hope for survival, otherwise, Su Yan heard this. Also sneered inwardly. These guys are really not good birds. They plan to use themselves and let themselves take the lead to die. The leader of the Bearmen asked, listening to his description, although Zhao Lei lost terribly, the devil's loss is not small, should we attack early? After all, only a few days have passed, and the devil may not have fully recovered. The tiger leader shook his head and said, Zhao Lei died of underestimating the enemy's aggressive advances. We can't repeat the same mistakes. Wait a few more days. The werewolf leader agreed and said, yes, as long as the leader or deputy leader arrives, this Demon King is destined to become our spoils no matter how capable it is. Let's make a plan first. It's best to avoid the heavily fortified gorge, enter the valley from the air, waterway, or other means, and destroy the magic nest directly. As for this guy, lock it up first. Don't let him run away. Arrange 2 more people. Keep your eyes on it. Su Yan could not help but say that she was taken away. When I heard the battle plan of the iron-blooded warrior, there is inevitably a trace of worry in her heart. These few leading warriors are similar to Zhao Lei, and the entourages they bring are all elite. I heard that there are many reinforcements behind. And is different from Zhao Lei. They are very cautious. Didn't even plan to walk the canyon at all. The great demon king is afraid that he is about to face a real challenge. Su Yan had no way to go back and report the letter. These warriors would not let her go, but fortunately, they had prepared well before others were paying attention. A little bat got out of his pocket. Quietly left the secret stronghold. Gloomy Valley. In the Demon King's castle. Mysterious Witch Liang Bai, Big Brother, the first batch of potions has been made. Zhang Mu, so fast. Show me. The mysterious witch sent 2 potions. Life Herbal Medicine, the green top grade, after taking it, 25 points of vitality will be restored in 10 seconds. Moonlight Recovery Potion, the green top grade, after taking it, it will restore 40 mental power in 10 seconds. The quality is so good. Is different from taking medicinal materials directly. Although the medicinal materials are also effective, they take effect slowly and recover slowly. In actual combat, their value is extremely low. After refining into a potion, it will take effect immediately after drinking. Complete recovery within 10 seconds. This is a good way to save lives at a critical moment. Is an essential consumable for home travel and has a very high practical value. Zhang Mu asked, how much do you plan to sell? Mysterious Witch Liang Bai, the Life Herbal Medicine is going to sell gold coins, and the Moonlight Restoration Medicine is going to sell 200 gold coins. You can give 50 gold coins to the big guys. This price is very expensive. But it's not black. Now that there is a shortage of medicines, it is related to survivability. As long as the devil has the conditions, he will buy 3 or 5 bottles for self-defense. The market can be said to be very large. The discount given by the secret witch is very sincere. This is because she needs to buy raw materials from Zhang Mu. Mysterious Witch Liang Bai, if the boss thinks that there is no problem, I will pay the debt first, and the medicine will give priority to the boss's demand in the future. Zhang Mu, yes. It's really profitable to make medicine. The market space is huge. Made Zhang Mu want to catch some alchemists. Which races are good at refining medicine? Looks like elves will be better at it. Finally, after discussion, Mysterious Witch delivered 20 Moonlight Recovery Potions and 10 Life Herbal Potions to offset the arrears of the previous purchase materials. Zhang Mu and Liang Bai agreed. He will get the most favorable and the highest priority supply. Zhang Mu promised not to resell and disrupt the market. At the same time, he would give Liang Bai some preferential treatment when supplying raw materials to Liang Bai. The 2 demon kings reached a strategic partnership. This can be said to be a good thing for mutual benefit. Although Zhang Mu is very excited about the potion market, he is not jealous of the several times the profits made by the secret of witches. This is also the money others make by their skills. Besides, in terms of return on production, farming is the king now. After Zhang Mu had negotiated with the secret of witch, he received the information sent by Su Yan from the sound transmission method. What? A large group of warriors are gathering nearby. Zhang Mu didn't panic, but felt a little surprised. Isn't this an experience package delivered to your door? The stronger the warrior is, the better the soul quality. These warriors have learned Zhao Lei's failure lesson. They tried to bypass the dark canyons, climb mountains and ridges from other paths, or directly attack the devil's lair by airborne. This is looking for death. In the castle, Zhang Mu's strength has grown substantially. These intruders are unlikely to pose a threat. Zhang Mu didn't worry about his safety at all, but during the battle, it was inevitable to cause damage to the territorial facilities. Ordinary buildings do not matter. The destruction of the Goblin Farm, the Tomb of Withered Bones, and the Torin camp will definitely affect the development of the territory, and this must not be allowed to happen. Zhang Mu decided to switch from defense to offense. Master. Your army has been assembled. General Long kneeled on one knee, and a troop stood behind him. There were 10 dragon battle mages, 50 advanced combat soldiers, and 200 ordinary combat soldiers. The most elite dragon corps. I didn't even bring a skeleton soldier this time. Skeleton units have poor mobility, which is not conducive to quick battles and quick decisions. Dragons are different. These units are all elites. The dragons are very agile. Even in the rugged mountains and forests, they can easily travel hundreds of miles a day. Use this force. Can launch a strike quickly. Can quickly end the battle. Can quickly evacuate the battlefield. Will not be muddled at all. Please order from my lord. Zhang Mu nodded. Let's go. Long General Zhang Sen was very excited. Chapter 33. I didn't expect to wait for the performance opportunity so soon. These warriors are just here, and today they will use their blood to prove their ability and loyalty. For my lord. Smash the enemy. Zhang Sen raised his domineering knife and issued an order, and the other dragon people roared. They left the dark valley and moved quickly in the dark, like hundreds of ghosts, at an astonishing speed. Let me see. How much fun can these warriors bring me? Zhang Mu flew into the sky. If there is a conspiracy or ambush, he will find out in advance through information prompts, so as to ensure nothing is wrong. After midnight. Among the black forest. The leopard warrior looked suspiciously. The tiger warrior asked, "What's the matter?" The leopard warrior replied, "Do you feel the ground is shaking?" The other warriors were taken aback. Everyone hasn't felt it carefully yet. There was a scream in the dark forest. All the warriors and fighters on the scene changed their faces. Although the black forest is very concealed and safe, in order to ensure that they are not attacked, they arrange some werewolf warriors who are good at reconnaissance and have a keen sense of smell to guard. The screams kept ringing. This is obviously a werewolf sentry killed. The tiger warrior was furious and immediately roared, "Damn, it's an enemy attack, prepare to fight, everyone, get up for me." A dozen warriors. Hundreds of elite fighters. Get together in a hurry. Everyone hasn't figured out the number of enemies' origins. The earth is shaking. Trees fell to the ground one after another. The face of the werewolf warrior changed drastically. Something is coming. Roar. A violent roar sounded. A huge monster rushed out of the black forest. What? Oh, my God, it's the dragon. This is a dragon, this is an earth dragon. This creature that broke through the woods and appeared in front of everyone was a huge dragon creature, more accurately an earth dragon. Dragons are a huge population. Earth dragons belong to the branch of dragons. This earth dragon is 3 meters high and 10 meters long. Although the earth dragon has no wings and cannot fly, its limbs and tail are all extremely strong, and each palm-sized scale is at least several centimeters thick, and the whole body is shiny with metallic luster. This is the dark iron earth dragon. To be more precise, this is an abyssal black iron earth dragon. Dark iron earth dragon is known for its powerful defenses, and its resistance to both spell attacks and physical attacks is very high. Damn it. This kind of place. Why is there such a monster? Go on, get on me, get rid of him. Everyone rushed forward, all kinds of attacks, all kinds of spells, madly fell on the earth dragon. Most of the attacks were bounced, and the damage caused was very slight. Roar. Earth dragon claws tore a werewolf warrior. The giant tail was swept away, and 4 or 5 tigers and bears were all swept away for 10 meters. Earth dragon rushed directly into the crowd in a fierce manner, rushing back and forth several times in a team of hundreds of elite fighters, killing at least dozens of fighters. During this process, 2 unlucky warriors were trampled into flesh. The other warriors were shocked, and they couldn't believe their eyes. Where did this terrifying monster emerge from? Such a perverted battle is definitely beyond the level of the First Order Lord. The werewolf warrior leader asked with a pale expression, "This guy is at least a tier 2 lord. Even with our strength, we will pay a heavy price if we want to kill him." The tiger warrior leader said angrily, "Can't let it continue to arrogant, otherwise our men will be dead. What else can we use to challenge the devil?" Others want to cry without tears. They are here to defeat the Demon King. Why did you get into such a beast? The Earth Dragon defense is so abnormal, even if it is reluctantly defeated, this team will suffer serious casualties, and the crusade against the Dark Valley is afraid that it will temporarily die. Slash with fiery flames. The tiger warrior leader wielded a huge sword, the fiery red vindictiveness wrapped around the blade, condensed into a 5 or 6 meter long sword light, and instantly slashed on the back of the earth dragon. This blow. The damage is not small. Part of the earth dragon scales shattered, and a deeper wound finally appeared. Several other Tier 2 warriors took action one after another, finally stopping the momentum of this earth dragon. It's so hard. My best hit. It only caused this damage. The tiger leader looked at the wound on the back of the earth dragon. He found that the wound had stopped bleeding and was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. There are 16 warriors on the scene. 2 of them have been killed by the earth dragon. Among the remaining 14 warriors, there is a tiger man, a werewolf, a leopard man, and 2 bear men, all possessing Tier 2 elite strength. Among them, the strength of the tiger leader is very close to the First Order Lord Monster, and the other 9 warriors are also outstanding among the First Order elites. Such a lineup. Plus 5 or 600 elite fighters of various races. A quarter of these elites have reached Tier 1 elites. This is definitely a powerful force. Although this earth dragon is extremely fierce, it is impossible to defeat the warriors on its own. Interesting. Just at this time, a horror scene happened to everyone. Earth Dragon stopped attacking and actually spoke. The tiger leader's expression changed. What the are you? The body of the black iron ground dragon shrank quickly and became a giant man more than 3 meters tall. Although his body size has become smaller, he has black scales all over his body, with a 4-meter-long long-handled sword in his hand, and his aura is not seen at all. Let you die to understand. I am Zhang San. General Long said the name of this extremely dragon in an extremely domineering tone. More than a dozen warriors all have a dumb expression. General Long waved his hand. Kill me. In all directions. One by one, the dragons were killed. These warriors of all races, their attention is all attracted by this powerful abyssal earth dragon. Did not expect. There are still enemies. The speed and strength of this group of dragon people is outrageous. The formation of the warriors has long been disrupted by the earth dragon dispersal, and they have no time to defend and respond. For a while, they screamed again and again. In the blink of an eye. Fell down a piece. Someone tried to break through but found out. The surrounding woods are full of dragons in ambush. The tiger warrior leader said angrily, "So you are the devil of the Dark Valley." When the other surviving warriors heard the words, they all showed horror on their faces, but it seemed that this could explain why this guy came to attack. Who can think of it? The devil is so terrifying. Actually has such a strong personal strength. This demon king is not only extremely powerful, but his troops can be described as metamorphosis. The dragon people who are now killed are only part of them, and some of them are scattered in the Black Forest to block the warrior troops who are trying to escape. No one knows. Under this demon. What a terrifying strength. The 5 strongest bosses watched. 20 high-ranking soldiers led hundreds of combat soldiers, reaping warriors and subordinates like wheat. The warrior camp was beaten with no power to fight back. Chapter 34. It's not that the 5 warrior bosses don't want to rescue. The bosses really have more than one heart and are not strong enough. Not to mention that they may not be able to defeat the 20 high-ranking soldiers. Zhang San's fierce attack. Let them have no time for him. In the form of Zhang Sanlongren, there is no strong defense and strength, but more agile and proficient in combat skills. The big sword chopped down one soldier after another. It's over. The devil is too strong. We are not opponents at all. The surviving warriors are feeling desperate at the same time. It's not that they haven't dealt with the Demon King before, but they have never seen a Demon King as difficult to deal with as Zhang San. At this moment, there is almost no chance of winning. The warrior troops kept shrinking during the siege. The tiger leader roared, "Devil, if you are a man, you will not rely on your subordinates if you have the ability to fight directly with our warriors. This battle. There is no hope." The tigermen tried to use the radical method. Let this demon king compete against them and these warriors. Even if they add up to Tier 2 warriors, they have little hope of winning the demon king, and they can only be sure of 10% at most, but it is better than 10 deaths. This is the only chance. The black forests are all blocked by dragons. They couldn't escape at all. Can only do everything possible to kill this devil. These ants are not only weak, but also so shameless. General Long Zhongsan didn't want to pay attention, he just wanted to attack them quickly and return to his master. Who knows? Just at this time, a majestic voice came from the sky. What an interesting request. When this sound is heard, everyone at the scene was stunned. The dragons on all sides stopped attacking and retreated a certain distance. Long General Zhongsan also left the battle. He knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Master, in your capacity, why bother to ignore these ants?" All the warriors stared in horror. A figure fell from the sky. This is also a dragon man. But it is different from Zhongsan and the other dragon people. This dragon man has huge dragon wings, and his body is covered with dark golden scales. Each scale seems to contain powerful energy, and his body is exuding a majestic king's air. I looked bored on it. Since they made such a request, I might as well give them a chance to challenge and let me move my muscles by the way. Zhang Mu said, "You can withdraw." Yes. General Long got up, stepped aside respectfully. Zhang Mu swept the team of less than 100 people, and there were only 7 or 8 warriors left. He couldn't help but shook his head. "You guys just go together." Several warriors were completely stupid. The brain is short-circuited. Could not accept the facts for a while. After all, this is beyond imagination. Is worse than the worst expected. The tiger leader looked at Long General Zhongsan, who stood aside respectfully and humbly. Took another look at Zhang Mu, who was 10 times stronger in style and aura. He finally realized the key to the problem. Got it wrong. This is Zhongsan who picked their entire army with one. Is not the real Demon King, but just a member of the Demon King. Oh shit. Is too nonsense. Can be said to be outrageous. Can the Demon King's subordinates be so strong? If the Demon King's men are so strong, then how terrible is the Demon King? This existence has completely subverted his perception of the devil. Bring it on. Do not waste time. Zhang Mu exploded with an invisible breath that instantly enveloped everyone, making them feel that their brains had been hammered, and immediately dizzy and lose consciousness. This overwhelming breath it is Long Wei. Several warrior bosses are relatively strong. They will only suffer minor mental damage, but are affected by negative buffs. Their various attributes rapidly decline, and at the same time they fall into a short-term dizziness. As for other goals, the stun time of Tier 1 elites will last as long as several seconds. Tier 1 ordinary units without the strength of Tier 1 elites, most of them fell directly, either fell into a faint, or lost their combat power for a short time. Zhang Mu saw this. Can't help but feel a little speechless. These guys are too useless. Several warriors have not yet recovered from the brief dizziness. Zhang Mu kicked his feet on the ground and instantly turned into an afterimage, and at a speed that was difficult to see, he came to the warriors in an instant. A big hand like a fan. Is like catching a chicken. Held the head of the tiger leader and lifted it up. Damn it. Let's do it together. You must kill him. A few warrior leaders are shocked and terrified, they are about to fight back. Zhang Mu released a dragon flame with his palm, and the head of the tiger leader instantly burned into a pile of scorched ashes, and fell from his hands together with the headless corpse. NS. Fart. How to fight? The other warriors were scared by the murderous scene. The strongest and most advanced group of these warriors died in the hands of the devil in an instant. He didn't even have a mobile phone. What? How so? He is a monster at all. How can I win the fight? Run away. Zhang Mu saw the warriors take the lead and felt a little amused. I finally wanted to do it myself. I didn't expect to encounter this kind of stuff. Couldn't any of you warriors be able to fight? Talking. He suddenly grew bigger. A 15-meter-long dragon took off. From mid-air, a pillar of dragon flame was smashed to the ground fiercely, and it swept all over the place instantly, destroying everything wherever it went. The body was burnt to ashes as soon as it touched. Neither stone nor metal can withstand terrifying energy and instantly strengthen. The warriors and their soldiers, none of them had the ability to resist at all, they all screamed and were killed in seconds. About 10 seconds later, Zhang Mu stopped breathing dragon flames. Within the area of a few basketball courts, there are lava pits large and small, and the floor is covered with charred charcoal. The violent heat evaporates, causing the air to be distorted and deformed. Zhang Mu asked, "Are there any fish that slipped through the net?" General Long replied, "The final general has fully deployed nearby. Today, the guys in this woods will never escape any of them." Zhang Mu nodded with satisfaction. "Receive." Zhang Sen immediately issued an order. The Dragon Corps immediately retreated collectively. The Dragon Corps is very mobile, arriving like lightning, and then exiting like lightning. The entire battle process is only a quarter of an hour. Zhang Mu leaned over and walked to the only survivor. "Hey, are you still alive?" Su Yan has changed back to the original. From the beginning of the battle, she hurriedly hid. Because Zhang Mu explained in advance, the dragon men did not attack him. Su Yan feels a lot of pressure facing the giant dragon. If the other party is talking, she accidentally sprays out a fire, she will definitely end up with no bones. This guy is too strong. She looked up desperately and said, "Don't worry, I am not injured." Zhang Mu nodded. "This skill book is a reward for this time. Kill a dozen warriors." A total of 3 skill stones were exploded. Zhang Mu picked one out and gave it to Su Yan. Skill Stone, Reconnaissance, E-level skill. Zhang Mu has the special ability to see hidden information. Chapter 35. This skill was of no use to him, and was simply given directly to the warrior in recognition of her efforts this time. Skill Stone. Great. Su Yan was overjoyed. "Thank you, brother." Zhang Mu said, "What are your plans next?" Su Yan's heart is active. She turned her eyes and understood. "I don't have a suitable place to stay now, and I don't have a goal I want to go. Why don't you show me a way?" Zhang Mu said, "Go to Giant Tree City." Su Yan was taken aback for a moment. Giant Tree City. Giant Tree City. That is a forest city. The Forest of Chaos has many such forest cities. Giant Tree City is the largest, strongest, and most populous settlement within 500 miles. This type of city is usually established by a dominant race and mixed with multiple races. Snakes and dragons are mixed, full of danger, but also full of business opportunities and adventures. It was originally more suitable for warriors like Su Yan to venture. Of course. Let Su Yan go to Giant Tree City. Zhang Mu has his own consideration. The forces in the Dark Valley are getting stronger and stronger. Zhang Mu's strength has gradually not allowed him to keep a low profile. If it is impossible to keep a low profile, there is no need to keep a low profile. The nearby sites and resources will be harvested, occupied, and destroyed. Once Zhang Mu did this, shows that he will enter the expansion stage from the developmental stage. The ultimate goal and mission of the devil is to conquer and destroy. When Zhang Mu's territory and sphere of influence continue to spread, and Giant Tree City is the most powerful in its attachment for hundreds of thousands of miles, how can it tolerate such an aggressive existence as the Demon King? It can be said. A conflict is almost inevitable. There must be a battle between the Dark Valley and the Giant Tree City. Zhang Mu is now sending Su Yan to Giant Tree City to prepare for a rainy day. He arranges an undercover spy in advance to collect all kinds of information for himself. Besides these warriors killed by Zhang Mu, they are more or less related to Giant Tree City. The headquarters of the Iron-Blooded Warrior Regiment was established in Giant Tree City. This is a very powerful and organized warrior group, which is extremely dangerous to the devil, in order to avoid major trouble in the future. Zhang Mu must try to solve it in advance. Su Yan quickly said, "Yes, boss, I'm going to Giant Tree City, please wait for me to return the good news." Giant Tree City is hundreds of miles away. There are many wild monster areas and tribal forces in this way. However, although this journey was not easy, with Su Yan's current strength, she should be able to cope with these little troubles. Anyway, is also a second-order warrior anyway. As long as you perform well, you will benefit from the future. Su Yan knows exactly what Zhang Mu wants, and because of this, she is valuable. As long as she has the backing of the Dark Valley, she will definitely become a powerful warrior. Fallen warrior. Evil warrior. That's also a warrior. Is better than a casual dragon set. Zhang Mu returned to the territory. This battle has been very rewarding. Dragon battle mage and high-level combat soldiers suffered no loss. Ordinary combat soldiers only lost 2. There were more than a dozen wounded. The battle damage was almost 0. General Long performed satisfactorily. Zhang San does have the ability to lead soldiers in combat. This time the enemy Taizai, he has not yet exerted all his abilities, such as Commander-in-Chief skills, etc. There is such a dragon general, at this stage, it is enough to be alone. As for the harvest, can be described as a bumper harvest. 31,210 gold coins. A total of 2 skill stones. There are 16 souls in total, 5 second-tier souls, and 11 first-tier souls. The 2 skills are E-level skill Earth Stab and D-level skill Blessing of Wind. The former is an ordinary earth magic. Although Zhang Mu doesn't like this level of magic, it would be nice to be able to enrich his attack methods. The latter is an auxiliary skill. After this skill is activated, it can increase the movement speed by 25% within a period of time. This skill is very useful for Zhang Mu, because mobility includes not only walking but also flying. If the flight speed can be increased by 25% within a certain period of time, this can greatly increase Zhang Mu's mobility, especially in the form of a giant dragon. After using 2 skill stones, Zhang Mu begins the real highlight. You sacrifice the soul of a second-order warrior and gain 20 talent points. You sacrifice the soul of a second-order warrior and gain 21 talent points. You sacrifice the soul of a second-order warrior and gain 22 talent points. You sacrifice the soul of a second-order warrior and gain 25 talent points. Zhang Mu's exciting discovery. Light sacrifices 5 second-tier souls. He has accumulated 109 talent points. This is enough to activate a Tier 2 talent. Zhang Mu then sacrificed 11 Tier 1 souls. Most of the talent points he obtained hovered between 3 to 4 points, and he gained 38 talent points in total. This time the battle came down. A total of 147 talent points were gained. If you add 13 talent points, Zhang Mu currently has as many talent points as possible. 4 second-tier talents. Which is better to activate? Zhang Mu did not hesitate to make a choice. You have activated the talent skill, Diamond Dragon Body. King Kong Dragon Body, talent skills, you will get a stronger body, physical damage resistance plus 50%, dragon form, vitality plus 400 points, mental power plus 200 points, strength plus 30, agility plus 15, physical fitness plus 30, will plus 15, can reflect up to 50% of damage when under physical attack. This is a basic skill. Allows Zhang Mu to increase his basic attributes significantly in both states, and while his physical defense capabilities are greatly enhanced, he also gains the ability to reflect physical damage. Needless to say, this is a super skill. It is especially worth mentioning that the effect of this skill is not fixed, it will continue to increase as the strength and level increase. Roar. Long Een sounded. Zhang Mu turned into an abyssal dragon. At first, he was only 10 meters long. When he was upgraded to a second-order Demon King, his body size reached 15 or 6 meters. Because of the ability to activate the Diamond Dragon Body, Zhang Mu's body has grown again, and now it has reached at least 30 meters, and both his sense of oppression and his aura have improved significantly. Got stronger. How strong is? The levels of combat units from low to high are normal, elite, lord, overlord, king, and epic. Zhang Mu probably speculated. His current strength is at least the overlord level. Even in the overlord level, it is considered the top batch. If you activate 2 more talent skills, I am afraid it will be directly at the level of the king, and the second-tier strength king unit, the mainland has hardly appeared. Zhang Mu slapped giant wings and left the valley. He decided to find a place to try his skills. The Dark Valley South. About 100 miles. There is a goblin tribe. Although there are a lot of goblins in the Forest of Chaos, but the settlements are generally dominated by small villages with a few hundred people. The target is small and inconspicuous. Even if it is threatened, it can move flexibly. Large goblin settlements are extremely rare. But this tribe, Chapter 36, has a population of 3 to 4,000. It is against common sense for a race at the bottom of the ecological chain to make the colony so large but not afraid of being plundered by other races. Why? Of course I have to rely on it. The survival of this goblin tribe is very simple. They built the tribe around an ancient ruin, and with all their strength they provided an ancient beast living in the ruins. Sacrifice once a month. Whenever the sacrificial day comes, the goblin tribe will take out the collected resources and food to enshrine this ancient beast. If the beast is not full, it will directly swallow the goblin's present. Is as small as a dozen, as many as tens, or even hundreds. Although the goblin tribe lives in tension and fear, more and more goblins are coming to flee because of the enshrinement of this ancient beast, which prevents the tribe from invasion by foreign enemies. This day. A certain secret stronghold. Are all the people here? Don't worry, 15 people, a lot of one. Of course, there are players in this goblin tribe. There are not too many, but there are exactly 15. They are conspiring to do a big thing. Very good. Prepare for half a month. Whether we can succeed is in one fell swoop. What the 15 goblin warriors have to do is very simple. They are going to kill the beasts enshrined by the tribe. Why do you do this? The reason is very simple. Although there are 15 goblin warriors in the tribe, these goblin warriors have an average status in the tribe and they have no way to quickly control the tribe. Can't control this tribe. They can't control the warriors of this tribe to form troops. If there is not a sufficient number of troops, with 15 goblin warriors, it is almost impossible to defeat the Demon King. Therefore, 15 people will be willing to pay for it. Desperately fighting monsters and practicing for half a month. Has almost reached the level of first-order elites now. According to speculation, the Warcraft is a Tier 1 Lord, or a Tier 2 elite. Although it is very powerful, this monster, most of the time, it is in a deep sleep state, and lacks guard against the goblins that have supported it for several years. In the case of a sneak attack, is hopeful of killing it. As long as they kill this monster, their prestige in the tribe will increase, and they can initiate a rebellion and oust the current chief directly. In this way, the entire tribe is under control. Although the goblins are a bit short, there are enough of them, and it should be enough to deal with some weak demon kings. Action. 15 warriors avoided other goblins in the early morning, sneaked into the forbidden area among the tribes, and came to an ancient dilapidated tower. Right here. The monster is sleeping in the giant tower. It is said that this huge tower used to be a biological laboratory. This monster was transformed and hatched by an ancient mage in the laboratory through magical means. The goblin warrior leader whispered, "We used potion to eliminate the smell on the body, and now it is sleeping deep, it must not be able to detect us. Go in now, find it, kill it." Although this guy is not a demon king, but such a powerful monster, it is estimated that it can contribute some training points. Whether we can develop it depends on this time. However, does not wait for action. Goblin was horrified to discover. The ground under his feet began to vibrate. What happened? How did it wake up? This shouldn't be, no good, it's coming. An extremely powerful aura struck, and a huge monster emerged from this huge tower. Amazingly, a giant python. The giant python is 50 to 60 meters long, with thick snake scales, a large mouth full of teeth, and a sharp unicorn on the top of its head. The goblin warrior was frightened. This is the first time I really faced this monster. They realized that they had made a huge mistake. This guy is not a Tier 1 Lord or a Tier 2 elite at all. Judging from its breath, it has reached the strength of a Tier 2 Lord. In other words, it was impossible to win from the beginning. Even a sneak attack while a giant python is sleeping is the same. The giant python apparently found more than a dozen sneaky and unruly goblin warriors, but I don't know why, it didn't even look at it. The terrifying python walked along the giant tower to the top. It lifted a giant, and raised it to the sky in an attacking posture. Its eyes were full of vigilance and warfare, as if it had sensed a huge threat. Look. There is something in the sky. What is flying? This, it looks like a dragon. A majestic dark gold dragon, from an altitude of thousands of meters, tearing through the clouds, swooping down, is coming here. Ha ha ha. So lucky. This guy didn't wake up because of us. It is purely sensing the invasion of a powerful enemy. As long as they fight, we can take the opportunity to escape. The goblin warrior feels very lucky. These two creatures are so terrifying and so powerful. After they are attracted to each other, how can they follow a group of almost insignificant goblins? Today is really fateful. Next second, a huge dragon flame pillar smashed down. instantly flooded the area where the goblin warrior was. These goblin warriors, who were still rejoicing a second ago, were all burned to ashes in the flames of death. You killed the goblin warrior, the soul of the warrior plus. You killed the goblin warrior, the soul of the warrior plus. You killed the goblin warrior, the soul of the warrior plus. Zhang Mu took a mouthful of dragon yen and went down. All 15 warriors were destroyed. He glanced, although the quality is not high, they are all tier 1 souls, but the number is large enough to get a total of 15 souls. I didn't expect such a coincidence. Originally planned to solve the Lord monster. Then pull out the warriors one by one to solve them. Now. Also saves time and energy. The ancient giant python whose gaze fell on Zhang Mu's tower. Related information about this giant python was immediately presented. Dragon Blood Python, 2nd tier Lord Monster, Skills, Poison Flame Breath, Level D, Death Stab, Level D, Fierce Fire Shield, Level D, Call Fire Rain, Level E, Magic Resistance, E Level, and so on. Introduction: This is a powerful and rare monster. It has received magical transformation during the resurrection process, so it has a dragon bloodline. Turned out to be a modified monster. Its own strength is not bad, and it has gained a trace of dragon blood, so its potential is very strong, and its growth for hundreds of thousands of years has made it a lord-level existence. Hiss, roar. Faced with the pressure of the abyssal dragon, the giant python appeared very restless and took the lead in launching a round of attacks without waiting for Zhang Mu to take action. Dozens of fireballs the size of hundreds of human heads fell from the top of Zhang Mu's head, constantly hitting Zhang Mu's huge body that was more than 30 meters long, and the temperature and power of each fireball was quite astonishing. This round of attack came down. Did not receive a trace of harm. This is because the rain of fire cast by the giant python is an E-level magic. Zhang Mu has magic immunity. This kind of magic attack that has not reached the D level will directly weaken its effect by 99%. As for the remaining 1%, how could this damage break the defense? So a round of attacks did not cause any damage. Zhang Mu fell directly in front of the giant python. You just can stand this. Not enough to tickle. The giant python was irritated. Its whole body was as tight as an arrow shot out, and its unicorn suddenly gathered powerful energy, piercing it like a drill. D-level skill Death Gouge. This is the giant python's melee killer move. This blow is powerful enough to easily penetrate a city wall. It is impossible for a flesh and blood body to withstand it. The damage effect can be said to be very terrifying. Zhang Mu has the ability to block or avoid. Chapter 37. But, why do you want to hide? Just got the diamond dragon body, this is a good opportunity to test the defense, so he decided to force it down. Boom. The giant python hit hard. A lot of sparks erupted from the unicorn and dragon scales. Zhang Mu finally suffered a little bit of damage this time, but to this degree of damage, it was just a small wound to him. On the contrary, was a giant python, with its scales constantly shattering and blood spraying continuously. It felt that what it hit was not the flesh and blood of a creature, but an existence harder than a diamond. A considerable part of the attack directly bounced back to itself. If it keeps going. Zhang Mu was slightly injured. The giant python died by himself first. There was a crisp bang, the extremely strong unicorn, the cracks were full of cracks, and it broke directly, and the python was bounced out more than 10 meters away. The spell attack is invalid. Physical attack is incompetent. The two sides are not at the same level at all. Zhang Mu is very satisfied with his current defensive ability, and he doesn't want to waste time anymore. The strength of this monster is not as strong as he imagined. Although it is a lord monster, the lord monster is also strong and weak. At least among the second-order lords, it is not a very strong existence, and it is not even as good as General Long. Such an opponent doesn't have much meaning. Zhang Mu decided to fight quickly. At this time, because of the huge movement, the entire goblin tribe's goblins are all shocked. There is an intruder. He is fighting the holy beast. Hurry up, get a weapon, stop him. Goblin messy copy guys, ready to besiege the invaders. But when they saw the picture in front of them, they couldn't help but stay where they were. The dark golden dragon is almost intact. The giant python has been wounded all over. This is the first time they have seen the holy beast so embarrassed. At this moment, although the giant python was covered in cuts and bruises, its ferocity had been completely aroused. Instead of running away, it opened its mouth and spewed a green flame. Poisonous flame breath. This ancient giant python also has the ability to breathe fire. Although it is far from the power of dragon flame, it contains a violent poisonous attack. Generally, opponents will be poisoned to death even if they are not directly burned to death. Zhang Mu directly took a mouthful of long yen. The flames of the dragon pierced like bamboo, evaporating the poisonous fire, blasting into the python's mouth, and instantly piercing the body from head to tail. Boom. The giant python exploded. The rain of charred black minced meat spread all over the ground. You killed the dragon blood mang beast, gold coins plus 8,000. A tier 2 lord level monster was easily destroyed, and Zhang Mu's strength at the moment can be imagined. The whole process of killing the python with a mouthful of dragon flame was seen by the goblins of the goblin tribe, and they also saw the scene of the python bombing the ground with their own eyes. Gosh! The dragon killed the holy beast. The goblin couldn't believe that the holy beast that had been serving for many years was killed in this way, not even a whole body was left behind. Zhang Mu flapped his wings. Passed over the goblin's head. A mouthful of dragon flame fell in the center of the goblin tribe, instantly blasting a huge lava pit from the ground. There are some goblins. Actually wanted to resist the invaders. He was released directly by a dragon. Where this terrifying coercion passed, the goblins fell one after another like cutting wheat, only a trace of fighting spirit, and it collapsed in an instant. Too strong. Such a great creature. How can the weak goblins contend? Zhang Mu directly announced, the monster you are offering is dead, and I will become your new owner. Surrender or complete destruction. You choose yourself. I'll wait to surrender. Under the deterrence of the dragon. Goblin completely lost the will to resist. I saw thousands of goblins squatting on their knees. Hint, there are 3,105 goblins following you, do you accept it? You captured the goblin tribe and obtained the magnificent bronze treasure box. All the best. This is called a soldier who won't fight. Except for a dozen warriors, Zhang Mu did not kill a goblin, he directly occupied this tribe, which is definitely unbelievable to other demon kings. Actually. Is not surprising. Hundreds of goblins are eaten every year. They paid such a huge price to enshrine the python. Is nothing more than to find a backer, so that their tribe will not be bullied by foreign enemies. Zhang Mu directly killed the giant python, his strength is far above the giant python. Goblins are naturally willing to surrender. After all, Zhang Mu is a giant dragon. The giant dragon has been at the top of the continental niche since ancient times. The abyssal dragon is a legendary rare dragon, more mysterious, stronger and more terrifying than ordinary dragons. The dragons are extremely proud. In their eyes, what is the difference between a weak race like goblins and ants? I have never heard of any dragon that will accept goblins as his subordinates. Even if the dragon is cruel. Just give the goblins a living. Goblins are unwilling to leave this backing. Zhang Mu said, where is the chief? A strong goblin hurriedly crawled out, tell the master, the little one is the chief, please let the master give orders at any time. Goblin Chief, Tier 2 Elite, Introduction, a mutant goblin with no inferior body and powerful combat power. Is different from other goblins. This goblin is 2 meters tall. The body shape is similar to Schwarzenegger. Although not comparable to the dragon soldiers and Torin of the Hulk per capita, among the elder brothers, he is definitely a burly super hunk. Zhang Mu said, from now on organizing the relocation of the tribe. Goblin Chief hurriedly said, Master, we have lived here for many years. It is difficult to survive if we move to other places for a while. Zhang Mu said, you don't need to worry about this king has its own arrangements. Starting today, as long as you work for your king, you will not be hungry. And this king doesn't like to eat goblins. There is no need to deceive the goblins with such a great existence as the giant dragon. When all the goblins heard this, they all showed joy. This batch of goblins is not small. Is enough to solve the problem of the shortage of serfs in the Dark Valley. After Zhang Mu occupied this tribe, he received a treasure chest. Although this goblin tribe is a second-tier lord zone, it is actually a bit of a misnomer, relying on an ancient giant python to support the scene, and the strength of other units is too weak. Probably because of this. Only get bronze treasure chests. But the treasure chest is very beautiful and gorgeous. This is better than the bronze chests obtained in the previous few times. You opened the treasure chest and got the ordinary building upgrade scroll ×1. Crystal of Life ×2, Ring of Seal ×1, Gold Coin ×10,000. There are no drawings this time. But there was an upgrade scroll. Common Building Upgrade Scroll. You can upgrade the conventional first-tier buildings or facilities in various territories, and the consumption of materials is related to the target of the upgrade. Good stuff. Zhang Mu had previously obtained the Undead Building Upgrade volume. At that time, this object was used to upgrade the Tomb of Withered Bones to the Tomb of Skeletons, which directly expanded the strength of the territory Undead core by more than 10 times. Now, this upgrade volume. It can be used in a wider range. The value of this thing to Zhang Mu is not inferior to a top-level drawing. Otherwise, there are a few more items. Chapter 38. Life Crystal, permanent increase of 100 points of maximum life. Seal Ring, blue quality equipment, can seal the wearer's skills, only effective for targets not exceeding Tier 3. The former is a tribute spar. This is similar to the power crystal opened by Zhang Mu in the treasure chest of the Bloodhoof tribe, but this time it is a life crystal, which can greatly increase the maximum vitality. Zhang Mu didn't even think about it. He directly used it himself. Successful absorption, your life plus 100. Successful absorption, your life plus 100. 200 vitality points. This is not a small number. The value of these two crystals is at least tens of thousands of gold coins. The last item is a bit tasteless. This is a special equipment. It is not for yourself, but for others to use. It can seal the opponent's skills so that the opponent cannot unlock it by themselves. Although it feels useless. But Zhang Mu was not disappointed. Opening a treasure chest is a matter of looking at the face. You can't expect to produce something that just works every time, right? 1 upgrade volume, 2 crystals, 10,000 gold coins. These gains alone are enough to satisfy. Zhang Mu returned to the territory. He sent Long General Zhang San. Let him be responsible for the relocation of the goblins. Territory urgently needs these serfs for farming. Zhang Mu returned to the territory to make a soul sacrifice. You sacrifice the soul of a first-tier warrior and get 3 talent points. You sacrifice the soul of a first-tier warrior and get 3 talent points. You sacrifice the soul of a first-tier warrior and get 4 talent points. You sacrifice the soul of a first-tier warrior and get 3 talent points. 15 souls. Gained a total of 51 talent points. Zhang Mu originally had 60 talent points. In this way, the total is 111, and I have another opportunity to activate the talent. Tier 2 talent. There are 3 to be activated. Abyssal Swallow, Purgatory Lightning Flame, Intermediate Magic Free. As the name suggests, the intermediate magic immunity is nothing more than an enhanced version of the primary magic immunity. If this skill is activated, Zhang Mu will gain a more powerful magic immunity ability. As for the Abyssal Swallowing and Purgatory Thunder, the former is a devouring skill. Can defuse attacks, and can defend and recover. The latter is a super output capability. It can combine the Abyssal Dragon Flame and the Abyssal Lightning, and finally turn into a more terrifying Purgatory Lightning, which is enough to increase the attack intensity by another level. Zhang Mu thinks it is at this stage. Your own offensive and defensive capabilities are sufficient. He needs more fighting methods. Will temporarily inactivate Thunder Flame and Magic Immunity. You have activated the talent skill, Devour the Abyss. Swallowing the Abyss, a talent skill that consumes at least 50 points of mental power. It can forcibly disperse and swallow a certain range of magic energy, or the spiritual power of the target within the range, and its own vitality and spiritual power will be restored. This skill every time the cooling time is 5 minutes. One of the strongest capabilities of the Abyssal Dragon is to swallow and absorb. The effect of this skill is not simple, it is enough to play a big role in actual combat, and it can greatly increase Zhang Mu's survivability. Is not a warrior soul. The spoils of this harvest. The most valuable thing should be the upgrade scroll. If one of the buildings in the territory is the most important, it must be the Demon King's castle, which can increase the production output of the territory, increase the strength of the troops, and enhance the personal strength of the Demon King. Upgrading the Devil's Castle would seem to be a good choice. However, this is not feasible. The Demon King's castle belongs to the core building of the territory. This upgrade scroll is only for ordinary buildings. Zhang Mu began to consider what building should be used. First, exclude the Tomb of Skull and Crossbones. This is a second-order undead building that has been upgraded once. Tower of Mist, Torin Camp, Dark Dungeon. Zhang Mu believes that upgrading these facilities is not cost-effective. The only thing worth upgrading should be the Goblin Farm, or to be more precise, Ling Tian. According to the normal understanding, Ling Tian is not a building. According to the game's definition of Ling Tian, it is one of the territorial facilities. In this case, the upgrade voucher should be valid, and Zhang Mu immediately made an attempt. Ling Tian, upgradable. The upgrade will consume ordinary building upgrade volume times 1, life gems times 10, earth gems times 10, wood times 500, stones times 500, gold coins times 5,000. Very good. Can really be upgraded. Upgrade materials are very expensive. Zhang Mu believes in value for money. He raised the materials at the first time. Other things are not difficult to find. What is really difficult to find is gems. Now he has no gems in his hand. Zhang Mu thought. I know a gem supplier. He bought these 2 gems from this last time. Zhang Mu, are you there? The giant Wang Shi, brother, what's the matter? Zhang Mu is straight to the point. 10 life gems, 10 earth gems, is there a way to get them? Bloody giant Wang Shi, fuck, so many, what are you doing, brother? The gems of the earth, fortunately, the gems of life are a bit difficult to deal with. Zhang Mu said directly, according to the last price, 1,000 gold coins for the life gem and 500 gold coins for the earth gem, how about it? Bloody giant Wang Shi, give me 3 days. 3 days. Too long. Zhang Mu thought for a while and said, if you can deliver the goods in advance, I will give you 1,000 more gold coins every day in advance. Bloody giant Wang Shi, okay, refreshing enough, I will try my best. Money can make things worse. Only took 20 hours. The giant Wang Shi put together the gems. Zhang Mu is very curious about the area where the bloody giant territory is located. What kind of place it is that can get so many gems? Of course. Other people's privacy. Zhang Mu is not good to ask. Every powerful demon king has his own way. Zhang Mu readily paid 17,000 gold coins, of which 15,000 gold coins are money for buying gems, and the other 2,000 gold coins are the benefits of 2 days in advance. After the gem is obtained, hard work has already prepared other materials. Update success. Your first-order spiritual field is upgraded to second-order spiritual field. The growth rate of the spiritual field is plus 30%, and the area of the spiritual field is plus 50%. Goblin Farm successfully completed the upgrade. The scale of the farm is larger and the crops grow faster, which is enough to double the income of the territory, but the demand for labor has soared several times. 2 days later, a new batch of serfs has arrived. Goblin chiefs led a long line of clansmen. Thousands of goblins carried all the belongings made up of large and small bags and all kinds of broken copper and iron. After walking through hundreds of miles of forest, they finally walked into the gloomy valley. Goblin chief was shocked. This is large tracts of Ling Tian spread across the plain. Hundreds of goblins are working in straw hats. The strong and burly dragon soldiers nearby are patrolling back and forth to protect their safety. Not far away, the Torin priest is helping to recover, and the dragonman is working hard to carry wood and stones, and is preparing to help the goblin build a house. This little farm, because of the population boom, seems to have a tendency to develop into a small town. Goblins are here, eat, drink and entertain, covered by His Majesty the Demon King, guarded by dragon soldiers, so there is no need to worry about safety. It's a bit hard work except for farming. This is simply a paradise for goblins. Goblin Chief was shocked. He had never thought before that he could live such a life. Chapter 39. Devil's Castle. Zhang Mu received the report. 3,000 goblins moved to the farm. They will soon be able to work on the farm. After the rapid expansion of the scale of the farm, it is enough to bring in several times the income of the past. Of course, the farm has expanded and more troops need to be managed and protected. Thousands of goblins. I have to eat and drink lizard every day. In addition, various supporting facilities such as residential houses, farming tools, etc. must keep up, and it is necessary to build a goblin town to facilitate management. Is not just a goblin town. The population of territories is increasing rapidly. To deal with the management problems caused by the expansion of the power, Zhang Mu plans to build a city around the Demon King's castle. He needs to recruit more dragon people to work hard to complete these tasks. The last Black Forest ambush earned more than 30,000 gold coins. This time he captured the goblin tribe and earned more than 10,000 gold coins. In addition to the daily financial income of the territory, the gold coin reserve in his hand now reaches about 100,000, which is not a small number. Zhang Mu was planned. First spend 22,500 gold coins to summon 1,500 drudges, and then upgrade 500 drudges to senior drudges. Ordinary hard labor is responsible for quarrying, logging, transportation, infrastructure construction, etc. Senior hard labor is used to make various tools, repair and build equipment. Spend another 20,000 gold coins. 200 dragon soldiers were added. Zhang Mu needs to expand the size of the dragon corps. He plans to increase the size of the dragon corps to 1,000 in the next period of time. Among them, the number of high-level combat soldiers will gradually increase to more than 100. Actually, this round of enrollment has been expanded. The total number of units of the family reached 3,069. Among them, there are 1815 Dragonman drudges, 700 advanced drudges, Dragonman combat soldiers, 50 advanced Dragonman combat soldiers, and 15 Dragonman combat mages. Total exceeded 3,000. What does this mean? The standard for summoning dragon priests has been reached. Dragon priest is a brand new lord level unit. Although the price is very expensive, it is definitely worth recruiting. Zhang Mu can be said to have been looking forward to this for a long time. After meeting the conditions for the summoning, he immediately called. Suddenly, the Demon King's altar shakes. An unusually powerful energy came. This breath is extremely powerful, stronger than any existence Zhang Mu has ever seen, even above General Long Zhang-san. With the light, a figure descended on the altar. By the standards of a dragon, the opponent is not tall, only about 2.5 meters, wearing a plain brown robe, a face mask, and holding a wooden staff. Looks very inconspicuous at first glance. Is far from the mighty and domineering of General Long. Zhang Mu knows that the dragon priest is by no means easy. He checked the detailed information about the dragon priest. Dragon priest, a second-tier lord-level unit, 300 vitality, 500 mental power, 20 strength, 30 physique, 30 agility, 60 will, 100% loyalty, locked, 10% fatigue, 10% hunger. Skills: Wyvern form, talent, teleportation barrier, sea level, healing barrier, sea level, death barrier, sea level, weak barrier, sea level, omniscient eye, D level, thunderfalling curse, level D, blazing incantation, level D. Introduction: This is a dragon priest with the blood of the abyssal dragon. He has extraordinary wisdom and strategy, integrating healing, assisting, attacking, reconnaissance, defense and other magical abilities, and he is loyal to his master. Is too good. In terms of combat effectiveness, the dragon priest may not be better than the dragon general. After all, the dragon priest is not a unit dedicated to combat. From the skill level, the dragon priest is far better than the dragon general. In addition, the dragon priest is extremely intelligent, proficient in management and strategy, so he has the hidden value of being a think tank. Is worthy of a unit worth 30,000 gold coins. The dragon priest came. He respectfully knelt down. The old slave worships my lord. Zhang Mu nodded. Get up, starting today, you will be called Li Si, and you will help me manage the territory. Long priest Li Si stood up. This is the honor of the old slave. I will do my best with my heart and brain, and never dare to disappoint the long grace of my lord. Dragon priest, dragon general. They are all senior dragon people. Is the true abyssal dragon. General dragon has the ability to transform into an abyssal earth dragon, and the dragon priest has the ability to transform into an abyssal flying dragon. The bloodline of the latter is slightly stronger. Flying dragon compared with earth dragon. Not that strong body. Although the defensive ability is much weaker. But the mobility and spell ability are stronger. The skills of the dragon priest are very special. Several core skills are all enchantment types, and their characteristics are that they take a long time and the ability to roll forward is very powerful. That is to say, melee against General Shanglong. The Dragon Priest is definitely not an opponent. Each of these skills is very useful, especially on the battlefield, with a huge range of influence and a very strong pressure field effect. Another Dragon Priest's teleport enchantment. This skill can create an enchantment in 2 places, so as to directly realize the instant transfer of troops, and its strategic value is inestimable. Cooperate with General Long. One has commander skills and is good at charging forward. One has a battlefield barrier and is good at assisting reinforcements. The final effect is definitely 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Zhang Mu was already strong enough, and he has Zhang Sanli Si. This pair of right and left arms can make him even more powerful. Devil's Business. Developed for a month. Preliminary accumulation is about to be completed. Now the climate has become, and the wings are getting richer. Zhang Mu felt it was time to start adjusting his strategy. At this time, a sound-transmitting bat flew in front of him, and Su Yan's voice came from it, and she reported to the boss about her work. Boss. The journey is pretty smooth. I am about to arrive in Giant Tree City. I will try my best to spy on the enemy for the boss. Heard the text message. Zhang Mu showed a slight smile. The spy also seems to be going well. I hope she can really play a role and bring useful information to herself. Su Yan arrived at the destination in surprise. The name of Giant Tree City comes from the nearby Giant Tree Forest. This forest is too eye-catching. Hundreds of giant trees rise from the ground, with an average height of 500 meters, each of which is quite a skyscraper. Very large trees. Is even more incredible, reaching thousands of meters. Is like a few big mountains rising from the ground in the boundless world. The picture is majestic and shocking. The visual impact is very strong. The giant tree forest is the habitat of the elves. They have started to build their homes on these trees thousands of years ago. 300 years ago. Because of a turmoil. Caused heavy casualties to the elves. The elven patriarch led his tribe out of the forest to build this city. Although I don't know why the elves left the habitat, the powerful strength of the elves has made the giant tree city stable and attracted many defectors. Over time, Giant Tree City has become one of the forest cities in the Forest of Chaos. It is the trade center of various forest tribes within hundreds of thousands of miles. It can be called the most powerful force in this range. Su Yan can't wait. She wants to go to town to find out. 2 tiger guards stopped her. Stop. Where's your pass? Su Yan was surprised. What pass? The tiger guards stared. You can't enter the city without a pass. Get out of the way and don't get in the way. The Giant Tree City has a strict system. Can't enter casually. Chapter 40. After all, the Forest of Chaos is an impossible place. There are all kinds of dangerous elements mixed with snakes and dragons in this place. 2 elder brothers, I am a warrior, can I help you? Bah, whatever warrior you are, as long as you don't have a pass, you can't go into the city, just go. Su Yan looked bad. Didn't bother with the guards either. I want to see how you can stop me. She found no one's corner. Quickly turned into a little bat. The technique of the dark bat. Thanks to the boss. Allow yourself to kill the Demon King to get this talent skill. This skill can instantly turn one or several shadow bats into one or more shadow bats. It can be used for reconnaissance, escape, or avoidance of attacks. It is a more practical skill. Su Yan tried to bypass the city wall. Hit the invisible barrier as a result. Hiss. It hurts. The entire city of Giant Tree City is shrouded in barriers. This is an important piece of information, and it is necessary to report it to the boss. A positive breakthrough failed. Can only take a detour. Made several other attempts. Su Yan finally found a loophole. She got through the gap in the sewer and finally entered the city smoothly. Ha ha ha, if you succeed, I know I can't be troubled. Is this the Giant Tree City? It's a lively place. Su Yan walked on the street. She is full of novelty about everything in front of her. The architectural design here is elegant, the streets are neat and clean, and the greening is excellent. It is indeed the handwriting of the elves. Although she is a fox person. But it doesn't seem obtrusive. Giant Tree City is a forest city where the elves dominate the order and live in mixed races. Elves, orcs, tigers, bears, half-orcs, goblins, and even goblins, the streets are full of various forest races. Exotic style is very rich. Su-Yen is a rich second-generation college student in the real world. She has traveled to more than 20 countries with her family, but she has never gained so much freshness. She likes this feeling very much. It's a really good experience. Certainly. Su-Yen is not here to travel. She has not forgotten her mission. She must spy on useful information for the boss. Su-Yen was a little bit troubled for a while and didn't know where to start. At this moment, his mind flashed, and he thought of a place. Several inquiries. Su-Yen came to the Warriors Union. The Warriors Union is not an organization. Is a loose alliance of warriors. The Giant Tree City Guild is dominated by the iron-blooded warriors, but the guild warriors do not mean that they are all iron-blooded warriors. There are many other small teams or scattered people. Labor Union Headquarters. Turns out to be a pub. The furnishing function is similar to that of a pub. Dozens and hundreds of warriors of all races are drinking and bragging. Warrior players are different from Demon King players. The Demon King has a chat area to communicate directly with each other, while the warriors do not have a chat channel, so a platform such as a trade union is an intelligence distribution center for them. Yo. Any newcomer. It's a fox girl. Hey, pretty chick, how about a drink with your buddies? Su-Yen attracted a lot of attention. Many people whistled, and some even got up, ready to come over and strike up a conversation, as annoying as a fly. About this. Su-Yen remained calm. Shows the Batman medal he is wearing. The warriors' expressions changed and immediately shut their mouths. This is a prize that can only be obtained by destroying the Demon King's lair. It is not only a piece of equipment with excellent attributes, but also a symbol of strength and status. These warriors. Vegetable chicken is mostly. Have never been to the Devil's Nest. Not to mention the successful hunting of the devil. Of course I don't have the guts to provoke a metal warrior. Su-Yen wants to inquire about the news. I don't know where to start. A voice rang in my ears, yes, the weak fox clan, but you can become a second-order warrior. Come to our iron-blooded warrior group. Follow the prestige. This man has the same environmental-friendly skin color as a goblin. He is 2 meters tall, full of muscles, red eyes, and 2 snow-white upturned fangs. Orcs. Su-Yen launched a reconnaissance technique. Her expression changed slightly. This orc is not only a second order. Its strength has almost reached the second-tier lord. Is the Giant Tree City such a hidden dragon and crouching tiger? Any warrior is so strong. Do not. Even in Giant Tree City. He is also a small character. Su-Yen asked vigilantly, are you? The orc replied, Zheng Xiao, deputy commander of the iron-blooded warrior group. Did not expect. Is the senior member of the iron-blooded warrior group. Su-Yen asked, what benefits will I join? Hee, really new here, otherwise I can't ask such a stupid question. Zheng Xiao said, the iron-blooded warrior group is the strongest organization of warriors in Giant Tree City and hundreds of miles nearby. We have killed at least dozens of demon kings in total. Killed dozens of demon kings. This figure is too exaggerated. Zheng Xiao continued, our team leader is the famous Du Mingfeng, and our current identity is one of the 4 guardian spirits of Giant Tree City. Su-Yan's expression changed slightly. Du Mingfeng. The name is very famous. He is a real-world commercial crocodile. Claims to be completely self-made and eventually earned tens of billions of net worth. He is a controversial super-rich. Such a character is not easy at first. Du Mingfeng is directly reincarnated as one of the 4 guardian elves of Giant Tree City. The so-called guardian elves can be understood as the generals of the elves. The 4 guardian elves are the 4 elves generals of the Giant Tree City. The main task is to be responsible for daily security and city safety. No wonder. Du Mingfeng can create a group of iron-blooded warriors. The strength of this warrior organization is far stronger than imagined. This is a major piece of information, and it can definitely make the boss credit him. Zheng Xiao's tone is strong, the honor of the iron-blooded warrior's status, needless to say the benefits of joining us, on the contrary, if you dare to offend the iron-blooded warrior group, it will be difficult for Giant Tree City to have a place for him to stand. Su Yan heard a threat. The iron-blooded warrior's style is really arrogant and domineering. Su Yan sneered and dismissed her in her heart. She had found the patron by herself. A warrior group and a mere paltry group is a fart. What qualifications does it have to compare with that big guy? I join. Su Yan does not eat Jing Zhao's threats and tricks. The reason why she joined is to get more information. If there are any special circumstances, apply oil to the soles of the feet as soon as possible. Zheng Xiao is very satisfied. The iron-blooded warrior sign is loud. Added another good member to the warriors. This fox warrior counts his equipment, and his strength should be a tier 2 elite. Even in the iron blood warrior group, it is also an elite level existence. Is a seductive beauty in itself. If the head of the group has taken a fancy to and is under his command, I will inevitably get a benefit from it. Chapter 41. Zheng Xiao took Su Yan to the headquarters of the Jagged Warriors. This place is close to the military camp of Giant Tree City, with tight hands all the way, elven warriors, patrolling back and forth. Formally join the group in a few days. You live in the headquarters first to get used to it. Su Yan looked around, so few people in the headquarters. Zheng Xiao explained, the recruitment threshold for the iron-blooded warrior group is strict. Our members are not expensive, and 70% of the members are scattered in the forest. For the warrior group to infiltrate and control the nearby indigenous forces and tribes, there are naturally no people in the headquarters. Heard this. Su Yan thought of Zhao Lei. If Zhao Lei is not killed, he is likely to take the Torin to join the iron-blooded warriors. One Zhao Lei can command hundreds of Torin. What if there are 10, 20, or more Zhao Lei in the iron-blooded warrior group? The power they control is too terrifying. The head of is the guardian spirit of Giant Tree City again. He can command a part of the elven troops in the city. The more you understand. Su Yan was more shocked. The foundation of this organization of warriors is terrifying. The combination of the power of the face and the power of the hidden, the iron-blooded warrior is far stronger than imagination, and I am afraid that the ambition is far greater than imagined. Cannot be denied. This is definitely a dangerous group. Is estimated to be the only warrior force in this area that may threaten the Dark Valley. Deputy Head. A big hill-like man came over. It was 2 stories high, its skin was cement-like, and it had 2 big heads. This is a monster. Various ethnic groups commonly call it an ogre. The ordinary ogre is similar in size to the Torin, but this one is much larger than the Torin because he is a rare 2-headed ogre. It is said that the ogre race will give birth to a Siamese alien for every 100,000 heads. It not only has double the size, but also has 1 main body and 1 pair of heads. This kind of ogre is more powerful and possesses magical abilities by nature, and is generally the chief of the ogre tribe. This is obviously an ogre warrior. Su Yan launched an investigation secretly, and she found that her strength was not inferior to Zheng Xiao, who was the deputy commander. Zheng Xiao immediately asked, Zhou Kuan, why are you back? Ogre warrior Zhou Kuan said, these things will be discussed later. If the group leader wants to see us, he should go there first. Good. Zheng Xiao did not dare to be careless. Let Su Yan find a suitable place for herself. Su Yan was obedient on the surface but was moved in secret. Zheng Xiao and Zhou Kuan are the top leaders of the warrior regiment. They must have been summoned by the regimental leader at the same time. While others are not paying attention. She shook her sleeves. An inconspicuous little bat flew out of his sleeves, followed Zheng Xiao and Zhou Kuan, and entered a hall together. The combat ability of the sound transmission method is negligible, but it has 3 F-level skills, sound transmission, ultrasonic detection, and super hearing. The ability of super hearing allows it to lightly capture movement within a few hundred meters, and it can also convey it to the owner through sound transmission. The sound transmission method is very weak. Is not easy to attract attention. This can be said to be a very useful eavesdropping tool, especially suitable for spies like Su Yan. Soon. She heard the conversation. His expression changed slightly, and he was overjoyed immediately. Very lucky, this is important information, and the value of it is very high. With these news. Meet the boss next time. It's no problem to get 1 more skill stone as a reward. Head. Walked into the lobby. The 2 met the leader. Du Mingfeng is an elf. is different from most elves who are thin and handsome. Du Mingfeng is 2 meters tall, has deep and three-dimensional features, and has a long scar that runs through the entire face, giving him a vicious lone wolf temperament. Our advance troops sent to the Bloodhoof tribe are all lost, and it is presumed that it was the Demon King in the Dark Valley who did it. Heard the news. Zheng Xiao and Zhou Kuan were shocked. At least 5 second-tier elites, a dozen warriors, and hundreds of elite fighters in this force, they are gone. The most bizarre place is, such an elite force collectively lost contact. There is not a single survivor, which is really incredible. Zheng Xiao frowned, so it seems that Zhao Lei and his Bloodhoof tribe were also planted in the hands of this demon. Ogre Zhou Kuan asked, "Let me go to him for a while, I would like to see how powerful he can be." Du Mingfeng shook his head, "Everything about this Demon King is still unknown. You can't take risks at this time." Zhou Kuan said, "But we can't just sit back and watch, this devil will become stronger and stronger, maybe it will become our biggest threat." Du Mingfeng smiled confidently, "Don't worry, even if this devil is somewhat capable, it will never pose a threat to us. I don't know why I see them." Du Mingfeng said vaguely, "The small city lord of Giant Tree City is weak, incompetent and indecisive. The elf elder is planning to choose a deputy city lord. You should know what this opportunity means." The two were overjoyed when they heard this. The words of the deputy lord of Giant Tree City. The leader has great hopes as a guardian spirit. Although there are 4 guardian elves, Du Mingfeng has obvious advantages. He was once a predator who built a business empire with one hand. Its management methods, business acumen, and power conspiracy. Can these gangsters compare? Hopeless. He came to Giant Tree City for a month and brought a lot of changes to the city. His prestige is higher than a day, and he is already the first of the 4 guardian elves. The position of deputy city lord is almost stabilized. Du Mingfeng used to secretly cultivate forces to win contacts, and secretly controlled the large and small tribes through warriors. This ambition is so obvious. If you can sit on the throne of deputy city lord, the incompetent little city lord will be emptied immediately. The iron-blooded warrior group will become the actual ruler of Giant Tree City. Du Mingfeng confidently said, "As long as you control the Giant Tree City, what can the little demon king of the Dark Valley do? It's a trash fish." Zheng Xiao and Zhou Kuan hurriedly congratulated, "Congratulations to the team leader, we will follow the team leader, and we will soon become a leader." Du Mingfeng nodded with satisfaction, "So, we have to fight steadily, and let go of the Dark Valley first. Zhou Kuan, you have another task. Please order from the head. In the 10,000 Flower Valley, 150 miles north of Giant Tree City, there is a strong flower demon king who is entrenched, and she is enough to make your strength completely reach the level of a lord. Haha, the mere flower demon, give me 3 days, she must be wiped out." During the conversation between the 3, an inconspicuous little bat was quietly hanging upside down outside the door. That night. Gloomy Valley. Zhang Mu received information from Su Yan. She reported all the information she had collected throughout the day. This spy is really conscientious. Made Zhang Mu very pleased. It was really the right decision to not kill her in the first place. Iron-blooded warrior group. Looks very powerful. But what Zhang Mu is more concerned about at this moment is that they will soon be attacked by the Flower Demon King. Other demon kings live and die. Zhang Mu didn't care at all. But the flower monster should be considered a very rare species. He only knows one flower demon, who is his most important supplier. So, will not be so coincidental, is it? With the recent expansion of farms, the demand for seeds has greatly increased, and it is necessary to increase the amount of seed purchases on a large scale. If something happens to the flower demon Chen Guogua at this time, Zhang Mu will directly lose a large part of the seed supply. It is impossible for him to find a supplier that can replace Chen Guogua in a short time. Thus, farm upgrades are meaningless. Territory's food production will not increase significantly, but in a short period of time, at least it will be cut in half. Chapter 42. At that time, feeding more than 3,000 dragon units and thousands of goblin Torin, etc., may consume most of the food. Once finances are tight, can it develop faster? Zhang Mu immediately contacted each other. Zhang Mu, are you there? About an hour passed. Flower Demon Chen Guogua, excuse me, I was busy just now, and only now I saw the information. Do you want to buy seeds again? Zhangmu, well, I want a lot of seeds. How is your production capacity recently? Flower Demon Chenguogua, I will continue to cultivate a few batches of seeds, but it is better for the boss to find some suppliers. I am worried that I will not be able to supply the boss in the future. Zhangmu asked, why do you say that? What happened? Flower Demon Chenguogua, oh, I was watched by the warriors. Although the warriors were temporarily beaten away, they will definitely come back. Flower Demon Chenguogua, these warriors are very strong, and they probably have great helpers. I am not too sure that I can stop them. All right. Is basically confirmed. The unlucky Flower Demon King whom the Iron-Blooded Warrior group is staring at is his most important supplier. This is actually mixed news. The worry is that seed supply will inevitably be affected in the near future. I am pleased that the territory of the Flower Demon Chenguogua is not too far away from him. In the future, he can control the industrial chain security to the greatest extent in his own hands. This kind of thing happened. Is inevitable for every demon king. If the Flower Demon Chenguogua is thousands of miles away, Zhangmu could only stare. Is different now. Chenguogua is located about 150 miles to the north of Giant Tree City, and the Dark Valley is more than 200 miles to the south of Giant Tree City. About 400 miles on both sides. This distance is not too far. He can completely intervene to change the outcome of the battle. Zhangmu then said, well, don't say frustrating words, as my important partner, I have a way to help you settle the problem. The warriors are not so easy to succeed. Chenguogua, really? What should I do? The boss teach me. Zhangmu, you don't have to worry about it. You can cultivate your seeds with peace of mind, and you will know it when the time comes. Manhwa Valley. Seeing what Zhangmu said, Chenguogua said that she was a little bit dumb. Chenguogua has worked with Zhangmu for a long time. She absolutely believes that the other party is a super strong boss-level demon king. Told her intuitively. This big guy can be trusted. Reasonable but realized that this is impossible. Chenguogua knows that although he is not as good as the boss, he is actually not bad compared to most other demon kings. This time, seed prices have been rising. Zhangmu both adjusted the purchase price according to the market. Chenguogua relied on the ability to cultivate seeds with one hand, and made a lot of money from such big men. The total number of territorial units reached more than 1,000, of which there were more than 700 small flower spirits and as many as 6 poisonous flower monsters. 100. The former is a production unit. Has no fighting ability. Poison Sting Flower Fairy is a combat unit. Although it does not reach the elite level, it excels in the Tier 1 ordinary units. Warriors broke in many times. Most of them can't even see Chenguogua's face. They were killed by these undefeatable poisonous thorn flower monsters. By these souls. Rose to the 2nd rank not long ago. She also bought drawings specially. Built a defensive structure for his territory. She has a wild boar camp, recruiting 10 elite wild boars, hundreds of ordinary wild boars, to make up for the flaws of the flower demon warriors. Such strength. Such a family background. How many demon kings can compare at this stage? Even so, the 2 recent attacks put Chenguogua under tremendous pressure. She is keenly aware that this is just a temptation and investigation, and it is always a touch and retreat every time. Presumably the real main attack is coming soon. The boss is comforting me. No matter how great he is, in this case, I am afraid it will be difficult to help me. Chenguogua thought about it. After all, I have to rely on myself. It's unrealistic to count on others. Chenguogua put aside the distracting thoughts, and began to concentrate on preparing for the battle. She spent all the gold coins in her hand and recruited a batch of poisonous thorns and flower monsters to supplement the battle damage in the previous few days. Result. Within 2 days. A small flower essence will report. Master, the enemy is attacking. Chenguogua asked with a serious expression, how many have they come? Xia Weijing said in a panic, this time the number is very large, about 1,000, and there are many ogres among them. Ogre. Heard these 3 words. Chenguogua's face changed drastically. Ogres are the most brutal race in the forest. An adult ordinary ogre, fighting power higher than Torin, close to the quasi-elite monster. If the number is large, it will be difficult to deal with. Chen Guogua came to the key defense mountain pass. When seeing the enemy with your own eyes, can't help taking a breath. There are almost 1,000 enemies densely packed. 500 of them are burly ogres, huge in size, heavy protective gear, and giant hammers and axes in their hands. The light aura makes people feel chilling. Other troops are also tigers, bears and the like, not only in large numbers, but also well equipped. This is obviously going to be a decisive battle. The warrior tried to destroy the devil's nest in one fell swoop. Ogre Chief Zhou Kuan shouted, "Humph, Demon King, I advise you not to do fearless struggles, but take the initiative to come out and die, so as not to suffer later." Dreaming. Come on. I'm not afraid of you. Chen Guogua gritted his teeth. She has spent countless efforts to make her appearance in the territory, how could she give up? Even if you really can't keep it, you have to fight to the end. Stubbornly stubborn. Zhou Kuan smiled coldly, "Well, since you can't cry if you don't see the coffin, then I will do you well and let you know what despair is." The drum of war sounded. The first row of ogres began to advance. These ogres hold a 5-meter shield on one side. Chen Guogua immediately attacked the wise poisonous flower demon. The flower monster clan has many types of combat units. Chen Guogua's current flower monsters are mainly poison sting flower monster warriors. The poisonous thorn flower fairy is a unit of the plant family. The advantage of them is that they do not need a lot of food like undead creatures, so the daily maintenance cost is lower. The disadvantage is that they move slowly and have very poor mobility. The poisonous thorn flower monster has a special attack method. It can spray poisonous stings with flowers. This kind of stinger has a range of hundreds of meters, and its power is not inferior to a strong bow and a hard crossbow. It also makes the poisoned person feel paralyzed and difficult to move. 1 or 2 is not terrible, although it's hard to guard against. But the stinger's rate of fire is not fast. But when the mountains and plains are full of poisonous thorns and flower monsters, it's different. At this moment, countless poisonous thorns and arrows are overwhelming. Even the Lord-level monsters cannot withstand such an attack. Many warriors even die under this kind of battle. However, the demon troop had already prepared. The ogre with a huge shield walked in front, blocking most of the stinger attacks with the shield, and providing strong cover for the troops behind. Meter. 300 meters. 250 meters. The two sides are getting closer. There were very few casualties caused by the attack of the flower demon. Chen Guogua was anxious. She continuously activated her skills and summoned a large number of vines in an attempt to stop the ogre from advancing. However, to no avail. Chapter 43. Can only delay time. Cannot change the direction of the situation. It's bad. The stinger flower monster is very fragile, has almost no melee ability, and its movement speed is turtle speed. Once forced into close combat, it is equivalent to facing slaughter. How to do? Chen Guogua felt scared. The strength gap between the two sides is also too great. It is impossible for her to stop this large-scale invasion, and all her hard work will be ruthlessly ruined. Ha ha ha. This devil can't stand it anymore. Congratulations, boss is about to successfully hunt the devil again. Zhou Kuan was accompanied by 10 Iron Blood Group warriors, all of whom were at least Tier 1 elite, and several of them reached Tier 2 elite level. Like these warriors, is definitely not easy to deal with. Including Zhou Kuan, hasn't made any shots so far. This is enough to show that the demon army did not use its full strength, but even so, it has stabilized the Demon King, and this battle is tenable. Flattery shots by a few men makes Zhou Kuan feel very useful. This Demon King only has 2 cards left, one is the defense facility, Giant Tree Guard, and the other is the boar troops, but, not to be afraid. It's easy to see. The Iron-Blooded Warrior group has a rigorous style. Every time I challenge the devil, we will collect as much information as possible, reduce the elements of risk and gambling, and adopt a targeted strategy to make the devil desperate. Swish swish swish. Several whistles broke through the air. A few huge boulders the size of a truck flew out of the valley and smashed into the team of ogres with astonishing speed and strength. A few heavy muffled noises. Several ogre shields fell to the ground. Is the defensive facility of the flower demon Chen Guogua, Giant Tree Guard. The Giant Tree Guard is a special building with a shape very similar to that of a tree man. It has a sturdy body and strong arms, but it cannot move. Their arms can attack melee enemies, but as an immobile defensive facility, their main ability is to condense long-range attacks on huge rocks. Chengguogwa is guarded by 2 giant trees. They were built near the Demon King altar. Because the demon troop was in range, it began to launch a stone-throwing attack, but smoothly opened a few gaps in the ogre shield formation. However, this will not affect the overall situation. Warriors have long been prepared to deal with it. Zhou Kuan sneered and said, "The magistrate. There are a group of special existences in this demon troop, composed of 25 elves, all dressed as mages. This is the spirit of Giant Tree City. Special support from Du Mingfeng. The weakest among them is the strength of Tier 1 elites." While the elf mage sang, one after another exploding fireballs shot out, the boulder had no time to fall, and was blasted to pieces by the volley on the spot. Chengguogwa's noodles are like ashes. Are the giant tree guards helpless? The last power she can use is the wild boar troops summoned by the wild boar camp, but can this really turn the tide of the battle? Boar troops. There are only more than 100. There are only 10 elites. How to fight the ogre array in front of you? This battle has been lost. Can't stop it anyway. Ha ha ha. The devil, you are already incompetent. And I haven't warmed up yet. Zhou Kuan's expression is fierce, everyone is violent and begins to attack. The ogre roared in excitement, his eyes became blood red, his muscles swelled, and his movement speed more than doubled. The gods can't save you today. Zhou Kuan also activated the ogre frenzy skills. He is going to lead the warrior regiment to charge personally. These flower monster troops are vulnerable to close combat, and they only need 1 round of offensive to disintegrate in an instant. Victory is here. Just take down this devil. Can get at least 50 or 60 training points. Is enough to make Zhou Kuan's strength soar to become a lord-level powerhouse. Just when the warriors thought they had a chance to win, even the flower demon king Chengguogwa himself had given up hope. Sudden. Whoops. There was a loud and bright dragon. Came from the sky above. Everyone looked up one after another. Boss. There is something in the sky. That seems to be a dragon. A crimson, 20-meter-long dragon creature, under the gaze of countless people, hovering above the head. 2 wings and 1 fan. Countless fireballs, wind blades, and lightning fell like raindrops, all densely enveloped towards the wizard mage. This is unexpected. These giant tree city elves are very precious. If there is something wrong, it is not good to go back and explain. Zhou Kuan therefore protected them very securely in the core area. No one thought that they would encounter such an attack, and the wizard mage could not react at all. In the blink of an eye, the wizard group of wizards is gone. Zhou Kuan was furious with anger. Damn, beast, kill him, kill him. Arrows and guns kept shooting. Qilong is not afraid, he releases a magic shield around his body, easily blocking the attack. Roar. Qilong ejected a huge flame. Compared with the real dragon fire, there must be a big gap in its power, but its lethality and scope are still very impressive. When the Qilong attacked and circled over the head of the demon troop, the ground where he passed turned into a sea of fire, and hundreds of soldiers screamed and screamed back and fled behind. Just by oneself. Drove such a huge army back. Allowed the flower monster troops that were in danger to breathe. Damn it. This is a flying dragon. At least they are all tier 2 lord monsters. Where did this guy pop up? The steadfast army of the demon troop, due to a dragon's blast out of the sky, has been in chaos at this moment, and the number of casualties has soared. What happened? Chengguogwa's eyes widened. Is unbelievable all over his face. She suddenly thought of something, she looked at the fire-breathing red dragon, this dragon, could he be Zhang Mu? It is possible. No wonder he said that at the time. Did not expect. The boss is a flying dragon. The strength is so terrifying. Flying dragon is very strong. But under intense attack. The magic shield consumes quickly. Flying dragon stopped breathing fire and fell to the ground and turned into a human form. This is a dragonman of 2 meters and 5 meters tall, wearing a cloth robe, wearing a face mask, and holding a long staff. His whole body exudes a powerful aura. Zhou Kuan immediately woke up and said, I am another demon king. The other warriors looked a little flustered. The Jagged group had dealt with many demon kings, but the Devil Kings acted alone, and had never seen the Devil King and the Devil King join forces. Besides, this demon king is terrible. Zhou Kuan asked, "You are from the Dark Valley?" Chapter 44. Good. The dragon priest answered truthfully. A fierce attack consumes a lot of mental energy. He just took the opportunity to use 2 bottles of moonlight potion. Zhou Kuan hummed, "Sure enough. Nearly all the Demon King forces and the Iron-Blooded Warrior group are investigating, and they have a general understanding of their abilities and races. There are only a handful of Demon Kings. Is currently in an almost unknown state. Among these Demon Kings, the most mysterious and powerful force is the Dark Valley, so the identity of the other party is certain." Zhou Kuan included. All the warriors on the scene. Unanimously, the Dragon Priest is the Demon King. Because only the top Demon King has this kind of power. Zhou Kuan's expression has undergone several changes. First it is gloomy, then angry, and finally showing a cruel color. "We originally planned to kill you, but I didn't expect you to take the initiative to send it to the door. Or, we will solve it together. The Dark Valley is powerful. Annihilated Zhao Lei's Torin tribe. And destroyed the advance force of an entire Iron Blood group. Even if the regiment leader is afraid of it, it is conceivable that a direct attack must be very difficult, but now the situation has changed. The devil took the initiative to appear. Actually left the site to reinforce the Flower Demon King. This will bring huge troubles, but is it a great opportunity? Flying Dragon Demon King, strength. Is definitely far better than the Flower Demon King. Zhou Kuan killing the Flower Demon King is enough to earn 50 or 60 cultivation points. If he could kill the Flying Dragon Demon King, wouldn't he earn several times the income? This is not only a great achievement. The strength can be increased in one fell swoop. At that time, in the Iron-Blooded Warriors group, except for the leader, who could be comparable to him. The position of Deputy Head Jing Shao should be changed. Zhou Kuan gets more excited the more I think about it. Even if you fight for both defeats, even if you fight off all your troops, as long as you can kill these 2 demons at once, it's worth it. Don't mess. He didn't bring his men. How about being strong? This restored the confidence of other warriors and fighters. That's right, no matter how strong the opponent is, there is only one person after all. What about the second-tier Lord level? The boss Zhou Kuan can also deal with the last Tier 2 Lord, not to mention there are many Tier 2 Masters in the warriors. The reason why I was so embarrassed just now is purely because of a sneak attack. Next, as long as the warrior regiment restrains the Flying Dragon, others can calmly kill the Flower Demon King. After killing the Flower Demon King, and then turning around and suppressing the Flying Dragon, even if the Flying Dragon is outrageous in strength, it will undoubtedly die under this situation. One time. Shouted to the sky. The demon troop regrouped. Under the leadership of Zhou Kuan, a new offensive is about to be launched. Chen Guogua flew to the dragon priest's side. "Big brother, the enemy is powerful. If it really doesn't work, you should withdraw first, otherwise there will be danger." The dragon priest said faintly, "The master gave the old man 2 tasks, one is to save you, and the other is to destroy the army. If there is one thing that is not good, it is more serious for the old man than losing his life." Chen Guogua was taken aback. What are you talking about? Are you not Zhang Mu?" The dragon priest replied, "Of course not. Why do you need a great master to take action against a group of ants? The old man Li Si is just an insignificant servant of the master." "What? Isn't it a boss?" Zhang Mu did not show up at all. Chen Guogua felt that his brain was buzzing with some reaction. How can this be? Li Si's strength is so terrifying, even for the Demon King, it is the top group. Such a tyrannical existence. How could he just be the devil's subordinate? This is really incredible and unbelievable. Chen Guogua couldn't help asking, "But how are we going to deal with these warriors?" The dragon priest calmly said, "You and your subordinates only need to assist immediately. As for the frontal battle, leave it to the old man." Talking. Step forward. The dragon priest raised the wooden staff in his hand. A string of incredibly obscure spells chanted. The dragon priest reinserted the wooden staff on the ground, and countless runes spread around him, instantly covering an international football field such a large area, and finally formed a huge formation. Death Ward. Weak Barrier. Zhou Kuan and other warriors entered this area. They immediately felt that the life and power in their bodies were rapidly losing. You are affected by the death enchantment, reducing your vitality by 15 points every minute. You are affected by the barrier of weakness, your strength, agility, physique, and will are reduced by 50%. What a terrifying negative buff. The vitality of ordinary first-order units is only 20 or 30 points. Under the barrier of Dragon Priest, they can't even hold on for 2 minutes. The Dragon Priest also released a weak barrier, which greatly weakened the demon troop and reduced their combat effectiveness. Damn it. Kill him. Zhou Kuan feels that something is wrong. What kind of perverted field pressure skill is this? There is such an enchantment formation, and it's a fart. The Dragon Priest didn't change his face, he finished the third chant, and the terrifying magic power was released from his body. Teleport enchantment. Within the magic circle around the Dragon Priest, one transmission node after another emerged. Next second, there was a flash of light. Hundreds of figures were teleported over. An entire army appeared out of thin air, putting the lonely Dragon Priest in the center with the protection of the inner and outer layers. The reason why Zhou Kuan dared to bite the bullet and forcibly kill was nothing more than the Dark Valley Demon King single-handedly. Who can think of it? Can also send summons. Has transformed so many subordinates out of thin air. These are all elite units that have been teleported over. How can you fight this time? The warrior's face is like ashes. Zhou Kuan quickly roared, withdraw. Hee, just thought of running away. It's too late. Dragon Priest Li Si sneered, a powerful blasting curse was issued, and it hit the ogre warrior who took the lead in the charge. You killed the wizard, gold coins plus 50. You killed the wizard, gold coins plus 50. You killed the high-level wizard mage, gold coins plus 800. You killed the ogre warrior, the soul of the second-order warrior plus 1. You killed the Torin warrior, the soul of the first-order warrior plus 1. You killed the werewolf warrior, the soul of the first-order warrior plus 1. You killed the tiger warrior, tier 2 soul plus 1. Zhang Mu was not present. But the player interface is frantically flashing information. Through this information, he can also infer the course of the battle. The strength of the two sides is very different. This is an overwhelming battle. S performance to the Dragon Priest. Zhang Mu is still very satisfied. The position of the Priest of the Dragon is different from that of the General of the Dragon. Dragon General is a typical combat unit, while Dragon Priest focuses more on support. Even so, the strength of the Dragon Priest is still not to be underestimated, not even inferior to that of the Dragon General, and its powerful magic enchantment is especially suitable for large-scale group battles. Although in the form of the Dragon Man, the Dragon Priest is not strong in frontal combat power, but as an abyssal dragon, the Dragon Priest can transform into the dragon form. Chapter 45. The Dragon Priest in the form of a flying dragon cannot use some enchantment spells, but the lethality is not inferior to the second-order Lord-level monsters. In summary, Dragon Priests can assist and fight, and possess extremely high intelligence. They are a very good unit. About 30 minutes later, the Dragon Priest returned with his troops. Dragon Priest's teleport enchantment is a rare spatial skill. But use this skill. There are more troublesome preparations. The Dragon Priest should reserve a temporary teleportation enchantment in the Dark Valley, so that the soldiers and corps who need to teleport will enter this sister in advance. Then, he rushed to Manhwa Valley to start teleportation. Only in this way can the target here be teleported over. The reserved enchantment valid time is up to 24 hours. Is a little troublesome, but it cannot be denied that the strategic value of this skill is very high for the ability to quickly transfer troops on the battlefield. After sending back the same way, Li Si opened another healing enchantment. Let the wounded soldiers stay in it for treatment. Zhang Mu calculated through the statistics of the player interface information that the loss in this battle was about 3,000 or 4,000 gold coins, which was nothing to him. Report to my lord. The threat of the Flower Demon King has been lifted. We defeated the iron-blooded warrior group and eliminated more than 90% of their troops, leaving no warrior in the lead. This time I didn't set an ambush in advance. There is no suitable terrain. It is not realistic to wipe out the enemy without leaving 100%. There will always be some slippery fish that are oiled on the soles of their feet or are good at running away. Killed more than 90%. The results are also very brilliant. Zhang Mu nodded. You did a good job. After this battle, Zhang Mu will surely become the #1 enemy of the iron-blooded warrior group, and it will arouse great attention and even fear in Giant Tree City. Does not matter. Zhang Mu originally planned to adjust the strategy. Changed from conservative and low-key to aggressive expansion. After all, a big demon with ambition, with the goal of conquering the world, can't nest in a 3-acre valley in a valley all day, and always has to expand his power outward. That means conflict with Giant Tree City is inevitable. It is better to attack instead of cowering. At this time, a private message came over. Flower Demon Chen Guogua, Big Brother, Great God, thank you so much, I didn't expect that I would survive. Those warriors were beaten to the ground. It's so exciting and so enjoyable. This guy Barabara sent a bunch of messages. Zhang Mu only replied, don't be sick for basic exercises. Flower Demon Chen Guogua, you have helped me so much, but I don't have anything to offer as a thank you gift. I can only give a few batches of seeds to the boss as a thank you. Zhang Mu, you're welcome. With a little effort, the seed should be as much as you want. You now need gold coins to strengthen your territory. If you really want to repay, please develop your territory and cultivate more high-quality seeds for me. Chen Guogua can be said to be touched. The great god said so. She is not hypocritical anymore. This kind of favor is too great to be paid off by a few batches of seeds. Instead of doing this, it is better not to pay it back, and keep this kindness in mind. Chen Guogua decided. I have to work harder. Don't let the great worry about himself. And do the logistics work for the great god. This is better than anything. Chen Guogua, yes, I'll mess with the gods from now on. The Flower Demon King has completely become the little fan of the great god. Zhang Mu is not a bad guy. He helped Chen Guogua to help himself. Even if the opponent was not dealing with Chen Guogua, Zhang Mu would not let go of such a large-scale warrior action. The reason is simple. The harvest is so great. The harvest this time is summarized as follows. Talent points, 163. Gold coins, 31865. This is even more rewarding than occupying a large second-tier elite area. As expected, the devil is to kill and conquer. Especially when you are facing the warrior, there is nothing better than being killed by the warrior. Zhang Mu originally had 11 talent points, but now with this gain, he has a total of talent points. This is too exaggerated. If you kill 1 or 2 more Tier 2 warriors, you can activate all the remaining talents and directly advance to Tier 3 devil. Was not achieved in one step. It's a shame. Zhang Mu chose to activate the intermediate magic immunity. There is not much difference between middle-level magic immunity and low-level magic immunity, but the immunity level has been increased from D level to C level. That means a second-tier lord like the Dragon Priest. It is also difficult for him to cause any damage to Zhang Mu through direct spell attacks. With the 2 abilities of the Diamond Dragon Body and the intermediate magic immunity, as well as the large-scale field control skills such as Long Wei, Zhang Mu has the confidence to be unscathed in the army. It can be said. Such an existence. It doesn't make much sense to rely on the number of piles. As for how to spend gold coins, Zhang Mu decided to upgrade some senior soldiers, and then recruit a dragon general. Giant Tree City. Du Mingfeng threw the teacup angrily. The head of the group is very prestigious on weekdays. It was the first time I saw the head of the group so angry. Made all the members of the on-site warrior group silent. A well-prepared demon hunting operation, which resulted in an unprecedented failure, and the death of the number 3 character Zhou Kuan. This is simply a shame. Not only that. Thousands of combat units. Only fled back dozens. Is almost annihilated. This incident will cause a serious blow to the morale of the Iron-Blooded Warriors group or Du Mingfeng's prestige in Giant Tree City. Du Mingfeng said coldly, let's talk. What's going on? Zheng Xiao hurriedly said, the reason for the failure has been found out. An unexpected change has indeed occurred this time. It is possible that the Demon King of the Dark Valley made the shot. I combined the descriptions of multiple survivors, and now I am quite sure that the Demon Lord of the Dark Valley is a flying dragon, who is good at enchantment spells. The team used his own power to suppress the battlefield. This is how things happened. Zheng Xiao finally said angrily, damn, time and time again, let the warriors suffer losses, this guy wants to die with us. After listening to the scene restoration, Du Mingfeng calmed down instead. Incompetent rage is an emotion that only the weak have. A character like him is not going to be dazzled by anger. The devil and the warrior are immortal. Although this failure is very painful, the failure itself is not terrible. The terrible thing is a meaningless failure. We must learn from the failure. Through intelligence. Du Mingfeng understands. The Demon King has dual combat capabilities. In the form of dragon, it has high mobility. It has the ability to breathe dragon fire and use elemental attack magic, which is enough to instantly disrupt the formation and cause damage. In human form, the effect of enchantment spells is overbearing. As long as he enters his enchantment, the ordinary army can't hold it for 2 minutes. No wonder Zhou Kuan is not an opponent. This demon is indeed very difficult to deal with. Now it is necessary to boost morale and avoid affecting the morale of the military. Du Mingfeng said, "This is indeed the strongest and most difficult one among the demon kings that our iron-blooded warriors have dealt with, but it is not invincible. His flying dragon form is very mobile, but as long as we prepare in advance, it is sufficient to use long-range attacks to collect fire. His human form has a strong ability to control the field, but in order to maintain the enchantment spell, his own mobility is bound to be limited, and he lacks melee strength and direct attack methods are not strong. We only need to break through the defense line around us in the shortest time. You can effectively interrupt him from casting spells." Chapter 46. Heard the leader's words. All the warriors think it makes sense. This Demon King is indeed very powerful. Even with the strength of the iron-blooded warrior group, it is not easy to defeat it. But there is a team leader. What is there to worry about? The strength of the leader is enough to contend with it. Zheng Zhao's spirits lifted up, the head of the group was right. This time the failure was nothing but lack of intelligence. They had to deal with 2 demon kings at the same time, but they will not be so lucky next time. Speaking of which, he offered to ask, "It's better to let me lead the team personally and attack the Dark Valley directly. I promise to take it down." Du Mingfeng shook his head. "Don't be too hasty, wait a moment." Zheng Zhao was puzzled. "Head, what are you waiting for?" At this time an elf walked in. "My lord, please, the lord." Heard this. The faces of all the warriors changed. They probably know why the city lord wants to summon the leader. Du Mingfeng is the guardian spirit of Giant Tree City. His position is equivalent to a human general, and he holds a certain amount of military power in his hand. This time the demon operation. Du Mingfeng did not apply. He is adept at advocating the transfer of a team of elven mages. It wouldn't matter if they returned intact in the end, but the problem was that this group of elven wizards was wiped out in Operation Manhwa Valley. The city owner and high-level officials are afraid that they are not going to take the opportunity to ask questions. Du Mingfeng stood up calmly. "This is what I'm waiting for." Finished. There is no disobedience. He directly followed the elf and left. Zheng Zhao felt a little worried, and the selection of the deputy city lord was just around the corner. In case it was affected by this incident, it would be very bad. At this time, he raised his head with feeling. A black flapped its wings and flew away. Strange, there seems to be a lot of bats in the city these days. Du Mingfeng walked into the giant tree hall. This is the office of the city lord. Dozens of elf guards are neatly arranged on both sides. Du Mingfeng raised his head and looked at the throne of the city lord. A 13-year-old girl was sitting in a position that didn't fit well. This little girl. Silver and white hair is waist length. The eyes are like the best rubies. Her appearance is extremely rare even among the elves. 3 years ago, the old city lord passed away unexpectedly. This young elf was elected by the elders as the new city lord. The reason why she can become the lord of the city is because she has the bloodline of the elf king, which is the most noble and powerful talented bloodline among the elves. A trace of contempt flashed under Du Mingfeng's eyes. But he respectfully salutes according to the elves' etiquette. Guardian Elf Juz pays a visit to Lord Santo. Beside the city lord, there is an elf elder at station. His face is old, slightly twilight, dressed as a mage. This is the oldest senior elder in Giant Tree City. His age is very large even for the elves, and it can be described as a highly respected existence. Certainly. Therefore, he is Du Mingfeng's thorny eye. Before the little city lord spoke, the elder said in a dissatisfied tone, "You mobilized the garrison of Giant Tree City without authorization, causing the death of 25 elf mages for this. You know how big a mistake you made." "Sure enough," Xingshi asked the guilt. Du Mingfeng calmly said, "This is an accident. 25 members of the clansmen were killed." Not only did they not feel ashamed, but blamed the accident. "Have you forgotten the duty of guarding the elves of Giant Tree City?" Du Mingfeng said, "No, I have not forgotten. It is for the safety of Giant Tree City that I have to do this." The great elder said angrily, "What?" Du Mingfeng said, "The threat of the Demon King is too great. If the nearby Demon King cannot be killed as soon as possible, the Giant Tree City will be occupied by them sooner or later." The elder was shocked. The Demon King is an unknown being that has appeared recently. Knows nothing about it even from his experience. The small town lord asked, "But why do we have to fight the devil? Can't we reach a consensus through peaceful negotiation? For the elves, peace and freedom are the most important. The lord of the city is too naive." Du Mingfeng sneered, "Who has seen a peaceful negotiation between a lamb and a jackal, tiger, and leopard? The Demon King exists from beginning to end, just for conquest and destruction. They expand infinitely, are extremely greedy, and extremely insidious. They are pure evil." The small town lord frowned. The elder also fell into deep thought. The devil's appearance time is too short. The elves of Giant Tree City know very little about this particular group. The elder asked, "What you said is the truth? I am willing to accept the test of any contract or oath." Du Mingfeng replied, "Grand Elder, Lord City Lord, think about it. How long has the Demon King appeared? The result of this battle is enough to prove that the horror of their growth rate has even become a big problem for Giant Tree City. Indeed. Just 1 month. Actually has this kind of strength. The attitude of the Great Elder is a little loose. The devil might really threaten Giant Tree City seriously. Even if the Giant Tree City is not threatened for a short time, it will engulf the surrounding tribes due to frantic expansion, thereby affecting the ruling foundation of the Giant Tree City. Before this, every Demon King's lair was like an island. The Demon Kings could not perceive each other. We only need to break them one by one. New changes have taken place this time, and this is also the direct cause of the failure of this battle. The 2 Demon Kings have joined forces." Heard this. The Great Elder was moved. The growth rate of the Demon King itself is very terrible. If the Demon Kings unite to form a power, no one can guarantee the consequences. This failure can't make me shrink, on the contrary, I need more strength to support. Only in this way can I protect Giant Tree City. So, I'm going to ask the Lord of the city for his orders. Let me personally lead my troops to unite with the Warriors Union to defeat these 2 Demon Kings. This matter must not be delayed, the sooner the better. Du Mingfeng has a direct showdown. He will do everything he can to take advantage of the situation. Although the strength of the iron-blooded warrior group is already very strong, if you can borrow the power of Giant Tree City, then why can't you deal with these 2 Demon Kings? This time, the demon army was defeated. Caused quite a stir in Giant Tree City. This will put pressure on the elders and the city lord instead. Du Mingfeng, as an experienced commercial hero, used this fiasco very keenly to play up the threat of the Devil King and drag the Giant Tree City off the field. Obviously. After listening to these words, the Great Elder and the small city lord hesitated. The 2 know too little about the Demon King, and because they know too little, they will have suspicion and vigilance, and the growth rate of the Demon King's power is really worrying. The small city lord hesitated and said, "I think we should still try to communicate and negotiate with the devil, first understand their thoughts and goals. It's really impossible to use troops." Du Mingfeng sneered in his heart. Xia Kengzu is still indecisive as always. The decision on this matter today is still in the hands of the elder. Du Mingfeng said, "My lord, the Demon King is getting stronger and stronger. We don't have much time." The Great Elder thought for a long time. The Guardian Elves have some truth in what they say. This forest is originally the weak and the strong. The Lord must not sit back and watch the threat of growth due to war exhaustion, which will eventually lead to irreparable consequences. Du Mingfeng immediately said, "Yes, it is necessary to stop the war with a small battle, and I am willing to take full responsibility for this matter." The Great Elder asked, "How many people do you need?" Du Mingfeng thought for a while and said, 1,000 elite. The Elder frowned, "This is not a small number, are you sure it can be solved? Du Mingfeng, it must be possible. I will prove to Giant Tree City that what we have done is correct. The next day, Giant Tree City held a meeting. The city lord and 8 elven elders voted. The final result of the voting was that 1 abstention, 8 votes passed. The only abstention was voted by the city owner. She always feels that this is problematic. Chapter 47. But she lacks experience and can't tell why, so she can only abstain. Giant Tree City officially announced that it will cooperate with the Warriors Union and fight the Demon King with the Iron Blood Warrior Group to deal with the growing threat of the Demon King. A larger demons killing army is being formed. Among them, the 10,000 Flower Valley and the Dark Valley bear the brunt. They are the Devil's Lair that must be solved in the first place. Du Mingfeng's plan is proceeding smoothly. He successfully used the impact of this fiasco to exaggerate the threat of the Demon King, which aroused the concerns of the top of the Giant Tree City, and finally decided to send 1,000 troops. This force are all directed by Du Mingfeng. The elf regular army in Giant Tree City is different from the forest tribe natives. They are all well trained, and the most basic combat units are all first-order elites. 1,000 elite units. Every 20 elf soldiers. There is a second-tier elite. One can imagine how strong this army is. The iron-blooded warriors were all overjoyed when they heard the news. They didn't expect that the leader was so powerful, he would just turn a bad thing into a good thing. Look so. Zhou Kuan sacrificed value. Zheng Xiao immediately proposed, "Boss, the time is ripe, I think we should send troops immediately to attack the Dark Valley, and we will be ashamed and never have trouble." This statement came out. Other iron-blooded warriors expressed their approval. The Demon King of the Dark Valley is too arrogant. First killed the Torin warrior Zhao Lei, who was mainly recruited by the warrior group, and then went to test the whole army, and blocked Zhou Kuan from killing the Flower Demon King, causing serious losses one after another. Will not destroy him. The iron-blooded warrior couldn't swallow this breath. I want to show him this time, the Iron Blood group is amazing. What are you anxious about? Whether it is the Flower Demon King or the Flying Dragon Demon King, their death is set, like chopping board fish, the next thing is just how to deal with it. Zheng Xiao quickly asked, "What is the regimental leader's plan?" Du Mingfeng, "I plan to split up my troops and attack the Manhwa Valley and the Dark Valley at the same time." Listen to this. Everyone was dumbfounded. Zheng Xiao, split the troops in 2 ways. Why split the troops to take risks? Wouldn't it be better to concentrate the superior forces and fight steadily? We now have an overwhelming power. Du Mingfeng said, "This is not only not a risk, but on the contrary it is to maximize the advantage of troops. Have you ever thought about why the Flying Dragon Demon wants to save the Flower Demon King?" Zheng Xiao thought for a while and said, "I guess the 2 Demon Kings are in alliance." Du Mingfeng nodded, "More than that, the Flower Demon King must be very important to the Flying Dragon Demon King, otherwise it would be better to expose yourself and take action." What does that group leader mean? The Dark Valley, the terrain is steep, and the Demon Lord is stronger. If you attack it, it will inevitably cause great losses. It is better to destroy the Flower Demon Lord first. Du Mingfeng said, "You and me are divided into 2 groups. I will personally attack the Flower Demon King. If the Flying Dragon Demon King comes to rescue, you will take the opportunity to storm the Dark Valley. If the Flying Dragon Demon King cannot save it, it is easy for me to take the Flower Demon King." I see. Zheng Xiao understands now. He wanted to put the Flying Dragon Demon in a dilemma. The Flower Demon King could not stop Du Mingfeng's attack anyway. If the Flying Dragon Demon makes a rescue, it is equivalent to giving up the home game and entering the away game, and the threat of him and his troops will be greatly reduced. And as soon as he leaves, the Dark Valley will inevitably fall into emptiness, and Zheng Xiao can take the opportunity to attack and cause huge losses to the Dark Valley. If you don't save your life and defend the Dark Valley, you will be sitting and watching the Flower Demon King be annihilated, and your spirit and morale will undoubtedly be under tremendous pressure. Du Mingfeng killed the Flower Demon King, joined forces with Zheng Xiao and then attacked the Dark Valley. Du Mingfeng said, "The Flower Demon King is good at production logistics. If I am not wrong, her value to the Dark Valley lies in this. If we destroy the Flower Demon King, it is equivalent to temporarily cutting off the logistics of the Dark Valley, which will temporarily weaken the Flying Dragon." Zheng Xiao nodded, "The leader is wise, no matter how you look at it, there is no hope for these Demon Kings to come back. We are just around the corner to unify this region. Du Mingfeng showed a smug smile. This war against demons is nothing. His layout and ambition are not limited to this. This time, with the grounds of crusade against the Demon King, he has greatly enhanced his power and influence. Next step. It's Giant Tree City's turn. The Elders headed by the Great Elder, a group of buns who have never seen the world, they will not be able to jump for a few days. As for that weak little town lord, how could she beat herself? Waiting to kill several demon kings. He will start to drive the small town lord from the position of the lord. This woman has no right to order herself at all, and she can fill her harem as her own toy. The meeting is over. Du Mingfeng continued to make preparations. He walked into a secret room alone. This secret room stores several very important props. They are all precious trophies drawn from the Devil's Treasure Box in the course of the iron-blooded warriors hunting and killing the Demon King in the past. Although this time, Du Mingfeng is absolutely sure. But he is cautious by nature, he will still be fully prepared. He took away the two most valuable items in the secret room. One of them is a scroll with spatial magic fluctuations, used to save lives at critical moments. The other is an inconspicuous dark green stone. If you look closely, you will find that there is a green flame burning in this stone. ******* Fire magic stone. This item is so powerful that it is irrelevant to the enemy. It is the last hole card that all ends up in the most extreme situation. I hope this thing will never be used. The next day, the Giant Tree City troops set off. Du Mingfeng led the army of 1,000 elves northward. Their goal is the Manhwa Valley where the flower demon is located. At the same time, Zheng Xiao has already organized manpower and transferred a large number of manpower from several tribes, and led him to the Dark Valley south. The lord of the small town personally watched the troops leave. Her brows are frowning and a little unhappy at the moment. The elder said, "Sir, I know you don't like fighting, but you can only deal with these demon kings like this." Another elf elder said, "Yes, Lord City Lord, no matter whether the Demon King is really as vicious and sinful as described, their existence does pose a great threat to Giant Tree City." At this point, there is no way for the small town owner. It was just that she had a bad premonition for the act of rashly attacking the Demon King without detailed knowledge and contact with Giant Tree City. Evening. Gloomy Valley. Above the castle platform, the great Demon King stands with his hands behind. Two burly and mighty dragon generals, one from left to right, stood respectfully beside them. Besides Zhang San, there was also a king heir. Wang Heir is new here. Is the second dragon general summoned by Zhang Mu. In this realm now, even if Zhang Mu is not counted, there are 3 high-level units at the Light Lord level, all of which are outstanding among the lords at the same level. Otherwise, the size of the core continues to expand. The current total number of units of the family has reached 3660. Among them, there are 2,000 Dragonman Drudges, 700 Advanced Drudges, Dragonman Combat Soldiers, 80 Advanced Dragonman Combat Soldiers, and 30 Dragonman Combat Mages. In addition, there are thousands of undead units, nearly 1,000 Torin, more than 3,000 goblins, plus foxes, etc. The total number of units in the territory is about to break the 10,000 mark. Such a huge scale makes the territory more and more prosperous. At this moment, the Demon King's castle is the axis, and a large area is surrounded by construction sites. Thousands of skeleton soldiers are carrying materials, and thousands of dragons and Torin are working. A city with a castle as its center and extremely high in size has gradually emerged. This will be the main city of the Demon King in the future. At this time, Dragon Priest Li Si stepped forward. "Master, urgent information." Zhang Mu asked casually, "It's probably about the iron-blooded warrior." Dragon Priest Li Si nodded, "It is exactly that the iron-blooded warrior and Giant Tree City have united. They sent out 2 troops, one to attack the Flower Demon King, and one to attack us. The elves of Giant Tree City are also involved." Just like this, the Giant Tree City dispatched 1,000 elven army, all of which were handed over to the guardian elves of the Giant Tree City, and the leader of the iron-blooded warrior group, Du Mingfeng, is currently heading towards the territory of the Flower Demon King. The other unit is a unit formed by the iron-blooded warriors themselves, mainly composed of several tiger, bear, and werewolf tribe fighters. Zhang Mu heard this, was slightly surprised. Giant Tree City's reaction to the Demon King was unexpected. Just didn't expect it. Chapter 48. Giant Tree City will dispatch troops so quickly. An elite force composed of 1,000 elves, even for the Dark Valley, is a not weak military force, and the territory of the flower demon Chenguagua is simply impossible to block such an attack. However, the Iron and Blood group is divided into troops. Let the deputy head Jing Shao lead straight to the Dark Valley. The dragon priest commented, their intention of dividing the army into two groups is obvious. It is nothing more than trying to make us unable to take care of the head and tail. If we rescue the Flower Demon King, it will weaken the strength of the Dark Valley. If we don't save them, we can easily destroy the Flower Demon King. Then come and attack us. Zhang Mu nodded, what do you think? The dragon priest sneered and commented, this group of ants are stupid and arrogant. They have no consciousness at all. How terrible the master's power is. Long priest's look. These tactics are as ridiculous as a jumping clown. He thought for a while and said, why should the master take the shot himself? The old slave and the two generals should be enough to deal with them. Du Mingfeng has good abilities. But he was misled from the beginning. He preconceptions that the dragon priestly see is the demon king. This directly lowered the evaluation of the Dark Valley. Is a fatal error. Du Mingfeng and the iron-blooded warrior group have never really understood the Dark Valley, let alone the demon king of the Dark Valley. I don't doubt the strength of you and the two generals. However, judging from the information I got, this Du Mingfeng is different from other warriors, and he should not be underestimated. Zhang Mu thought a little bit. He made arrangements. Li Si, Wang Er, you will lead 500 combat troops and 50 high-level soldiers to support the Valley of Flowers. There is no need to defeat the Giant Tree City core, but you must keep the Flower Demon King and contain Du Mingfeng and his troops. Yes. Zhang Mu ordered, Zhang San, you lead the remaining Dragon Corps, Undead Corps, and Torin Corps to ambush the warrior forces that sneak attack on the Dark Valley. Yes. Arranged tasks for his subordinates. Of course Zhang Mu himself did not intend to be idle. Giant Tree City, the iron-blooded warrior group. As an enemy of Lao Tzu, it is necessary to teach the other party a profound lesson. So that you can feel the sinister society. The battlefields on both sides will be handed over to you. Zhang Mu said, I plan to take the opportunity to visit Giant Tree City in person. Heard this. The expressions of the three subordinates changed drastically. The dragon priest was a little worried, Master, the Giant Tree City is heavily defensed. There are many elves and masters of various races. Although you have powerful power, is it too risky to go alone? Zhang Mu calmly said, don't worry, the 1,000 elites transferred from the Giant Tree City are all defensive forces in the city, and their defenses must be slack in a short time. The two heads of the iron-blooded warriors are out. Among the remaining warriors in Giant Tree City, how many are threatening? With the current situation in Giant Tree City, it is impossible for them to stop me. One of Zhang Mu's self-confidence is the advantage of information. On the one hand, he can directly see the hidden information, and on the other hand, the spy Su Yan has been passing on information continuously in the past few days, so that he now knows the Giant Tree City well. And, by surprise, can attack it. Whether it is the high level of Giant Tree City, is also a warrior group headed by the Jagged Group. Even if they dream, it is impossible for them to think that there will be an exaggerated plot of the devil directly attacking the Giant Tree City, so it is impossible to prevent it in advance. The iron-blooded warrior has repeatedly caused trouble. I want to steal my lair this time. Zhang Mu really wanted to know what kind of wonderful expression they would show after they failed to steal their home. Moreover, kill the warrior. Can harvest the soul. Mass killing can harvest a large number of souls. Can instantly weaken the overall power of the warriors in the region. This is irresistible to any demon king. As for the Giant Tree City, if you choose to take the initiative, you should pay the price for your choice. Giant Tree City Corps arrived at Manhwa Valley. Du Mingfeng is full of confidence. There is no suspense in this battle today. Regardless of the reaction of the Demon Lord in the Dark Valley, Flower Demon King will usher in irresistible destiny. This time crusade against the Demon King's troops is different from Zhou Kuan's followers a few days ago. Even setting aside the well-trained regular army of Giant Tree City, there is a huge gap between the rabble of forest tribes. Light is the leader. is totally incomparable. Zhou Kuan is a second-tier warrior, and his strength is at the level of quasi-lords. When encountering a weaker second-tier unit, he can compete against each other, but he does not really reach the level of the lord. Who is Du Mingfeng? The leader of the iron-blooded warriors. Is one of the guardian elves of Giant Tree City. Its strength has an overwhelming advantage over other warriors. He is a third-order warrior. Also reached the level of quasi-lord. What does this mean? Du Mingfeng may not be able to fight against the real Tier 3 Lord monster. There is nothing wrong with dealing with 5 third-tier elites, and it is enough to confront the top second-tier Lord. He is definitely a well-deserved bigwig. Can imagine. Has such a strong strength. Is matched with the elite Giant Tree City army. Even if the flying dragon demon in the Dark Valley rescues, it is impossible to reverse the destiny of the Flower Demon King and the Flower Demon's nest being destroyed. Du Mingfeng was not worried about the appearance of the flying dragon demon king. Even feel very much looking forward to it. This demon king is really big reinforcements. Then I'm pregnant. Flying dragon demon king has the top tier 2 lord. It is more difficult to deal with at home, but it will be much less difficult to fight away. What's more? Really fight. The Dark Valley must be empty. The warriors led by Zheng Xiao sharpened their knives and stared at him. As the deputy commander, the second person in the Iron Blood group, he is naturally more powerful than Zhou Kuan. Led by a warrior with the strength of the second-tier lord, when the Demon King and elite are not at home, there is great hope for the success of stealing a home. Thus, Iron-Blooded warrior group can be the least expensive. Take down 2 powerful Demon Kings at once. Du Mingfeng smiled at the corner of his mouth thinking of this. He couldn't think of any other means that the Demon King could use to make a comeback. He had all the advantages and initiative on his side, and he couldn't lose anyway. Reconnaissance the enemy. Yes. Several Tier 2 wizards jointly launched the E-level skill, Eye of Far's Eye. This is a long-range reconnaissance skill. Can collect enemy situation in advance. Grown-ups. There are a lot of poisonous thorns and flower monsters. In addition, a large number of dragons and wild boars were found. Du Mingfeng lifted his spirits. Are there dragon people? How many are there? The wizard mage replied, from the results of our several joint reconnaissances, it is currently estimated that there are about 500. So much. Du Mingfeng was slightly surprised. He immediately laughed, ha ha ha, good, that stupid dragon is determined to protect the flower demon, but this can't be better. Finished. Waved his hand. Let the chasing bird. The warrior immediately opened the cage to release the bird. These birds are extremely fast, like an arrow, quickly disappearing into the sky. Chasing the wind bird. Low-level pets. Has wind spell ability. Chapter 49. But the fighting ability is very weak. Their super-fast speed is often used to send messages. Zheng Xiao will be notified soon, and he will know the Dark Valley by then. The defense is very empty at this moment, and it is a good time to officially launch an offensive. Everyone. The Devil's Lair is just ahead. Du Mingfeng ordered, open defense. Prepare to attack. Among the elf troops of Giant Tree City, there are 300 wizards, and the other 700 elf warriors are equipped with swords and bows and arrows at the same time. Whether it is spell combat, long-range shooting, or close combat, it can be dealt with, and the combat effectiveness can be imagined. One after another powerful magic appeared. Layers of shields quickly appeared, and the shields were connected to each other, forming a huge magic shield, so that the entire army was protected. This is much stronger than the ordinary shield array. There are no dead ends and very strong. Du Mingfeng drew out his long sword and shouted, attack! Kill me! The elven army began to enter the valley, and the poisonous thorns shot continuously, and the giant guard kept throwing boulders, all of which were blocked by the magic shield. A ridiculous attack. Du Mingfeng felt no resistance at all. The army easily crossed the mountain pass and entered the hinterland of the valley. At this time, a dragon corps appeared in front of his eyes at this moment. The remote reconnaissance of the wizard mage can only find these dragon people, but there is no way to judge the strength of these dragon people. At this moment, seeing this team, Du Mingfeng can't help but change his color slightly. Elite. Are all elites? More than 500 dragon warriors, even the weakest ordinary soldiers, are all Tier 1 elite units. Among them, high-level soldiers and battle mages are even more powerful Tier 2 elites. How can it be so strong? This devil is too strong. Rao is Du Mingfeng taking a breath at this moment. If you don't borrow the elf troops of Giant Tree City, it will be extremely difficult to rely on the strength of the Iron-Blooded Warrior organization to fight against this troop. The Dark Valley is very steep, easy to defend and difficult to attack. Such a force is entrenched, it is almost impossible to break through from the outside, and it will definitely pay an astonishing price. No wonder Zhao Lei and Zhou Kuan are so vulnerable. Du Mingfeng gradually put away his astonishment, his eyes were dark and his mouth was smiling. Ha ha ha, God helped me. You are better than I expected. I will take this opportunity to solve you all in one go. In the Dragon Core. There are 3 figures at the moment. One is the Flower Demon King Chen Guogua. She has only Tier 2 elite strength and is not very good at fighting. In this case, she can only play the support position. As for the other 2, is naturally Li Si and Wang Er. Dragon Priest Li Si said, "This guy has to be controlled by you." Long General King Er categorically said, "Don't worry, he is really strong, but with me here, he can't get close to you." Enchantment casting. As long as it doesn't interrupt. The Dragon Core can be invincible. The Dragon Priest inserted the wooden staff into the ground, and the extremely powerful mental power was released from the body to the surroundings, and a layer of enchantment array quickly emerged. Heal the enchantment. The Dragon Priest first activates an auxiliary formation enchantment. As long as the Dragon Core is within the enchantment range, their vitality will quickly recover, thereby greatly enhancing the core's combat power. At the same time, General Long roared. Rushed out of the team, his body quickly grew larger, and instantly transformed into a 3-meter-high, 10-meter-long dark iron ground dragon, slamming into the Giant Tree City army with a shocking momentum. Under the attack of hundreds of poisonous thorns and flower demon, the magic shield of the Giant Tree Core has been weakened a lot. General Long's fierce impact caused a large piece of glass to be shattered like the protective cover glass, and several front-row elves were swept away directly. What happened? Du Mingfeng's face changed drastically. Isn't the Demon King a flying dragon? Why has become an earth dragon? This is totally inconsistent with intelligence. Weak barrier. Death ward. Dragon priests have completed the formation of formations one after another. 2 new enchantments cover the surrounding area of nearly 1 kilometer. All enemy forces entering the range are all affected by negative buffs. Du Mingfeng noticed the barrier. Naturally also noticed the Dragon Priest in the enchantment. Dragon General Wang Er was in the Earth Dragon form, ignoring other attacks, and rushed straight towards Du Mingfeng, facing a fierce claw. Bang. Du Mingfeng blocked the blow with a sword. His face is ugly, who is the devil of the Dark Valley? Wang Er laughed wildly and ridiculed, when dealing with miscellaneous fish, why do you need the Lord to come forward? A few of us are enough. Heard this. Du Mingfeng was struck by lightning. Is like pouring down a basin of ice water. Cool from head to toe, from outside to inside. The Dragon Priest's strong bloodline and super strength made the warrior mistake from the beginning, even Du Mingfeng thought that this was definitely the devil. However, until now, Du Mingfeng only knew. I might be completely wrong. The Demon King probably didn't end up personally. It was only the Demon King's subordinates who played against the iron-blooded warriors from beginning to end. But this doesn't make sense. Why are the subordinates so strong? Whether this flying dragon priest or this earth dragon general, even if their strength is placed among the Demon King, they are the top existence at this stage. Could it be a deliberate fraud? What is the point of doing this? Oops. Du Mingfeng realized. Own wrong layout. Maybe there will be a big problem. Manhwa Valley battle started soon. The iron-blooded warrior regiment marched through the dark canyon. Zheng Xiao has received a report from the chasing bird. He knows that the Dark Valley is heavily reinforcing the Flower Demon King, and now the lair is very empty. God send opportunity. How can I miss it again? Can be at this time. 5 wraith towers appeared and activated. Hundreds of resentful spirits frantically flooded the sky over the canyon. This caused some commotion among the members of the warrior group, but each of these warriors was considered to be experienced, so they calmed down quickly. Don't panic, everyone. It's just the devil's defensive building. Give me all. Destroy these broken towers. Zheng Xiao commanded his troops to attack the Wraith Pagoda. At this time, from both ends of the canyon, hundreds of skeletons poured out like a tide. At the same time, on the commanding heights nearby, Dragon Battle Mage, Skeleton Mage, Bullhead Priest appeared one after another, and Zheng Xiao's troops were surrounded almost in the blink of an eye. Depend on. It's not good, boss. We are surrounded. Where are so many dead souls? Zheng Xiao was also shocked. He quickly calmed down. Don't be afraid, everyone, the Devil's elite are not in the valley. Although there are many skeletons, they are just cannon fodder. This time to soothe the army's heart. Helped morale rebound a bit. Yes. Go in. Mostly skeleton soldiers. This kind of mob is vulnerable. Chapter 50. Although it's a bit bad to be caught in a heavy siege, the elite fighters organized by the warriors group have rich experience, and they shouldn't be intimidated. Besides, under this situation now, they had no time to retreat, so they had to bite the bullet and move forward. Zheng Xiao raised and swung his huge sword, like cutting wheat, and smashed 20 or 30 skeleton soldiers in one breath, and smashed several skeleton heads to death by the way. At this time, a big knife came straight. Zheng Xiao was directly shaken back several meters. Oops. There are strong ones. Long General Zhang Sen came over. Pulled up the big knife stuck in the ground. With you stinky fish and shrimps, you want to threaten the Dark Valley too. His eyes were cold, however, since they are here, don't leave, just stay. Talking. Dragon Corps joined the battle. Although most of the Dragon Corps were taken away by the Dragon Priests. But there are still a few hundred left, led by General Long, not to be underestimated. Not to mention, there are also auxiliary operations such as Terrain Advantage plus Undead Army plus Wraith Tower plus Bullhead Unit. How can I fight this? The soldiers of Zheng Xiao's troops are all tribal natives. The overall strength of this unit is impossible to compare with the Giant Tree Corps. He never thought that he would encounter such resistance when he came to the Dark Valley. Something is wrong. Look at these battles. The Dark Valley is clearly prepared. They knew that the demon army would come. How can the Dark Valley know so much about the secret operations of the warriors? After all, the actions of this force are confidential. Could it be that there is a ghost? Zheng Xiao didn't have time to think about it, because Zhang's 3 swords had already been cut down. Although Zheng Xiao had the strength of a Tier 2 lord, he was obviously invincible against General Long. Only 4 or 5 rounds. Zheng Xiao was beaten back. The Dragon Corps swarmed up. The warrior group and the demon troop were completely in chaos. 2 battlefields started almost at the same time. Both sides played very hotly. Giant Tree City is still peaceful and peaceful. Elf elders are all waiting for Doomingfeng's news. As for the result of the battle, they didn't take it too seriously. This time the regular troops in Giant Tree City were dispatched, and they would not fail anyway. Just wait for the good news. At this time, Xia Kengzi sat in the study. She began to feel uneasy. Xia Kengzi has a powerful instinct since he was a child. Has been fulfilled countless times. This intuition seems to be warning at this moment, I am afraid something bad has happened. As expected. Shouldn't be so hasty. At that time, the use of soldiers should be prevented. Now I open the bow without turning back the arrow, even if I regret it, it's too late. I hope the goddess of nature will bless me, but don't have a big problem. At this time, there is no sign. Roar. A roar full of the majesty of the king resounded across the sky. The entire Giant Tree City was shaken. The tranquility here is completely broken. Countless dark clouds shade the sun and envelop the Giant Tree City. Among them, the electric light is vertical and horizontal, and every lightning is an ominous blood red. Dragon. The dragon. The dragon is coming. The soldiers and residents of Giant Tree City were horrified to discover. There is a majestic mysterious dragon that is more than 30 meters long and full of dark golden scales, which is shuttled from among countless thunderclouds. Murderous. Long way. Overwhelming. Is suffocating. Everyone can clearly feel it. What a terrifying and powerful creature this is. The purpose of this great existence was clear, and it hit the giant tree city directly, like a meteorite from the sky, and slammed into the barrier. Boom. The whole city shook, violently shaking like an earthquake. Dragon siege. Panic spreads. At this moment, everyone can clearly feel the terrifying and powerful nature of this giant dragon, but how could Giant Tree City provoke such an existence? P.S. It will be released on time at 12 in the morning and broke out. The new book period has ended, and there will be intermittent outbreaks after the shelves. Even if it is a daily update, it will increase significantly. I hope everyone can come and join us. The follow-up plot will be more exciting and exciting. In addition, the author June seldom asks for votes for flowers. Today is the day to be put on the shelves. I hope the big guys who have votes and flowers can support a wave. Zhang Mu used to be very low-key. Is nothing more than to have a stable development environment. Now that the pre-accumulation is almost over, and the ones that should be developed are almost developed, naturally, they should change their strategy and do what a devil really should do. From this moment on, Zhang Mu wants all beings in this forest to tremble. Du Mingfeng transferred 1,000 elite. The defense of Giant Tree City must be vacant. But this city has a deep heritage, and it won't be easy to take advantage of it. The dragon has just launched an attack, and it immediately received a fierce counterattack. Each elven guards prepare the mage to cast spells immediately. Flames, wind blades, thunder and lightning, like raindrops, keep coming. At the same time, the magic towers were activated, and magic beams were continuously shot from the towers. The offensive was dense, there were no dead ends, and it was impossible to avoid them. This situation. Ordinary second-tier lord will be seconded almost instantly. Tier 3 lord may not be able to hold it. Giant Tree City has not encountered a major crisis in the past. It may exist in the forest for hundreds of years, which is enough to show its strength. Don't panic, everyone. The Giant Tree City has barrier protection. It's not so easy for him to get in. Yes, there are many masters in Giant Tree City. Even if the dragon is alone, it is impossible to pose a threat to us. He is seeking his own death. The rapid response of Giant Tree City and demonstrated defensive counterattack ability. All the residents of Giant Tree City were relieved. But someone found out again. There seems to be something wrong. Under the baptism of such a dense magic attack, every scale of the dragon is as clean as new and undamaged, as if it was not attacked by powerful magic, but a child's toy water gun. Didn't feel the slightest. Zhang Mu even felt a little comfortable. This is the effect of the intermediate magic immunity. Unless all the attacks are concentrated and hit on the body at once, the magic strength is far from enough to break the defense. If the damage is 0 every time, what's the use of more attacks? 1 million, 10 million, 0, s added together are still 0, ? Zhang Mu issued a thunderous dragon's wings, against the dense spells and beams, once again rushed towards the Giant Tree City. Chapter 51. This moat barrier is very hard. Can't hit it with the power of the dragon. Zhang Mu did not try hard again. He opened his mouth and spewed a large cloud of black energy, like a large tuft of black ink, covering the surrounding area. Swallow the abyss. This is the Tier 2 devouring talent. The thick black fog is not real fog. The thick misty black color is a kind of energy. This kind of attribute makes it rare to swallow energy that only the abyss dragon can control. This force can be offensive and defensive. After Zhang Mu released the energy of swallowing that was as dark as ink, this energy quickly spread in the air, like a super sponge. All magic attacks were sucked in. Even after contact with the Giant Tree City barrier was swallowed and corroded a big gap. Zhang Mu took the opportunity to get in. He entered the enchantment smoothly. At this time, the attack was more intensive, and there were a lot of arrows in it. Zhang Mu wrapped the black energy around his body, like a layer of armor protecting the body. Whether it is a physical attack or a magical attack, it will be absorbed as long as it hits it. Soon. Absorb enough attack. This energy quickly saturates. Gradually changed from black energy to deep red. Zhang Mu wrapped this force quickly across the sky above Giant Tree City. Wherever he passed, thunder and lightning continued to fall in the abyss, and the residents of Giant Tree City fled in panic. These ordinary residents. Jiangmu is not interested. Just got in the way and drove it away. With the help of the prompt information of the Golden Finger, Warriors Union headquarters has been locked successfully. He gathered the energy swallowed from his surroundings, and at the same time he madly input his own mental power, and finally condensed into a super attack. Destroy it. The abyssal dragon is roaring. Hundreds of thousands of thunders burst out. At this moment, so dazzling, enough to make people temporarily blind, countless thunder and lightning poured in like running water, and the whole street was directly plowed. Boom. Labor Union headquarters instantly turned to ashes. There is only one huge pit left. You kill a first-order warrior, soul +1. 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 Jiangmu didn't know how many warriors were killed after the attack. Anyway, the player interface was swiped by dense information. It can be said. Giant Tree City Warriors Union is over. The entire force of the Giant Tree City Warriors will be hit hard. Jiangmu was not content with this, and locked the headquarters of the Iron-Blooded Warriors Regiment. A pillar of dragon flame fell like a waterfall. In an instant. Warrior Regiment headquarters. The whole turned into a sea of flames. You kill a first-order warrior, soul +1. You killed the second-order warrior, soul +1. You kill a first-order warrior, soul +1. You killed the second-order warrior, soul +1. Died this time. Are all jagged warriors. There are not as many as the Warriors Union. But the quality is obviously higher. Jiangmu frantically destroyed buildings and slaughtered the warriors in Giant Tree City. It would be hard not to attract attention. Enough. Stop it. Don't destroy Giant Tree City. Several powerful auras came. Jiangmu glanced at the feeling. The four headed by are all third-order units. Guardian Elf of the Giant Tree City, Silas, a Tier 3 elite unit. Skills, Gale Fighting, Sea Level, Gale Killing and Slashing, Sea Level, Wind Swipe, Sea Level, etc. Introduction, one of the four Guardian Elves of Giant Tree City. He is good at melee martial arts and is very powerful. Be careful with his sword. Lord of Giant Tree City, Nancy Leah, Tier 3 Lord Unit, Skills, Elf King Bloodline, Talent Skills, Elemental Covenant, Level B, Starlight Shield, Level B, Teleportation, Level B, Meteor Fire Rain, B Level, Meteor 1 Arrow, B Level, etc. Introduction, although the current Lord of Giant Tree City is a minor elf, he has an extraordinary power because of the blood of the Elf King. He is not only proficient in various schools of magic but also good at archery. His character is indecisive, sentimental, and kind. Kindness constitutes a great weakness. Find Flowers 0. 3 Guardian Spirits. Are all Tier 3 elites. This kind of strength is not a concern. Jiangmu didn't take it too seriously. Ken was the head of a little girl, which shocked Jiangmu. She actually reached the level of a Tier 3 lord, and she was the city lord of Giant Tree City. The small city lord said angrily, "Why are you attacking Giant Tree City?" Jiangmu made a muffled, thunderous voice, "Giant Tree City can send troops to attack this king's territory, why can't this king fight back against Giant Tree City? Are you only allowed to hit us, and we are not allowed to fight back?" Little city lord said in surprise, You are the devil." That's right. Jiangmu swept over with a mouthful of tyrannical dragon flames. The 3 guardian elves didn't dare to carry them hard and avoided one after another, leaving only the lord of the small town. Not good. The small town lord has teleportation magic. If she wants to avoid it, she can definitely avoid it, even easily. But such a terrifying dragon flame will definitely fall in the city, on the streets and houses, and even on innocent city citizens. How much damage did that have to cause? Can no longer let the city be destroyed. The little city lord gritted his teeth and activated the defensive magic, and countless brilliant stars gathered around him, finally forming a powerful magic shield. Under the impact of the dragon flame. Actually took it abruptly. Hey, this little girl is really strong. For the first time, he met an opponent who could resist dragon flame head-on. Zhang Mu showed a sly smile. The elf city lord is very strong. Even if one-on-one, it would take a lot of effort to defeat her with the current strength. Even if I win, the opponent will teleport. Is unlikely to be able to catch it. But the elf city lord is too worried about the safety of the city. So I would rather carry the dragon flame to death than avoid the attack. She has enough magic power to deal damage to Zhang Mu. The power of advanced magic is too great. Also did not dare to use it because of the rat avoidance device. Under this situation, she can't show her strength at all. How could it be possible to contend with this super powerful demon in front of me? Dragon flame continues to burn. The starlight shield quickly dimmed. Xiao Qingzhu's small face flushed. She gritted her teeth and carried it, and she was almost unable to carry it. At this time, the dragon flame attack finally ended. Before the small city lord could breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly found out that the dragon had disappeared in front of him. What happened? Where did he go? At this time, only one guardian elf yelled, "My lord, be careful behind." The demon king did not know when he changed into the form of a dragon, blessing himself with the blessing of the wind system, and rushed over between the electric light and the fire. The elf city lord has no time to react. Zhang Mu put a bracelet on her hand. This is the sealed ring obtained from the treasure chest of the goblin tribe. I thought it was a useless item, but I didn't expect it to come in handy at this time. Not good. Chapter 52. Elf City Lord clearly felt it. My own magic ability was quickly suppressed. Zhang Mu grabbed her with a big hand and took her into captivity. Without waiting for other elves to react, he immediately flapped his wings and quickly rushed out of the encirclement. 9. Not good. The lord of the city has been taken away. The three guardian elves panicked. The few elven elders who arrived after hearing the news were even more dumbfounded. This is impossible. The lord of the city is young. The bloodline of the elf king is definitely not a weak one. Instead, it is the giant tree city, one of the strongest, otherwise it would not be the city lord. Such a character was actually taken away in the city, who would believe it? The great elder arrived. He heard the bad news. Almost fainted with anger. This is the only last descendant of the wizard king of Chaos Forest. In case there are 3 long and 2 short, the revival of the elves will be over. Savior. At any cost. We must save the city lord. The great elder raised his staff angrily, and summoned a 100-meter fire python, like a fire dragon with teeth and claws, and instantly attacked Zhang Mu. Another tier 3 lord. TSK, the giant tree city master is like a cloud, it is not suitable to stay here for a long time. Zhang Mu held the elf city lord with his left hand, and his right hand released a black mist thick like ink, like a barrier, blocking this giant fire python. Swallow the abyss. The huge size of the flame python plunged into the black mist, like a bottomless black hole in the abyss, and was completely submerged in it like a mud cow into the sea. Several guardian elves. Several elder elves. They chased over and tried to get back the city lord. Zhang Mu released the devoured energy again, and countless flames turned into raindrops and spilled back, mixed with hundreds of blood-red abyssal lightning. The chasing soldiers didn't dare to take it hard. Because the city lord is in the hands of the devil. They dared not attack with all their strength. How could it be possible to stop the demon king in this way? Zhang Mu took advantage of this group of elves to deal with the attack in a frantic manner. Before everyone was shocked and stunned, he swaggered away and walked away calmly. The attack was too sudden. From the appearance of the devil and making a big fuss, to holding the city lord and swaying away, the whole process will not exceed 3 minutes before and after. Zhang Mu's goal is very clear. He put the revenge warrior first. So he raised the Warriors Union and the headquarters of the iron-blooded warriors. Zhang Mu read the information. He knew that this elf was not easy. She is not only the lord of Giant Tree City, but she also has the inheritance of the elf king, and her existence is very important to the elves. Caught her. There is this hostage. The elves must cast a rat avoidance device. Once threatened by tearing up the ticket. Does the Giant Tree City dare to threaten the Dark Valley? In the end, I can only accept negotiations obediently and accept various unequal treaties. Lucky. Originally wanted to teach the warriors a tough lesson. If you can take the opportunity to harvest a wave of souls, it will be exhausted. I didn't expect that the harvest was not only higher than expected, but also unexpectedly picked up such a treasure. It was a waste of time to run this time. Certainly. Have a fight. Zhang Mu's loss is not small. The strength of Giant Tree City cannot be underestimated. He activated the blood sacrifice skill, which consumes his life force to restore his mental power, and he also activates the healing technique to restore his vitality with his mental power. Once and twice. Zhang Mu's state gradually returned to its peak. Let me go. Nancy Leah is yelling and struggling constantly in her hand. This little city lord is very scared at the moment, because the skills are sealed, spells and abilities are not used, and now he can only use mermaid meat. She is very upset. Although I had a bad feeling for a long time. But I never thought of it anyway. The Demon King was so bold and attacked the Giant Tree City directly. Own dignified Giant Tree City Lord, all eyes are in full view, in broad daylight. I was caught by the Demon King, this is really a shame. Nancy Leah is indecisive. Is not a qualified leader. But as the owner of the Elf King bloodline, he is full of innate arrogance from his bones. How can he accept such humiliating treatment? So. Compared to fear. More humiliation and anger. Let me go. You hateful devil. Nancy Leah's small face flushed red, hoping to break the big hands like iron tongs, but with her power it was destined to be futile, she could only beat her small fist indiscriminately. Zhang Mu laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, you are a defeated player, what qualifications do you have to make noise? Believe it or not, I will just squeeze you into a meatloaf." I heard the words defeated by his men. Nancy Leah said angrily, "I'm not convinced, I can't do it in Giant Tree City. If I have the ability, I will fight again with me. I will never lose to you." Oh, I'm not ashamed of talking. Nancy Leah is higher than Zhang Mu. But the level does not completely represent the strength. Nancy Leah is a Tier 3 Lord unit, and Zhang Mu is at least Tier 2 Quasi-King. Even if it is one-on-one, Nancy Leah has a low chance of winning. Certainly. She has teleport ability. If you come back, try again. Zhang Mu was not sure to catch him alive again. If such a valuable hostage accidentally killed or let her run away, it would be a big loss. Nancy Leah's eyes rolled. She used aggressive means, "You won't win me by war, and you dare not fight a fair battle. Isn't it a guilty conscience? I refuse, even if you kill me, I won't admit defeat." Little girl, play less tricks, is it an idiot to be the king? Zhang Mu wouldn't be able to use such a low-level radical technique. While accelerating his flight, he said, "You better cooperate with this king, otherwise, I will kill you thousands of people and let them burn to ashes in front of you." What did you say? Nancy Leah's eyes widened. Suddenly realized that the direction seemed wrong. This demon should come from the Dark Valley in the south, but he has been flying north now, he plans to go to the Manhwa Valley. Nancy Leah was shocked. Now a Giant Tree City core with the size of 1,000 people is cruising against the local Demon King in the Manhwa Valley. If this terrible guy is attacked, the consequences will be unimaginable. To know. The third-tier masters of Giant Tree City have no 150. They also have a solid guarded barrier and a large number of defensive facilities such as magic towers and arrow towers. Even so, this demon can still retreat all over. That elven army is now in the wild, and is fighting another Demon King. In this case, it is attacked by this dragon, and there is almost no hope of surviving. Don't kill my people. If you want to kill me. Zhang Mu couldn't help but feel funny. This guy really has no talent for being a leader. A truly qualified leader does not have to be cold-blooded and ruthless under his opponents, but he can attempt to exchange his own lives for the lives of his subordinates. This is the benevolence of a woman and cannot be a major event. Kill or not, it depends on your performance. Zhang Mu is very fast. Is one Wagyu in front of it? There was a burst of fighting sounds, and the battle was still going on. There was no victory or defeat for the time being, and it was just time for me to come. Fly to the top first. Glanced at the battlefield. The situation here is similar to what I thought. Du Mingfeng is worthy of being the head of the iron-blooded warrior group. He has the strength to single-handedly defeat General Long and even have the upper hand. The size of the Giant Tree City Corps was nearly double the size of the dragon men participating in the war. There are only more than 500 dragon core in the Demon King's camp, but because of the assistance of a dragon priest and the commander skills of the dragon general, the combat power is doubled enough to fight against the core of Giant Tree City. Besides, the Flower Demon King Chengguogua is not a decoration either. She has strong recovery and support skills, and continuously command the Stinger Flower Fairy to provide remote support. The Demon King's camp has obvious advantages, and the Giant Tree core is obviously suppressed. But from the current situation, although the Demon King's camp has a great advantage, but it is still not easy to win overwhelmingly. The elven troops are well-trained regular troops. They will not collapse like a rabble of tribal warriors. At this moment, under Du Mingfeng's command, the elves got rid of the enchantment range of the dragon priest, and turned from offensive to defensive, using magic attacks and bows to deal with them, and they retreated in battle, waiting for an opportunity to evacuate. Zhang Mu commented, "You have 2 sons from the elf core in Giant Tree City, but I don't know how long it can last under my dragon flames." Nanshi Lia was a little flustered. "Devil, don't kill them, no matter what the conditions are, I can promise you." Zhang Mu, "Oh, is it, Du Mingfeng's anxiety is getting stronger and stronger. There are dragon priests, dragon generals, and dragon core present, making the Flower Demon King, which can be easily destroyed, become a very difficult bone. The most terrible thing is, whether the dragon general in front or the dragon priests behind, they may not be the Demon King at all, but the subordinates sent by the Demon King. That's true. The situation looks bad. Although Du Mingfeng does not want to believe this worst conjecture, it is very likely that this conjecture will become a fact, making this battle lose its meaning. Can only withdraw. Du Mingfeng seized the opportunity. Was preparing to announce the retreat. A powerful pressure descended from the sky and swept across the earth, instantly affecting all the elves present, and Du Mingfeng himself was also affected by Longwei. Lord. The dragon priest and the dragon general hurriedly saluted. Flower Demon Chengguogua widened his eyes. "What? The great is here himself." She quickly raised her head and looked everywhere. At this time, a burly and majestic figure appeared directly above the battlefield. Because it was too far away and backlit, I saw too clearly his face, but the strong sense of oppression was really transmitted to everyone, making Chengguogua agitated. It's true this time. Really deserves to be a great god. No one can compare this aura. Chengguogua's eyes are stars. That excitement is like a fan who has seen an idol. Du Mingfeng's expression fell cold. What a scary atmosphere. What a powerful aura. Combine the performance of the dragon men. There should be no more doubts now. "Ha, you are the Demon King of the Dark Valley." The Demon King's domineering voice came in 21 notes. "Yes, you self-righteous things, you may still have a chance to survive if you surrender now." Surrender? Don't you find it ridiculous? Du Mingfeng's heart moved. The Demon King's deity finally appeared. Such an opportunity also seems to be quite rare. Why don't you simply take the opportunity to fight both sides? Even at the price of the destruction of the entire elven army. But as long as the unfathomable and incomprehensible Demon King can be killed, the price is totally worth it. After all, this area in front of you is the only one that can threaten your own existence. Even if you lose the qualification to become the Deputy City Lord or even guard the elves because of the ruin of the entire elven army. Does not matter. Du Mingfeng believes in his own strength and ability. He has countless ways to rise, and the Giant Tree City will be his own sooner or later. Listen, everyone. The time has come to test your loyalty. The existence of this Demon King will make Giant Tree City never peaceful. For the sake of the City Lord, the people, and the homeland, we must stifle this threat, even if we pay our lives at all costs. Under Du Mingfeng's mobilization, the elves are ready to fight to the death. These elves are not bad in strength, and they are more loyal to Giant Tree City. Du Mingfeng believes that as long as the firepower is concentrated, no matter how strong the Demon King is, it is impossible to retreat. Even if it fails in the end. He also has a last resort. Anyway, he must be destroyed today. Zhang Mu smiled. "I have the courage, but before you do it, let's see who this is." Zhang Mu grabbed a person. To be precise, clutching an elf. What? My Lord Santo. It's Lord Santo. No, the Lord was caught. The elves on the scene immediately rioted, and Du Mingfeng also showed an unbelievable expression. How could the devil hold the city lord? How can this be? Small city lord never leaves giant tree city. Unless the demon king directly attacked the city and arrested people. This is even more impossible. Giant tree city is protected by barriers. In addition, the defense is strong and there are many masters who are in charge. The small town owner himself is extraordinary in strength, and it is definitely not a person who can handle it in idle time. The hostages show up. I am afraid that the devil will tear the ticket. The elves will definitely throw the mouse away. No one dares to do it anymore. The morale that finally boosted immediately fell to the bottom. Du Mingfeng immediately shouted, "Don't be fooled, this is the devil's trick, how could he catch the Lord? Don't worry about so much. Just attack me." Heard this. Elves are inevitably suspicious. Zhang Mu said to Nanxi Lia at this time, "Do you know what to do?" Nanxi Lia gritted her teeth. After she went through a psychological struggle. "Stop, you are not his opponents, don't increase unnecessary casualties, I allow you to lay down your weapons and surrender temporarily. This time is almost certain. Is not an illusion or a puppet. This is the city lord of Giant Tree City who is genuine and at a fair price." Nanzilia is very unwilling and humiliating, but she has to say that she has to do so, otherwise none of these people will survive. The devil's greatness. She has personally learned. Although Nancy Lia was very unconvinced in losing, what she has to admit is that the magic resistance and physical defense of this devil are extremely high. Under the siege of the Giant Tree City, he can leave unscathed and calmly. Nancy Lia doesn't think that there are only 700 or 800 elves left, and they have the ability to threaten him. What's more, just not far away, the Dragon Corps and the Flower Fairy Corps stared at each other, and they were slowly approaching, presenting a moment of encirclement. There is no chance of winning. To protect them, can only make this choice. At this moment, if you don't surrender, there is really no chance. Nancy Lia said in a command tone, "Let down your weapon." The elves are very loyal to the city lord. Now even the city lord says so. After looking at each other for a while, they finally chose to discard their weapons. "Stop it. What are you doing? How can you succumb to the devil?" Du Mingfeng lost control of his emotions and jumped into thunder. "Elf warrior, look at me, I look at you," all want Du Mingfeng to cast an expression of looking at an idiot. Chapter 54. Are you stupid? Didn't you see the lord of the city in the opponent's hands? Everyone knows within the elves that the small city lord has the blood of the elven king, and in a sense, her existence is even more important than the giant tree city itself. Du Mingfeng headed the warrior. Repeatedly exaggerated the threat of the devil. But the demon king had never attacked giant tree city before. It was all because the warriors provoked a war with the so-called demon king, which led to the current result. A bunch of trash. Sure enough, I can't count on you. Du Mingfeng's eyes are gloomy. Although I don't want to use this whole card. But now there is no choice. His expression suddenly became filthy. In that case, go to death. Zhang Mu suddenly noticed a strange wave of magic. Can't be careless. Du Mingfeng is not an ordinary warrior. At least 10 demon kings have been killed. At least dozens of demon kings have been killed by the iron-blooded warriors. There are so many demon kings, and they have received countless rewards. Whether it is talents or special items, they are probably quite rich. As the leader of the warrior group, this guy definitely hides a lot of whole cards. Zhang Mu raised his hand and released a lightning bolt. However, when he was about to hit Du Mingfeng, a magic scroll had its effect, causing the surrounding space to be distorted. In an instant, Du Mingfeng disappeared directly. Zhang Mu frowned. Teleport scroll. A warrior of this level is really rich. This kind of instant space teleportation scroll, unless it has the ability to block space, it is as strong as him and it cannot prevent escape. It shouldn't be far away. Zhang Mu tries to track Du Mingfeng's breath. This kind of scroll can transmit dozens of hundreds of miles at most. If you are lucky enough, you might be able to catch it. Can be at this moment. Nancy Lia exclaimed. Not good. Run away. Du Mingfeng is in the place where he is teleporting away. A dark green meteorite remained. A large number of cracks appeared on the surface of the dark green meteorite, and countless strange green flames were released, instantly igniting a dozen elves around it. Screamed. The fire has skyrocketed. The elves fell to the ground one after another. Green fire is like having life and consciousness. Actively spread, split, and attach to new targets. In a blink. From a dozen elves. Spread to dozens of elves. They were all on fire, and they couldn't put it out no matter what. These flames spread quickly like infectious diseases. Nancy Leah's face is pale. It's over, this is hellfire fueled by mental power. This kind of magic flame cannot be extinguished by conventional means. It will split and spread indefinitely for a period of time, burning out all nearby targets with mental power. At this speed. Up to 1 minute. The entire elven army will ignite. Was burned alive by the maggot-like flames of tarsal bones. Before the flames extinguish themselves, they will continue to spread, just like dandelion seeds, which can cover more than 10 miles. Within a few minutes. All combustible targets in this range will all be ignited and burned to death. This is a very vicious and indiscriminate attack method that does not distinguish between us and the enemy. Du Mingfeng uses the entire elven army as fuel to fuel the fire, and the local hellfire will become large enough to engulf the troops in the Valley of 10,000 Flowers, and even engulf the Demon King and the little city lord. Do not leave alive. Kill all at once. This is the best result for Du Mingfeng. That extremely precious magic stone is also worth the money. Nancy Leah was anxious. She never thought that Du Mingfeng, who was the guardian of the elves, would actually use such vicious methods. Not only has to sacrifice the entire elven army. Even wanted to kill myself. Zhang Mu weighed the pros and cons, and in the end he raised a hand and released a large thick black fog against the spreading green fire. Swallow the abyss. Zhang Mu sucked the hellfire from the elves and made these magic flames disappear invisible, but they saved the elves in time and successfully. Nancy Leah was stunned. The devil gave up chasing the target. Instead rescued these elves. Why is it described as an invincible demon king who will save people? On the contrary, as the guardian elves of Giant Tree City, he became so cruel and unscrupulous after gaining the status of the warrior of destiny. Is the demon king really unforgivable? Does the warrior really represent justice? Nancy Leah felt a little confused. Maybe the situation is different from what she imagined. After all, she has never really understood the two groups of demon kings and warriors. Great God! Chen Guogua flapped her wings and flew in front of her. The flower demon king is very petite, wearing a flower crown, wearing a green dress, and having a pair of butterfly wings, which is very clear and lovely. The first time I met offline. Chen Guogua was very excited. The great is more powerful than imagined, giving people a strong sense of security. Zhang Mu asked, "How is your situation?" Chen Guogua replied, "Thank you for your help, there is nothing to lose." Zhang Mu said, "Your territory is still too weak, I suggest that next, simply go all out to produce, and leave the security to us." Such a request. Change to another demon king. I'm afraid it's hard to agree. Abandoning combat units and putting all effort into production is very risky. As for letting other demon kings to protect their own territory, wouldn't this be equivalent to handing over their lives to the other party? Yes. Chen Guogua agreed without hesitation. She trusts Zhang Mu very much. No matter how she does it, it is almost impossible to block the iron-blooded warrior group or the Giant Tree City. In that case, why not just give up the core? Go crazy for farming and production and construction first. This can not only bring strong logistical support to the Dark Valley, but also accumulate knowledge for oneself, and the future growth limit will be higher. Owner. How to deal with these prisoners? Dragon General Wang Wu has disarmed the elven troops, and is now under the control of the Dragon Corps. Take it back and close the dungeon. There is a reason not to kill these elves. The elves are good at planting, refining medicine, and alchemy. If you can let these elves work for yourself, then it will definitely be a good thing for the development of the territory, but Zhang Mu can't use these elves yet. These elves surrendered under the order of Nancy Leah. They are not willing to take refuge in the Dark Valley, so the average loyalty is only a dozen points. Not only do they have no loyalty at all, but they are still in a hostile state. Can only be closed first before talking. Li Si opened a teleportation barrier. Let the Dark Valley troops return with prisoners of war. Zhang Mu did not withdraw all the troops. He left a squad of combat soldiers with a size of 100 people and asked them to stay in the Valley of Flowers to protect the safety of the Flower Demon King Chinguagua. Back to the Dark Valley. The battle here is also over. Zhang Mu found Zhang San and asked about the situation. The warrior regiment and the demon troop led by Zheng Xiao were at least 80% in the gloomy canyon, but at the last moment, Zheng Xiao led the team and fled. Zhang San's primary task is to defend the territory, so he didn't overchase and let the warrior leader run away, which made him feel very depressed. About this, Zhang Mu doesn't care too much. Chapter 55. Anyway, the harvest has been big enough. There is no more than one, and one less is a lot. He immediately counted and the results are as follows. First Order Warrior Souls, 189. Second Order Warrior Souls, 12. Skill Stone, 9 pieces. Gold coins, more than 120,000. When Zhang Mu counted the souls, the whole person was a little dazed. He actually harvested so many souls, most of which came from Giant Tree City. That is to say, in the process of raising the Warriors' Union and the Jagged Headquarters, Zhang Mu killed at least 100 and dozens of warriors who had gathered in it. This is too crazy. Warriors were cut as grass. For other demon kings, this is absolutely unimaginable. You sacrifice the soul of a first-tier warrior and get 3 talent points. You sacrifice the soul of a first-tier warrior and get 2 talent points. You sacrifice the soul of a first-tier warrior and get 3 talent points. You sacrifice the soul of a second-order warrior and gain 21 talent points. One time. All sacrifices. Get 731 talent points. This is an unimaginable number. Because there are 74 talent points left, there are a total of 805 points. Zhang Mu used 100 talent points to activate the last Tier 2 talent. You have activated the second-tier talent, Purgatory Thunder Flame. The second-tier talents, all activated, meet the advanced conditions. Zhang Mu felt it. When all talents are activated, every cell in his body reacts like nuclear fusion, and is continuously releasing powerful energy. Advanced success. Spirit plus 800, current vitality plus 400, strength plus 50, agility plus 100, physique plus 50, will plus 100, your dragon flame, dragon prestige, thunder flame, devour, diamond dragon body increase by 100%. Advanced is complete. Various attributes have grown substantially. Almost all active talent skills have been doubled. Zhang Mu has officially become a Tier 3 Demon King. Compared with Tier 2, his strength is simply different. He quickly checked the current status. Name, Zhang Mu. Level, Tier 3. Race, Abyssal Dragon, Devil King. Basic attributes, Vitality 800, Mental Power 1600, Strength 90, Agility 180, Physique 90, and Will 180. Tier 1 Talents, Abyssal Dragon, Dragon Flame, Dragon Power, Thunder Domination, Elementary Magic Free. Tier 2 Talents, Diamond Dragon Body, Swallowing Abyss, Purgatory Lightning Flame, Intermediate MO Immune. Tier 3 Talents, Dragon King Sanctuary, Evil Dragon Coming into the World, Advanced Magic Freedom. Other skills, Healing, Level D, Blood Sacrifice, Level D, Blessing of the Wind, Level D, Earth Stab, Level E, War Trample, Level E. Talent points, points. Overall, Zhang Mu's strength has improved by leaps and bounds. He found that there were only 3 Tier 3 talents. It takes 1,000 talent points to activate each one. Zhang Mu couldn't help being speechless. 1,000 talent points, which is too exaggerated. Then how many warriors have to be killed to save enough? I thought there were a lot of talent points in my hand, but I didn't expect to activate a Tier 3 talent without being able to activate it. Certainly. Think carefully. This is actually fine. Tier 3 strength is not weak looking at the mainland. As for the fourth order, definitely the strong one to suppress one side. If you can break through to Tier 4 casually, will Tier 4 devil be too worthless? The threshold of 1,000 talent points seems to be very high, but in fact, it doesn't take much time to accumulate through a large number of warriors hunting. In general, the speed of growth of the Demon King is amazing. This is also the main reason why the devil is so jealous of Qian Wang Zhao. Although he could not directly activate a Tier 3 talent, Zhang Mu just activated a brand new Tier 2 talent, Purgatory Thunder Flame. He checked the effect of the skill. Purgatory Thunderflame is actually to use the fusion of the Abyss Dragon Flame and the Abyss Thunderbolt. After these two forces are fused, the effects and attributes produced will become completely different. Lei Yan not only has a super long range, super fast speed, but also has the ability to burn at high flames and continue to damage. It is definitely a very powerful skill. Of course. Consume the Toilet is also very scary. This trick is suitable to kill the enemy in an instant by surprise, or to deal with a strong enemy who can't penetrate through the defense and cannot be burned by the fire. Actually, for the devil, the biggest benefit of this advanced upgrade is not the improvement of personal strength. Because there is no demon king who can conquer the world by himself, the development of the territory and the building of the army may be more important than the improvement of personal strength. Zhang Mu, the Third Order Demon Queen, unlocked a new unit of arms. Dragon Craftsman, Tier 3 Ordinary, upgraded from high-level Dragonman Hard Work, possesses extremely high craftsmanship, and each upgrade costs 500 gold coins. Super Dragon Fighter, Tier 3 Elite, upgraded from Advanced Dragon Fighter, has super combat power, each upgrade costs 5,000 gold coins. Demon Dragon Fighting Mage, Tier 3 Elite, upgraded from Dragon Fighting Mage, each upgrade costs 8,000 gold coins. Dragon Commander, the 3rd Tier Lord, the commander of the Combat Corps upgraded from the Dragon General, has stronger combat power and commander skills. Every time you have 500 senior soldiers, or 50 super soldiers, you can unlock a commander position. The upgrade cost is 50,000 gold coins. Dragon High Priest, the 3rd Tier Lord, the High Priest upgraded from the Dragon Priest, has more powerful magic power. For every 20,000 dragon population, one High Priest can be unlocked at an upgrade cost of 100,000 gold coins. After Zhang Mu rose to the 3rd rank, did not unlock a brand new unit. There are 5 types of dragon units, all of which have advanced versions. After each type of advancement, they have all been reborn and their abilities have been greatly improved. Zhang Mu is very satisfied with this. With these advanced arms, the strength of the Dark Valley can be improved to the next level. This time, in addition to gold coins and souls, 9 skill stones were obtained. Zhang Mu glanced at these skill stones. They were generally D-level and E-level skills. He picked out 2 of them and used them as 867. These 2 skills are respectively Stealth, a D-level skill. After activating the skill, you can enter a state of invisibility and continue to consume mental power. When you launch an attack or are attacked, the invisibility effect will be interrupted. Reconnaissance Eye, D-level skill, can summon an immovable magic eyeball, scout a certain range of targets, and have the effect of seeing through traps and invisible units. These skill stones, most of them are pretty good, is only for Zhang Mu, who is already 3rd tier. Ordinary attack or defense skills have little meaning. The reason why he chose these 2 skills is mainly because these 2 skills are auxiliary. Stealth will be more useful in some specific occasions. As for the Scouting Eye, Zhang Mu does not need any informational reconnaissance skills. This skill is equivalent to piercing eyes and has a camera-like effect. Even when people are not present, they can connect to magic eyeballs for observation, so it has a relatively good use value. The other 7 skill stones, there is a market for these things. Of course can be sold when there is a shortage of money. Zhang Mu doesn't lack this little money, so he can't sell skill stones, and simply keep them as rewards to other subordinates or spy Su Yan. This time, Gold Coin Harvest. Up to 120,000 giants. The total number of gold coin reserves is as high as 160,000. Zhang Mu decided to expand the Dragon Corps. First spend nearly 10,000 gold coins to supplement the attrition caused by battle damage. Then he recruited 500 combat soldiers at a stretch and cost 50,000 gold coins. Select 50 soldiers from ordinary soldiers to upgrade to senior soldiers and spend another 50,000 gold coins. In this way, the Dragon Warrior Corps has 1,300 ordinary soldiers, 130 advanced Dragon Warriors, and 30 Dragon Warriors. Zhang Mu has 50,000 gold coins left. Out of curiosity and expectation for the 3rd tier arms, immediately upgraded 5 senior soldiers and 1 battle mage. Senior soldiers have been upgraded to become super soldiers, and the appearance of super soldiers has undergone a very big change compared to ordinary soldiers and senior soldiers. The most eye-catching and most conspicuous. Chapter 56. is an extra pair of wings. Super soldiers have the ability to fly. This made Zhang Mu feel a little surprised. Don't underestimate the flying ability, this can play a big role in the battle. Zhang Mu immediately checked the properties of the super soldier. Super Dragon Fighter, Tier 3 Elite Unit, Vitality 350, Mental Power 150, Strength 25, Physique 22, Agility 28, Will 19, Loyalty 100%, Locked, Fatigue 10%, Hunger 10%. Skills: Mad Dragon Fighting Chi, Level C, Dragon Blood Awakening, Level D, Scales of the Earth Dragon, Level D, Fighting Energy Collision, Level D, Magic Resistance, Level D, Rapid Self-Healing, Level D, High Altitude Reconnaissance, E-Level. In general, the skills of super soldiers are very similar to those of advanced soldiers. But almost all levels have been improved. For example, the Mad Dragon Fighting Chi of the high-level soldiers is D-level, and the Mad Dragon Fighting Chi of the super soldiers has become the C-level. Otherwise, super soldier skills are more than advanced soldier skills. In particular, there are more abilities suitable for aerial combat or reconnaissance. If you compare the attributes, the super soldier is a lot stronger than the advanced soldier. Almost all the attributes are nearly doubled, and they can definitely open up a lot of combat effectiveness. Probably estimated it. The 5 super soldiers added up, even if they meet the dragon general, they can deal with them for a long time, which is enough to show the strength of combat. There is a reason to be expensive. Super soldiers are good value for money. Zhang Mu looked at the monster dragon master again. This is a 3rd-tier military upgraded from the 2nd-tier dragon battle mage. At first glance, it looks similar to the dragonman fighting style. But if you look closely, there is still a big difference. Every scale of demon dragon mage is engraved with weird runes, and a powerful wave of magic emanates from his body, which makes people feel more oppressive and dangerous. Demon Dragon Battle Mage, a Tier 3 Elite Unit, Vitality 200, Mental Power, Strength 19, Physique 20, Agility 22, Will 30, Loyalty 100%, Locked, Fatigue 10%, Hunger 10%. Skills: Bipedal Pterosaur Transformation, Level C, Armored Dragon Transformation, CJ Level, Dragon Lizard Transformation, C Level, Fire Hammer, D Level, Frozen Hammer, D Level, Hurricane Hammer, Class D, Joint Chanting, Class D, Spirit Shield, Class E, Chain Fireball, Class E, Earth Spike, Class E. IC. The Monster Dragon Battle Mage is compared with the ordinary Battle Mage. They have a transformation magic similar to that of a druid, and they can be transformed into 3 kinds of dragon beasts applicable to all terrains, land, sea, and air. Dragon beasts are not real dragons. Is just a type of monster with dragon blood. The combat power of the combat mage would have been slightly higher than the combat force, and the strength of the monster dragon combat mage was also slightly better than that of the super soldier. And in comparison, Demon Dragon Battle Mage, whether in the sky, the ground, or the underwater battle environment, he can perfectly adapt. The only drawback is that the price is too expensive. A Dragonman Warfare costs 2,000 gold coins. 5,000 gold coins are needed to upgrade the Dragon Warfare to the Demon Dragon Warfare. The total cost of recruiting such a Tier 3 elite unit is as high as 7,000 gold coins. This is probably not a small number for any Demon King at this stage. But overall, Super Soldier is also good. The Demon Dragon Warfare is nothing. Their intensity is satisfactory. It can be said that this Monster Dragon Battle Mage is enough to single-handedly defeat most of the Demon Kings at this stage, and he is just a regular combat unit to Zhang Mu. With such power, the Iron-Blooded Warriors group is not worth mentioning. Even if it was the entire Giant Tree City, Zhang Mu didn't have to worry. With the hostage Nanshi Lia in hand, Giant Tree City would not dare to act rashly, and could only sit down obediently to negotiate and accept a series of requests made by Zhang Mu. Lord Su Yan is back. The dragon priest came to report. Zhang Mu nodded. Let her come in. This warrior girl, although very weak, but the effect is not small. There is no such thing as Su Yan constantly passing on information. Zhang Mu couldn't take the initiative in anticipating the enemy and occupying the ground. This chess piece is very easy to use. There will be some value in the future. Therefore, Zhang Mu doesn't want her to be killed. There were obvious intelligence leaks in these several operations. No matter how dull the iron-blooded warrior is, he will start to wonder if there is a spy from the inside. And Su Yan, who has just joined the Jagged clan a few days ago, is likely to become a suspected target. Therefore, attacked before the giant tree city. Su Yan received the withdrawal instructions in advance. Zhang Mu burned the iron blood ball into ashes with a fire. This process killed at least dozens of iron blood group warriors. Su Yan used this attack to set up a round, suspended himself from death, and walked simply and neatly. Although Su Yan has the ability to transform and disguise, have the ability to change an identity to continue activities. But for the sake of safety, let's just recall it directly. Zhang Mu captured the city lord, and with absolute initiative, Su Yan's continued activities would be of little use. Boss. I am back. Su Yan walked into the castle to meet the Demon King. Zhang Mu asked, how is the situation in Giant Tree City now? Su Yan quickly replied, since the old man showed his power, Giant Tree City is now in panic, and the elves are going crazy. Correct. Du Mingfeng and Jing Xiao just fled back in embarrassment when I left. When they saw the Warrior Guild headquarters and the Iron Blood Group headquarters were destroyed, they jumped into thunder on the spot. They were almost crazy. Boss, this wave of your operations is really sharp. The strength of the warriors near the Giant Tree City was greatly injured, and the strength of the Iron Blood Group was greatly injured, and the members of its headquarters were basically wiped out. Su Yan was full of admiration. She knew Zhang Mu was very strong. I didn't expect it to be so strong. Actually attacked the Giant Tree City with his own power, severely damaged the warrior base, and more easily abducted the city lord, which is simply a face-writing output. Giant Tree City elf is good too. Jagged warriors. Is really shameful. Su Yan couldn't help but be thankful that she had followed the right boss. If you follow a big warrior like Du Mingfeng, I'm afraid the end will be no different from the warriors in the Jagged headquarters. This time your contribution is not small. Take these skill stones to use. Zhang Mu took out 4 skill stones at a time while talking. Su Yan was overjoyed and said, wow, 4, and the level is not low, boss, you are too generous. This reward is nothing. Zhang Mu was angry and said, you are too weak. You are not as good as one of the big soldiers under me. You must increase your strength as soon as possible, otherwise, how can you help me with things? Su Yan quickly said, yes. I must work hard. Don't worry, boss. Zhang Mu thought for a while. Su Yan is fine this time. Zhang Mu decided to give her a small team. Asked her to take this troop to hunt nearby monsters. Warriors do not have to kill the Demon King to increase their strength. Various conventional cultivation methods, or to kill the monsters of Warcraft, can also gain cultivation points. Of course. Compared to killing the devil, the speed of killing monsters to obtain training points is very slow. Su Yan couldn't win the powerful Warcraft on her own, and the situation with the help of the dragon troops was different. 10 times the efficiency was not a problem, and it was enough to stabilize and improve the strength. The next day, Zhang Mu received news from Giant Tree City requesting negotiations. This is expected. The city lord was kidnapped by the Demon King, and the Giant Tree City threw a rat avoidance device. He didn't dare to attack easily, so he could only try to rescue the city lord through negotiation. Release people. Impossible. There is a chance to rip off. Why refuse? The same day. In the forest. The great elders waited anxiously. Chapter 57. At this time, a flying dragon descended from the sky and landed in front of him, finally turning into a dragonman wearing a cloth robe and holding a wooden staff. Great elder frowned, you are not the devil. We want to talk to the devil. Li Si said faintly, what a great existence my lord is. It is already your honor to be able to respond to your request. Is it possible for you ants to see if they want to? You. An elder is angry. Li Si sneered, what? You don't want to talk about it. The elder hurriedly stopped his companion. The initiative is now in the opponent's hands. Since he is willing to send someone over to negotiate, it shows that the devil is not unreasonable. As long as he can communicate, there is room for redemption. The elder said, we must confirm the safety of Lord City Lord. Li Si stretched out his wooden staff and pointed a finger in the air. A water curtain appeared in front of him, and a fairly clear image emerged from it. This moment. Elf City Lord. Is in shackles on his hands and feet. She was locked in a dark and cold dungeon. Find flowers 0. Seeing this, several elders could hardly contain the anger in their hearts. The lord of the city is the last descendant of the noble elf king. How could he be treated so rudely? This is an insult to the elves. The great elder's expression was also uncertain. He clenched his fists, forcibly suppressed his anger, and said coldly, "Let's talk about what you want before you are willing to return the Lord City Lord to us." Lisiki calmly said, "The master is not interested in other things, unless the giant tree city offers loyalty and surrender to him." Heard this. The elves are all exploded. This is impossible. You actually want the entire giant tree city? It's impossible. You guys don't want to succeed. The elder is also difficult to suppress the killing intent in his eyes at this moment. Your master has too much appetite, we cannot agree to this kind of request. Lisi did not panic, really. The elder said, as long as the city is still there, the city lord has something to do, but if even the giant tree city is gone, what is the point of changing back to a polished city lord? Don't you think it is ridiculous to propose such a condition? Lisiki laughed. You don't have to think about pretending to be confused. My lord has already seen everything. The importance of this elf to you is probably not just as simple as the city lord. This statement came out, including the great elder. Everyone on the scene suddenly changed their colors. The great elder quickly recovered his calm. I don't know what you are talking about. Lee is straight to the point. This elf has awakened the blood of the elf king. She is the only last descendant of the elf king in the entire forest of chaos, and is also the only hope for the unity and rejuvenation of your elf clan. Am I right? This statement came out. The face of the great elder is as earthy. His body was shaking and he could hardly stand still. This secret is only known within the elves. All the elves who know about it have signed a confidentiality contract. It is impossible to leak this matter out. But why? The Demon King will know. For such an important role related to the great cause of racial rejuvenation, the Lord is just asking you for a giant tree city. Is this demanding high? Lee paused 4 times. He continued. The old man feels that my lord is still too kind. It's over. Completely finished. The hearts of the elders are so cold. This negotiation is destined to be extremely difficult. The biggest hole card and the biggest secret are all known by the opponent. Now that the other lion speaks loudly, he will directly take the entire giant tree city. How can we talk about it? 9. The face of the great elder is very ugly. Anyway, it is impossible to let go of the giant tree city. It is impossible for my clan to submit to the Demon King. How could the giant tree city be handed over to the Demon King? The elves moved out of the forest of giant trees and have lived in this city for 300 years. The giant tree city is gone. How do elves live? Let the whole giant tree city elves allegiance to the Demon King. The elves are a proud race. Except for the born elves, they can never be loyal to other objects, let alone an unknown demon. The dragon priest sneered, well, since we can't reach a consensus, we don't have to talk about it anymore. Finished. He turned into a flying dragon and was about to leave. Several elders at the scene never expected that the demon lord's messenger had such a tough attitude that they would terminate the negotiation if they didn't agree. Wait. Wait a minute. 8 or 7 great elder called to stop the dragon priest. Lisi lowered his head. What else do you want to say? The great elder knew that things were tricky. They were not prepared enough this time to proceed with the negotiation. They had to study carefully before proceeding to the negotiation. The king must not be insulted. A future king should not be used for the treatment of prisoners. We ask the Demon King to release the lord of the city from the dungeon. The dragon priest sneered and said, it's just a prisoner. Talk about the dignity of the king. How do you want to deal with or play with the lord? Can you control it? Elder Elf's eyes are about to breathe fire. The great elder said, this is absolutely unacceptable to us. If the Demon King continues to do this, the giant tree city can only fight for the dignity of the elves. Judging from the expressions of these elves, they might be serious. For this little thing, you don't even want your life. Elves are indeed a race with strong self-esteem. If the Elf King suffers humiliation, or a more serious insult, it is undoubtedly a big deal for the elves. The dragon priest said, well, you want to improve the treatment of prisoners, but you must show a little sincerity, such as paying a sum of money to improve life. How much do you want? 5 million gold coins. Gold in this world is also a hard currency. No matter where you go, no matter what country you go to, gold can be used as effective purchasing power. Players can directly convert the gold they touch into game gold coins. When Zhongmu was in the ruins of the small town in the Dark Valley, he once obtained a gold coin from the Lord's heritage treasure chest through transformation. Of course, there is no one-to-one relationship between mainland gold coins and game gold coins. The dragon priest asked for 5 million gold coins. If they were exchanged for game gold coins, it would be about 500,000 or so. Even so, it was a huge sum of money. The elves looked at each other. The devil's minions are really deceiving people too much. Although the giant tree city is very prosperous, 5 million gold coins is not a small number. Even with the ability of the giant tree city, it will feel very difficult. If 5 million gold coins are ransomed. Of course the elves have nothing to say. The problem is that the money exchanged is only to improve the hostage environment. This is really blatant blackmail. The elder said, we don't have so much gold, and we will give you 1 million gold coins at most. The dragon priest ridiculed, you said that the king should not be insulted. As a result, the dignity of the king of the elves is only worth 1 million gold coins, which seems too cheap. The elder was so angry that he almost vomited blood. What does the devil want so much gold for? By the way, he is a giant dragon, and dragons have the instinct to collect gold and silver jewelry. The expressions of several elves solemnly discussed. One of the elders said, we don't have so much gold, but there are elves' jewelry that can be used for gold, and the value will never shrink. Dragon priest, no. The Lord only needs gold. A few elves scorned in their hearts. Humph, this giant dragon demon has a bad taste. Doesn't know how to appreciate real jewelry and works of art, but like some upstart dragons of bad character, he only likes to sleep on golden gold. Is too earthy. The great elder gritted his teeth and said, okay, 5 million, we will give, we can only pay 2 million first, and the other 3 million need time to raise. Li Si thought for a while. Although the giant tree city is prosperous, is not a real commercial city after all. It is indeed very difficult to get 5 million gold coins at once. Yes, within 10 days, it must be cleared, otherwise I cannot guarantee whether your Lord Santos can continue to enjoy the favor. The first negotiation. Just declared the end. Chapter 58. The elves can say that they haven't gotten any bargains. Instead, he was blackmailed by the Demon King's men for a large sum of money. Money is not the biggest problem. The Demon King has understood the importance of the city lord to the elves. How could he release people easily? It's weird if you don't squeeze out the giant tree city. The senior elves are very angry. What can I do? Had to raise gold coins honestly. First stabilize the Demon King to ensure the safety of the city lord. Du Mingfeng learned that the high-level elf was actually preparing to give gold to the Demon King, so he was naturally so angry. Don't attack the Demon King. Are you still crazy about rivals? Are the pedantic heads of these high-level elves filled with shit? Du Mingfeng immediately found the elder, it won't help you to do this, but it will make the devil's arrogance even more arrogant. The great elder looked badly, you have been dismissed, you are not qualified to give me advice, go out. Giant Tree City suffered a catastrophe this time. Du Mingfeng has an unshirkable responsibility. The great elder has withdrawn his identity as a guardian elf. The current Du Mingfeng is just an ordinary elf, so naturally he is not qualified to dictate in front of the great elder. Du Mingfeng suppressed his anger forcibly and said, Elder, negotiating with the devil, and compromising with the devil, this is the most stupid act. The great elder was also angry. Besides doing this, is there any other way? I blame this guy when I say it, otherwise, why is the giant tree city so much? How could the Lord be taken away? Du Mingfeng suggested, why don't we hire a top-notch warrior team from other cities, let them sneak into the Dark Valley, and quietly rescue the city owner? The great elder hesitated, secretly saving people. Does it work? Du Mingfeng said, among the warriors, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. As long as Giant Tree City is willing to pay, are you afraid that no one will pick up the task? I am contacting top experts from other places. This is not a solution. The great elder muttered to himself, but we must never let the devil know that this team of warriors is related to Giant Tree City, otherwise we will be more passive. Du Mingfeng took the initiative to ask, leave this to me. Whether it succeeds or not, it will be unknowingly, and will never involve Giant Tree City. All right. I will give you another chance. The elder gritted his teeth and said, if someone can find someone to rescue the city lord, I will let you resume your job, and even recommend you to be the deputy city lord. Do not worry. Du Mingfeng's eyes flashed with cold light. He said one word at a time, it will never go wrong this time. Gloomy Valley. Zhang Mu is doing urban planning. This city will be named Undercity. As the main city of the Demon King, it needs to be built large enough and advanced enough. In addition, enough space for expansion and transformation must be reserved. Building a city is a big project. Although Zhang Mu has more than 2,000 dragons to work hard, and their labor force can reach 10 human workers, the speed of advancement is still unsatisfactory. Solve this problem. Either increase the number of workers. Either improve the quality of workers. The former can be solved by recruiting a large number of basic drudges or Torin, while the latter requires upgrading drudges to advanced drudges or craftsmen. The issue is, this all costs money. Because Zhenguogua was affected by the battle, the speed of seed supply cannot keep up. The scale of the goblin farm has been greatly expanded, but the output has not increased much. Fortunately, now that everything is back to normal, Zhenguogua is also making every effort to ensure the logistics, and it is estimated that it will be delivered in a few days. Just so seeds and harvest takes a week before and after. Territory finance cannot explode immediately. Just as Zhang Mu was trying to make money, Giant Tree City sent charcoal in the snow, and a large amount of gold was delivered to the door. Come so fast. This is really great. The elves directly transported 20 boxes of yellow and 21 gold to the Dark Valley. This is the 5 million gold coins that have been negotiated, extorted. Giant Tree City, of course, can't produce so much at once, so only about 2 million gold coins were delivered, and the rest will be taken out within 10 days. Open. Several dragons pried open the box. A golden mainland gold coin appeared before his eyes. In addition to this kind of gold coins commonly used in mainland China, there are also a large number of uncontested gold bars and gold bricks. The number is very large, which is dazzling. These elves are really rich. Zhang Mu stretched out his hand and grabbed a handful, and a lot of gold coins slipped from his fingers, and the crisp metal collision sound was not too pleasing to the ear, making him feel very refreshed. At the same time, the game prompt sounded. Hint, convertible gold detected. Whether it will be converted into game coins. Whether. Zhang Mu is not a true indigenous dragon. Although he likes the refreshing feeling brought by gold and silver treasures, he does not want to be a miser and sleep on it all day. Convert all. Conversion completed. Get gold coins times 202550. 200,000 gold coins. This is too cool. This batch of gold weighs about 2 million according to the proportion of mainland gold coins. Zhang Mu can basically be sure that every 10 mainland standard gold coins can probably be exchanged for 1 game gold coin. Is kidnapping and extorting money so fast? Is so cool. No wonder in the story. Devil villains love to kidnap votes. Even Zhang Mu wants to develop this kind of business into a long-term business. Catch the city lord and chieftain everywhere, let them raise money to replace people, without capital and profit, making a big ransom, isn't it fragrant? Of course. 2 million gold coins are not a small number. Only a forest city like Giant Tree City, which has been in operation for 300 to 200 years, can be raised overnight. Change to the forest indigenous tribe. Don't say 2 million gold coins. 20,000 gold coins, or even 2,000, are not necessarily available. Gold is a relatively precious material and resource in this world. Gold coins are not only recognized by all parts of the mainland, but also have a very stable purchasing power. The fly is smaller. That's meat too. You don't have to arrest someone for a ransom. Zhang Mu originally planned to expand his power. Why not integrate all the nearby indigenous tribes and villages and let them pay taxes and protection fees on a regular basis? As the saying goes, the accumulation of sand into towers is too small. As long as the chassis is large enough, this will not be a small number. In addition, in the big forest, various resources must be abundant. Zhang Mu can use his gold finger ability to find a few gold mines, and invest super labor such as Torin to mine gold directly. Isn't it another stable income? As for now, I have plenty of money. Zhang Mu directly recruited 1,000 new drudges, upgraded 500 senior drudges, and then selected 100 from the senior drudges, and upgraded them to a Tier 3 dragon craftsman. A total of 80,000 gold coins were spent. The total number of dragon clan units broke through to 5260. 2,500 dragon drudges, 1,200 advanced drudges, 100 dragon craftsmen, 1,300 ordinary soldiers, 125 advanced soldiers, 5 super soldiers, 29 dragon soldiers, and 1 monster dragon. There are as many as 3,800 production units responsible for labor, production, manufacturing, and work. This is a very large logistics force. Allows the territorial operation to be guaranteed. Dragon Craftsman, Tier 3 Ordinary Unit, Vitality 50, Mental Power 50, Strength 10, Physique 10, Agility 5, and Will 5. Collect LV5, Build LV5, Forge LV5, Make LV5. This is the attribute of the new unit Dragon Craftsman. No Loss is a third-tier production unit. All production skills have reached level 5. He is enough to create sophisticated tools or sophisticated equipment. Manufacturing production level. Basically reach the professional level. This is much stronger than hard work. Zhang Mu hopes that his city will have advanced transportation equipment and corresponding urban facilities, and he also hopes to improve the equipment of the troops. Want to do this? Dragon craftsmen are indispensable. They will bring huge changes to the territory. Zhang Mu arranged all these workers to work. Chapter 59. He suddenly remembered something. If you receive the money, you have to do something. Go and invite the Lord Nancy Leah out. After the lord of the small town was caught in the devil's lair. Was locked in a dark dungeon with other elves. Since Giant Tree City was willing to spend a lot of money on parole for her, Zhang Mu was not an honest person, so he released her immediately. Certainly. The seal ring is still on his hand. This thing may not be able to seal all her power. But as long as she wears this bracelet, she can't beat even a super soldier, and it is almost impossible to escape from the Dark Valley. Of course. Zhang Mu didn't dare to ask for it. To ensure that this meal ticket is foolproof. He is very polite to invite Nancy Leah to live in the castle. If she did not get Zhang Mu's permission, she could not leave the castle. She occasionally went out to let the wind go near the house, and she also had to bring 5 super soldiers with her to protect her well. About this, Nancy Leah is unclear. But after being released from prison, she finally had the opportunity to observe the Demon King's territory. Nancy Leah is very curious about the demons. She originally thought that the territory of the demons must be a scene of demons entrenched and misty. What she didn't expect was, the Dark Valley is not just a devil's nest. Tens of thousands of dragons, skeletons, Torin, and even goblins are all integrated in an orderly manner. Construction, mining, forging, farming, and transportation. The entire territory is full of enthusiasm. Industrious figures are everywhere. Nancy Leah not only did not feel the evil, but found that the order of this place, even better than most forest cities, made her have to look at the governance level of this demon lord with admiration. That night, Zhang Mu dines at the castle. Nancy Leah has been treated as a guest. Can even have a meal with the big devil right now. Is just facing the table full of food but can't give the least appetite. She bulged her cheeks and stared at her eyes. Big devil, when are you going to lock us? Zhang Mu said, don't worry, when Giant Tree City is willing to take refuge in me, I will put you back and continue to be the lord of the city whenever I am. Impossible. Nancy Leah was very angry. This guy is really a villain. Nancy Leah gritted her teeth, then you let my people go first. It's useless to keep them anyway, and you have to consume food every day, don't you? Zhang Mu refused. No, as part of the spoils of war, prisoners of war can create value, and at the worst, they can change the ransom. Damn it. Are you not convinced? Nancy Leah sternly said, of course I am not convinced, you have not really beat me, unless you fight with me again and let me lose heartily. Zhang Mu smiled. This girl until now. She also thought that the reason for losing was an accident. The reason why the Great Demon King defeated him was because he could not use his strength at the time, plus he was accidentally attacked. Fight again. Can restore face 100%. Zhang Mu didn't want to care about a little girl. He said non-commentantly, well, a prisoner is not qualified to negotiate terms, so you can stay honestly and don't want to do things under my nose, otherwise I can't guarantee that I will do excessive things. Nancy Leah turned her head angrily. She believes that she should not stay here for too long. The elves will not care about the life and death of the clansman. The Great Elder will definitely send someone to save him. This Demon King will not kill me now, and I will regret it in a few days. A few days later. The elder was wrapped tightly and wore a big hood, walking sneakily on the streets of Giant Tree City like a thief. A few steps and stopped. For fear of being discovered. Finally turned into an unremarkable house in an alley. In the house, several people have been waiting for a long time. The elder put down his hood. Is it necessary to be so cautious and secretive? Du Mingfeng explained, this is necessary. I suspect that there is a ghost in Giant Tree City, and the devil has put his eyeliner around us. Elder's eyelids twitched, is there any evidence? There is no direct evidence, but in the previous few operations, the devil had been prepared for each time. How can there be such a coincidence in the world? Well, it makes sense. In extraordinary times, you must be cautious. Besides, this matter must be kept strictly confidential and no one should be allowed to know. There were 4 people at the scene. The Great Elder persevered in doubt, this is the outland warrior you specially hired. Only so few people can complete this mission. 4 people on the scene. 2 orcs, a wingman, and a troll. Headed by is an orc warrior. He carries a scarlet sword on his back, and his skin is covered with red totems. The whole person is full of fierce aura. He grinned, it's easy to do things with few people, we are professional. All 4 of them are third-tier quasi-lords. This leading orc is by no means weaker than Du Mingfeng. The other 3 warriors will never be inferior. This kind of warrior, except for the few lucky ones who are more fortunate than winning the lottery, is definitely the current top master. Is different from Du Mingfeng getting a powerful body directly. The initial strength of the 4 is only the 2nd level up and down, and they have come to today by killing the devil step by step. Du Mingfeng introduced one by one. Wang Gang, the Vulcan warrior of the orc race, has been blessed by the Vulcan, and has extremely high resistance to flames, even enough to withstand Long Yen. A total of 18 Demon Kings have been hunted and 12 of them have been assassinated by their own power. Li Dingnan, an orc shaman, not only has 2 types of spells, but also possesses powerful talents and control skills. A total of 14 Demon Kings have been hunted. Jin Ing, the shadow assassin of the wing human race, is proficient in all kinds of assassination techniques, his speed comes and goes without a trace, and he is also proficient in advanced stealth techniques. He once killed 9 Demon Kings by one person. Peng Sihai, the alchemist of the Troll clan, he is proficient in alchemy magic, especially good at using poison, poisoning the entire lair of the devil several times, so that the devil will not know what is going on until death. They are all top warriors from Wild Beast City. Almost the strongest lone wolf in 1,000 miles. Sounds really good. You can hear the 3 words for Beast City. The Great Elder couldn't help being vigilant and alert. Beast City and Giant Tree City are 500 to 600 miles away. It is a city dominated by orcs, and its population and army are much stronger than those of Giant Tree City. The rise of the Wild Beast City is only a few decades. Is not in harmony with the Giant Tree City because of its arrogance. There has been a lot of friction between the 2 sides, which inevitably makes him suspicious. Du Mingfeng said, the big elders don't have to worry, the lone wolf-type warriors usually go alone and have nothing to do with the forces of the Wild Beast City. Original. There are 2 types of warriors. Lone wolf type, team type. Du Mingfeng took a typical team type route. This type of warrior will join or build forces, manage their own territories, incorporate indigenous development armies, and eventually form a demon-killing force to encircle and suppress the Demon King on a large scale by means of war. However, except for the team type, the lone wolf type is not uncommon. This type of warrior is usually alone. They will not build their own power. Everything aims at the pursuit of ultimate personal strength. This undoubtedly requires extremely high personal strength and quality. The lone wolf warrior does not form a legion to deal with the demon king, but several people form a complementary demon hunting team, sometimes even alone. The number of people is small. Is more flexible. They will avoid conflict with the demon king's troops. Directly sneak into the lair, lock the demon king, and quickly kill, and as long as the demon king dies, the troops he summoned will die. Because there is no team. One person or several people take all the rewards. This will make the strength of the lone wolf warrior grow extremely fast, thus forming a virtuous circle. As the saying goes, a bright spear is easy to hide from a dark arrow and hard to defend. For the devil, the top lone wolf warrior is more dangerous. These four is in this area. Chapter 60. The best, most powerful, and most experienced lone wolf. Du Mingfeng was still worried when he saw the Great Elder. He continued to explain. This kind of lone warrior has extremely high requirements for skills and combat abilities, and each one is a top master in a million. These four were selected from hundreds of lone wolf warriors, and they are top masters among top masters. They are more than enough to perform tasks. Heard this? The elder nodded. Does not sound simple. Although the great elders cannot fully trust them. But there is really no better way now. You can come to Giant Tree City to help. I am very grateful for that. This task is very difficult. As long as the task is completed, no matter what the conditions are, we can talk about it. Orc Wang Gang calmly said, Captain Du has already explained, isn't he the demon king of the Dark Valley? We can kill him together. The face of the Great Elder changed. He immediately corrected, no, not assassinating the devil, but saving the lord of the city. As for the demon king, if you can't disturb him, it's better not to fight. The four warriors looked at each other. Seems disapproving. They are the most prestigious and powerful lone wolves, and any one of them can stand alone. Now the four are teaming up. Can't you deal with a demon king? Perhaps the demon king's army is particularly strong, but for their type of warrior, whether the demon king's army is huge or not does not make much sense. The lone wolf warrior pursues the opportunity to kill in one fell swoop. The devil is dead. No matter how strong the army is, it's useless. And the stronger the demon king, the stronger the army, the richer the rewards. I emphasize it again. The Great Elder is afraid that a few people don't know the depth. The task you have to perform is just to rescue the lord of the city. Don't do anything superfluous. A few warriors had no choice but to nod their heads. Do not worry. We are confident. You can definitely complete the task. The elder nodded. There is one more thing, you must bear in mind that you must never expose your relationship with Giant Tree City. I know. We have professional ethics. Wang Gang said, we are lone wolf warriors who specialize in assassinating the devil. We have never been to Giant Tree City, we are not familiar with the elves of Giant Tree City, and we have never met with the Great Elder. Is this always okay? There are really no old things. Are you so afraid of getting revenge by the devil? The four warriors scorned the Great Elder in their hearts. The Great Elder signed a contract with the four warriors to reach an agreement. If this is the case, the Elder can rest assured and send 4 people to dive into the Dark Valley. If the Lord of the city can be rescued directly, of course it would be best. Even if the mission fails. Giant Tree City can also separate the relationship. A warrior assassinated the devil. Isn't this normal? Why does the Demon King doubt Giant Tree City? Du Mingfeng said. If there is nothing wrong, I will take them out of the city. Can the Great Elder use the perception crystal? The Great Elder took out a crystal. This is a spiritual perception crystal. It can sense the spiritual power of the city lord. If you rely on it to guide the direction, you can find Lord City Lord. The 4 warriors are overjoyed. With this thing, it is so convenient. The Elder said, it should not be too late, act as soon as possible, and you must bring the Lord of the city back safely. Half an hour later. The 4 warriors were quietly taken out of the city. The 5 stopped to make sure that there was no tracking nearby. Du Mingfeng asked nonchalantly, what do you think about the cooperation proposal? Wang Gang grinned and said, our city lord is very interested. He is willing to support you and let you sit as the lord of the Giant Tree City. Good. Du Mingfeng's eyes flashed. Then how to do this task? I don't think I need to teach it. Understand. Find Xiao Qingzhu and kill Qian Zhao's, her. Du Mingfeng nodded. As long as this waste city lord dies, not only will it provoke the hatred between the elves and the Dark Valley, my lordship will no longer be threatened. To know. Du Mingfeng is in Manhwa Valley. He almost slaughtered an entire elven army with hellfire. Even if the small city lord doesn't come back, if he comes back and shoves the matter out, he will have no place for Du Mingfeng in this giant tree city. And as long as the last descendant of the Elf King is still there, status in the elves is hard to shake. In this way, how to control the giant tree city, how to control the elves. Xia Kengzi must die. Du Mingfeng used the Great Elder. He actually just wanted to kill someone with a knife. Don't talk about fun. It's time to act. Wait for our good news. The 4 top lone wolf warriors are gone. Du Mingfeng took a deep breath. Everything is still under control. With the strength of the 4 of them, saving the hostages may not be successful, but killing the hostages is definitely enough, and more than enough. The Great Elder never dreamed of it. He wanted to rescue the Lord, but he sent 4 killers. The combination of these 4 people is not trivial at first, and has been funded by Giant Tree City. The future Elf King is in an extremely dangerous situation, and it can even be said to be in danger. The next day. Gloomy Valley. 4 lone wolves broke in. They didn't break through the heavily guarded dark canyon. Instead, it crosses the mountains and enters the valley from the most precarious place. Hey. The terrain is really steep. But it won't bother us a few. Orc Shaman Li Dingnan breathed a sigh of relief, and finally entered smoothly, which was not easy. Winged Assassin Jining said, actually, what you don't use is to kill a sealed elf. If I act alone, the task may have been completed long ago. Hee, after spending so much energy to come in, can we come true just to kill this elf? Peng Sihai, the troll alchemist, looked to one side. Pharaoh, what do you say? This Vulcan orc is the strongest one. Wang Gang carried the fiery red sword and said, the demon king of the Dark Valley is a giant dragon. Have you ever killed such a devil? The 3 of them smiled heartily. Nonsense, don't talk about killing, I have never seen it before. The Elder made 3 orders and 5 applications, only to save the Elf City Lord, don't provoke the Devil King. Warriors didn't worry about this. Didn't even put the Elder at ease. Warriors don't kill the devil. Is that still a warrior? How much reward does a Dragon King get? Kill him. Do not say 1 step to the sky. At least the strength skyrocketed. Is more valuable than killing 20 monster kings. If you are lucky enough, after killing the Demon King, you can get 1 or several talents of the Dragon Demon King and you can take off on the spot. This kind of benefit. Can the warriors resist? Wang Gongdao, from the information I have, this Dragon and Demon King is indeed very strong, and can even single-handedly defeat a Tier 3 Lord. When acting alone, we must carefully weigh 1 or 2. As for now, the 4 of us joined forces. Chapter 61. It's more than enough to deal with him. Li Dingnan said, I agree. At this stage, there can be no Demon King who can stop the 4 of us from joining forces. It is more than enough, it is easy. God, this is to give us a luxurious gift package. As the saying goes, God will not take the blame, this devil will be killed. I agree. What's the point of taking this trip without killing the devil? Pharaoh's Vulcan blessing can greatly increase the fire attribute attack, and it has extremely powerful flame resistance, just to restrain the dragon. Since everyone has no opinion, then we have decided so. Look for the target first, then talk about it. The 4 reached a consensus. Jining glanced, the valley is full of magic mist. The devil should have a mist tower. This will bring us no small trouble. Magic fog is only valid for outsiders. Let the warriors act more risky. Peng Sihai, the troll alchemist, took out a bottle of potion. Don't worry, this is the secret medicine of the true eye. As long as you apply this potion, you can get rid of the effect temporarily. The 4 used the potion. The mist has dissipated more than half. True eye secret medicine is more precious, and I don't prepare much, so I must hurry up to avoid being disturbed by the fog again. Finished. Took out 2 different magic potions. One is a stealth secret medicine. This medicine can cover up the smell, heat, sound, and even the breath of life, making it difficult for the devil's minions to perceive themselves. One is the secret medicine of invisibility. After taking this medicine, you can make yourself invisible for a certain period of time, thus avoiding observation completely. The four use the secret medicine of stealth first. They quickly carried out reconnaissance nearby. As a result, I found a prosperous place. This is nothing else. Is the farm of the devil. Is just a very exaggerated scale. Thousands of goblins wore straw hats and barefoot to work in the farmland. A large number of Torin priests and Torin assisted, and the site was equipped with a dragon core of hundreds of people. A brand new town is near the farm. The wooden house is neat and tidy, and there are old goblin and goblin children living in it, which looks carefree. Several warriors judged by experience. These goblins are not summoning units but surrendering units. I have never seen the devil dare to incorporate so many subsidiary units, let alone place all of them in the hinterland. This is too risky. Accept loyalty. The biggest problem is, this is easy to be penetrated by the warriors. Therefore, most demon kings conquer a village or tribe. The common way is to simply kill them, not only to eliminate hidden dangers, but also to recover gold coins. Not here. Wang Gang's induction crystal did not respond. This shows that the Elf City Lord is not locked here. The Elf City Lord is a very important hostage. The Demon King can't just lose his horns, he will definitely be placed in the core area. Orc Shaman Li Dingnan couldn't help being stunned. So many affiliated units, hundreds of elite fighters, are not the core of the territory. How many subordinates does this Demon King have? The devil they used to deal with are mostly first-order miscellaneous fish demon kings. Goblin Town and Goblin Farm are just production bases in the Dark Valley, but they are enough to kill the entire territory of these demon kings in seconds. Warriors became more excited. The reward for killing the Demon King is positively related to the Demon King's own strength, and also positively related to the Demon King's territory and the size of his servants. The larger the territory, the more rewards are generated. This is a wave of fat opportunities. Finally came to the core area of the Dark Valley. The four warriors were dumbfounded and dumbfounded. The Undercity has been built nearly halfway. Thousands of dragons, Torin, and skeleton soldiers are like a dense colony of hemp ants. This scene is shocking. Too exaggerated. Although as overestimated as possible. The size of the territory is beyond imagination. The sum of the units directly under the Demon King's clan and the affiliated units has a high probability of breaking through the 10,000 mark, which is unheard of and has never been seen before. The four warriors realized. The four of them. The Demon King killed before. Even if they add up, they may not be as good as this. The power of this Demon King is really outrageous. Found it. She is in the Devil's Castle. The expressions of the other three warriors changed slightly. Then I noticed the existence of the Demon King's castle. The Demon King's castle is the base of the Demon King. Warriors will be weakened when they enter the castle, and the Demon King's strength in the castle will be enhanced, which greatly increases the difficulty of the challenge. But have come here. Who can give up willingly? If you miss this village, you won't have this shop. It's hard to find a second demon like this. What if there are castles? The devil can't stop them. Action. Drink the secret medicine of invisibility. The four came directly to the castle. Orc Shaman casts a spell, mind control. The Demon King's castle guards are high-ranking soldiers. Although they are Tier 2 elites, they are naturally attacked by the strength of Tier 3 quasi-lords under unprepared circumstances. Naturally, they have no way to resist, and their eyes quickly become confused. Open the door. Four warriors stepped into the castle. They could clearly feel that when they walked into this place, everyone's strength was immediately suppressed. All the best. How do I go next? Let's go directly to the Demon King. Or follow the instructions to find the Elf City Lord. Wang Gang replied, look for the Elf City Lord first, she is a very important bargaining chip for the Demon King. If we hold her up, the Devil King will be jealous. After all, the Elf City Lord is useful to her, and he doesn't want to kill her casually. The other three people finished listening. I just think this idea is wonderful. Ha ha ha. Reverse kidnapping, reverse kidnapping. As expected, it's your old king, the operation is really good. Use the devil to take hostages to threaten the devil, a good method, I like it. The four warriors sneaked in stealth, and passed through one level after another through potions or mental hypnosis all the way. Finally came to a door. Elf City Lord is in this room. They looked at each other, everything went smoothly, and immediately opened the door, but at this moment, a magical eye was opened from the wall behind. The warriors really think a little bit well. The small town lord is an important hostage to the Demon King. In addition to being used to blackmail the giant tree city, in the future, it can also control the giant tree city and even the entire elves. Such an important hostage. How could not care? Zhang Mu put a large number of scouting eyes nearby to monitor. It's okay for these warriors to appear in other places. Once they appear near Nancy Leah's residence, the Great Devil will be 100% alert. At this moment, in the Demon King's hall, Zhang Mu sat on the altar. He clearly saw the sneaky figures of four warriors. Whether it is the Dark Valley or the Demon King's castle, it can be said to be heavily guarded. These warriors can come in, it seems that they are really not ordinary people. Because the scouting eye is indirect observation. Zhang Mu failed to see the relevant information prompt. However, it is speculated that they have at least Tier 3 strength. This is on the same level as Du Mingfeng, the head of the Iron Blood group. Moreover, he has rich experience in dealing with the devil, otherwise it would be impossible to break into such a place. It looks like vigilance and security needs to be strengthened. Otherwise, it would be a headache for rats to break in twice in 3 days. As for how to deal with these people. Chapter 62. Zhang Mu stood up from the devil's altar. A breath of majesty and domineering instantly enveloped the entire hall. Let the dragon generals, dragon priests, and dragon soldiers who were standing nearby did not dare to look up, and all knelt down consciously. High-quality soul. Proactively deliver to your door. Since you are so kind, then I laughed at it. A warrior of this level will never be an unknown person, and his methods must be very rich, which makes Zhang Mu have some expectations. He just reached the 3rd rank. Of course I want to test it. How strong is my current strength? Nancy Leah has been under house arrest for several days. She has tried to break the seal or wait for an opportunity to escape. It is impossible to unlock the seal in a short time. There are 5 super soldiers following every time they go out. Under this situation, how could escape? I can only hope that the Great Elder and Giant Tree City will come to rescue as soon as possible. Can think again. The Demon King is super powerful. His regiment is equally powerful. Regardless of whether the Giant Tree City organizes an army or sends a master to rescue herself, she will definitely pay a very heavy price, and this is something she doesn't want to see. To save myself. Made a large number of people sacrifice. Then don't save it at all. After being in contact with the Demon King for a few days, she discovered that the Demon King is by no means a real evil person. The Giant Tree City and the Dark Valley don't have to be you must die or live. When tangled, the door was knocked open. Several figures rushed in quickly. 2 orcs, a wingman, and a troll. You are. Nancy Leah judged. They are not from the Dark Valley. Led an orc with a red totem and asked, "Are you the Lord Nangzilia?" Nancy Leah is overjoyed. She saw the crystal in the orc's hand. This is an induction crystal made by the elves. No doubt. Was sent by Giant Tree City. She quickly said, "It's me. I haven't seen you. Are you sent by the Elder to save me?" "Well, that's right, but we." The orc showed a ferocious face, "But I'm here to kill you." Nancy Leah keenly sensed the murderous intent, and she conditioned her evasive action, and a burning sword aura whizzed past her. There was a boom. The whole wall was cut open. The scorching flame left a burnt mark. Her face was pale. If she had just been slashed, she would be crippled without death. How is this going? They have fairy crystals. Shows that it is indeed sent by the elders. But why did they kill themselves? The wingman warrior complained, "Hey, what are you doing with such a heavy hand? Just cut off your legs and feet, and we have to use her to threaten the devil." Heard this. Nancy Leah is cold all over her body. There is another very absurd feeling. These masters, who are suspected of being sent by Giant Tree City, wanted to kill themselves. The reason why they didn't completely kill them was to hold themselves and threaten the Demon King. You don't need to teach. Chop off the leg this time. In the sealed state, you can no longer escape. At the time of Nancy Leah's horror, windows on all sides shattered, and 5 dragons rushed in, blocking the orc warriors. Original. In order to prevent Nancy Leah from having problems, the Demon King has always arranged 5 super soldiers nearby to stand by at any time. A super soldier said angrily, "Bold, who are you, dare to break into the forbidden area of our lord's castle?" Not good. It was discovered. Do not waste time. Catch her first. The orc warrior slashed at the super soldier with his sword. The orc shaman took the opportunity to release a lightning chain, and Nancy Leah was quickly entangled, paralyzed and dragged over. These warriors are so strong. Even if the seal is unlocked, Nancy Leah consciously may not be able to deal with the 4 of them. 5 super soldiers are furious. Their task is to stare at this elf. If the elves are snatched in front of them, that is the blame for them. The wingman warrior drew out 2 short swords, instantly slashed dozens of sword lights, and forced a super soldier who was trying to rush back on the spot. At the same time, Wang Gang takes a big sword, fought back and forth with several super soldiers. Strangeness. How come a few are so strong? Wang Gang thought that it would be solved in 3 or 2 strokes, but he didn't expect that after playing so many rounds, he hadn't cut one down yet. The suppression of the Demon King's castle, of course, will have a lot of impact. How many of them can play against top warriors like him back and forth? This is a little unexplainable anyway. Don't be entangled. Leave here first. The troll warrior dropped a bottle of potion. The whole room was instantly enveloped by poisonous smoke. This is the home of the devil. Combat is not good for the warriors. The warrior intends to use the elf city lord as the bait to design the Demon King out of his territory, and then join hands to kill him, so that he can be sure of nothing. Result. Just left the castle. Was blocked by hundreds of dragon soldiers. First few breaths are extremely powerful, including Dragon General Zhang San and Dragon Priest Li Si. They seem to have been waiting for a long time. Otherwise, there is a burly figure guarded in the middle. He raises his hands and feet and is full of kingly domineering, undoubtedly the king of dragons, the Demon King of the Dark Valley. Not good. In an ambush. If you don't even say hello, you just want to take away the distinguished guest from the Dark Valley. You don't really put this king in your eyes. Wang Gang pooed. He put the sword on the elf's neck. If you dare to come forward, I will chop off this head. Long Ren looked at each other. Long General Zhang Sen couldn't help laughing. This scene is really magical. These warriors actually took the hostages captured by the devil and threatened the devil in turn. Even the devil also showed surprise. This king thought it was a classic stage such as the righteous warrior trespassing into the magic nest and rescuing the princess alone. I didn't expect you warriors to be so ignorant of martial ethics. But you think, is this threat useful to this king? The dragon people laughed. Wang Gang gradually lost his bottom. Chapter 63. No way. There is no choice. He believes that elves are valuable to the devil. What's more, if this elven dies, the Dark Valley and the elven clan will not stop dying, and the Demon King shouldn't want to be an enemy of the entire elven clan. Thought of this. Wang Gang regained his confidence. I can tell you can do it. Find flowers 0. If you don't want this elf to die, he said loudly, then let us leave the valley. Zhang Sen stood up and said, Master, why bother to talk nonsense with such miscellaneous fish? Let's just tear them up. Right. Tear them apart. Tear them apart. Tear them apart. Dragon people don't care about the life and death of elves. Didn't care if he would completely enmity the elves. They can't tolerate any threats and offenses against their masters. Several warriors. Courageously. The corpse should be broken into pieces. Nancy Leah's heart is ashamed. What kind of existence is the Demon King? Will he compromise with the warriors for himself? Even if the devil does this, let these warriors leave safely, will these warriors let them go? Maybe his fate will be even worse. Thought of this? Nancy Leah shouted, I'm not afraid of death, you can do it if you want to kill, why bother to talk nonsense here? Asshole. Wang Gang was furious. Intends to take off one arm first. The Demon King interrupted, let's play a game. Warrior was taken aback, what do you mean? You broke in and said it was to kill me. I will give you a chance to get a fair fight. In exchange, you let her go. There is such a good thing. A lone wolf warrior, every time he breaks into the devil's nest, isn't it just a chance to avoid the troops and fight the devil directly? Nan Zilia's mood immediately became complicated. The warrior appointed by Giant Tree City wanted to kill himself, but the devil did not hesitate to take risks to fight the warrior in order to save himself. What's the matter? She really couldn't figure it out. Wang Gang said, then you retreat first. Zhang Mu waved his hand, go back 1 kilometer first, and after they release the people, you can go back another 2 kilometers. Yes, my lord. Long Ren Yanjian began to retreat. Nancy Leah was anxious, don't be fooled, the devil, these people are very powerful, you will lose out if you fight with them, we can't let the bad guys succeed. The 4 are very strong. She may not win even if she unlocks the seal. And Nancy Leah has always believed that the devil can beat herself with luck, and the devil should be about the same as herself. Isn't he in a dangerous situation now? Although the devil caught himself. Make yourself angry at him. But the Demon King treats himself not badly. These 4 warriors are the real villains. Nancy Leah doesn't want their conspiracy to succeed. In fact, Nancy Leah thinks too much. There are so many ways Zhang Mu really wants to save her. For example, with the instantaneous thunder of the abyss, a sudden attack at such a short distance, with the strength of the warriors, either dodge, block, or be repelled, no matter what the situation, it will inevitably expose the flaws. Another example is that Zhang Mu can directly unlock the seal bracelet, allowing Nancy Leah to escape by herself with teleportation magic. After all, it's the Devil Sama who is playing with it. He wants to try the current strength of the first-class warriors. 9. The dragon people and the crowd evacuated 1 kilometer. The 4 warriors glanced at each other. They released Nancy Leah temporarily. Now the most important thing is to kill the Demon King. As long as you kill the Demon King in front of you, where can you escape to a sealed elf city lord? Soon. The dragon tribe was wronged. The scene was empty, with only the Demon King, the elf city lord, and the 4 warriors. Devil, how about you help me unlock the seal and let us deal with them together? Nan Zilia immediately swears, I promise not to run away. Zhang Mu, no need. The orc shaman crushed a magic crystal ball. A layer of purple enchantment with a diameter of 300 meters shrouded. The great Demon King and the 4 warriors were shrouded in it, while Nancy Leah was isolated, the latter is a very artifact. Bad devil, I want to help, but you don't trust me. The 4 guys are amazing. Look at what you do about it. Enchantment crystal. This thing can create a closed combat environment for a short time, and it can be said to be an important prop for the lone warrior to hunt down the devil. When the enchantment is formed, the 4 warriors relaxed a lot. Wang Gang laughed, from now on, it is too late for you to regret it. You really shouldn't be so arrogant. Orc Shaman Li Dingnan said, yes, you probably have never heard of our name, so you don't know what it means to join the 4 of us. Iran said, what the is it? Hurry up and do it. The Demon King glanced at the 4 of them. Within a minute. He stretched out a finger, within this minute, I won't fight back. I will use it if I have the ability, so that I won't have a chance to use it again. Wang Gang said angrily, you are too arrogant. Devil, you still have 55 seconds. The 4 warriors are all top masters. Although they are all quasi-lord level strengths. But because of the hunting of a large number of Demon Kings, the rewards and talents obtained are numerous, and there are also various expendable props and powerful whole cards. Really want to fight. Compared with the real Tier 3 Lord, the 4 warriors must not be inferior. Why doesn't the Demon King put a few people in his eyes? Such an arrogant and contemptuous attitude hurts the pride of the warriors. Good. You asked for it. You will understand immediately. How stupid I am. I will let you die in the most painful way. Outside the barrier. Nancy Leah was very worried. The purple barrier blocked the line of sight. She didn't even know the fighting situation inside. The 4 warriors are not easy to deal with. What if the devil loses? Even if he died of arrogance, these warriors would certainly not let him go. Never thought of it. Your own destiny will be linked to the Demon King's association. The devil can only live if she wins. Although it feels weird to be buried with her when the devil dies, I still hope that the goddess of nature will bless me and let the devil win the victory. Boom, boom, boom. A violent vibration is almost the same as an earthquake. Nancy Leah clearly felt that the shock was in the enchantment, the energy fluctuations were extremely terrifying, and the intensity of the battle was far more than expected. The devil won't really have an accident, right? Nancy Leah's worry only lasted for a minute. The purple barrier is full of cracks, like broken glass, falling off piece by piece, then decomposed into photons and dissipated. Followed. The devil came out. Nancy Leah, are you okay? Where are those guys? Zhangmu, you can't watch it by yourself. Chapter 64. The devil is unscathed. But how could the battle end so quickly? Nancy Leah stared in the direction of the battlefield with wide eyes. The enchantment has a diameter of 300 meters in the coverage area, and all the ground has been turned over. The lava produced by the flames is flowing in the pit, and all kinds of weird prop fragments and scroll fragments are everywhere. What about the 4 warriors? Warrior leader Wang Gang is still standing. He even kept his hands in the motion of raising the sword to slash. Was just a head, half of the upper body, all shattered, the huge wound was charred and smoked, but no drop of blood came out. Nancy Leah was only shocked. This is obviously a kind of extremely powerful energy that instantly tore the body torn apart in an almost devastating force, so this action is maintained. Orc Shaman Li Dingnan. He was covered with magic runes. Fell to the ground at this moment, his 7 orifices were bleeding, his eyes were round, his face was full of horror. Wingman warrior Jin Ing, lying not far away, his 2-handed dagger shattered, only half of his body remained, and the remaining half was nowhere to be found. Strangeness. There is one more. The troll warrior did not see the corpse. But there was a strange creature on the scene. At first glance, it looked like an octopus with eyes and poisonous spines, giving people an extremely dangerous feeling. Is this the 4th warrior? The troll is an alchemist. He must have used some kind of taboo alchemy to transform his body into such a terrifying monster. This transformation may be irreversible. Unless they are in a desperate situation, no one wants to turn themselves into such a disgusting monster. Even so, he is still dead. The octopus monster was burnt to coke. How did the devil do it? In just 2 minutes, the battle was over, and such an exaggerated scene was played. Nancy Leah was very shocked. Is the strength of the warriors overestimated? Still to underestimate the terrible Demon King? She thinks the latter is most likely. After the meeting in Giant Tree City, he was far from showing his full strength. Nancy Leah remembered her repeated provocations and asked the Demon King to fight her again, and then looked at the warrior's appearance. She couldn't help shivering and sweating. This episode is over. Zhang Mu returned to the Demon King's hall. He recalled the battle just now in his mind. The 4 warriors have to say that there are 2 brushes. In addition to personal strength close to the Lord, everyone has a lot of weird props, such as magic stone scroll, secret medicine and the like. Probably killed many Demon Kings. The skills and talents are very rich. This somewhat caused a little trouble. But when the gap is too large, these little tricks cannot reverse the end. Zhang Mu shattered Wang Gang's head with thunder flames. Jin Ing was interrupted by the waste when the shadow jumped, leaving half of his body in the shadow space. After Li Dingnan tried various magic attacks with attributes to no avail, he tried to use mind control to deal with Zhang Mu, but he died directly by the spirit backlash. It is worth mentioning that the giant magician Peng Sihai. This guy used alchemy potions and transformation magic to turn himself into an abyssal monster, but he still couldn't change the fate of being killed. Final summary. A warrior of this level is capable of causing trouble. But the real threat is small and not to be feared. They are already the top warriors in the region. It seems. But so. Zhang Mu opened the interface and glanced at the information panel. There were 4 kill records that were just displayed. You killed a tier 3 warrior, soul +1, skill stone +1. You killed a tier 3 warrior, soul +1. You killed a tier 3 warrior, soul +1, skill stone +1. You killed a tier 3 warrior, soul +1, skill stone +1. Zhang Mu found out. High-level warriors have a high probability of exploding skills. He only killed 4 in total, and he actually produced 3 skill stones, and these 3 skill stones are not simple. The 3 skill stones dropped by the 4 warriors are Vulcan Blessing, B-level skill. Shadow Jump, C-level skill. Wind Killing and Lightning Strike, C-level skill. Vulcan Blessing is the ability of orc warriors. Can greatly increase the fire attribute attack and resistance. Shadow Jump is the ability of winged warriors. This is a skill especially suitable for assassination or infiltration. Even for Zhang Mu. The 2 skills are also very good. Zhang Mu did not hesitate, and immediately proceeded to study. Vulcan Blessing, passive skill, fire attribute attack damage plus 50%, fire attribute damage save plus 100 points. This skill is indeed very useful. Can greatly increase the damage effect of Dragon Flame. As for damage saves, it is also a very useful attribute. If Zhang Mu caused 200 points of damage to the target with a mouthful of Dragon Flame, at this time, the opponent had a 100 fire attribute save, so he would only suffer 100 points of damage in the end. Wang Gang is in battle. Was burned by the Dragon Flame without dying. Was killed in seconds by the Purgatory Lightning in the end. He can withstand the Dragon Flame attack. In addition to fighting chi skills and strong defense. The main reason is to have fire damage immunity. This kind of damage save has number 21 levels with defense or level. It can directly reduce and offset the damage that has been produced. Shadow Jump, consumes 20 points of mental power, enters the shadow space, moving speed plus 200%, the longest duration is 5 seconds, consumes 5 points of mental power per second, and the skill cooling time is 12 seconds. This is definitely an excellent skill. It does not have the effect of stealth or stealth. The shadow space is a subspace of the normal space, and most reconnaissance methods can't perceive it. The result is that it suddenly disappears and flashes suddenly, as if the space jumps and moves instantaneously. This skill is not only particularly suitable for assassination, can avoid most attacks better, is a very useful ability. Zhang Mu is very satisfied with the above 2 skills. As for the last skill stone, Wind Kill and Lightning Strike, it is an attack spell that mixes wind and thunder attributes. This is a powerful magic. Zhang Mu's short and medium range and range attacks have Abyssal Dragon Flames, long range and instant attacks have Abyssal Thunderbolts, and Purgatory Lightning can be used to attack or kill enemies in seconds. There are not many tricks, but the efficiency is super high. Skills of this level and intensity could not bring effective improvement to Zhang Mu. Although the 3 skill stones are good, but these can only be regarded as gifts, and the soul of the warrior is the real main material. Say nothing. Sacrifice immediately. You sacrifice the soul of a 3rd-order warrior and gain 250 talent points. You sacrifice the soul of a 3rd-order warrior and gain 210 talent points. You sacrifice the soul of a 3rd-order warrior and gain 220 talent points. You sacrifice the soul of a 3rd-order warrior and gain 230 talent points. As expected. The higher the warrior level, the better the soul quality. The talent points of the 2nd-tier soul sacrifice are about 10 times more than that of the 1st-tier soul, and the talent points of the 3rd-tier soul sacrifice are about 10 times more than the 2nd-tier soul. Only 4 souls were sacrificed. Actually gained 850 talent points. This is really a bit scary. More than a few days ago, when attacking Giant Tree City, killing 200 warriors one after another added up. Is so cool. Almost wanted to open the door. Let more warriors come in and assassinate yourself. If this kind of thing is repeated a few times, wouldn't it be helpful for the Demon King to level up every minute? It's not that difficult to upgrade from Tier 3 to Tier 4 at all. Chapter 65. Of course, this only represents the personal view of Devil Zhang Mu. For more than 90% of the Demon Kings, if they were targeted by a lone wolf warrior like Wang Gang, it would definitely be a life of 9 deaths. I am afraid that they would not even dare to close their eyes at night. There is only a super boss with Fengmao Water Chestnut. Has the confidence to use this kind of advanced warrior as an experience package. Zhang Mu has 705 talent points, and he has 850 talent points at the moment, which adds up to 1555 talent points. Tier 3 talent requires 1000 talent points. Now you can activate a Tier 3 talent. There are only 3 talents in the third order Zhongmu: the Dragon King Sanctuary, the Evil Dragon Descends the World, and the Advanced Magic Immunity. The Advanced Magic Avoidance needs no explanation. Is nothing more than an enhanced version of Intermediate Magic Immunity. Increase the immunity level from level C to at least level B. Zhongmu's current magic immunity and magic resistance are strong enough. Even if someone has a B-level skill to attack him, the damage caused is hardly life-threatening, so he doesn't rush to raise his magic immunity level. Exclude 1. There are 2 left. Dragon King Sanctuary is a domain-type skill. This kind of skill is very rare. It not only greatly improves the combat effectiveness, but also has a very strong field control ability, and the actual combat value is very high. Evil Dragon coming into the world should be a transformation skill. This skill is enough to greatly increase combat effectiveness, and in the state of transformation, various skill mechanisms will change, and it is also very overbearing. Zhongmu chose to activate the Dragon King Sanctuary. You have activated the third order talent, Dragon King Sanctuary. Dragon King Sanctuary, talent skills, consume 50 points of mental power per second. Create a king's domain with a radius of at least 300 meters, you will increase all attributes in the domain by 50%, and skill damage by 50%, and targets in the domain will be affected. Blocked, skill damage is reduced by 25%, skills below level C will be sealed, and at the same time, their vitality will be reduced by 15 points per second. Zhongmu was shocked. This skill is too powerful and overbearing. Not only can he greatly increase his combat effectiveness, he can also seal all enemy skills below level C, while ignoring the resistance of physics and spells, causing loss of life force in seconds. It's terrifying just like that. The effect of this skill is more than that. It is not only instant, but also has the effects of blockade and imprisonment. The domain is an independent space. As long as it is dragged in, unless the domain is closed or the existence of the display domain is defeated, it will never be possible to escape. Flight, escape, or space magic. With these methods, it is impossible to leave the domain space. That's why Zhongmu wants to choose this skill. From now on, the warriors will no longer be able to be in front of him. Escaped with space magic, teleporting scrolls and the like. Besides this kind of domain skills, is also called the Domain of Kings. This continent has the talent of the King's Domain, Fengmao Water Chestnut. There is only the real king. Is possible to activate the Domain of Kings. This is a direct symbol of identity and strength. Why is Nanshi Lia so important to the elves? Because she has the potential to grow into the elf king. Is likely to become a king-level existence, even if she is a wastewood with no leadership ability. She is also enshrined as a treasure by the elves. For any race, the status of kings is extremely lofty. The value of a king is infinite. This identity alone is enough to attract countless fans. Zhongmu has the ability to activate the domain. That signifies becoming a king-level existence. Certainly. Zhongmu realized. The king class also has strengths and weaknesses. Even if the king class exists, there is no one in a billion. Even the smallest ratio is placed on such a vast continent. That will be magnified hundreds to thousands of times. This continent has never lacked kings. I just stepped into this level. He is far from enough to sit back and relax. Late at night. The Great Elder is full of anxiety. It has been 2 days since the rescue operation. There is still no audio. At this time, Du Mingfeng sent a request for a secret meeting. Is there news from the warriors? The elder did not hesitate, put on plain clothes and a hood, and came to the meeting place. How about it? Has the Lord rescued you? Du Mingfeng sneered in his heart. It is impossible to save people. The small town master of waste is so cool at the moment, maybe. The devil's territory is heavily guarded, and it is not easy for the warriors to sneak in. There is no news from the Dark Valley at present, please be patient. What? No news yet? Then why are you meeting me secretly? I have something important to report. Elder was very dissatisfied and said, is something you can't wait for the city lord to come back and talk about it. Giant Tree City's top priority now is to rescue the city lord. At this juncture, he doesn't care about anything else, he only cares about whether he can save the city lord. No, this upcoming event is no small thing. Du Mingfeng was full of sincerity and urgency. It is related to the future of Giant Tree City, and even to the fate of the elves of the Forest of Chaos. The Great Elder was shocked. What is it? Tell me. This matter must be kept secret and cannot be known by others. Du Mingfeng stepped forward and said in a low voice, this matter is the Great Elder, you are going to die. Heard the last few words. The face of the Great Elder changed drastically. He had a bad feeling. Before he had time to react, suddenly a pitch-black dagger pierced in from the chest, and instantly penetrated the heart of the heart. You. The Great Elder did not expect. The Guardian Elves once attacked themselves. It's not to blame for the slow response of the Great Elder, he has the strength of the third-tier lord, but after all, he is a mage, and is attacked by such a close-range quasi-lord. The chance of defending or avoiding in time is not great. Not to mention, the nature of the elves is kind. Although they are very wary of foreigners, there are very few things that happen to the same race within the clan, so they tend to trust the clan members too much. The Great Elder was stabbed down. Although the heart has been penetrated, but with the support of strong strength, he will not die immediately. Because it was a top-secret meeting. He didn't bring his men or guards at all. There is no one to help at this time. Du Mingfeng smiled, don't waste your energy. Since I dared to do something with you, of course I came prepared. Have you found that magic is no longer needed? The Great Elder is black and bleeding from his mouth and nose. This is a powerful curse and a highly toxic effect, causing the loss of vitality to continue to accelerate. He screamed in horror, you betrayed Giant Tree City. Betrayal? No. The Giant Tree City will decline sooner or later in the hands of your pedantic and incompetent people. Only I can lead the Giant Tree City and lead the elves to glory. Instead of betraying Giant Tree City, I am cleaning up your old stubborn diseases for Giant Tree City. This is saving the city. Elder, can you understand my good intentions? As for your death, this is a necessary sacrifice. A great cause must have its victims. You should be honored. The Great Elder said angrily, don't dream, you will never be able to lead the Giant Tree City, let alone lead the elves, only the Elven King has this qualification. The Elf King. That waste. Why is she a weak and incompetent guy? Du Mingfeng stepped on the Great Elder, you still don't understand that since the advent of the warrior demon king, the old era is gone forever. We are the masters of the new era and the creators of the new order. What is the Elf King? Old things that don't recognize the situation, go into the soil and rot with your stale ideas. Finished. Is another sword. The head of the Great Elder was chopped off. Du Mingfeng wiped the blood from the blade, and inserted the dagger back onto the scabbard on his waist. Come out. Zheng Xiao came out. He was overjoyed, the most respected elder in Giant Tree City is dead, and that waste city owner must be inevitable. Now no one in Giant Tree City can stop the leader from becoming the city owner. Are other things arranged? Do not worry. Du Mingfeng glanced at the corpse of the Great Elder again. I didn't want to kill this old thing and that waste so quickly, but the plan can't keep up with the changes, so I had to act in advance. Chapter 66. Before this, he spent a month in the layout. Such as the establishment of an iron-blooded warrior group, such as recruiting nearby warriors, drawing some elves in the Giant Tree City, and nearby large tribal chiefs. All of these. The ultimate goal is to capture Giant Tree City. Du Mingfeng wants to capture the Giant Tree City, so the Big Elder and the Small City Lord, these two are the biggest obstacles that can't be bypassed. In order to rule this place smoothly, these two guys will die sooner or later, and they must die. With Du Mingfeng's ability, he can steadily beat the picture, making the whole thing more logical, smooth, and natural, without falling into the handle. But who can think of it? A great demon came out of the dark valley, caused his iron-blooded warrior group to be hit hard, and lost the guardianship of the elves. All the plans were disrupted. Du Mingfeng has no choice. Can only use the most radical approach decisively. Go spread the news. It means that the city lord has been killed by the Demon King. And the Great Elder was attacked by the Demon King's forces and was unfortunately killed. I will announce to be the temporary city lord, let the 8 tribes and the Beast City troops enter the city, and control the elders and guardian elves. Overnight. Giant Tree City is in a state of emergency. Many high-level leaders in Giant Tree City were assassinated. A large number of elf opponents were either purged or imprisoned. As for the middle and lower elves, most of them didn't figure out what was going on. Du Mingfeng has declared to be the lord of the city anyway. Ordinary elves believed in his statement, and felt the same enemy for a while. Du Mingfeng thought that the Grand Elder and the city lord took revenge as a reason, and introduced 8 tribal troops and an elite army of orcs to Giant Tree City. This series of operations was all done in one night. Thousands of elves were killed in turmoil and cleaning. Du Mingfeng relied on the 3 forces in his hand and finally successfully controlled the Giant Tree City. These 3 forces are: the first one, the Elven Surrender faction, including a guardian elf and 2 elf elders. This is the internal force of the elf that he has successfully wooed during this period of time and is now actively surrendering. The second branch, the 8 tribes. These are the 8 tribes with the strongest population in the vicinity. They are all under the control of the iron-blooded warrior group, and they can be regarded as chess pieces that have been buried early. The third branch, the army of the wild beast city. Because of the advancement of the plan to seize the city, Du Mingfeng's current strength is not enough to completely control the city. He must introduce external forces. Du Mingfeng thought that the elder was looking for the warrior who rescued the city lord as a reason, took the opportunity to get on the line with the beast city, negotiated a condition, and introduced this army. He knows very well. This is a double-edged sword. Wild Beast City is ambitious. Can be regarded as looking for a skin with a tiger. Du Mingfeng has no choice. He must firmly control the Giant Tree City, cleanse and suppress the opposition forces in the city. Only in this way can he sit on the throne of the city lord. Early morning the next day. Giant Tree City has gone through turbulence. Seems to have restored tranquility at this moment. There is only a trace of blood remaining in the air. Du Mingfeng got his wish and sat on the throne of the city lord. His current status is the temporary city lord who was urgently elected. Congratulations to the head. Officially take over Giant Tree City. Zheng Xiao and the Jagged Warriors are very excited. The successive fiascos that happened a few days ago caused the Jagged Tuan Cha, Qian Zhao's, to collapse. Now I have seen the team leader's methods again and finally regained his morale. There is a Giant Tree City in hand. Has the support of Beast City again. What's the worry for the Dark Valley? Du Mingfeng asked. Wang Gang and they haven't heard from them yet. Zheng Xiao shook his head and said, not for the time being, but it is normal for warriors like them to wait for 3 to 5 days in ambush for a good time. The leader does not have to worry, killing a hostage with their strength is easy, and the elf will definitely not survive. Du Mingfeng nodded. As long as Nancy Leah was assassinated in the Dark Valley, not only did he eliminate the biggest threats and obstacles, but he could also use hatred to incite the elves of the Giant Tree City, and even the elves of other places, so that they could oppose the Dark Valley, making it easier to fight. Du Mingfeng's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The Dark Valley caused him a lot of suffering and loss of a lot of profits. He is not someone willing to suffer. Now the Giant Tree City, the Iron Blood Group, the 8 tribes, and the Wild Beast City are reinforced. Du Mingfeng wanted to take a look. How long can that dragon be rampant? This place must be retrieved as soon as possible. And he needs a big victory at the moment to establish his majesty and status. Near the Dark Valley, there is a small group of kobolds. They are small in scale, with a total of 200 members. They originally lived in a nearby cave and established a small village. A terrestrial bear appeared recently. It drove the kobold out and occupied the cave. Kobolds can't deal with this powerful second-order elite warcraft. They can only leave their homes to live a wandering life. From then on, they not only have to face all kinds of dangers, but also suffer from hunger and disease. It can be said. Poor and destitute. Can't hold on anymore. If this continues, these kobolds must fall apart. But this is not surprising. Things like this are repeated every day in every corner of the Forest of Chaos. This is the survival rule of this place. Wow. I heard a news. A lot of small tribes have gone to the Dark Valley recently. I heard that there is a powerful demon king in the Dark Valley. As long as he is willing to follow him loyally, he can get his protection. Let's go too. This long-camera spirit kobold villager was dancing with joy, talking about the rumors he had just discovered. All kobolds will be suspicious. Some villagers think there is fraud in this. Some villagers think that even if the Demon King is really recruiting his men, it won't be their turn to stray dogs who don't even have a nest. The head of the kobold village decided to say, regardless of whether it is true or not, first send 2 dogs to find out. Anyway, we can't survive anymore. Heard this? All dogs agreed. Life is getting harder and harder. No more habitat or way out. Most of them will starve to death or die of illness. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, try it. The head of the kobold village picked 2 kobolds with the best physical strength and the strongest, and asked them to represent the kobold village to learn about the situation in the Dark Valley. Result. Did not expect. Came back the next day. They also brought a dragonman. This is. Made the head of the kobold village very frightened. Although the kobold is not strong, he has a keen sense of smell and a talent for reconnaissance. This dragonman is very powerful. He was enough to destroy their kobolds by himself. This is actually a super soldier in the Dark Valley, and the super soldier possesses the strength of a tier 3 elite, and it is indeed an unattainable powerhouse for the kobolds. The super soldier asked, "The Lord accepts your allegiance, and specially sent me to pick you up and help you solve your problems by the way." Soon after, the super soldier walked into the kobold cave. Chapter 67. About 3 minutes later, there was a roar of beasts from the cave, and a short but fierce fight, and then everything calmed down. The dragon super soldier walked out of the cave with a blood-draining 2-bladed gun in his right hand and a giant bear that was comparable to a truck in his left hand. Wow. The wild bear is dead. I was killed like this. Thank you, Lord Demon Lord, long live Lord Demon Lord. The kobold barked in excitement, and they knelt and bowed around the giant bear corpse one by one. This giant bear is impossible for them to defeat, but the Demon King sent one of his men to solve the problem. The terrifying power of the Demon Lord makes the kobolds in awe. Can really take refuge in this kind of existence, they don't have to worry about being bullied. Gloomy Valley. In the Demon King's castle, Zhang Mu received another prompt. You have occupied the kobold village. Get the old bronze treasure box ×1. Get another small village. You opened the old bronze treasure chest and got gold coins ×200, and drawings, kobold house ×1. Good. Actually produced a drawing. But the quality of the drawings is not high. It is a barracks-type building, roughly similar to the early Tomb of Withered Bones, and can only recruit a small number of Tier 1 ordinary kobolds. Is rather tasteless to Zhang Mu now. Zhang Mu puts it away and can sell it in the future, or give it to Chen Guogua. She is relatively short of labor, and it is also good to raise a group of kobolds to work. The forces of the Dark Valley began to expand initially. Zhang Mu first used his powerful information reconnaissance capabilities to mark all the nearby indigenous forces, and then sent his men to capture. Just a few days. Or threaten, or capture, or take the initiative to seek refuge. If you count this small kobold village, a total of 18 areas have been occupied, and you will get 18 for the treasure chest alone. It's just that the quality of the treasure chest is not high. Even if the drawings and skills are drawn out occasionally, they are not very helpful to Zhang Mu at this stage. These are all small villages and tribes nearby, with a population of generally 300 to 400, and the largest is no more than 1,000 or 800. They all add up to only about 8,000, which can only be regarded as a small force. But do not accumulate steps. Can reach thousands of miles. Always take it slowly step by step. Nancy Leah has often followed the Demon King recently. She was curious and couldn't help asking, "What are you trying to do? Isn't it obvious?" Zhang Mu said, "I am swallowing all the forces within my control." Nancy Leah scratched her head, "These small tribes and small villages are weak and poor, and you won't benefit you by subduing them. Is no good. Is not necessarily true. Every time a place is captured, the devil can get treasure chests. Although I don't get much each time, a dozen or so of them are added together, and the total value is estimated to be 20,000 gold coins. Certainly. This kind of thing Zhang Mu can't explain. Then he said, "Even the weakest and most overlooked goblins, they are valuable in this world. I intend to incorporate and reintegrate these forces, let them build regular villages or cities, and then guide them to develop forest resources or put into production work, so as to create their due value. Heard this, Nancy Leah was surprised. She felt that she had begun to understand what the Demon King wanted to do. The goal of the Demon King is to rebuild order, and their purpose of existence seems to be to overthrow the old order, and then recreate a new set of order. This kind of thing, if it happened in the civilized world, especially a country with very strong order, the devil's actions are undoubtedly disastrous. After all, the process of overthrowing the order and rebuilding itself will cause countless sacrifices and deaths. No wonder they will be called the devil. For people living in a normal country and under a normal order, the devil may indeed be terrible and even evil. But in this chaotic forest, there has been no order since ancient times. Is caught in the middle of the three great empires. For thousands of years, hundreds of millions of creatures have followed the most primitive jungle rules, repeated killings, various struggles, blood flowed into rivers, and never stopped. If there is a powerful demon king, he can create a legal system in this impossible place, and create a new order in this place where there has never been order, then it may not be a bad thing. Nancy Leah is thinking. Dragon Priest Li Si walked over and reported, "Lord, we are nearby and we have caught a wounded elf. He seems to be a high-ranking member of the giant tree city." Heard this, Nancy Leah was taken aback. Zhang Mu was slightly stunned. The high level of giant tree city. How could he appear near the dark valley? And he was injured. Bring it. Li Si soon brought a middle-aged elf. The elf was seriously injured, with one broken arm, and seemed to have experienced a very dangerous fight. 3 elders. How did you become like this? Nancy Leah immediately exclaimed. This middle-aged elfman is actually the 3rd elder of the giant tree city elder group. When he saw Nancy Leah, he was taken aback and then overjoyed. My lord, it turns out that you are not dead. It's great. What is going on? How can you get such a serious injury? What's the situation with the elder now? Is something wrong? The 3 elders said with difficulty, the elder is dead. What? Nancy Leah was dumbfounded. The elder came to her like a fatherly Master Yen. Although she is not a relative, she is better than a relative. It is difficult to accept sudden bad news for a while. Its use, the original guardian spirit. He killed the elder, colluded with the beast city, and seized the rights of the city lord. Many people of the tribe were brutally killed by him. Lord City Lord, our giant tree city, can't fall into the hands of such a person. You must take the giant tree city back. Zhang Mu heard the news. The first thought that popped up in his mind was, fuck, why did the old man suddenly die? Does this mean that the 3 million gold coins can't be obtained? I still count on this money to recruit troops. Use. Is Du Mingfeng. Use is his elf name. This guy is really a cruel person. This time. Some problems. Has a reasonable explanation. For example. Why the 4 warriors? Why are you going to kill Nancy Leah? They must have been instigated by Du Mingfeng. This small city lord is immortal. Even if Du Mingfeng succeeds in seizing the position and his name is not right, it will be difficult for him to secure this position. When thinking of the tribe being ruled by an ambitious and brutal guy, a large number of elves were bloodbathed and slaughtered. Nancy Leah is anxious. Can be a prisoner. What can do? She has neither freedom nor sufficient strength. Nancy Leah, no matter how much her identity and influence are, Giant Tree City is already under Du Mingfeng's control after all, and tens of thousands of elves and civilians are in his hands. There are troops of the Iron Blood group. There are the elites of Mad Beast City. The elves and civilians couldn't escape. If Du Mingfeng is offended, it will be another cleansing. How to do? I only hate that I am not strong enough. The elf girl had an idea in her mind. Although he doesn't have enough army and strength, there are in the Dark Valley. If you convince the Demon Lord to help, you might be able to solve the difficulties. Chapter 68. But what is the price? Nancy Leah struggled for a long time. She gritted her teeth, plopped, and fell to the ground. Zhang Mu didn't expect that the small town lord would make such a move. Did the proud last descendant of the elf king bow his head to the big devil at this moment? The giant tree city is at stake, and the elves are in dire straits. They ask the Dark Valley to send troops to help the elves tide over this difficulty. In Nan Cilia character. What is the face of the Elf King? In order to save the tribe, it can be done at any cost. Zhang Mu's old behavior is difficult, the city of Giant Tree City is strong, and it's okay to make a sneak attack with my strength, but it's not easy to break it completely. In addition, the Dark Valley doesn't do thankless things. You should understand me and know what I want. Can you think about the price? Nan Cilia's heart sank. How can she not know what the big devil wants? This great demon king is also an ambitious man. He wanted to control the Giant Tree City from the beginning, but this is definitely not acceptable to the elves. But if there is no benefit, why does the great devil dispatch troops? Will the Giant Tree City fall anyway? Nan Cilia said, "We are willing to give all the property of the city, you only leave the city to the elves, okay?" No. I want the entire Giant Tree City. And all the citizens of the city will be loyal to me. Otherwise, the Dark Valley will not send a single soldier. Zhang Mu's attitude is firm. Giant Tree City is the biggest power near the Dark Valley. If you can take the Giant Tree City down, how many rewards will you get? Giant Tree City has a population of 200,000, and the number of permanent residents is at least 100,000. These are all precious resources. Zhang Mu realized. This is a golden opportunity of a lifetime. It just so happened that Du Mingfeng's name was not right, and he took the city lord. It just so happens that the well-known city lord of Giant Tree City is in his own hands. It is difficult for Zhang Mu to find another opportunity like this, which can justifiably capture the Giant Tree City. Otherwise, the teacher is unknown. Take the Giant Tree City. With the stubborn character of the elves, they would definitely rather fight to the end than surrender. At that time, the price was huge, let alone the ruins. Now Nan Cilia is in her own hands. As long as Nan Cilia orders, most of them will not choose to stand on Du Mingfeng's side with tens of thousands of elven city citizens and at least 8,000 elves garrisons. Really have to deal with. Only has two forces. Iron Blood Group troops, Wild Beast City troops. Can't you discuss it again? Any other terms are fine. Cannot. After all, he is a demon. Whenever there is a chance to break the Giant Tree City, it is impossible to give up the opportunity to occupy. Nan Cilia is an indecisive character. She is worried that she has let down her people and become the sinner of the entire Giant Tree City. How dare to make this decision? Now the foundation of Giant Tree City is unstable. Such a perfect time cannot be missed. Zhang Mu then said, "I promise that Giant Tree City will always be a city of elves. You are still the lord of Giant Tree City, and elves can maintain their autonomy." Is very clear. After getting the ownership of Giant Tree City, the most efficient loyal object of the Giant Tree City has changed from the lord to the devil. The garrison of the Giant Tree City will definitely be replaced in large numbers to ensure that the city is controlled in the hands of the Dark Valley. The Giant Tree City continues to be self-governed by the elves. The devil does not easily interfere with the life of the elves. Elf civilians live in the Giant Tree City, most of the time they don't feel it, which is very different from before. This is the biggest concession of the devil. Otherwise, the Demon King would never help send troops. Living in the devil's castle these days, Nan Cilia has an understanding of the devil. She believes that the devil is not an evil person without a bottom line. Take a gamble. Nan Cilia said, "Okay, then, in the name of the Lord of Giant Tree City, I agree to these conditions. I hope you can dispatch the army immediately." Very good. Zhang Mu is very satisfied. He is not talking nonsense anymore. First unlocked Nan Cilia's seal. The 800 elves held in the dungeon were released again. These 800 elves are all regular regiments of Giant Tree City. Their combat effectiveness is not weak, and they can play a big role. Let Nan Cilia personally lead them. Zhang Mu began to organize the Dragon Corps. There are currently 1,300 ordinary soldiers, 125 high-level soldiers, 5 super soldiers, 29 dragons, and 1 monster. The current gold coin reserve is 180,000. Spend 30,000 gold coins to increase 300 ordinary soldiers. Spend 50,000 gold coins to increase 50 senior soldiers. Spend 50,000 gold coins to increase 10 super soldiers. Spend 32,000 gold coins to increase 4 demon dragon tactics. The size of the dragon corps has become 1,550 ordinary soldiers, 15 high-level soldiers, 15 super soldiers, 25 dragons, and 5 monsters. When Nanshi Lia arrived with 800 elves, she was taken aback. Although she knew that the Demon King's army was not weak, she was shocked to see it in person. This force is close to 2,000 scale. Are all elite units. Nanzilia only now knows how powerful the Demon King is, and it only took more than a month for the Demon King to develop from the time it came to the present. Can imagine. With the growth rate of this Demon King, he wanted to take the Giant Tree City. Giant Tree City is almost impossible to escape. It is only a matter of time before the Demon King Corps breaks and captures it, and the ability of Giant Tree City has long been unable to stop this trend. Thought of this, Nanshi Lia felt a little better inside. Zhang Mu asked, "How about? Are you ready?" Nanshi Lia nodded her head vigorously. "You can move out now." Zhang Mu said, "The magical barrier of Giant Tree City is very strong, and the speed of self-repair is very fast. Attacking both sides from the outside will cause a lot of battle damage." Nanshi Lia asked, "So is there any way to reduce casualties? I hope that the fewer casualties in combat, the better." "Certainly. Give it to me." After a few minutes, the dragon flew up from the dark valley. After Zhang Mu rose to the 3rd rank, his body became even bigger. At present, his body length reached more than 50 meters, and he was a well-deserved dragon. Behind this giant dragon actually followed a team. This team consists of an abyssal flying dragon transformed by a dragon priest, a bipedal pterodactyl transformed into a 5-headed demon dragon, and 15 dragon super soldiers with flying capabilities. Although there are not many. But the lineup is luxurious. Its combat power cannot be underestimated. Zhang Mu soon saw Giant Tree City. When he saw the Giant Tree City, the related information of the Giant Tree City once again appeared in front of him, which was enough to make him feel very excited. Giant Tree City, the 3rd-tier Lord area, the exploration value is extremely high. Introduction. This is a forest city with a history of 300 years, built and dominated by the elves, with a total population of about 200,000 and a permanent population of 120,000. It has a very powerful protection barrier and various defense facilities. Very difficult to break. Thousands of words omitted. Can obtain, shining mithril treasure chest, a large number of materials, gold coins, equipment, and various materials of the Giant Tree City and so on. That's right. From the prompt information, Giant Tree City is a Tier 3 Lord area. But compared with the monster area, this is a real city. Whether it is the difficulty of attack or the reward of occupation, they are all different. For the current Demon King, there is nothing more exciting than winning a city. Compared with this place, the other areas occupied by Zhang Mu are not worth mentioning. 9. Du Mingfeng's eyes. Is sitting an orc. He is arrogant and doesn't really put Du Mingfeng in his eyes. Gum. Chapter 69. 10,000 Chief of the Wild Beast City. This orc dominates the city. There are only 10,000 chiefs in total. The orcs are extremely martial arts, and only the strongest fighter in the whole army is qualified to be the leader of this army. Therefore, the higher the status, the stronger the strength. Gum is one of the 10,000 chiefs. Is also the son of the Lord of the Beast City. In order to control the Giant Tree City, Du Mingfeng found this foreign aid force, but it was easy to ask the gods to send it to the gods. Since the Mad Beast City got involved and wanted them to quit, it was not that simple. So I have to think of a way. Such as guiding the Beast City to deal with the Dark Valley. This way, regardless of whether the outcome is winning or losing, it is the most beneficial to him. Devil, I haven't touched it before, so I don't want to be alarmist here. In my opinion, you are still incompetent. To the Dark Valley. Gum dismissed it. There are many dens of Devil Kings near the Wild Beast City. It's not that he has never dealt with the devil. Du Mingfeng said, the Demon King of the Dark Valley is a giant dragon, which is fundamentally different from other Demon Kings. It is the biggest trouble for you and me. If you don't get rid of it as soon as possible, the consequences will be disastrous. Enough. What about the dragon? I don't look at it at all. He may have died by Wang Gang's sword by now in 1987. If you dare to show up in front of you, I will cut him off immediately, and by the way play with the name of a dragon-slaying warrior. Gum disagrees. Only when this guy is alarmist. Want to use an excuse to trick your army out? Gum thinks he has insight into everything, so it is impossible to be fooled. Since he is here, he must take root and control the city little by little. Du Mingfeng originally wanted to explain. Unexpectedly, the ground shook suddenly, and a fierce pressure, like a squally rain, swept down in an instant, causing both of them to face great changes. What happened? What breath? It's so terrifying. Gum has never felt such a strong breath. Even his legendary father has never been revealed. Du Mingfeng's face sank. This feeling is a bit familiar. He blurted out, "It's Lone Wei." Not good. It's the devil here. The two came out, only to see a majestic and domineering dark golden dragon with a body length of more than 50 meters hovering over the giant tree city. This is the devil. It's really a dragon. Jem stared at a pair of tiger eyes. He had never seen a dragon before, so he dismissed it and regarded it as a so-called giant dragon, which was nothing more than a kind of warcraft. Now he knows. Dragon and warcraft are fundamentally different concepts. This guy is not lying. If this dragon is a demon king, then this demon king is indeed terrifying and can be called an unheard of formidable enemy. Du Mingfeng frowned. The devil's aura and even his size have been significantly improved. Is the demon king stronger again? No, this guy grows terribly. He must be killed this time, and he must not be allowed to leave alive. I probably had the previous experience. This time, the defense mechanism of Giant Tree City is much more responsive. But this improvement is meaningless, because the Abyss Dragon now is not the same level as the Abyss Dragon at that time. Swallow the Abyss. The dragon spews out a large amount of devouring energy. This energy condenses and collapses into a black hole. Released a powerful attraction from the black hole, so that all kinds of arrows and magical attacks were all sucked in, and at the same time it was still moving forward. Bang. Met the enchantment. The dense energy swallowed by a black hole. The enchantment was directly twisted and shredded and a huge gap was eroded. Go. The dragon roared. The dense black hole burst. Countless black fog obscures the sky with energy. These devouring energy can not only absorb the attack, but also form a very effective cover, allowing the dragon to lead his men and enter the city very easily. Damn it. They are here. Du Mingfeng immediately ordered, "Let all troops assemble immediately, kill it at all costs, and never let this dragon go." Speaking of which, he looked to his side. Lord Jemwin, look at this. Jem only reacted from the shock of facing the giant dragon, only to feel that he had just behaved badly and lost the face of the Wild Beast City, so he snorted coldly. Warrior of Wild Beast City. Never fear any challenge. We will let the dragon understand that his coming to this place is the biggest mistake he has made in his life. Between talking. Made the arrows fire continuously. In just a few minutes. Elf Garrison Legion, the 8 chiefs of the Iron Blood Regiment, and the elite warriors of the Wild Beast City, all quickly approached. They forced the dragon to the square in the center of the city. This place is open and suitable for encirclement and suppression. The reaction is so fast. Zhang Mu's eyes swept away, and it was ebony in all directions. There were at least thousands of elves, nearly 10,000 of the 8 chiefs, and about 5,000 warriors in Berserker City. At the same time, Du Mingfeng and Jemyu also arrived. Ha ha ha. Jingshou somehow entered the Dark Valley. I didn't think you were so stupid that you took the initiative to come to death with just a few of your subordinates. It really saved me a lot of effort. Du Mingfeng was ecstatic. No matter how powerful the Demon King is, it is unrealistic that he wants to fight the entire city with 10,000 enemies. Whether it is the Giant Tree Corps or the Wild Beast Corps, they are all composed of elites, and they cannot be matched by one's own power. After all, no matter how strong the individual is, the vitality and mental power are always limited. This time. See how he escapes. Who expected the Demon King to sneer, who said I only brought this subordinate. Please keep your eyes open. Finished. Moved his huge body a bit. Dragon Priest Li Si was standing behind with a wooden staff in his hand. At this moment, with him as the center, a huge formation enchantment had already taken shape. There was a flash of light. Hundreds of figures is being sent over. Du Mingfeng's expression changed drastically. Damn, it's teleportation, interrupt him. This is the siege strategy. The devil did not lead the team to attack the perimeter defense line. He personally led a team to break through, and then used the dragon priest to teleport the enchantment to teleport the army in the Dark Valley one by one. Avoiding the line of defense so perfectly. Greatly reduced the cost of siege. Greatly reduced the intensity of the war. However, the dragon priest's ability is limited, at most hundreds of teleports each time, and the mass teleportation consumes a lot, and he needs to constantly replenish his mental power. I want to send all the troops in. That must take a lot of time. The super soldier and monster dragon tactic specially brought by Zhang Mu is to protect the dragon priest so that his casting and teleportation process will not be interrupted. Kill. Kill them. Avenge for the Lord. Avenge for the Great Elder. Du Mingfeng roared hysterically. He knows that he must interrupt before more troops are sent in, otherwise a large number of Dark Valley elites will come in, and even if they can withstand the attack, there will be huge losses that cannot be tolerated. Avenge for the Great Elder. Avenge the Lord of the city. The elves of the giant tree city are all showing anger. They all believe that it was this evil demon who killed the Lord of the city and assassinated the Elder. It was naturally full of anger at this moment. However, just about to do it. The transmission of the first batch of troops is completed. Chapter 70. When everyone saw this army, they all showed an expression of seeing a ghost, because this army was all uniform, all of them were elven warriors. What happened? Du Mingfeng is directly stunned. How could the troops sent from the Dark Valley be elves? Did the Demon King recruit elves? Do not. Wrong. This is the giant tree city core. All the elves on the scene were stunned. They don't understand why these comrades in arms robe, these brothers and sisters, were teleported by the big devil and appeared in the enemy's camp. Stop it. A clear voice remembered. A silver-haired girl walked out guarded. When the giant tree city elves saw her on the scene, they all showed expressions of disbelief and surprise, and shouted in unison, "My lord city lord. My lord Santo. It's really the caster. The lord of the city is not dead." The moment Du Mingfeng saw Nancy Leah, his original arrogant expression was as ugly as he had eaten 3 tons of stool. What happened? This is impossible. The 4 warriors teamed up and failed to kill her. Nancy Leah glanced across the scene and shouted, "Brothers and sisters, you have all been deceived. The original guardian elf Juz is the murderer who killed the elder." This statement came out. The elves were in an uproar. Nancy Leah continued, "He colluded with the city of the wild beasts and betrayed the giant tree city, betrayed the clansmen, and even hired assassins to try to kill me. Fortunately, the Lord of the Demon Lord rescued me, and I was able to appear here alive." At the same time, the 3 elders with broken arm stepped out of the elves. He shouted loudly, "Don't be deceived by the traitor, let alone be used by this traitor to drive him and the minions of the wild beast city out of giant tree city. Damn it. We were cheated. It turns out that the acting city lord is a traitor." The elf on the scene was furious when he learned that he had been deceived. Du Mingfeng didn't care so much anymore, he could only growl and command, "Kill all these elves." The 8 chiefs of the Iron Blood group attacked immediately. At the same time, the 10,000 boss of the Wild Beast City Gem roared, "The Wild Beast Army, never back down, charge with me." The elf immediately fought back. The melee is about to start. Du Mingfeng went through some trade-offs. This battle has no meaning to him. Whether it is victory or defeat, it is a loss for him. It is impossible for him to be in control of Giant Tree City, all efforts have been lost. Although I hate it. But there is no need to fight to death. Stay in the Green Mountains without worrying about no firewood. The game is not over yet. The big deal is another place to make a comeback. Du Mingfeng was very calm, took out the teleporting scroll, and was about to activate the scroll, but he was shocked to find that the scroll did not respond. What happened? Du Mingfeng was horrified to find out. The surrounding environment has changed. The sky is gone, the earth is gone, and the giant tree city square is gone. The space he is now in is like an abyss of chaos, and it seems to be in the depths of space. What is this place? What's the problem? You are affected by the Dragon King Sanctuary, the space has been sealed, all skills damage -25%, and skills below level C are in a sealed state. Saw this prompt. Du Mingfeng was completely dumbfounded. The Demon King is like looking at an ant. You have escaped under my nose once, do you think there will be a second chance? The domain of the king is an instant ability. Its radius of action also takes effect instantly. As soon as the skill is activated, all targets within the range will be instantly involved, so there is no time to prepare. The radius of Zhangmu's field can reach more than 300 meters. Not only did Du Mingfeng fail to escape and was pulled in, but hundreds of other targets on the scene were all involved in the domain space at this moment. Among them are elves such as Nancy Leah and Jem, who led the Mad Beast Corps to rush up. When they found out that they were in such a strange space, they were all unclear. Only a few people showed shocked expressions after trying to understand. Is this? Nancy Leah was shocked and incredulous. In the legendary king's realm, the Demon King actually mastered the king's realm. He is not an ordinary dragon, he is actually a dragon king. As the seedling of the elf king, Nancy Leah is born with extraordinary heritage. She knows more about the field than others, so naturally she knows exactly what it means to be able to use her field skills. The dragons are very powerful. But there are also high and low points. Nancy Leah is respected and well received among the elves, all because she is the future king of elves, and the dragon in front of her is now the king of dragons. What does this mean? Even in the same family, he is also a natural superior. Nancy Leah originally felt uncomfortable for compromising with the Demon King and ceding the sovereignty of Giant Tree City, but now she suddenly feels better. On this continent, the dragon is at the top of the niche. The status of the dragon was originally 21 higher than that of the elves. The Dragon King wants to be more rare and noble than the Elf King. I have not yet become a true Elf King, so bowing to a true Dragon King is not completely unacceptable. Besides, I have never heard of the existence of the Third Order King. The future upper limit of the Great Devil may not stop there. Not only Nancy Leah was shocked, but the three elders of the elves and the Wild Beast City Gem were shocked. They had never seen such a method before, and it was so powerful that it could even block space. Du Mingfeng immediately drew out the black dagger. Master Gem, we are trapped, there is only one way now. The Orc Master Margaret Gem is holding two giant axes, his eyes gradually become blood red, and his violent vindictive spirit rages all over his body. Kill this devil. Hundreds of berserk soldiers who were involved. All eyes are blood red one by one. The muscles of the whole body are inflated the same. Inflated frantically. Zhang Mu glanced over. Master of the Wild Beast City, Gem, a Tier 3 Lord unit, with 500 vitality and 100 mental power. Skills, Endless Madness, Talent Skills, Wild Beast Fighting Spirit, Level B, Burst of Anger, Level C, Bengshan Furious Slash, Class C, and so on. Advanced Orc Berserker, a Tier 2 Elite unit, Skills, Madness, Talent Skills, Beast Anger, Level D, Savage Collision, Level D. Orc Berserker, a Tier 1 Elite unit, Skills, Madness, Talent Skills, Beastly Fighting Spirit, E-Level. Gem led the troops. Are all berserkers out of 100 of the orcs? They have the madness talent, they can become mad in battle, even if they encounter the strongest enemy, they dare to charge without fear of death, and can even resist various mental attacks and control of negative states. The domain of the king can seal ordinary skills. Talent skills are not affected. This is why, even in the face of the terrifying Demon King, this group of people still did not hesitate to kill them. After they became frenzied, they were almost irrational. Roar. Roared. The dragon flame pillar slammed up. The moment the huge flame column hugged by 4 or 5 people fell on the orc, its armor and weapons were melted, and then the whole body was turned into coke and shattered. The devil turned his head. The dragon flame pillar moved quickly. The orcs have turned into scorched ashes wherever they went. It can almost be described as damaging, and no orc can hold on for even a second. You killed the Orc Berserker, gold coins plus 80. You killed the Orc Berserker, gold coins plus 80. You killed the Orc Berserker, gold coins plus 80. You killed the Orc Senior Berserker, gold coins plus 800. Zhang Mu player interface was instantly swiped by the killing message. This kind of killing efficiency can no longer be described by hand mowing, it is like driving a lawn mower into the weed pile. These Orc Berserkers. Chapter 71. is definitely an elite force. The reason why they are so unbearable. The first reason, of course, is the huge power gap, the first and second tier elites against the third tier kings. This is a proposition anyway. The second reason is that their strength has been suppressed, and all their skills are useless, even vindictiveness is no exception. There is no vindictive protection. Pure is carried hard with flesh and blood. Even steel and iron bones can't hold Long Yen. Otherwise, these berserkers can still use their grudges without being suppressed by the domain. Their fate may still not change much, but Zhang Mu can consume more than twice the mental power, so if there are enough, it may still cause a little trouble. Soon. Under the baptism of Long Yen, hundreds of berserkers were killed and wounded. At this time, Gum rushed forward under pressure. The Demon King directly gave him a mouthful of dragon flame, and Gem exploded with anger all over his body, like a protective cover separating the dragon flame. However, dragon flame is too powerful. Zhang Mu killed Wang Gang and obtained Vulcan's blessing. Its fire attribute attack is definitely not easy to withstand. Gem desperately resisted with vindictive energy, but his body was still burned a lot. Under the continuous impact of Long Yen, his vitality quickly lost. Ah. Die to me. Gum's talent is called Endless Madness. The more severe the injury, the higher the level of madness, and the more brutal the combat effectiveness. The captain of 10,000 Beast City is not in vain. The anger broke out. Gemu abruptly withstood the impact, and another wave of explosive air shook the dragon around him away, holding up the huge red battle axe with both hands, enveloping him with a terrifying force and heading up. A collapsed mountain furiously cut on the huge dragon body. There was a boom. Gum's battle axe smashed. This is a good weapon, but it continued to bear the impact of the dragon flame, and was rebounded by the damage of the diamond dragon body, and finally it was overwhelmed and completely scrapped. Gum seems to have recovered from the madness. He watched this scene in disbelief. Interesting. Your strength is very good. It can actually cause a bit of skin wounds to this king. Then as a reward for your bravery, I will let you die a little easier. The devil opened his mouth again, and the dragon flame condensed in his mouth. At the same time, hundreds of red thunder lights poured into this dragon flame from all directions. The abyss thunder and lightning. The crimson abyssal dragon flame. Two kinds of energies with completely different attributes, but the same violent energies are being merged together in an amazing way, finally giving birth to a new kind of energy. This kind of energy, unheard of, is as fast as thunder and lightning. There is another flame that can continue to burn. Zhang Mu released this purgatory thunder flame at the mid-air gem. Gem frantically urged vindictiveness to try to resist, but he knew that this was futile. This attack was 10 times faster and 10 times stronger than Long Yen just now. Such a terrible power. Gum has never seen it in his life. This is far beyond the upper limit he can bear. Even his legendary father, when faced with such an attack, I am afraid he may not be able to retreat completely, let alone him. Is this the gap? I and the devil are not on the same level at all. The orc's fighting spirit was instantly evaporated, and the purgatory thunder flame hit him, directly blasting him into pieces that filled the sky with scorched black. You killed the captain of the Wild Beast City, gold coins plus 25,000. Shock. Fear. Weak. These pale words. It's all hard to describe Du Mingfeng's mood at the moment. Even if Gem, who has the strength of a Tier 3 lord, faced the Demon King, he only persisted for a few more rounds. Du Mingfeng's strength is not as good as Gemu. In front of this suffocating and overwhelming force, any fancy means, conspiracy, and trickery are of no avail. The devil looked down at him again and asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" Du Mingfeng immediately said, "Don't kill me, I am willing to be loyal to you, with my ability, I can bring you more value." The devil smiled. This gave Du Mingfeng hope in his heart. Unexpectedly, in the next instant, a dragon flame crashed down and directly enveloped his body. This king does not need two ambitious subordinates. Some people are destined not to truly surrender allegiance to others. Du Mingfeng is this kind of person. This kind of heroic character is essentially a poisonous snake. They may temporarily succumb when they are weak, but they will inevitably take a bite as long as they have the opportunity. Perhaps Du Mingfeng's ability is 100 times better than Su Yan. But this kind of warrior cannot stay. still kill worry-free directly. You killed a tier 3 warrior, soul +1, skill stone plus. Zhang Mu let out a sigh, and while maintaining the domain, he continued to output continuously, even if it was expensive for him. But Du Mingfeng is dead. Thousand Beast City Gem also died. There is no suspense in this battle. The group of elves who were watching all the way at this moment were all in shock and horror. Is this the power of the Dragon King? Is really shocking. When Zhang Mu killed Jemyu and Du Mingfeng, the tribal coalition of the Iron Blood group and the Wild Battle group of the Wild Beast City suddenly fell into the situation of a group of dragons without a leader. There are elves to resist again. Can't stop the Demon King's men at all. Can only watch the Dragon Priest cast spells. Troops in the Dark Valley was sent in batch after batch. The Demon King's most elite corps quickly formed combat effectiveness. The dragons and elves joined forces, and killed the jagged army and the Wild Beast City troops steadily retreating, and there was no power to fight back. You killed the Tiger Warrior, gold coins +20. You killed the Orc Warrior, gold coins +25. You killed the Orc Berserker, gold coins +80. You killed the Orc Warrior, gold coins +20. You killed the Orc Senior Berserker, gold coins +800. You killed the Second Order Warrior, soul +1. You kill a First Order Warrior, soul +1. You kill a First Order Warrior, soul +1. You killed the Second Order Warrior, soul +1. The player's panel frantically flashes data. The Demon King's troops became more and more courageous in the battle without any mercy. The Iron Blood group and the Wild Beast City troops were defeated and completely collapsed. Kill at this time. The harvest of light gold coins is an amazing number. This fierce battle lasted for more than an hour. The Iron Blood Regiment and the Wild Beast Regiment were wiped out. The total number of units killed by the Demon King's army was as high as 10,000. It can be said, this is the largest battle since the arrival of the Demon King. It is truly, and it can be called Shura's slaughterhouse. The residents of Giant Tree City witnessed the battle. They were deeply shocked. It can be said. Chapter 72. There is nothing can establish the majesty of the devil more than this battlefield. The battle has basically come to an end, and the two enemy armies have almost all been wiped out. What follows is nothing more than some finishing work. Zhang Mu took a look. Gold coins harvest up to 280,000. This is because a small part of it was killed by the elves. Because these elves are not under the devil's hands, they are not counted in the devil's kills, otherwise it will definitely easily reach more than 300,000. As expected. For the devil. Kill, war, destroy, conquer. This is the fastest way to get money and increase strength. 280,000 gold coins, even for Zhang Mu, is not a small number. It is enough to recruit a lot of elite soldiers, and greatly enhance the strength. Very good. This money should be used to help Giant Tree City pay the balance. Zhang Mu originally blackmailed Giant Tree City's 5 million mainland standard gold coins. If converted into game gold coins, it would be about 500,000. Giant Tree City only paid 2 million, and 3 million yuan would have been ruined with the death of the Great Elder. It's good now. Killed these guys. Can also be regarded as having returned to the original. The scale of this battle is huge, and battle damage is inevitable, but the loss is no more than 10,000 or 20,000 gold coins, which is not worth mentioning compared with the harvest. After all. Except for these gold coins. Zhang Mu also killed many warriors. Du Mingfeng is a third-order warrior. The 8 tribal chiefs and chieftains are all second-order elites, and most of the others are first-order warriors. A total of 51 souls were harvested. 1 third-order, 9 second-order, 41 first-order. All sacrifices can exchange about 400 talent points, which is about 1,000 points short of saving. What a pity. Warriors a little more will be fine. But there is basically no warrior in Giant Tree City now. The last time Zhang Mu stole his home and destroyed the Warriors' Union and Jagged headquarters, he had already killed the warriors in Giant Tree City almost in one go. Those killed today are all affiliated tribes of the Iron Blood group. Now I dare not say that all the warriors around here are killed, but there are not many warriors above the second order, and the rest are mostly first-order chickens. This made Zhang Mu feel a little depressed. Warriors are also an important resource for the devil. Sometimes killing too clean is not necessarily a good thing. Is like cutting leeks. Can't cut too clean. You have to give leeks a long time and space. Only in this way can we ensure that one crop can be harvested. Fortunately, the Great Chaos Forest has more than 5 million square kilometers, and there are still many forest cities like Giant Tree City. This place cannot be cut, and it can still be cut again. Also, there are 5 skill stones. Various warrior equipments. The skill stones that Du Mingfeng dropped are good. Skill stone, power of sealing magic, a sea-level skill, consumes 35 points of mental power, can bless the power of magic seal to the weapon. When the attack takes effect, it will cause the magic seal effect, and the duration is related to the strength of both parties. This skill is very practical. Zhang Mu used it directly. As for the other 4 skill stones, it is a pity that they are tasteless and discarded. They can only be kept as a collection for reward or trade. At dusk, the Battle of Giant Tree City is finally over. But the test of Giant Tree City is not over. The Demon King and most of the elite of the Demon King all appeared in the core hinterland of the Giant Tree City at this moment. There was no help from the Dark Valley this time. It is very difficult to destroy the rebels and the elite of the Wild Beast City with the elves alone. The power of the Demon King can be used to deal with traitors and invaders. Isn't this a dangerous move to drive tigers and devour wolves? To know. Tigers are more afflicted by wolves. Once the Demon King and his subordinates run out of control, Giant Tree City will inevitably endure the disaster of extinction. Nancy Leah showed up in front of the devil with a few high-level leaders. The future elf did not hesitate, she knelt down on one knee. Thank your majesty the devil. Save the Giant Tree City and the elves. I will lead the people and elves to take refuge in your majesty. Thousands of elves on the scene saw this scene, and their expressions changed drastically. The lord of the city actually bowed to this Demon King. The elves have a strong self-esteem. All of a sudden, there was a lot of discussion. The spirits who were hard-tempered and unwilling to accept, there were obviously many people at this moment, and they even wanted to stand up and protest. It finally calmed down and the atmosphere became tense. Accidentally. Will detonate conflicts again. That would be a devastating result. Several elven elders stood up when they saw this. They followed behind the city lord and knelt down on one knee. Giant Tree City is willing to follow His Majesty the Demon King, we only ask your majesty to be kind to the elves. The devil nodded with satisfaction, this king promises to be valid forever. As long as you follow me and be loyal to me, then the Giant Tree City will always be the home of the elves. Thank you, your majesty. The other elves do not know the goods. Elf elders are discerning. When seeing the Demon King display the domain of the king, they knew that Giant Tree City could not compete with this great existence. Giant Tree City is just one of the many cities in the Great Chaos Forest. Their elves have already declined. Such a situation to take refuge in a lofty and great Dragon King is not completely unacceptable, after all, the other party is a real king. The great demon nodded. Just glanced around. The other elves are still standing at the moment. At this time, the third elder with the broken arm shouted, "What are you doing?" His Majesty the Demon King saved the city lord and saved the Giant Tree City. He is the savior of our family, Qian Zhaohao. Should we be ungrateful? Giant Tree City is already badly injured. The Mad Beast City is watching again. For the Giant Tree City, for the people of the tribe, we must follow His Majesty the Demon King. You guys don't hurry down on your knees. Heard this. Some elves put down their weapons. In the end, all the thousands of elves present surrendered to the ground. At the same time, Zhang Mu received the prompt. You have captured Giant Tree City. Get that shining mithril treasure chest. Zhang Mu is naturally very pleased. Is really a milestone in the devil's career. He used to be just a little trouble, this is the real conquest. This 300-year-old city of elves, this very prosperous forest city with tens of thousands of elves and more than 100,000 permanent residents. From this moment on, became one of the territories of the Demon King. Zhang Mu naturally obtained the highest level and largest reward chest among the rewards he has received so far. Even if you add one piece to the previously obtained reward box, I am afraid it is far less valuable than this one. He did not hesitate. Open now. You open the mithril treasure chest. Obtain gold coins times 1.2 million, drawings, giant tree of life times 1, drawings, magic fountain of life times 1, castle upgrade scroll times 1, get gems of life times 100, and gems of the earth times 100, get water sapphire times 100. This reward shocked Zhang Mu. There are 1.2 million gold coins. This number is too exaggerated. Zhang Mu has never seen so much money, it can be described by astronomical figures. Reward chests previously obtained. Compared with this time, it is simply shabby, not worth mentioning. As for other rewards, that is also very rich. Chapter 73. Drawing, Giant Tree of Life, Tier 3 Blueprint, consumes gold coins times 200,000, life gems times 50, earth gems times 50, and can summon a life giant tree within the territory. The cost and consumption are expensive. Unprecedented. Never seen before. But it is reasonable. The Giant Tree of Life is a Tier 3 creation. This is more advanced than the second-order Ling Tian and the Tomb of Skeletons in the realm. Not only that. Even if the Giant Tree of Life is among the Tier 3 buildings of the same level, it is a very rare top quality, and the cost is definitely worth the money. This is a multifunctional creation. Has the role of barracks-type buildings. Has several auxiliary functions. To put it simply, it can bring elven units to Zhang Mu, and can also be used to increase the strength of the territory. It is indeed very useful. Otherwise. Also got a second-level blueprint. Plus an upgrade volume specially used to upgrade the castle. Drawing, Magic Fountain of Life, a second-level drawing, consumes gold coins times 30,000, and consumes 50 water sapphires, which can be converted into a life magic fountain within the territory. This is a restoration-type facility. The Magic Fountain of Life has a powerful recovery effect. As long as you get close to the spring, your physical, life, and spiritual recovery will speed up. The life spring water produced by the life magic spring is an inexhaustible high-quality material. It can be used to produce potions or directly irrigate farmland, which can greatly improve the quality of potions or enhance the quality of crops. Is also very practical for territories. Zhang Mu collected the rewards into the player space. Although the generous rewards from the treasure chest have made him very satisfied. But these are not all the rewards that should be obtained after taking the Giant Tree City. Is like the first dark ruins to be conquered. Zhang Mu not only obtained the treasure chest, but also obtained the legacy left by the former lord in a basement in the gloomy ruins. The latter is even more rewarding than the treasure chest. The value of Giant Tree City is more than 1,000 times higher than that of small villages and towns. Zhang Mu is now the master of Giant Tree City. He can order the citizens of this city. Of course, it can also control the resources that the city has. A large amount of property is stored in the Giant Tree City treasury, including gold and silver, jewelry, medicinal materials, ores, equipment and so on. The Demon King is not interested in the jewelry and rare works of the elves. He just has to do gold. So let the elves go to the treasure house. Take out all the gold you can find. After a while, all kinds of gold coins were piled up in front of you. It seems that the last 2 million gold coins raised did not completely empty the Giant Tree City. I found convertible gold, should it be converted immediately? Convert. Successful conversion. You get 150,000 gold coins. Zhang Mu nodded, not bad. This batch of gold was cast into mainland gold coins, with a market value of about 1.5 million, which is not a small number. Except for these gold. Zhang Mu took another batch of energy gems. Including life gems, 207 earth gems, 185 water sapphires, 142 flame gems, and 161 gale gems. Estimate. According to the current market situation of the Demon King, is about 4 to 5 million game coins. In addition to gold and gems, a lot of elves and wines were moved away. The materials and entertainment in the Demon King's castle are scarce, and the elves' wines can improve life. A large number of artworks and rare treasures are stored in the Giant Tree City warehouse, as well as a variety of treasured medicinal materials, minerals, top-quality equipment, and so on. These items are far more valuable than spot gold in the city. Zhang Mu is not very interested. He can't appreciate the elven artwork. The flashy gemstone jewelry is useless to him. These things have no practical effect other than being eye-catching. It would be better to find a way to sell them to human merchants and exchange more gold from human society. In fact, except for the treasure house of Giant Tree City, there are a large number of merchants, civilians, and adventurers in Giant Tree City. This group of people has gold in their hands, and the scale of all of them must be amazing. Of course. Can't be too much. Plundering private property is a good time. In the end, it was exhausted and fished. Many forest cities. The strength of Giant Tree City is not strong. This city can stand for 300 years and attract many tribes and caravans. The main reason is that the elves have principles of credibility. For a little benefit. Ruined the reputation of Giant Tree City. The loss caused by is even greater. The most precious resource of Giant Tree City is not the savings but the population. Zhang Mu got the information from Nanshi Lia. There were about 50,000 elves in Giant Tree City, and about 40,000 of them were ordinary elves. Boutique civilians are generally ordinary units. Although their combat effectiveness is not good, they are all proficient in one or several crafts such as medicine refining, alchemy, forging, and planting. In the production area, elves are very strong. If these productive forces can be used well, the fiscal revenue of the territory will inevitably blow out. In comparison, what is this gold now? Elf inhabitants. Accounts for nearly half of the permanent population. The others are all forest races, or merchants. They live in Giant Tree City and have to pay taxes every month, which is a fixed income. Among them, there are many skilled craftsmen, capable people, or well-informed people. As long as they are used well, they can be of value. Zhang Mu asked, are there any vacant land suitable for living in the Giant Tree City? Nan Zilia and the Elder heard this. They guessed that the Demon King must be stationed here for a long time. Although they think that they will have to contact the Demon King Corps every day, the security and defense of the entire city will be controlled by the Demon King Corps. They feel a little grudge in their hearts, but this is no way. Nanshi Lia answered immediately. Yes, there is a large plain between the Giant Tree City and the Giant Tree Forest. If Your Majesty the Demon King wants to station a barracks, this place is more suitable. Not only the terrain is open, but also the water is very convenient. Zhang Mu nodded and said, let's go and see. Accompanied by dozens of elves, the devil came to a grassland. Here is close to the Giant Tree City, and in front of it is the Giant Tree Forest that covers the sky and the sun. The reserved space is enough to rebuild 2 Giant Tree Cities. Zhang Mu is curious. Looked at the Giant Tree Forest. This forest is really spectacular. The Forest of Giant Trees, the 3rd-tier Overlord level area, the exploration value is very high. What? Dominant level area. Zhang Mu's face couldn't help but repeat. He immediately took a closer look at the relevant information. Introduction: the Forest of Giant Trees used to be a paradise where the elves lived for thousands of years. A terrible disaster swept through the forest 300 years ago, causing most of the elves to die. Only a few surviving elves left the forest to build the Giant Tree City. The world over the past 300 years, but the enchantment that the elves had joined together still blocked the area, but the enchantment energy was obviously weakened. After reading the related introduction, Zhang Mu finally understood. Why did the elves leave the Giant Tree Forest to build the Giant Tree City? The feeling is that the Giant Tree Forest can't live, so they moved out. Nanshi Lia asked puzzled, Your Majesty, what's the matter with you? Zhang Mu shook his head, nothing, this place is not bad, you guys get away, I have to prepare something. Have to say. This Overlord level region made Zhang Mu a keen interest. Such a high-level area is really rare. But this is not the time to study, and it's not too late to organize and explore after a while. You are all optimistic. This king wants to give the Giant Tree City and the elves a big gift. Hint, do you consume, blueprint, Giant Tree of Life, ×1, gold coins ×200,000, gems of life ×50, gems of the earth ×50, here to summon the Giant Tree of Life. Zhang Mu did not hesitate, yes. The Elf City Lord and the Elf High Level are all confused and suspicious. What does the Demon King want to do? It's empty here, there are only weeds and wildflowers, how can there be any great gifts? At this time, the faces of the elves changed drastically. They felt a powerful energy at the same time. At the same time, the earth shook violently, and the grass and soil suddenly surging, and a sapling shrouded in light broke through the soil. This is Chapter 74. Nancy Leah can feel it clearly. The vigorous energy contained in this sapling. Before the elves had time to figure out the origin of this thing, the young saplings grew up rapidly, getting taller and bigger, almost straight into the sky. 100 meters. 200 meters. 500 meters. The huge tree canopy is like a giant umbrella, covering almost half of the plain and grassland, and it has an area comparable to that of the entire giant tree city. Every leaf. There are magic lines glowing and flowing. Let this giant tree be like a Christmas tree with light, but the light is very soft and natural, enough to light up a large area in the dark night. The giant tree of life was successfully built. You have unlocked the elf unit summon permission. You get new summonable population, elf warrior plus 8,000, elf mage plus 2,000, elf senior warrior plus 800, elf senior mage plus 200, elf dragonhawk rider plus 100, elf dragonhawk mage plus 50, ancient tree high priest plus 1. Currently, Giant Tree City is very large. Is bigger than the Dark Valley. The devil's position here is not stable. His top priority is to consolidate his position, and to consolidate his position must be done in a two-pronged manner, on the one hand, force control, on the other hand to win the hearts of the people. So, Zhang Mu made a decision. Put the Giant Tree of Life in the Giant Tree City. This drawing is so precious, and the cost of the Giant Tree of Life is so expensive. It stands to reason that it should be placed in the valley to ensure safety. Can weigh the pros and cons. Zhang Mu felt that it was put in the gloomy valley. The role and value are not as big as the Giant Tree City. First of all, the Giant Tree of Life can increase the population of elven units, not only can summon elven units, but also can summon tier 3 units. Zhang Mu wants to control Giant Tree City. First, the garrison must be replaced. If you send a dragon man over and face this group of dragon men with different living habits and tall and fierce faces every day, the elves will inevitably feel oppressed, their self-esteem will be hurt, and they will inevitably be dissatisfied over time. If there is too much pressure, friction may even occur, resulting in a decrease in loyalty. Replace elves with elves. Then there will be no such problems. The control of the Giant Tree City is still the elves' troops. These elves were summoned by the devil. The unit that was summoned. Loyalty is locked. Zhang Mu's control of the Giant Tree City will be solid. And the elves will gradually ignore the fact that they have been conquered. In addition, the Giant Tree of Life is a mysterious ancient tree recorded in the ancient books of the elves. For thousands of years in the Chaos Forest, no elven tribe has successfully cultivated this rumored ancient tree. Zhang Mu brought this thing to Giant Tree City. Was quite a gift to the elves of Giant Tree City. The elves must be grateful. I am in awe of the Demon King's tactics. This is called a two-pronged approach to both kindness and power. Finally, the Giant Tree of Life has the largest increase to the elves. The more elves nearby, the better. From the perspective of cost performance, it is far better to put the old elves in the Giant Tree City than to put them in the Dark Valley. Zhang Mu glanced at a few elves. Judging from their expressions, it shows that the goal has been achieved. The Giant Tree of Life. Xiao Qingzhu widened his eyes. The performance of other elves is even more exaggerated. A few elven elders sat directly on the ground. Their brains have completely lost the ability to think at this moment. The ancient books and legends of common elves in the Giant Tree of Life. Tens of thousands of years ago, a powerful elven empire appeared on the mainland, and the Giant Tree of Life was created before that. After the elven empire flourished and fell apart, the method of cultivating the Giant Tree of Life is lost among the elves. Now there is almost no Giant Tree of Life in the mainland. Who would have thought that the legendary Giant Tree of Life would come out directly in such a shocking way now next to the Giant Tree City? Violates common sense. Subverted cognition. In the ancient elven empire, in order to cultivate a Tree of Life, it also required a long and huge investment. How could this happen? This scene. Not only the small town lord and others are looking silly. The residents of Giant Tree City were almost shocked. This is a miracle at all. Is the gift of the goddess of nature. Zhang Mu checked the relevant effects. In addition to unlocking elven units, it also has the following effects. Life Tree, a third-order special building with a radius of 10 kilometers, the recovery speed of all units is plus 80%, the aging speed is minus 50%, all the elves' attributes are plus 25%, and the efficiency of elves' training is plus 100%, which can accelerate the growth of animals and plants. Speed. As expected. The effect of the giant tree of life is very powerful. It has the effect of increasing recovery and slowing down aging. In addition, there is an additional attribute increase for the elves, which can also help the elves to speed up the cultivation, and the effect is very powerful. The powerful life energy of the last giant tree of life can nourish all the animals and plants in the range, especially the plants can grow tenfold. This effect. And the first-order spiritual field. There is almost no difference. The energy radiation radius of the giant tree of life reaches 10 kilometers, which is much larger than ordinary spiritual fields, and the surrounding plains can be changed into spiritual fields, plantations, or breeding gardens. Can imagine. How much value can it create? Deserves to be the best third-order drawings. It is worthwhile for Zhang Mu to spend a lot of gold coins and resources. Zhang Mu was very satisfied anyway. City Lord Nancy Leah, do you elves like this gift this king? The small town lord reacted. She jumped 3 meters high with joy. Wow, it's amazing, so abundant of life energy. I feel like I'm in a hot spring. Thank you, Majesty the Devil, we will definitely protect the ancient tree of life. The reality of this tree is inexplicable. But what does it matter? The ancient tree of life is genuine. For the elves, living near the ancient trees of life is definitely the most ideal living environment. The small city lord no longer feels that there is anything wrong with the giant tree city being ruled by the devil. She even thinks that the devil may be the messenger sent by the goddess of nature. How could such a miracle be created otherwise? Zhang Mu can see that the loyalty of the elves is steadily increasing, and no elves will dare to question the dominance of the demon king over the giant tree city in the future. Of course. Can't just capture the hearts of the people. The building of force cannot be less. The giant tree of life is the greatest value to the devil. Unlocked many new units at once. Among them are Elf Warrior, a Tier 1 elite, costs gold coins. Elf Mage, a Tier 1 elite, costs 300 gold coins. Senior Elf Warrior, Tier 2 elite, costs 0 gold coins. Senior Wizard, Tier 2 elite, cost 3,000 gold coins. Fairy Dragonhawk Knight, Tier 3 elite, cost 00 gold coins. Fairy Dragon Eagle Mage, Tier 3 elite, cost 30,000 gold coins. The High Priest of the Ancient Tree, the Lord of Tier 3, the cost is 150,000 gold coins. Zhang Mu found out. Elf units are very expensive. The first-tier elite Elven Warrior actually spends gold coins, and the same as the first-tier elite Dragonman Combat Soldier, which only costs 100 gold coins. Regardless of attack or defense, the dragon fighters are obviously stronger. It doesn't seem to be cost-effective to recruit elves in this way. Actually, the contrast is not correct. Dragon fighters are units of their own clan after all. They usually have the best cost-effectiveness. In theory, as long as they can afford them, there is no upper limit to the number of recruits. Chapter 75. A mature devil cannot rely solely on the unit of the family. Any race has characteristics and specialties. Although the Dragon Warrior is a perfect combat unit. But the Elven Warriors still have obvious advantages in some aspects. For example, the Elven Warriors are both capable of close combat and are also archers. For example, the elves have better eyesight, agility, and are better at reconnaissance and so on. All in all, the Demon King's tribe is bound to be strange. Only by integrating the strengths of the arms of all races can you build the strongest army. Zhang Mu found out. Among the unlocked units of the Giant Tree of Life, there is a Lord-level Old Tree Priest, which is stronger than the current Dragon Generals and Dragon Priests, but only one can be summoned. Anyway, I have plenty of money. He summoned it directly. A mature and prudent elf sister in a dark green robe flew down from the Ancient Tree of Life and knelt down in front of her respectfully. Thank the Lord for calling. The slave servant is willing to dedicate everything to the Lord. The small town owner is very curious. She looked at this strange family. I only feel that this elf is very powerful. Who is this? The Ancient Tree High Priest himself replied, I am the Tree Elf Priest from the remote elf kingdom. I have come here in response to the Lord's call. Demon King Summon Ability. The small city lord already knows that the devil seems to have the ability to summon his men. She just didn't expect that not only the dragon people of the abyss world would respond to the call, but even the elves of the distant kingdom would be summoned by him. Starting today, many elves have been sent over one after another. They will join Giant Tree City and become companions with you. The small town lord is very happy. Great, Giant Tree City is a city of elves, we warmly welcome the elves from any place. The elves of the elves are also very happy. The recent storms have weakened the elves of Giant Tree City a lot. If more powerful elves join in to replenish the lost power of the elves, it is of course a good thing for Giant Tree City. Zhang Mu said to the ancient tree high priest again, you are the first to come to the ancient tree. You are also the priest and guardian of the ancient tree. From today on, you will be called Gu Yi. The ancient tree high priest Gu Yi immediately said, thank my lord for the name. Zhang Mu plans to recruit 2,000 elven warriors and 500 elven mages in 3 days, adding up to a total of 450,000 gold coins. Is this a small amount of money? Before taking the Giant Tree City, it is difficult for Zhang Mu to put out so many gold coins at once. But after taking the Giant Tree City, his wealth is very strong. Even if it is such a large-scale expenditure, it will not feel very difficult. There are 2,500 elves. Find flowers 0. Not only the strength of the Demon King Core has increased greatly. They are enough to control the defense system of Giant Tree City. Let the inside and outside of the Giant Tree City, from the protection of the entire enchantment, to the Arrow Tower, the Magic Tower, and other facilities, all be in the hands of the direct elves. Other elves fighting power. Of course Zhang Mu will not waste it. After these forces are reorganized, they will also become the Demon King's army, which will be enough to play a huge role on the battlefield in the future. The next few days, Zhang Mu was a little frantic. He spent all his time on the construction of the territory and the reorganization of the Giant Tree City. At the same time, 500 kilometers away, an incident is happening with Zhang Mu. This is a majestic city standing in the middle of a barren mountain. It has a fairly well-known name in a radius of thousands of miles, Wild Beast City. What? Failed. Gem was killed. An old orc who was as majestic as a lion heard the bad news. He let out an angry roar, a trace of violent grudge released from his body, and he even blew a knife-like hurricane in the hall. There were cut marks on the walls and floors of the pillars. The unlucky orc who reported the news was like being delayed. Although he was covered in blood. But I dare not move. Damn city of giant trees, elves, if you don't kill you all, it's hard to understand the hatred in my heart. Then a young orc stood up. Father, judging from the information returned, the main reason for the loss this time was the failure of the assassination. Nancy Leah, who should have died, cooperated with the Demon King, which led to the direct defiance of the elven troops. The old orc frowned. You introduced these 4 warriors. The young orc replied, this is the problem. The 4 warriors are very famous among us, and they have rich experience in sneaking into the Demon King's territory. With their strength, it is reasonable to say that they should not miss their hands. I think the problem lies with the devil. We should eliminate more spies to gather information about the devil and his subordinates. At this point, can only do so. The old orc said coldly, it seems that the power gap of the Demon King is also huge, and you must increase your power as soon as possible. The young orc smiled confidently, I believe it will not be long before I can enter Tier 4, and I am currently far ahead of the warriors. Of course, it's not a bad thing to have superpowers. If you can kill such a super Demon King, then I will not only get into Tier 4 easily, but I can also train the mad beast's fighting energy to great success. The old orc is very satisfied. He has hundreds of sons. 2 of them are the best. One is Gem, the other is him. The strength of this son was a bit inferior to Gemu, but since he received the inheritance of warriors more than a month ago, with the support of Beast City, his growth rate is terrifying. Nowadays, he has long surpassed Gem. Approached the threshold of Tier 4. The fastest way for a warrior to increase his strength is to kill the devil. The stronger the devil is killed, the higher the promotion. The old orc doesn't quite understand the principle. But if in addition to himself, the Wild Beast City has one more existence that can compete with the Tier 4 Lord, that is, the 2 powerhouses will be in charge, and the power and influence will be increased. That time. What is the Giant Tree City? A radius of thousands of miles. All must be ruled by the beast city. Is just the demon king near the giant tree city, which makes the old orc feel very concerned, and intuitively tells him that if this demon king is not eliminated, sooner or later, it will become a big disaster. 9. Giant tree city has stabilized. Zhang Mu immediately returned to the gloomy valley. He now has 1.1 million gold coins in his hand. This money is going to be spent on construction and recruitment. First thought, of course, is to upgrade the base camp. Do you want to upgrade the Devil's Castle? This upgrade needs to consume Castle Upgrade Volume times 1, Dark Gems times 50, Steel times 2000, Stones times 5000, Wood times 5000, Gold Coins times 80,000. Actually needs so much material. The cost is not cheap. But as the core of the territory, the castle still needs to be upgraded. Other materials are fortunate to say, Dark Gems are relatively rare and precious gems, 50 is not a small number. Zhang Mu then contacted Demon King Stone. This guy is now a famous gem supplier. The giant Wang Shi is straight to the point, brother, I want to buy gems again. How much do you want this time? Don't worry, I will definitely give you the best market price. Zhang Mu replied, 50 dark gems. Bloody giant Wang Shi, what? 50? So many. Zhang Mu, can you get it? If it doesn't work, I can go elsewhere and collect it. Bloody giant Wang Shi, what's wrong? My old Wang is also the number one person. Although the dark gem is a bit difficult to deal with, I can still do it with my current ability. Zhang Mu is not nonsense, you can quote a price. Bloody giant Wang Shi, I'm an old acquaintance, 2,000 gold coins. This is the best price. According to the current market conditions, if you find other people, you will definitely not get this price. 2001. 50 coins are 100,000 gold coins. Zhang Mu replied, yes. Chapter 76. Bloody giant Wang Shi, give me 2 days. Material issues. This is solved. Sure enough, money can make ghosts push. But it will take time for the gems to arrive. Zhang Mu then used another drawing first. Whether to consume, blueprint, magic fountain of life, times 1, consume gold coins times 30,000, consume water sapphire times 50, summon the magic fountain of life. This second level facility. The materials are relatively simple. Zhang Mu did not hesitate to choose to confirm, and place the magic fountain of life in front of the Demon King's castle, which will be the central square of the future Undercity. The magic fountain of life was successfully built. Life Demon Spring, a special second-order building, within a radius of 5,000 meters, all targets have a recovery speed of plus 100%, and can produce 10 cubic meters of life spring water every day. Good stuff. The magic fountain of life summons an instant. Those craftsmen who are busy building the Undercity all felt their spirits refreshed, they felt refreshed, and quickly regained their strength. The effective range of this spring is huge. Zhang Mu is sitting in the castle. He can still be affected by spring water. The Demon King's castle originally had a strong boosting effect on the Demon King, and now it is superimposed with a layer of spring water buff. It is as difficult for a warrior to defeat him here. Also, this spring eye produces 10 cubic meters of life spring water every day. If you irrigate crops, can not only increase quality, can produce 30 times the growth rate. Zhang Mu's second-tier farm had a 15-fold growth acceleration. If you add spring water, it can reach 45-fold, which is simply going against the sky. Certainly. The quantity of spring water is limited. The value of ordinary crops is not high. Is mainly used to cultivate precious materials. Spring water can also be drunk directly or used to refine medicine. Zhang Mu thought that he had collected so many elves. There are not a few of the elves who have the ability to refining medicine. In the future, by establishing a refining team, not only can they be self-sufficient, but they can also sell the forest or sell to the devil. Potion is good business. Especially after having the magic spring of life, the ancient tree of life, and the spiritual farm, Zhang Mu doesn't have to worry about raw materials at all. Next. Zhang Mu expanded the population. He spends 500,000 gold coins to recruit 5,000 combat soldiers at a time. The population of this tribe has directly broken through 10,000 and reached 11,163. Among them, there are 2,500 dragon drudges, 1,200 advanced drudges, 100 dragon craftsmen, 6,550 ordinary soldiers, 165 advanced soldiers, 15 super soldiers, 25 dragon soldiers, 5 monster dragons, and 2 dragon generals, 1 dragon priest. The Battle of Giant Tree City made Zhang Mu aware of some problems. For example, the capacity of the dragon priest to transmit troops is not strong enough. A dragon priest's teleportation barrier can only teleport a few hundred units at a time. The preset teleportation barrier is valid for only 1 hour. In order to make up for the lack of time and efficiency, the best way is to recruit more dragon priests. If there are 2 dragon priests, that will be more flexible tactically. For example, there is a dragon priest in a giant tree city and a dark valley, and they maintain a teleportation enchantment respectively, then there is no 1 hour time limit, and teleportation can be activated at any time no matter how long it takes. For example, 2 priests are placed in Giant Tree City at the same time. They take turns to restore their mental power and use teleportation, then the troop transportation speed can be doubled. Zhang Mu thought of this. Summoned 8 dragon generals and 2 dragon priests. 15,000 gold coins per dragon general and 30,000 gold coins per dragon priest, spent a total of 180,000 gold coins, which is not expensive. Then there will be 10 dragon generals and 3 dragon priests. It's not that Zhang Mu doesn't want to recruit more dragon priests, it's just that the summoning condition of dragon priests is that every 3,000 population increase can generate a summoning quota. The current size of the territory can only have 3 dragon priests at most. As for the dragon generals, the threshold is much lower, as long as every 500 ordinary soldiers, or every 50 high-level soldiers can generate a summoning quota. Good. A round of explosive soldiers. A round of enrollment expansion. The Dragon Corps gained a blowout development. When 10 dragon generals and 3 dragon priests lead nearly 7,000 dragon fighting units to form a combat corps, it is enough to hold a strong side at any position in the Chaos Forest, and it is enough to make any force jealous or fearful. However, this is not yet Zhang Mu's full strength. Even if you don't count as skeleton soldiers, Torin, and other miscellaneous soldiers. Zhang Mu currently owns a 2,500 scale Elven Corps in Giant Tree City, as well as about 7,000 Elven Corps in Giant Tree City, which is another elite corps with a scale of nearly 10,000. From an overall point of view, Zhang Mu's military power is already quite powerful. Although it is still far from enough to fight against real national strength, at least within the Great Chaos Forest, advancement can directly threaten the major forest cities, and retreat can also be a corner or dominate one side. When Zhang Mu is ambitious. When they are engaged in violent soldiers. At the same time, he was in the Lord's office in Giant Tree City. There is a clear and sweet sound of play and laughter. Turned out to be 3 salted fish that hit it off at first sight. At this moment, they gathered together, holding a pair of newly made playing cards, and were having fun. Right 8. Right 10. Yes K. Hee, I can't afford it. Zhang Mu would be surprised if he were there. Because of these 3 women, they are Flower Demon King Chen Guogua, Giant Tree City Lord Nancy Leah, and warrior player Su Yan. A demon king, a warrior, an indigenous city lord. The 3 of them actually got together. It looks good. This scene is really weird. Su Yan is Zhang Mu's subordinate. Nancy Leah is Zhang Mu's tribe. As the demon king, Chen Guogua is far inferior to Zhang Mu, but his identity is parallel. The 2 parties were originally a cooperative partnership. However, she considers herself the #1 fan of the great god, so she also belongs to one of the great god's subordinates. Was allowed to go in and out of Giant Tree City freely. This makes Chen Guogua very honored. The demon kings are always on guard against each other. Great god allows her to enter important territory casually. What does this mean? It is undoubtedly recognition and trust. After Chen Guogua came to Giant Tree City, she met the warrior Su Yan and the small-town master Nancy Leah. Although the identity camps are different, the 3 of them hit it off. Has become a good friend now. In addition to similar personalities, the 3 have a complementary relationship. Chen Guogua is a Demon King player. With the Demon King's chat function and transaction function, she can help Su Yan purchase or sell resources, and can also realize the sharing of intelligence. Su Yan is a warrior player. It is very convenient to walk around the cities. While collecting information, he can also collect resources and materials from various places, and then cooperate with Chenguagua to sell them to other demon kings. The two can make a difference in price. Inverted resources like this. Zhangmu can certainly do it too. Giant Tree City Market can easily purchase a lot of food, medicinal materials, and various materials, some of which are shortages of the Demon King. Just buy low and sell high. The profits generated are quite substantial. 21-inch. But Zhang Mu's energy is limited. He has no time to stare at the Demon King's trading market all day, and no time to deal with the caravan merchants in the city. He simply handed this matter over to the Flower Demon King, Warrior Sister, and Little City Lord, so that they could all earn a little bit from it. Guagua, regarding the seed, I have asked the elders to help search and purchase, so you can live in Giant Tree City and have fun for a few days. Chen Guagua was overjoyed upon hearing this. Thank you, the Lord. The Flower Demon King tribe has the ability to improve, cultivate, and produce seeds. Chen Guagua needs to obtain more and better seeds, so as to create super seeds with better effects and higher value. This is her core competitiveness and the reason why she is valued by the gods. This time I came to Giant Tree City. One of the important purposes, of course, is to collect all kinds of exotic flowers, exotic fruits, and seeds of precious materials. Nancy Leah helped in this matter. Of course, it was much easier. She could use the relationship between the elves and her contacts to find seeds from all over the forest for the Flower Demon King. Stop calling the Lord. Chapter 77. You call me Xiao Nan. Xiao Qingzhu said, Sister Su Yan's poker cards are really fun. How could I not have thought that this little piece of paper could make so many interesting little games? Warrior Sister Su Yan. She is the weakest of the three women. But because during this period of time, he led the dragon troops to hunt and kill the beasts, so he has made a lot of progress, reaching the upper middle level among the second-tier elites. Heard this? Su Yan smiled boldly. If Xiaonan City Lord likes it, this deck of cards will be given to you. We still have a lot of fun things. Next time we call the boss, the four of us can just make a table of mahjong. What is mahjong? Hey, a little game that builds order from chaos. Nan Shilia's eyes glowed. The life of the forest city is primitive. Can be said to be the desert of the entertainment industry. Nan Shilia looks 13 or 14 years old. In fact, as an elf, she has lived boringly for decades. Where have you seen chess or board games invented by humans in another world? Immediately developed a strong interest, just want to experience each one. To two new friends. Nan Shilia also likes it very much. Although the other elves are very friendly, everyone is too in awe or respect because of the king's talent. The appearance of the Demon King warrior made her a normal girlfriend for the first time. Su Yan and Chen Guagua had a great time. In their eyes, the Giant Tree City is full of gold and opportunities. For example, if you use this poker in your hand to open a casino, you can make a lot of money from merchants and various forest tribes. Some unremarkable small businesses. The big guy definitely doesn't have the energy to pay attention. These subordinates can do it for them, and they can earn more coins for the boss, and they can also share the benefits from it. The three salted fish fought against the landlord all afternoon. Xiaoqing's owner is going to take two people to the Giant Tree City Market for a stroll. But this time, she felt unusual fluctuations in the northeast. There is the location of the Giant Tree of Life. Is there something wrong with the ancient tree? Nancy Leah became vigilant. The old tree can bring many benefits to the elves, but nothing can happen. She hurried to the old tree. This place seems to have experienced battle. Nancy Leah didn't find the enemy's body, but there was an evil atmosphere in the air that made her uncomfortable. Sister Gu Yi, what happened here? The ancient tree high priest said, a group of evil spirits of unknown origin suddenly appeared near the ancient tree, but they have been wiped out without causing any loss. Xiao Qingzhu breathed a sigh of relief. The ancient tree of life stationed the troops replaced from the Giant Tree City, and the ancient tree high priest with the strength of the Third Order Lord was sitting in the town, which was enough to deal with all kinds of sudden surprise attacks. Although the scale of the attack was small, but still attracted the great attention of the small town owner. The Flower Demon King asked perplexedly, if it is attacked by the natives of the forest who do not know what is good or bad, then how can there be evil spirits here as a place where the elves live? Small City Lord Dai's eyebrows frowned. The ancient tree is between the Giant Tree City and the Giant Tree Forest. There is no way to enter from other areas. These evil spirits can only come from one place. Su Yen said in surprise, "Hey, if you say that, they came out of the giant tree forest. But isn't this forest always forbidden by elves?" The small town lord nodded and said, "Yes, this forest is the homeland of our earliest tribe. The tribe's predecessors have lived for 1,000 years. Our task for generations is to guard an ancient seal under the giant tree forest." Spectacular giant tree forest. Turned out to be a huge seal. The tribe of Nanshi Lia lives here to guard the seal. 300 years ago, there was a problem with the seal, and it caused a huge disaster, which caused heavy casualties to the elves at that time. Although the patriarch paid his life as a price, and finally successfully repaired the seal, the giant tree forest environment is no longer suitable for living. Therefore, the elf walked out and built the giant tree city. This is the origin and birth process of Giant Tree City. The small town lord frowned and said, "When the elves left the giant tree forest, in order to prevent bad things from coming out, the large forest enchantment was activated. After that, people outside can't get in, and things inside can't get out. A giant tree forest enchantment continues to weaken, coupled with the powerful energy disturbance of the ancient tree of life. There may be a big problem now. This is a huge threat to ancient trees and Giant Tree City. It can be said, things are not so good. This elven tribe was very powerful in its heyday. But now it is very weak. They have long lost the ability to mend the barrier. If the barrier of the giant tree forest completely collapses, the consequences will be unpredictable, but it will threaten the ancient trees and the city 100%. Su Yen said, "Xiaonan City Lord, what are you worried about, even if the elves are not working now, but there are people on it?" Xiaonan was shocked. "You mean your majesty the devil?" "Yes, Giant Tree City is the boss's territory. No matter what the monsters and ghosts, as long as you dare to threaten here, it will be the boss." Chen Guogua nodded. "Yes, this will help you trust the great god privately. I believe the great god can definitely solve the problem." Makes sense. The elves are used to self-reliance. Xiaonan City Lord almost forgot, he has a big backing. At this time, she felt more deeply that it was really not a bad thing to take refuge in a big devil, and she could move out of the rescue at a critical moment. Chen Guogua can message privately. Let Zhang Muning understand the situation immediately. He was not surprised at the changes in the giant tree forest. In fact, before the construction of the giant tree of life, he saw the problem of the giant tree forest, and also saw that the barrier could not last too long. This is a dominant region. I have never seen it before. This kind of place has extremely high development value. Zhang Mu was originally very interested, and he plans to explore it in the near future. Now that this kind of thing happens, he won't be delayed. When the devil feels the scene, the elves gathered in front of the giant tree forest. The ancient tree elves are mostly very calm, while the giant tree city elves are worried. After all, the latter knows the secrets of the giant tree forest better. "Boss. Great God. Your Majesty the devil." The three girls came up. "Our troops are ready." Nanshi Lia said, "Listen to your orders anytime." Zhang Mu thought for a while and said, "The situation is not clear right now. There is no need to launch troops for the time being. After all, the goal is too big and it is not conducive to the action. I plan to go in and see what the situation is." Xiao Qingzhu felt that it made sense. This place has become a forbidden place for elves. No one has been in it for 300 years. No one can tell what the situation is, and the troops should not be rushed to avoid unnecessary casualties. Zhang Mu chose 12 followers. Nanshi Lia plus Ancient Tree High Priest plus 10 Giant Tree City Elves. Nanshi Lia and the Ancient Tree Priest are both Tier 3 Lord Strengths. Is a first-class master level in Chaos Forest. As for the 10 Giant Tree City Elves are all elders or other masters, all of them are the best among the 3-tier elite level, and several have reached the Quasi-Lord level. Zhang Mu led the team. Formally passed through the barrier. Began this adventure. Zhang Mu found something was wrong as soon as he came in. Hundreds of super giant trees that have risen up from the ground are all withered and half dead, and the ground is even more dead, almost tending to desertification. This is very different from the vitality seen from the outside. It turns out that the enchantment still has a beauty filter. Zhang Mu glanced at the big tree. The information emerged. Elves' giant tree, the magic giant tree created by elves secretly has almost unlimited natural lifespan. It can provide a habitat for the elves and can also be used as an energy node for a large magic circle, but the life energy of this tree is already on the verge of exhaustion. These giant trees and giant trees of life are very big. But they are completely incomparable with the giant trees of life. They are just like elf skyscrapers, and their main function is to live in. Certainly. Is also because it is big enough. Can draw sufficient energy from the surrounding environment. Is often used as a solar battery. Now the hundreds of giant trees in the forest of giant trees not only provide a habitat for the elves, but also maintain a huge seal. Zhang Mu has not seen the seal information for the time being. He asked, "What's the matter with the seal here?" Nanshi Lia explained, "Our tribe has lived here for generations since thousands of years ago, in order to protect this giant tree seal." Speaking of which. Chapter 78. She scratched her head. The seal is too old. The ancestors existed before they came here. I don't know the specifics, but according to the legend passed down, the giant tree formation sealed part of the body of an evil god. If the seal is destroyed, it will bring disaster to the entire forest. Cthulhu shell. Is it so mysterious? Has not had time to understand it carefully. The old tree priest reminded, an enemy has appeared. Zhang Mu has already felt it. There are dozens or hundreds of translucent spirit bodies. They suddenly got out of the big branches and attacked. Death Wizard, Tier 3 Elite, Skills, Death Curse Arrow, D-Level, Corrupted Blade, D-Level, Death Scream, D-Level, Undead Blast, D-Level, etc. Introduction. The elves that used to be the forest of giant trees were eroded by evil energy and transformed into evil spirits after death. They possessed strong distance and close combat strength, and saved a small amount of wisdom. Tier 3 Elite. Undead Monster. Nanshi Lia was surprised. This is a dead tribe. How can they become undead? Not all the undead rushed up, some of them quickly approached with knives, and some stopped in midair, turning out bows and arrows to deal with the invaders. This means wisdom has not completely disappeared. Knows the tactical coordination of near and far combat. Heh, little bugs. Zhang Mu said lightly, these elves have suffered, go and help them get free. Yes. The ancient tree high priest raised his staff. A green barrier blocked the arrows of the undead. Does not wait for the undead to come closer or move. The ancient tree high priest dropped his staff on the ground with heavy hands, and a layer of light full of holy breath was instantly released in all directions. The death elf was bathed in radiance. They let out miserable howls and dissolved and collapsed. This is a sea-level magic, purification light, not only has a wide range of skills, it can not only dispel the negative state of your own target, but also can cause extra huge damage to undead creatures, especially spiritual targets. You killed the death elf, gold coins plus 1,200. You killed the death elf, gold coins plus 1,200. You killed the death elf, gold coins plus 1,200. Zhang Mu saw the prompt. Can't help but nod in satisfaction. Tier 3 Elite monsters are awesome. No matter how weak, as long as it is a Tier 3 Elite, there will be at least 1,000 gold coin rewards. The light of purification was thrown away, and about 20 were killed in an instant, and the gold coins alone earned about 24,000. Is more than awesome. Is simply a gold holy land. Strayed here for others. It is not easy to find an area with such a high level. In the past 2 days, because of the frenzied violent soldiers, the gold coins are spent very quickly. Today, I have to make a good addition in this gold holy land. Nanshi Lia and the other elves also recovered. The Demon King was right. Although he was a member of his clan before he was alive, he is now dead. Instead of continuing to be dominated by evil, it is better to free them completely. Led by Nanshi Lia. 10 elves one after another shot. Will destroy these death elves in a short while. Although these death elves are the strength of Tier 3 elites, they are not particularly strong among Tier 3 elite units, and can even be said to be weak. And these people at the scene. The 10 elf followers are at least top elite units. Little City Lord Nanshi Lia, Ancient Tree Priest Gu Yi, and even a Tier 3 Lord level existence. The former is the best among Tier 3 lords, the latter possesses a large number of spells that can restrain evil spirits and undead, and can also be used as an aid to help others recover. Under this situation, Zhang Mu doesn't even need to do it. Just let the entourage help him clean monsters. So they went deep into the forest of giant trees while cleaning up the undead emerging from all directions, and in a short while, they wiped out hundreds of them. You killed the Death Elf, gold coins plus 1,200. You killed the Death Elf, gold coins plus 1,200. You killed the Death Elf, gold coins plus 1,200. Gold coins keep posting. Such a moment of effort. The Demon King didn't even make a shot. Gold coins have already earned 150,000. Zhang Mu is a bit speechless. Where is the land of disaster? It is a treasure of immortals. Although the undead elves have a strong offensive ability, they are not resistant to fights and are very fragile. Such a place. Zhang Mu has never seen him before. He can't wait for more. Of course. Zhang Mu did not dare to be careless. Learned from the prompt message. Here is the Tier 3 Overlord level area. This means that in this place, at least one Tier 3 Overlord unit is sitting in town. Even for Zhang Mu, it cannot be taken lightly to deal with this kind of existence. This is also the reason why he deliberately hides his strength. Otherwise, once I miss the bottom line, the other party may be prepared. When it comes time to deal with it, but it won't be that easy. At this moment, Giant Tree Forest Center. A crystal ball floats in a ruined temple. The scene presented in the crystal ball is exactly the picture of a group of evil spirits being continuously killed and marching towards the deepest part of the forest. Patriarch. They have fallen into the trap. The silver-haired elf is an unborn elf king. She must be the current leader of the tribe, but her strength is not as strong as she imagined. Two undead wearing large cloaks, with only bones left, were speaking to a black-robed elf sitting cross-legged under the crystal ball. This black-robed elf was shriveled and wrinkled. His eyes were scarlet, and his face was black, and he knew that he was not a living person. 300 years. My ministry has become so weak. Even an elf king has this strength. The black-robe elf said blankly, but it just happened. I can absorb the blood of the king, and I can return to the peak state. I can use the blood of the king to irrigate the seal, and it can speed up the awakening of the adult below. But a skeleton couldn't help but said, there is also a dragon, Qian Zhao Zhao, among them. From the beginning to the end, he was the only one who did not make a move. For the time being, it is not clear about his details and strength. Heard this. The black robe elf was very disdainful. No matter in the strong end, but the third order. Although my strength is not as good as in the heyday, at least within Tier 3, I can face any opponent without fear. The two skeletons make sense. The strength of the Elf King is nothing more than that. Is not better than the two of them, a huge difference from the Patriarch. What's more? There are only a dozen people. No matter how powerful it is, it cannot pose a threat. Where can the dragon men with weird origin be so strong? And the entire giant tree forest is under their control, only a dozen people can't make waves, even if they are piled up in a large number, they can be killed. Therefore, no need to worry about turning. Can release the prohibition and defense line to let them in. And once they go deep, it's almost impossible to escape again. Of course, the premise is that if you want to get here, there are several terrifying existences waiting for them along the way. Whether they can pass smoothly is still unknown. By the time, will inevitably regret it. Hate myself for so underestimating the enemy. How can I bring only so many people into the forbidden area? Chapter 79. You killed the Death Elf, gold coins plus 1,200. You killed the Death Elf, gold coins plus 1,200. You killed the Death Elf, gold coins plus 1,200. Up to now. Killed more than 200 undead. The gold coin harvest is about 250,000. But hit all the way down. Everyone is a little tired. The ancient tree high priest cast a quick recovery to everyone to increase the speed of physical and mental recovery. Lord, these undead seem to be manipulated behind the scenes. Well, I can see that they are trying to lure the enemy to go deeper, by the way, exhausting our strength so that we can't evacuate. The death elves are not very intelligent. This kind of thing must be directed behind the scenes. Nancy Leah quickly said, no wonder I feel like being spied on, maybe some sneaky guys are watching us with magic props. Zhang Mu was a little surprised. He also feels similar. It's just not very sure. Xia Kengzu is indeed very superior in intuition and perception. She continued, since we know it is a trap, we still don't want to go inside. It's better to go back and study countermeasures and bring more people in to deal with them. This is not necessary. Zhang Mu divided a batch of potions. With the assistance of potions and ancient tree priests, everyone would not be easily consumed with power. He wanted to take a look. Who is behind the scenes? Giant Tree City is his site. The future can create great value for the devil. No matter what, if you dare to threaten Giant Tree City, it is to be an enemy of him. The hidden danger must be eliminated, and you can't stay for a moment. Zhang Mu has such confidence. That's because I knew it from the beginning. This place is the strongest but the third order overlord level, even if it is really trapped and unable to be defeated, there is still a certainty to retreat from the whole body. His Majesty the Demon King insisted. Others can only obey orders. Everyone continued to advance toward the depths of the giant tree forest. At this time, heavy footsteps came from the front, and a giant 30 meters tall came out from behind the nearby giant tree. He looked like a big dry tree. Is different from the resentful spirit tree encountered in Baiming Mine. This strange tree is a treeman, with limbs that can walk, and even has clear facial features, but the whole body is entwined with the breath of death. Lord of the Dark Treeman, Tier 3 Lord. Skills, Withered Earth, Level B, Magic Absorption, Level B, Withering Ray, Level C, Deadly Stinger, Level C, etc. The elves also recognized it. These are Trents. They were originally the natural allies of the elves, but the Trents have been completely corrupted by evil. The corrupted Trents are very harmful. For the sake of the forest, they can only be eliminated. Nancy Leah raised her hand as she spoke, Meteor Fire Rain. This is a powerful B-level fire magic. Countless hot fireballs are summoned from the void, blasting towards the treeman like shooting stars, and every attack is no less than a blasting curse. Tree people are afraid of fire. Such a strong fire attack. The fallen Trents realized the possibility of being spared. Something that surprised other elves happened. These flames hit the treemen, and was sucked in by the treemen. Although it caused a little damage, most of the energy was absorbed. What happened? How can tree people not be afraid of fire? The scene elves were a little surprised to see this scene. The tree lord let out a roar, and suddenly released a large group of dead gray fog from his body. Where this group of gray fog passed, the earth was dry and sandy, covering an area of hundreds of meters. Don't come close. This is a curse attack skill. This is the B-level skill of the Trent Lord. The land is withered. He can attack nearby ground targets several hundred meters at the same time, causing them to be cursed and dry up quickly. The elves hurried back. The old tree priest prepared an attack magic and was about to counterattack. Zhang Mu interrupted again and said, "Don't attack it with magic, this guy has the ability to absorb magical attacks." What? Absorb magic? Does not require magic attacks. How do you fight? There are no interested soldiers at the scene. Let me come. Zhang Mu's figure flashed, turned into an afterimage, and flew in front of the Trent. The Trent reacted quickly and shot a gray withered ray from his mouth. Although Zhang Mu was not afraid of this kind of attack, he still dodged a shadow jump, appeared behind the treeman, and stepped on it with a trampling skill. There was a loud bang. A large part of the tree man's body collapsed. The huge body fell down like Jinshan and Yuzhu. It turned out that after the Trent Lord was corrupted and degenerated, he gained powerful magic absorption ability, but his body became rotten and fragile, and his resistance to physical attacks was greatly weakened. Deal with this monster. It's better not to use magic. The most direct method is physical attack. The Tree Lord's land is withered, which can curse all targets close to the ground, but there is no way to take effect on Zhang Mu in midair. Roar. The treeman kept firing withered light beams, cluttering with his cumbersome huge arms, but he could only hit the flying afterimages, and his body was constantly hit up and down. Nancy Leah and others saw it. The melee strength of the Demon King is also so terrifying. This speed, this power, combined with shadow jumping, trampling, and other skills, actually beat the treeman without the power to fight back. Angrily roared. Finally can't hold it anymore. Tree people collapsed like dead wood. You killed the Lord of the Dark Treemen, gold coins plus 30,000. Zhang Mu, without a giant dragon, used a pure physical attack to easily kill this lord monster. But now is not the time to be proud. The tree talent has just fallen, and there are heavy footsteps. Zhang Mu swept his eyes and found that 5 or 6 tree lords had copied them from behind, and it was the first time that they saw so many lords acting at the same time. Get out of here. Under the command of Zhang Mu. Everyone did not entangle with the fallen tree lord. They moved quickly to get rid of the entanglement of the trents, but at this moment, in front of the giant tree forest, a dilapidated elven temple appeared in front of them. You are finally here. A husky figure came from the front of the temple. The black-robe elf stood in front with 2 skeletons. The moment Nan Zilia saw the black-robed elf, she immediately showed a panic expression. I have seen your portrait. You are the Elvis patriarch, why are you still alive? The voice did not fall. One brain in all directions. Hundreds of death elves poured out, and 5 fallen tree lords followed closely, surrounding a dozen intruders. There really is an ambush. Nanchi Lia's face is not pretty. Because there are too many enemies. What's more terrifying is that the undead elves are very strong, and the trents are even more tricky. They surrounded this place, and at this moment, the way to retreat has been cut off. The black-robe elf said coldly, I'm already dead. If it wasn't for the power of the adult below, I wouldn't be able to become what I am now. The scene elves were very shocked. No one thought that in the giant tree city, the manipulator evil spirits and the evil trents behind the scenes were actually the former patriarch of their tribe. Zhang Mu looked over. The black-robe elves and the messages of his men appeared in front of them. Fallen Elves Patriarch, Elvis, Tier 3 Hegemonic Unit, Skills, Black Hole of Death, Level B, Necromancer, Level B, Dark Flame, Level B, Necrocreation, Level B, Teleportation, Level B, Glacial Strike, Level C, Freezing Hand, Machine C, etc. Introduction. Once the heroic patriarch of the elves, he sacrificed his life in order to repair the seal and protect the enchantment, but because of the erosion of evil forces, he became a powerful zombie mage. His temperament changed drastically and was very dangerous. Really amazing. This is a domineering unit. Zhang Mu estimated that in his heyday, he might be stronger than he is now. From this point of view, the elves in Giant Tree City have indeed weakened very badly over the years, otherwise the gap between them and 300 years ago would not be so big. As for the 2 skeleton mages next to the elven patriarch, these 2 are not ordinary skeleton mages, but are also transformed by the 2 most powerful elven tribe chiefs of the year, so they have the strength of Tier 3 lords. Zhang Mu was very curious about this. What is sealed under the giant tree formation? Judging from the state of these elves, the sealed artifacts obviously have a strong power of the undead, otherwise it would be impossible to create so many powerful undeads. Nanchi Lia is very sad. Patriarch Elvis, you did not fear sacrifice in order to save the people, we don't want to be an enemy of a hero like you. He.